So how was the screening? He was like, oh, no, this isn't the one. I was like, really? Yeah, it's just too. Yeah, it's just not it. And I asked him this, and he goes, you're right, he'd forgotten about that moment. He was back. Yeah, people didn't get it, and in fact, he didn't get it either. He wasn't sure if it was it. In fact, one filmmaker even said, I want to sit you down and tell you all the things that are wrong with this movie, but I'll wait till you get back from Cannes. He goes to Cannes, he wins Cannes. My friend wrote him a message. What the hell do I know? I've only made one movie. Everyone's mind was changed. So he was surprised by it too. That's what people hear that, because you're making something groundbreaking. It's not like I'm making something groundbreaking. You don't know that it's going to be. Sometimes things overperform. That's why if you just commit to a body of work, you're not going to know which one's going to be Pulp Fiction, which one's going to be your Four Rooms, And if you just do that, because I saw a lot of people get hurt, like John Carpenter made The Thing. He thought he made a great movie. Thought he made an amazing movie. Bombs. Critics called it pornography at the time. If you remember, like just the makeup effects, so the audiences didn't go. It came out the same weekend, unfortunately, as E.T. Right? Why did we call it pornography? Just because it was just so self-indulgent and gross and nasty. I mean, they really reamed him to the point.
So the special effects?
Yeah, special effects are really crazy. Yeah, really. Yeah. If you don't remember the time, it was really like that. It was repulsion towards this movie. Wow. I know you don't think that now, because 10 years later, and it took 10 years. No, it's not. Wow. 10 years later, he was suddenly considered a classic. Now, if he had committed to a body of work, he could just let that man on the shoulders and just don't play. But it really fucks you up if you think, my instincts must be low. Well, I thought I made a great movie. It's a great fucking movie. It's a great fucking movie, but no one else is saying that. So I spent. George Lucas had the same thing. He showed famously Star Wars to all of his director friends, and they're like, "Poor George, he's wasting all his time in this movie." And Spielberg was the only one that was like, "It's naive. It'll do good." And so I asked Quinn, "Was there anybody in that director's group?" He goes, "Yes, there was one. Catherine Bigelow. She was the one who was the champion and said, 'This is something new and different.'" No one else was saying that. But it's pretty amazing, right? It's super amazing. It's really, and I would have forgotten it if I'd not written it down. So
there's a lot of films that slip through the cracks for whatever reason, or they don't get received. You know what I saw recently that I fucking loved? The Monkey. Did you see The Monkey? Yeah. It's a Stephen King book that, or it might be a short story.
Yeah,
it was a short story. It was adapted. So it's fucking fun, man. I watched with my youngest daughter loves horror movies. We watched horror movies together. And we were looking for something the other night. We were like, all right, let's take a chance on this. I had no idea what it was. Watched the trailer. I'm like, you in? She's like, okay, this is good. So it's fucking chaos. It's such a chaotic, insane, hyper-violent movie.
Right.
But funny and just, kind of scary. It was really good, man. It was fun. It was like a classic. What I really love about the early Stephen King work, like his early work, was like
here's one that fell through the cracks. Like, I was there at Sony doing this product. We came out of a product. So we have a really great movie. Unfortunately, no one's going to see it because of the title. What is it called? Shawshank Redemption.
Oh my god!
And it bombed. What? Oh, Shawshank Redemption bombed. What? It was bombed. How? Nobody went to see it. It's called Shawshank Redemption. What the hell is the guy's in prison? Nobody went to see it, and there's a Sony marketing. They just couldn't get anybody to go see it. Wow. But history gets rewritten. Now, again, you can be Frank Darabont and be like, really down. But fortunately, he didn't have to wait 10 years. As soon as he got to video, it became a phenomenon of video. And now it's considered, if you go on IMDb, it's always neck and neck with The Godfather as the best movie of all time. Wow. That's a movie nobody saw. So again, look, don't blink. Commit to a body of work. You may make a classic. It might be the thing, and you're not going to hear about that for 10 years. Just keep going. Don't let it make you question your instincts, because your instincts.
I would have never guessed Shawshank.
Yeah, really. There's a lot of movies that are incredible. That was a time when people could really get a second life on video. Now it's different.
Look at this. Opening night to the audience to view the film, Darabont and Glotzer went to the Cinerama Dome and found no one there. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Imagine just like I thought, as an artist, you're going to be going, I must be wrong. Unless I just don't have the...
That's clearly the fault of the marketing.
No, it's also just...
I'm blaming them.
Yeah. I mean, because if anyone showed up, they would have gone and screamed at everybody else. Sometimes it's just the way it goes. It's supposed to go that way. I have a TV alternate one. There's a movie called Body Parts with a guy named Jeff Fahey. I love that movie, Body Parts. Like Eric Red, he did an intro. You would never hear about it because the timing of it. And Jeff Fahey was a big Jeff Fahey fan. We were in the early 90s. I kept going. There was my mother-in-law's, and across the street was a dollar theater showing Body Parts. I go every night at 7 p.m. I go for $1. It was at the second run. I watch it just to hear how an audience responds to it. And he was just great in it. I just felt the connection to this guy. I go, I wish I was making movies. I would work with this guy. He's really a cool actor.
What is this about?
It's about a guy who gets in a car accident, loses his arm. He's given the arm of a killer. Just replacing it. Suddenly he starts doing things.
Oh, I remember this.
Okay, so anyway.
That's the same dude that was Lawnmower Man.
Yeah, he was a lawnmower man.
Yeah.
So this should have been something that was it for him. That this week it came out, they just caught Jeffrey Dahmer like the week before, so they pulled back on their marketing completely. So no one saw it, and so he didn't get that boost in his career. But the silver lining, the key of the actions was me. I saw it every night. So when I went to do Grindhouse, he retired from acting. He was in Afghanistan. I asked for him to do that. He was there and do work out there. What's that? I remember some guy like help me do this. He sends me Taik. And so I hired him to be in it. And because he was in that movie, in fact, I'd already hired Mike Rabbi. I went, oh shit, Jeff's in it. God, Jeff's great too. Let's make them brothers. So they played brothers in Grindhouse. Because he did that movie, he got lost. The show Lost. His whole career came back. So we were talking about it, and just recently I was telling him, man, it just came out on 4K. You gotta come see it. You've probably never seen it. You've never seen the finished movie. And I said, you're great in it. I was showing him some things blowing his mind. He goes, yeah, this movie didn't do well. I remember now why, because the Jeffrey Dahmer thing just didn't do it. That's just how it's supposed to go. But I saw it, and that's why I hired you. That's how you had that second career. Because I was there every night because it was in the dollar theater. So like I wouldn't be able to afford it. So that's how weird shit happens, right? Yeah, so that makes you see, and it's just sometimes that's just how the balls roll. It's just all interconnected. Yeah, somehow it's interconnected. You have to trust the process. You just have to trust the process. And someone in the audience recently I was talking about Brass Knuckle films, and just getting everybody else stirred up about it. And when the audience, you're real positive, but you have any doubts. So I'm going to ask that question before. So whenever I don't have an answer, I'll ask them first. What do you guys think? How would you answer? How would you answer that? Thanks. Do you have doubts? You have human doubts.
Everyone has doubts.
Okay, so
that's what you do with them.
Right.
Do you let your doubts overwhelm you, or do you take them into consideration? Oh, these doubts valid.
Right. Okay.
And what do I have to do to make sure that these feeders don't manifest themselves as reality? Do I have to do extra work? Do I have to work harder? Do I have to be more objective? You have to take into consideration that anything you're going to do that's going to be exciting also carries the possibility of risk. And the risk of failure is a thing that keeps a lot of people from acting.
So if you're going to commit to a body of work, you're not playing.
You got to be well.
You don't have to worry about that.
There's a jiu-jitsu expression, or a lot of people use it in MMA as well. You don't lose, you burn.
Yeah. So if you know that's the process, that's my answer. I say I don't have any doubts. I like to be clever.
The process is long. The thing is long. It's not a sprint. You're not running to a telephone pole. You're running to the other side of the world.
Right.
Yeah.
So I told her, no, I don't think that's just to be counterintuitive. And I say, why? Because if you understand the process, why should you have a doubt? You might fail, but it might be foremost. You might, if you have an instinct to go there, or you don't know how you're going to do it, what's half the battle? Not knowing. That's what magic is. I don't have to know. I'm going to figure it out when I'm almost done. All those things come together.
Risk averse. Risk averse, then it becomes a pattern, and it's very hard to break out of. And I always tell them, find something that you can have success at. Find something that you enjoy doing. It doesn't have to be a career. It could be a game that you enjoy playing. It could be anything. Painting, writing. It could be a thing that you enjoy.
As you love it, you will have success at it.
Yes.
Because I'm sure you were drawing too. In school, I would be drawing all day in school.
All day.
I'd make these flip cartoon books, and the sides of these dictionaries, paper dictionaries, for cartoon movies. I get the dictionary as big as and fattest and make these very elaborate stick figure animations. And everyone in class loved it. I'd be like, I'm going to be broke. I can't pay attention to class.
I used to do cartoons of the teachers in high school.
Yeah, everybody loved it.
Yeah, I passed them around the class, and I got in trouble a bunch of times for it. And one time I had this science teacher, Mr. Holman, and Mr. Holman was very odd, very eccentric guy. And so I drew a cartoon of him behind his screen. So he had a screen that he pulled down where he could show like films, and then when he pulls the screen out, he had no idea that on the chalkboard I had drawn this cartoon of him, and the whole fucking class starts laughing.
Like, how did
Yeah, it was like my first introduction to be a comedian.
It's very satisfying. But did you think you were going to make a career out of that?
No,
of course not. You think I was thinking, oh my god, I would be so broke. I can't understand what they're talking about. I'm way behind.
yes.
And I'm not the best artist, so it's not like I'm gonna I'm some protege or something. Some thought. But that's in my career was just doing that stuff because you love it so much. So I ask people, you want to find your passion? What is that thing that you run off to do on the weekend?
Right.
I was always one to make movies. When you're done punching the clock over, what is it that you go run to? That's part of your passion. Put your effort into that, and you'll actually find success doing it.
100%.
Put stuff together. Some opportunities are going to fall in your lap.
And that's not it. At least you'll have learned that you can follow this process to get good at something, get really deeply involved in something, and you can apply that to other things. It might be
Every other thing. So this is what I applied it to. I forgot this lesson, which was just say you're this person. Stop aspiring.
Right.
Our words we use are so powerful. You say, well, I'm probably not going to be successful. That's your life. You just did that. You just self-defined. So I had a friend of mine. I always hated working out. I didn't follow any sports, no sports. In high school, we choose a small school, we choose a team, Paul, basketball, because I don't know that. Hey, there's a line in the faculty that I gave to Elijah Wicks. That was my line to teachers. So they make me where I go. I don't think a person who should run unless he's being chased. You know, leave me alone. But I hated it. So then I became a filmmaker. Oh, but I was a cartoonist. My back kept going down. 19, I'm like, having a cane. My back would be out for like a month because I would sit.
Oh, wow.
With the table dry, and I was so tall that it was just throwing my back out. I would just, disc would go out. And then when I started filmmaking, every year would just go out like clockwork. So I'm operating the camera, I'm operating the Steadicam. When I was doing Spike It's Doing, Ricardo Montalban had a bad back. He got surgery and fucked up. He was in a wheelchair. He was paralyzed. So he's in a wheelchair, and I'm with a walker because my back went out. He goes, Robert, I'm 84 years old. What's your excuse? You gotta work out, Robert. He's always in shape. That chest is fine. Star Trek 2, that's his chest. Yeah. He was in his late 60s or mid 60s.
They fused his spine. Is that what they did?
Yeah, they did something. God damn it. So,
every time I hear Taik, I wish I could talk about that before.
I know. We went to a good place, but they just hit something wrong.
It happens too slow.
And so I go, okay, I don't want that to happen to me. But I don't work out. So the next year I worked with Stallone. So I Stallone. I got to get in shape because my back keeps going out. And I like to work. Get the trainer. Anyone you've ever seen in Hollywood got in shape, they have a trainer. What about you? Well, I need a trainer. You need a trainer. Well, then if you need a trainer, Mr. Rocky, what chance do us mortal men have? So I hired a trainer. And guess what happened? Hated it. I hide from the guy. He'd come to my house. I'd hate him not to show up. I'd hate it. I'd pop it. I'd hide. I'd call in sick. And then when he didn't get me, I'd be like half-assed. I hated it. And then 1 year, it was just torture. I knew I had to do it, but this is my point. Sometimes it's not the lack of desires. When people want to become something and not getting it, it's not going to change their minds. There's something that goes with it. Desire. I had plenty of desires to be in this guy. I wanted to get in shape. I didn't want my back to get anymore. I had the desire. I was missing the key element. But I figured out, and it's a lesson I already knew, which was stop aspiring. But I forgot it. So it's a friend of mine from Mexico. She was out. She's a production manager. I have to stop smoking. My doctor said I have to stop smoking or I'm going to die. I've been smoking since I was 8 years old. And I said, well, you're going to go back to smoking because you just told me that's your identity. You're doing it since you're 8. So right now you're a smoker who's not smoking. Eventually, you're going to conform to Your identity. You have to change your identity. You have to say, I'm a non-smoker. I'm a non-smoker. Because what does a non-smoker do? They look at the smell. She's like, okay, I'll try it. I don't know what happened, but I thought
The voice is killing me.
she really talks like that. So then I go, wait a minute, shit, I used to apply to filmmaker. That's all I was back then. Where else in my life can I do a 180? It's got to be a 180. Because if it's just a matter of degrees, it's not shit.
Yeah.
It's much easier. It's just opposite day. So I went, oh my God, working out. I hate working out. Of course I hate working out. So I tell my trainer and everyone who listen how much I hate it. I'm an athlete. I'm an athlete. The last thing I would ever call myself was the cartoon guy. I'm an athlete. By the next day, what does an athlete do? Loves to work out. Makes time to work out. Eats right. So it's got to be opposite. It's much easier. Or goes to the couch and they just kind of, no, I'm going to work out. Or there's a donut. I'm not going to cut it in half and eat half. It's bullshit. The degrees fuck you up. Opposite. There's a donut. No, I reach for an apple. Not only was I able to work out, this was 14 years ago. I didn't need a trainer again. Never. I'll just be like making myself do it because I'm an athlete. That's how powerful the mind is. So I'm saying if someone says, oh, I want to do this thing on the weekend, you might have the desire, but you've got to get the identity too. You've got to say you're that. Yeah. And it sounds a little awkward. Like I asked somebody, let's read them. I said, you can see yourself a creative person. Well, that's good. I said, you're stuttering there, man. You're stuttering. I know. She said, no. I gotta say, are you technical? Yeah. Okay. You're technical and creative. That was the first thing that stuck in my ear. It's also what Jim Cameron is. It's also what George Lucas is. Technical and creative. And my first job, my dad had to go into Photoshop. He said, go work for my friend Mario for your summer job. And I was like, went to work for Mario, processing film for photos. And he gave me a camera and film. He said, well, let me take pictures of this. I need you to know how to use that camera so you know set the cameras. So I went home and my family had 9 kids. 10 kids, 9 siblings. Taking all these pictures of them, doing cool stuff. Go back, he looks at the pictures and he goes, whoa, these are really creative. You're creative. You got to now learn how to be technical. Because most creative people always need technicians. Technicians always need creative people. Now it's against your dad. It's just a gift to them. They can never really be creative. They'll just be technical. But because you have creativity, if you apply yourself, it's against your nature. If you apply yourself and learn the technical part, you'll be technical and creative. And it'll be impossible. It'll be unstoppable. And I was like, whoa, unstoppable. 16. He goes, here, go. Yeah, sometimes I would ask you about who did that for you. Who was, because if you look at all the different turning points in your life, there's probably somebody who sent you in the direction. It comes through. Because if I could go back and ask that guy, hey, that advice you gave me, he'd be like, what advice did I never say? It kind of just came through at the time. Right. So he pointed me that way. And that's why I made a Mariachi by myself. I didn't want to take anybody because I wanted to learn. I didn't know how to use that camera. But if you go ask somebody to do it for you, your I need list, if you make a list of all the things you need before you can make your dream happen, the longer that list is, the less that's going to happen. You got to reduce it down to nothing. Me, my hands, my bootstraps, this camera, I'm going to figure it out all day. Be technical and creative. So I told Lex, now you got to own it. I say, are you creative? Yeah, I'm creative. And I'm technical. And I don't blink. I'm going to create a body of work. And it's like, I got out of there supercharged.
Lex needs a guy like you in his life all the time. He's too self-deprecating. He's such a brilliant guy.
And it's nice to be self-deprecating. It's kind of a joke, but a little bit. But the words you use on yourself are very.
He beats himself up.
The words you use, and you're doing that to yourself.
Yeah.
The guy throwing cabbage at you on stage. Look close. It's you. You're doing that to yourself. You're the one who's like shit. So you're doing it to yourself with your words.
He'll make like Twitter posts about how down he is. And I want to go over to his house and fucking shake him like a baby.
Yeah, dude, you're down. You stay down. I have this theory about baseline. I talk to my kids and we just laugh at it and go, okay, when shit fucks up, it's just not going right. So don't be down about it. Don't feel like you're in a slump. Because now you just stuck yourself in a grave. It's going to be hard to climb out. Right. When shit isn't going right, oh, the tire's flat. Oh, I got fired. I call that baseline. You're a baseline. Anything above baseline. Like this right now, we're having this great talk. This is way above baseline. Oh, that you're really shit. So it's way above baseline. Celebrate that shit. Because it's not always there. Don't say that you're going to go down. You're just going to go to baseline. It's much easier to accept. And then you're not negative position. It's kind of at a normal. I'm at a normal, and I'll really appreciate when anything above baseline happens. My daughter and I are about to play an arena show. She's going to sing. I'm going to play with my band. I told her, way above baseline. We're going to get a nice hotel. We're going to really celebrate this because this shit doesn't always happen. And when everything's going really, really wrong, baseline. Only when things are really down, declare yourself low. Even when I do that, but why just stay there for a much longer time? If you're just at baseline, that's just life. Oh yeah, I tried to go make that movie and it didn't work. Baseline. It's really your mindset. It's all mind. It's all stuff you're doing to yourself.
Yes.
And these are things I like to pass on to people because when they come back and give it back to me, I don't know if you give your kids advice that you learn. You learn so much. Yeah. You've got the best job in the world. You're learning all day. Yeah. So I bet you don't know if it's going to stick with you. I'm shocked how much stuff not only sticks, but they come back and they feed it back to me. Oh yeah, Dad. It's just, it's just like you taught me.
They also learn by watching you do it.
Oh yeah, the same thing you move through the world.
Yeah, but you're the dad, and you're making all these films. You're doing all this. You're involved. You have action. There's a lot of action. You're constantly in motion. You're doing things, creating things. That's inspiring to them. They like absorb that. If you're down on yourself all the time, oh yeah, they go, okay, that's life. That's gonna happen to me. Or you can reject that and be the opposite. Like I have a friend, and his family was alcoholics. He's never had a drop of drink in his life. He's super disciplined because of that.
I'll tell you my secret. I've never done drugs.
None. Nothing?
Never.
You don't even drink coffee, you were saying.
I don't even drink coffee.
You were telling that story because it's so hilarious.
Oh, a friend of mine, what was his name? He was working at the Sony when I first got there for mariachi. This kid, my age for assistants, he was like falling asleep at the desk. I'm like, why are you falling asleep? And he goes, I'm trying to get enough coffee. I was like, oh my God, I'm never going to get enough coffee. Like, I want those guys getting their hooks in me. And then over there, you see that Starbucks showing up in there. They're like zombies going in there having to get their coffee. As I drink stuff, like, all marketed. So it's made to be addictive, like nicotine. Oh, and then your body can't create that. I don't understand for days as it is. Like that.
Do you really?
I just did this. What's your favorite workout music?
Mine?
Yeah. I just did a classic stuff like Benny. Oh, this is a music video for Wolfgang Benny. And we shot in 2 days. And I was up 2 days. I just wanted to see what was going to happen next. 2 days. Yeah, 2 days. I was just like, I want to see what happens next. I didn't notice my shoulders fucked up. I'm like, what's wrong with my shoulder? I pulled myself doing some drugs or something. Just like, I went back to sit in that chair. I was like, oh, I've been sitting like this for 2 days. Sitting just doing this. That's insane. But it's really cool.
But don't you have a point of diminishing returns where it's like you're so tired that you really need to get
It's different with editing. Editing is weird. I was thinking that as I was doing it. I wish I could do this with writing, where I could just write for 2 days straight. But the words are knocking me out and enslaved after a while. Editing is this visual stimulus, and you're so excited. I kept going, okay, one more hour. And you just can't stop. You just can't stop because now you're seeing it. That's simple. It's going to drop hours later. It's going to drop like next week. Great workouts, for sure, but it's just really entertaining. That's what it's telling you. Does all the instruments himself. Really? He plays every instrument. He plays the drums, the bass, guitar, sings, writes the songs. When he goes on tour, he thinks he's really good band with them because he can't play all the parts. But the album is his third album. He's working on his all played all the instruments. Wow, super talented. Really, really fun. I like working with people who just do more than other people. They just at that level, and it's so inspiring. It inspires you.
It's figured stuff. Yeah. That's why I always tell people if you can surround yourself with other people that will get after it in life, it will 100% motivate completely in a different way. Instead of having that procrastination feeling, you get excited.
You have to. And it's like, parents tell you, careful what your peers are when you're younger, because it means one thing. Oh yeah, but later even more. Like when I started going to the film festival, I just quit. And then I meet Jim Cameron. You like direct movies. It's like you can't hang with these guys if you're not accomplishing something. Right. So when they say, hey, what are you up to? Well, down in Texas, I got a real studio or pioneering digital filmmaking and green screen technology. Or I make the first digital 3D video. Oh, be cool. Okay, I'm gonna hang on here for a while. God, I gotta be doing something.
That's a great one.
But still, compared to what they're doing, when I first met Jim,
it's exciting.
When I first met Jim Cameron, that's why you don't want to be around people who you're the best. You're better than right. You want to be one that they're smiling hard. Yes. So surround yourself with those people. and do some things so that they let you hang with them. But you want to learn. Like here's Jim Cameron, for instance. When I met him, I really think he was the hell. So I said, "Oh, that's what he does for a living." And I can't afford a Steadicam operator, so I took a reading Steadicam course. I went out and played it myself. I went out and played Steadicam. I just used Steadicam. Anyway, I bought a Steadicam, but not to operate it. I'm going to take it apart and design it better. So I was like, that's completely who he is. Us mere mortals are like trying to operate the thing. He's designing a whole new system. And if you think that's very inconsistent with who he is, that's the person you want to hang out with. Not someone, if the guy had said, oh, me too, I'm doing the same thing.
Didn't you go to the bottom of the Mariana Trench?
So he's got a submarine. Okay, it's only, it's on his desk. It's like this big on his desk, this green machine. And I'm looking at it going like, weren't you afraid? I mean, I've got kids and a wife. You got kids and a wife. Weren't you afraid to go down that deeply? Is that what happened? Yeah. So why not? Oh, I designed this heat. So any other bozo had done it, I'd be afraid because he did it. Had all the confidence in the world. Talk about something of no doubt. No doubt. So it's not hilarious. That's him though. It's like, yeah, if someone else had designed this escape vehicle, I'd be afraid. But I did it. Yeah, no problem at all. That's just like crazy. So that's kind of confidence. That doesn't mean people hang out with you.
Yes, it changes your genius.
It changes your perception of life. And by osmosis, you pick up, I call it this proximity for them. Yes. I took a painting class with Sebastian Kruger, painter in Germany. This lesson class that he gives for a week. I'm like, I'm going to go do that class. Not to learn how to paint so much. I know I'll be a better director by learning how to paint because it's that another way into creativity. Again, you just want to get better at creativity. So just do as many jobs as you can that you're interested in. If you just do one job, you barely know that job. You have to do all these other ones to kind of inform it. Yes. So I went out there. He doesn't teach me. He just paints. I'll show you the examples before and after. Just by, I thought for sure I did a pre-painting before we went out there. And I was like, crap, I don't know what brushes he's using, the kinds of paints. It's a different method. He must have some trick. I go, and he's painting this amazing picture, photo reel in front of us. But we all can paint alongside. And we're painting these regular brushes you're using, regular brushes. How come I can't do that? I go back and suddenly it's a different painting. I'm going to try one more photo reel. But I showed you this bloody way. It looks like I dropped the brush. I'm like, holy shit. It's because I felt we give myself permission to do it. Because you have the ability, but you're blocking it because you go, I don't know. There's something I don't know. So again, you're just chopping off your own leg. And by being around somebody who's doing it at that level, suddenly you can do it too. It's like breaking the empty. Like as soon as I made mariachi, I would have never done anything like that. Suddenly there's 10, 12, 13 movies made, very low budget because they go, oh, it's possible. Now suddenly you can do it too. And when it's in the room, right near it, it's just a phenomenon that you can just, I don't even help them, not them teaching you anything. Just by being around and seeing how they do it, and seeing they accomplish, and that they're regular people, you're just accomplishing a high level. It just blows your mind. That's really the hardest kind of comedy. Yeah, right.
Conversation last night in Greenville. We were talking about this area of the country that's falling apart, and I was like, comedy is top down. You have to have a bunch of assassins all working together in the same location. They all feed off each other, and then all the people coming up below, they see that. They see these young guys that are coming up. They see these people working really hard and constantly creating and hustling, doing all these different sets, and constantly working on new material. And they get inspired by it. And then you see these guys get Netflix specials, and it's all happening at the club. So this club that we're doing in Austin is all about that process. And we have specifically designed it to have 2 open mic nights, Sunday and Monday. So new people, no experience, get up there. People from all across the country moving here, so they can be a part of the process. There's like a real path to success that you can see. Because guys like Ron White are there, guys like Shane Gillis are there, Tony Hinchcliffe, and these young guys, Derek Post, and all these young guys that are coming up that are really excited. It's really fun. There's like a vibe of creativity that everybody feeds off. I love what you built. You come here, we've been here like 4 years, and you've already built this whole community. Right? Well, the character built itself, man. It's the same thing we were talking about before, instincts. Mm-hmm. First of all, I had the instinct to escape LA. I was like, this is not going to change. It's going to get worse. I got to get the fuck out of here. And Ron had already been here. Ron was here in 2018. And once my family was interested in doing it, it was pretty because I'm one of those guys like I just can just pick up stakes and go. I'm like, okay, life is different now. Let's live in Texas. Like I want that. I like change. I like not having any fucking idea what's gonna happen. I'm excited by that. And so then once we got out here, and my mom's like, we gotta open up the club. Okay, we gotta open up the club. And so then I started looking for locations, and luckily the Ritz was available.
That's right.
And we either had I did under contract for this One World Theater that was owned by that fell apart.
Ritz is cool. Right down there.
Oh, Ritz was a perfect spot. When the Ritz was available, it was like, oh my god, this is it. And then when we walked in, it was still the Alamo, so it was like set up for a movie theater with like those angled slope seating. And then we had to change everything, but I'm like, this is it. And then I started bringing in other comics to help me. I'm like, what would you do? Louis C.K. came and he was like, I think you should make the stage smaller. Make the stage smaller. I think you should make the ceiling lower. Make the ceiling lower. Like so, we were able to do whatever we wanted to do and design the club from scratch, just for comics. And once everybody knew that was happening, it was just moving in that. So it's very nuts. It really was like that, but it was like the universe wanted it to happen. And I say that it sounds so self-important, but
No, that's exactly it. It's just you're stumbling upon
so many things had to happen in this order for it to happen this way. And then you had to have someone who's like me, who's accustomed to just going by instinct. And my whole life, I'm like, fuck it, let's do this. I'm like, that's what I do. And so when this came up, I'm like, okay, well, you're not going to stop doing what you do now. Don't be a pussy. This is what you do. You're going to throw a bunch of money at this thing. Let's make this happen. And tell everybody you're doing it. And call all your friends in LA. Call all your friends in New York. Come on down. We're making this happen.
I tell people that after mariachi, it's like I never thought I could get into the industry because I didn't live in LA, get contacts and all that. So I was going to be the practice scope. But then when he got bought, he was getting released. And one Sundance, like practice scope, I thought I don't have to do anything. I don't even know I'm out there between the airplane flight and FedEx. Less than $300. Right. So for the past 35 years, people are like, why are you living in Austin? I don't understand. It's like, now they're all. But it's because you could just think outside the box here. So I tell people, filmmakers who all thought they need to move to LA, stay where you are. Build up your community around you. We built this amazing community of filmmakers here. All they made were westerns before that. Wow. Suddenly I was making Spy Kids, Sin City, these crazy movies that really changed. The ripple effects of the whole community is huge because you're changing the workforce.
Yes.
And so you just, by doing that thing, and it's like, it isn't like an instinct. It's like it's pre-planned. It's like it's pre-laid out.
Yeah.
I tell my artists, when you come to my house, you're going to feel it. You feel like these connections. And I go, I think we realize we're not that smart. We're not smart enough to predict all that stuff. I think we've lived this life many times before, and we forget a lot of it. So we have a barely impression of what we're supposed to do. But it's because we did it 1,000 times and we forgot it each time. Like a dream when you wake up from a dream. Because you wake up from a dream and you go, I was a filmmaker, I had 5 kids. And that's what it's going to be like when our life is over. You'll wake up and it'll be like your past lifetime just goes away and you can start again. And now you're a fish or something. But I had this thought, wow, what if I wake up and I can barely remember the dream? And that's it. Because it feels like sometimes you feel like you can predict the future, but not like you can predict it. So you recognize it once it happens. Like, oh, yeah, this is right. But how did I never go this way? I didn't do it on purpose. Like you said, I didn't set all the things that needed to fall into place were too coincidental. What is it about? So that's why I'm looking for just follow your instinct. Follow your instinct even if it sounds bonkers. Follow it. And if it fails, keep going because there might be 4 rooms or something. Just keep going.
There really is an important piece of advice too that if you're outside of a hive of like-minded thinking, you could, when you're outside of that, you can think of
Go another way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like high school. You go back to some of the things that leaves high school, goes off to college, he goes off to see the world. They come back to their old hometown and they find their old friends driving the same streets. That's LA.
Yeah.
They're still doing the same shit the same way. And you just went off the reservation.
It's also their opinions are only based on what's popular. It's like you were talking about Pulp Fiction. Yeah. Like before, they're like, what the fuck is this? And then they're like, oh my god,
now we gotta make something like this.
Like that's what it is. Like they don't. Their opinions are bullshit. bullshit. It's like it's all just based on they lick their finger and they find out which way the wind is blowing, and that's how they think, and that's how they are politically. That's how they are socially. And so it's like they're nonsense people, and you got to get away from that.
Get away, just create your own thing.
The problem with comics is that we all got trapped in the velvet prison of television.
Right.
So television's the velvet prison. The real art form is what we do on stage. That's what everybody really loves. Yes.
Okay.
Sitcoms,
It's
game shows.
Back the other way. Some of these comics have such great, like Netflix specials.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Where it's basically them doing stand-up, but they've got a huge audience.
Exactly. Well, what happened was the internet came along, and a bunch of unconventional people became very famous on the internet without the help of Hollywood. People that the Tim Dillons of the world that don't fit into this television box, but when you get them on the internet, they can get buck wild. Like, oh my God, then they have this massive following. Theo Vaughn's, all these different people that have this very unconventional approach that, for whatever reason, wouldn't fit in. So they couldn't host the Tonight Show, but once they get on their own, and now they develop this. Like, there's more arena acts now for stand-up comedy than ever before in the history of comedy. Yeah,
That's amazing.
I mean, not even close. I mean, the only arena act in the 1980s was Andrew Dice Clay.
Right.
So first it was Steve Martin, then it was Andrew Dice Clay. Steve Martin kind of decided that the popularity of it all was so confusing to him that everything that he said was funny, and it didn't make any sense. He didn't feel it. Then he stopped doing comedy. He stopped doing stand-up. Which he had a very different kind of stand-up. Anyway, he played the banjo and he sang songs. So Dice comes along, and Dice Clay is selling out arenas. It's like the first comedian ever to do that. And then later in the 2000s, it was Dane Cook, because Dane Cook figured out how to use MySpace and developed this gigantic following online. Same kind of thing. And so then, by the time the pandemic hit, I was like, we don't need to be in LA. Right? We're not going to be on TV. The only reason why we're in LA is the Comedy Store, and the Comedy Store is closed for the next fucking year and a half because these idiots that run the city. And we came to Texas. And once we were out here, I was like, oh, this is so much better. Because now, instead of being around these Hollywood people that don't really have opinions, they just go whatever way the breeze is going. Now you're hanging out with regular folks.
Yeah.
Like regular people. People that are cops and firemen and auto repair guys. You're just humans. So all the people I interact with are just normal humans. So I was like, oh,
So like we're any filmmakers.
yeah, so like that. It's infinitely better. Twice. Honestly, you get a lot more done. I was crazy. So I have 2 movies out a year. I've been making this so fast because I just had a studio where it's like, there also has to be something cool feeling about like doing it on your own, away from
way better.
Yeah.
That's why it's like I try to create original franchises. Because you go direct, go to the James Bond, you want to James Bond director. But if you create your own franchise, it feels so much better.
Right.
If that's successful, someone says, wow, I really think you go, oh, I did that voice. So it's not really not the same as it. That's you, oh my God, I grew up with it. It's like, oh yeah, it's a whole new movie. It's much more gratifying. And yeah, do the right thing.
One movie that seemed like we did a franchise is Alita.
Oh yeah, we want to do another one. For sure. The graphic novels.
Yeah.
You gotta come to my studio.
I want to go.
That city is still in my parking lot.
Really?
20-foot ceilings, 7 streets. It's like the largest standing set in the country.
Can I go Friday?
Friday. You're not gonna believe this. And you're gonna go like, okay, so I'm putting you in a movie. Okay. He's talking about what you just said about how people are different here. We started a new label. Like the label I gave myself, I'm an athlete. When you create a label, it's a business thing too. It gives the label is a filter. So I'm doing an action slate. So that already you get a bunch of ideas. It's just action. An action slate of 4 pictures. It's called Brass Knuckle Films. And you're going to be the first one. I'm going to direct the first one. I've already got it. I'll show you. It's a great part. You're going to come to the studio and I'll tell you about it. Okay. But Brass Knuckle Films is cool because it's the first time it's an investable film slate. So fans can invest in the movie. They get perks and stuff, but it's not crowdsourcing or crowdfunding. Like you can get killed in the movie if you put in a certain amount of investment. But what's cool about it, I just want the audience to win. Because the audience is an afterthought. Like I say, you go to the studios and the people in Hollywood, people are going to watch movies. And then you meet the real audience, and they're so into it. They're so behind it. It's like, where's your cut of it? studios only show up to an audience at the end when they want you to go get your friends to come spend money on their overpriced movies. So I'm going to do this thing where even at $250, the lowest level, you put into this thing any of the 4 movies, one of which I'm going to direct for sure, produce all of them, try and make them keep the cost down as they go to profit center. Any one of his movies' success, you share that success all the way through sequels. And for even $250, anyone puts money in, you get to have that proximity effect because we have the whole group together.
That's such a great idea.
And everybody gets to pitch their action movie idea. And I'm committed to making at least one of the movies in the slate from fan investors' ideas. So not only will you be an investor, but you'll be a creator. So we're almost already topped out. We're going to hit we still have 20 days left. And it's going to surge again. We're going to raise like 1.5 million for development funds. And we're almost at $1 million already. 22 days left. So I'm telling everybody who's listening, come in at the lowest level. Just be part of our community because people who come here get proximity.
And the lowest level is $5.
$250. Which, you make that back on success of any of the movies.
That's awesome.
And it just hedges your bets. And it's just action because there's always an appetite for action. Like if you ask Netflix right now, what kind of movies do they need? They say action. Go have enough action.
Oh, sure.
And internationally, so we're going to make the thing that people always buy. They're also really fun to make, and you're going to be perfect.
I want to bring you back to Frisetta.
Oh, yeah.
This is the thing that I wanted to pitch this to Quentin, but maybe I can pitch this to you. Sure. Somebody needs to make a real Conan the Barbarian. Yeah. A real Conan the Barbarian that's like the Robert Howard books. Yeah. The real Conan. Because the Arnold ones are great, they're fun, and Momoa, I think, is the best Conan of all time. Because he was the guy, what was his name in Game of Thrones? I don't remember yet. Drago. Yeah. He's the most realistic of all Conans. That's what Conan's supposed to look like. He didn't look like a bodybuilder. He looked like a fucking super fit assassin. Yeah. Just a sword mouse. Yeah. But the books are awesome. They're fucking awesome.
It's right up your alley. It's about the barbarian is actually the one who's got code.
Yeah.
Yeah. And all the people are the ones that are like crooked and shit. Yeah. It's just so classic.
And the barbarians.
That guy was from Texas. The guy in Rabbi.
Yep. From Texas. Outside Dallas.
Back where I have a house where he made all these movies. It's in the land that he looked over and saw that Samaria. That's where Conan's from. So I always felt this connection. I wanted to do Conan. So I almost did a Conan. I even wrote Jim Cameron into what he did. Really? We were going to do kind of like what we did with Alita. I said, dude, let's do Conan movie and we'll make it look like the paintings. Technology wasn't there yet. And I ended up doing Sin City instead. I'd already written, there's going to be 3 movies. So it's just different occupations. It's kind of built like the James Bond series, where you follow what is different. So it starts with him as a thief. Just like I release him as a buccaneer mercenary. And the third one is when he becomes king. So the actor can grow with the role. You took Daniel Craig and started to see by the end he's no type of guy. You got to get an actor who does the whole journey. So I had a whole trilogy.
Let's go.
I know.
Let's go.
Netflix had it. I went to them and they let the bright snaps. Like they have too much. Sometimes it's too much baggage for a character.
Dude, let me call them. Right, let me get on the phone with Ted Sarandos right after this. Can you pull up Frisetta, Conan the Usurper?
It's probably a painting called Chains. Is that the one with Chains?
I don't.
Was it the one where
there's a bunch of
we named them different than the books because of the copyright issue. So everyone's on the cover. You'll find the cover of it, but the painting itself might be different.
If you just pull up Frisetta Conan, because he did a bunch of them.
You're gonna love this.
There you go.
Chain, Barbarian,
Manny. The one when he's standing over the bodies with the sword.
That's the one. So
I remember seeing that when I was a kid, because I was always into graphic novels and I was into comic books. And I saw that when I was a kid at a comic book store. I was probably like 11 years old. I was like, holy shit. That is the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
And it's still coming. It's a very triangular way of composing that tells the story. The posters should still look like this.
That fucking.
Look at the one with the snake. Again, you see the triangular design. The snake theory of why his art is the way it is. And you know, I think that, can I tell you?
Really?
Okay. So when I first you get to Hollywood, right? So I'm just this kid who's an artist. You get to Hollywood, first thing you want to do is work with all your heroes. So Dust Till Dawn, I said, I want to work with Frazetta. Because he used to do some movie posters like The Gauntlet. Clint Eastwood, that Gauntlet. What he did. Look up The Gauntlet, Clint Eastwood, Frazetta. And so I called him and he said, yeah, I'll do it. In fact, when I showed him the movie, he goes, where'd you find this gal? And I said, yeah, that was Frazetta. Yeah, wow. So I wanted to get that for Dust Till Dawn. Right? So he said, where'd you find this gal? I said, I wish I had a gal like that. Like, she's based on all your paintings. Oh, the girl that's always in your paintings, I mean, it's not really dressed like that. Because if Frazetta, come to life. He goes, oh, that's all you need, of course. I go, well, you had to draw the other actors. So if you come to the house, you see the painting. It was the year he got his first stroke. So it took him, by the time I got the painting, he'd already made the posters. We thought, okay, it's not going to come. And then it showed up in the last minute. But we gave it away at other bookstores. But it's really cool. And at the bottom of the painting, there's some of the actors. He didn't paint hard, we could tell. He was like, the other actors quit. And instead of vampires, he just did his monkey boots. It's really cool. It's really cool. But I got to know him when I got to visit his studio. Again, that's some of the mindset. And I didn't realize he had it. They're in all of the originals. I see all the dudes on the. Wow. He had all those originals in this, next to his house in his museum. Like all of those that you were just looking at. They were all there. I didn't realize as an illustrative artist, sometimes you don't own your own material. He made it a point to own the originals. So like the ones you just were salivating over, those were in my house. Wow. I wish I knew 7 years ago. This kid's,
oh my God.
This kid's so passionate about art. His granddaughter Sarah, she has presented girls. There's some always, bringing up his legacy.
Yeah, there's that
keeping it alive. So cool. But I really wanted to go do like a Conan type movie. John Carter, I wanted to do one based on Fire and Ice, which is the only one he actually was an animated film. Thought, well, maybe if Conan's been used too much, let's do Fire and Ice as a movie because he worked on it as an animated. Let's just make his. I just want his paintings to move like I had Frank Miller's art. Yeah, Frazetta's paintings to move because he was transporting us to another world that we all recognize.
If you could make that Conan with a sword
like that,
yeah. Go back to that photo again, Jeremy. That with the sword.
It's called the Barbarian.
It's you could say that Conan's been done to me. Another one with the sword. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, they've never seen it like that.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's like,
look, that's not a guy that's just like been in the gym.
Right.
He looks like
he's been swinging a sword and cutting off
that analogy. You would do that. That's
why
I got Jim interested. It's
covered in scars.
Like that.
Yeah.
It's like a made up even anatomy in a way.
The books were so fucking good then. Even though Conan's been done a bunch of times, it hasn't been done right.
Correctly.
No, it hasn't been done like the books, and it's so right. Like,
and because it was done that way first, like with Arnold in it, people just figure, oh, we'll just hire a bodybuilder to be a barbarian type of character from then on. But to do it really like that, he's more like a James Bond character.
Yes.
And he's really fucking smart.
Yes.
It's just no, but I got to meet Frazetta. So keep that up for a second. So I went to his. We talked about his paintings and how he did it. I got to right now how he did this. But when I went and saw the originals, like holy shit, he had all the originals. How did you make me? And he really loved to live life. He would play golf, he would play baseball. He did an assignment, and he'd wait to the last minute and go and paint it. So what happens when you wait to the last minute? You have to just open up the pipe and let it through, right?
Yeah.
That's what we all know. This place, collectively, Jim Cameron, Del Toro, George Miller, John Favreau. You see these originals, because when you see them in person, it blows your mind. It feels like you're being transported. I think because he did it at the last minute, they just came from the universe. Because that's what people relate to. People just buy these paperbacks for the art.
Yes.
This Conan was created in the 30s.
Yeah.
Books came out in the 60s.
Right.
They didn't come a big hit until these books came out because of the art.
Exactly.
And then when you read the stories were really great. But they got him for the art.
100%.
He was showing me his layout of paintings in 2 days. 1 day. 3 days. Wow. 4 days. 2 days. I was like, oh,
just locked in.
Just locked in. And it's just coming out. Because he had to, his wife had said, yeah, his paint was still wet when I was taking it to the kitchen. Because he would wait till the last minute. But these masterpieces would come out. And I just was really inspired by him. So when he passed away, his kids said, "What should we do with the art?" So let's make a movie based on the art.
Who's got this now?
So different. They've sold some of them, but the kid, like if you go to Frank Jr. Frank Jr. still has a museum. He still has a lot of the masterworks. Each kid has some of the masterworks, and they're all great. And keeping his legacy going. And I want to make a movie about it just to get his name back up. We're all inspired by it.
Oh, so
it was so cool.
How did he find out about those books?
I think it was just an assignment, and he would barely read the book. He would just do his own thing.
So they start putting the books out, more mass publishing in the 1960s. Yeah. So he does these illustrations, he does the paintings.
He's flying off the shelves.
Because of the paintings.
Wow. Those paintings and those books, no matter the best art book today, when you see the original, it cannot capture what the original is. You'll be blown away. You guys have like 14 different things to get it. Especially as an illustrator,
we have one of the prints. Go back to those images. The one that we have, Jamie, with him with the giant gorilla.
Yeah,
we have one of those where he's fighting the gorilla. He's on his back. He's got a red cape.
That's called Manning.
That's right.
Just pan over to the left, and it's on the left side. There it is.
That's it.
That was in my house.
Oh, okay, so the real one.
We have
that out.
The kids said, "Hey, fucking that is." The kids said, "Can you take our paintings for us and show them for people because hurricane season's coming. They live in Florida, and we don't want anything to have their insurance, but they can be gone.
Oh my God!
Can you take it?" I was like, "Yeah, I'll take it to my house." So for a year and a half, I had these, like the barbarian one you were just over the store standing. I had that one.
Oh my God!
So I would have everyone who came to South by Southwest who was just in town. They'd come to my house and make pizza, and we would just stare and drool over the presentation.
Those inspired me so much as a kid to be an illustrator.
Yeah.
The Frazetta paintings and some of the drawings, the graphic novels that people have made of these inspired me so much.
It's dream imagery.
Like,
dream is fantasy.
Your fantasy.
These two recognized.
Yes. And every young kid wants, I wish I was kind of.
Yeah, you're a skinny little kid, and you go like, "Is that what I'm going to be?" You're 11. I wish I had that. So extreme. Yeah. And then, so I don't know if you remember these books. They were based on this comics. They were based on the books. They would just translate the books. There was a comics code. So the Conan the Barbarian comic had to follow the code. And there's a black and white magazine called Savage Sword of Clothing.
Oh, I read those.
It didn't have to follow the code.
Right.
That's why people would get killed. And they would just, and every time we just like take the book and put the book in several chapters.
Yeah, they were brutal.
They're really great. Yeah, that's what I grew up without, drawing out of that, learning how to draw anatomy from the Conan.
The Marvel comics were fun, but they were.
This was still under Marvel, but it wasn't under code because it was considered a magazine.
That's what I'm saying. So the Marvel comics were fun, but they weren't.
Right. They were brutal because they had a comics code.
Yeah.
Their comic sites. By doing a magazine.
Yes.
They got around.
See if you can find the Savage
Sword of Savage Sword of Clothing.
There it is.
Yeah, the one where he's nailed to the cross. That's Boris Vian. This is a great Frazetta story.
Another one.
He came out later in the 70s. This is a great Frazetta story. Several of his paintings, when you see them, they're not very big a lot of times because they were from paperbacks. So they didn't have to be that big. But then there were some, like in the early 70s, that were big. Civil Warrior, Fierce Core. And I asked Frazetta, I said, what was this here right here? All these were in the 60s. What's these four bigger ones you did? Bigger ones that for you? Oh, there was washed out. That was finished. It's because, of course, when the was coming out, they're like, "Oh, he's the new Frazetta." So I do 1, 2, 3, 4 beauties. Shut him up. Shut them all up.
Pull up Boris Vallejo Conan. Because Boris had a different style. It was like a little more.
And also, you could feel
sexual or something.
I love that. But you could almost feel the model there. You could almost see that there was a model.
Well, it was very cool, but it came different feeling. Instead, it was more raw.
Very raw.
Boris Vallejo. It was great.
He's doing it from that style.
Yes.
I mean, Frazetta was the Jimmy Page of artists. Everybody
right.
So everyone you couldn't unsee Frazetta's work when you were doing.
I mean, this is Manny.
Yeah, this is Manny.
He's doing Manny, but a different version of it. Even I drew a lot of things that were like that, like a different version of Frazetta stuff. Everybody did. But yeah, I was more of a Frazetta guy than a Force Vallejo guy. And I loved it. It was great. I was happy that
There's several. Like the one where he's crucified on the cross.
That's what I know.
That was pretty good. From the far bottom left, it's the first issue of Savage Sword. That was yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But it doesn't come close to.
No, it's just Frazetta just has it was more.
I think it's because of that process. Just the way he did it.
Yes.
There's some magic to it. And I'll show you a couple things while you're just in person. But the in-person thing really is how much even the best books cannot capture the art as it exists. I saw your gym. Your gym is awesome. I thought I had the best gym. You got a great gym. But I got one thing you don't have. You guys don't see.
What?
I don't have mirrors.
You don't have mirrors on purpose?
It's because I just have the original Juice Struzan painting for the first blood Stallone.
Oh, wow.
Because it's got glass over it. You can kind of see yourself in it, but I just stand in front and I go, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. That's why mirrors are good for just say for form. I can kind of see the form, but that's my mirror. It's the Stallone thing. And that's one. See, like that one. But it doesn't capture the painting at all. And you use visual copy of it. Like, look at the original poster of it. It has the writing on it. The way they printed it was like, look at that thing. So when you see the original one, you're like, oh my god, this looks fine on it. And that still doesn't capture it. But it's closer than the original.
But there's something about seeing the actual physical.
When you see the real thing, it's so inspiring. And then you see the physique that he has, you're just like, okay, I'm going to work hard. But that's in my dream, so you got to answer that.
I've got a photo of Alexander Corella out there, so that's my photo to remind me every day what a pussy I am. He's Alexander Corella, who's like the greatest Olympic wrestler ever come out of Russia. There's a photo that should pull up the photo. He was a freak. They called him the Science Project because his parents were like 5'5", and he was like 6'2", 300 pounds, and he was built like a panther. Look at that. That's him. Oh, that's the picture. That picture up in the gym. That's my inspiration. Every day to work out. And he was just such a fucking physical freak. And it's just that particular image, that intensity. If I'm ever tired, I open that image. What's your I work at a gym. Basically, first thing. Occasionally, I feel like I need a day off. I take a day off. But yeah, first thing. Yeah, that's the thing. Get up, get going, get happy. Well, it's like you said, when you decide I'm an athlete, I sort of decide I'm this person who gets up and gets in the cold plunge first thing in the morning. Right? I'm this person who does these 2.5-hour workouts and gets in the sauna. That's what I do. I do it every day.
I do the same. That's my inspiration. Like, so I don't have a trainer, but I'll look at, like, I like to see what they do with their routines. So I adopt some. I saw Josh Brolin shape for the step. I was like, dude, that's not. Well, you should work out. He tells me, oh, sent me a PDF of his whole workout routine that trains. It's intense. It's like, okay, if I do 1/4 of this, I'll have a quarter of this results. I'm fine with it because I don't get out of the shit to do anything. So I would be in and out of there. So you don't have to commit all the way to therapy. As long as you're doing something, you're getting up and you're working out, and you're doing it very strategically. You still have a lot of time. So you get a lot done. You get a lot done. Yeah, if I experiment train or something, then 3 minutes in between each one, you get work done.
You start. In fact, there's a study that just came out recently that showed that you get more results from 1 set of failure than you do with 3 sets.
Yeah.
Then you get
them just keep holding the bar after I was done, just like for 10 more seconds.
Yeah, there was some studies. You can find this. It was a very recent study. It was very counterintuitive because a lot of people think more work, better results. Right. But in this study, they were showing that they got more strength gains and more muscle recruitment in 1 hard set to failure.
It's a lot of counterintuitive stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I tried it. Much more than the routine. You're going to try it.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going to work for you. There's no one right way to do anything. So I try to use the other parts and adopt it. I had this funny Stallone once. You ever had Stallone on the show?
No.
Great. My best interview on the director's choice is the most one that any layman can identify with. Like, I really is watching this. His story is unbelievable. It's really funny. And
I interviewed him UFC.
He called me from something else. He's like, I could felt you. What's his name? Yeah, last my friend goes, oh no, it's too short notice because it was last minute replacement, and I need to get in shape. Okay, it makes sense. But it's not a physics role. You just want to know about it. I want to be how long we're going to be in shape, so I have to get in shape. And I don't understand. Just got to shoot a week. So I go flying. He said, I figured it's not going to understand. Yeah, he has to get in shape. Get in shape. Get in shape. You don't get in shape. Stay in shape. Yeah, that makes sense.
Gotta stay in shape. Of Stallone walking around Malibu looking like he's 9 months pregnant. You see that photo?
No.
I don't get that from him.
It's probably for Dr. Pop.
No, it was like within the last
70.
no excuses.
So excuse
Stay in shape.
Stay in shape.
Yeah.
That dude, such great because I watched the Rocky movie. What was last time I saw Rocky?
Yeah, here it is. Study finds higher training volume increases size, not strength. Oh, this is no, this is in May of 2024. It was very recently. It was about one set. Doing one set to failure shows strength and muscle recruitment benefits over 3 sets.
Yeah, so I don't know when the last time I saw Rocky.
Yeah, here it is. New research says you could build strength and muscle with single set training. No, this isn't it either. It might be December 2024. It might be it. So just one hard set for exercise delivers impressive results. Yeah.
And now,
They were saying it actually works better. So this is another thing. I read it just a couple of days ago. It doesn't matter. We get it. But that is also very counterintuitive.
Yeah.
Because most people think, oh, it's all about the expense. I do a lot of different exercises in one. I do full body workouts almost entirely. Very rare. Unless one day a week I do heavy leg stuff or just legs. Because some of the muscles of the legs, I don't, when I make sure that I'm doing that, it takes too much time because I'm doing leg curls, leg presses, and lunges, and it's like I can't do other stuff too. But I like working out by myself. Yeah, without a trainer, it's time to think.
Yeah, it's time to
know what that voice is. Yes.
Yeah, and working the body, but you get ideas. I think people there write down ideas.
Oh no.
Did you see the? I was watching the Rocky movies again. And I was like, watch the first one, showed to her, and I just loved it. I said, yeah, watch the second one. Watch the second one. The next time I watched the third one, finally we got to the fourth one. Okay, I was going to go excellent. Dude, it's just the that characters do the different eras thing. You need to go back to directing because I worked with them, done a bunch of movies on the 90s, and it was totally watching this work. I said, you got to go back to directing. No one was at your level. Directing yourself, getting career best out of your other actors, on your roster, not just the star, but the franchise, and being in insane shape back then, which was way before anyone knew anything about training. You were probably in the gym much longer than you needed to be. It's like, very specific. I was like, you probably were way overtrained because people didn't know. There was science to it back then. Right. And getting all that work done. So how can we work with another director? They know, okay, there's a point out there. You got to go back to directing. Because you can't argue with yourself. He's like, well, we did this movie together. It was his biggest opening ever. It's like his TV. 2 years later, a year later, he goes, I'm writing another Rocky. And that was that new Rocky. He hadn't directed in 22 years. Whoa. He went back to directing the another Rocky, another Rambo, and then a whole new franchise. Expendables. Crazy. Like, it's a crazy.
Did stunts and Expendables.
Crazy. But because he went back, sometimes that's the key to success. Yeah, it's late 60s. So yeah, he's doing his own stunts. It's harder to go do it yourself, but you can't argue with the results. Look at the results you got there. So I'm glad he went back to it. It inspires all those. So it's good. I'm sure you've done that. Someone that really inspires you. You don't know who your heroes that you have to inspire back in some way. And then you're just like, oh my God, they inspired me so I could be here for them when they needed to hear that go on. But it's like all part of the universe and that creativity. You're one of those whispers in their ear. Another one, because he inspired me so many times, was I started working with kids, it's very counterintuitive. Like, I don't know if you work with your kids or whatever plan works with your kids, but I would say to anybody, if you have an opportunity to work with your kids, take it. So I was like, when I turned 50, I thought, I guess I could keep making movies. It's been good to me. I guess I could just make more movies. I was way into it, when I was younger. It's been good to me. I bet there might be another job I could take that, with the knowledge I have, I could probably make just as much money or something. I don't even know what jobs exist. I got this job when I was 21. So I got jobs for dummies. And so I was like, jobs were, I want that job, I want that job. And then I get to filmmaker. There's a little icon in the back of his hands like this. And it says, this is the best job. Just make movies with your friends, sit back, watch the money roll in. But 99% of folks students can't get this job, so give it up. So I actually got the best job. So I was stick with it. But that still wasn't enough desire until I made that $7,000 movie with my kids. And we got so into it, and I realized that's my next 10 years. I'm going to work with my kids. I'm going to make them all work on movies. Because it's not about making it like this. It's a huge project that you have to, I don't know how you're going to get through even the day, much less the project. But that's life. It's like, I felt so good afterwards saying, you know the process now. I get hit by a bus, you guys are going to be fine. So it's just like the movies. The story of life is just like the stories we make up. You go get your plan together, which is kind of like your script. You attack it, try to make it as bulletproof as possible. Go for your goal, whether it's building a comedy club or whatever. Watch it all fucking fall apart. And then that's when you roll up your sleeves, turn chicken shit to chicken salad. The finished result's way better than your original vision. Watch Roof Repeat, that's life. It's a microcosm of how life works. I made them work on movies. And I did this manifesting thing. My son said, well, I'd like to do a VR movie. So let's make a company together. We'll call it Double R. You all have Double R names. Double R Company. Watch, I'm going to show you how this works. So I did this with Brass Knuckle Films, which is creating the label. Double R, that'll be our logo. I made t-shirts and little notepads, and they got way into it. Because now that we have a company, you have to do stuff to build a company. So we'll call it VR Company and say, y'all need us some headsets. Give us some money to make a movie. We'll make you a movie. We did one with Michelle Rodriguez and Roman Reedus called The Limit. That had they made us a big Double R logo in the front. That was like March. Later that year, we made that $7,000 movie. That also had the double R logo. Then it went to Netflix and they said, could you make this a Spy Kids type thing that always gets voted? I thought, okay, I kind of came up with it in the room. I thought, little kid superheroes, just the same for superhero movies. That's what we can be doing. It's another Double R movie. My kids wrote it with me. It's the most watched and rewatched movie Netflix history. Nothing can touch it. Kids cannot stop watching these little kid superheroes. Nobody's ever done that before. And my kids are like, Dad, you really worked this thing. And I was like, shit, better than I thought. I was just making an example. But that's how it happens, right? Like, it's not predestined, but also you're like, let me just show you how it works. And you're going to show someone an example, and that becomes your bread and butter. And so I just tell people, if you have an opportunity to work with your kids, you're mentoring them. They're mentoring you because they're the age I was when I was making Mario this product. They got so many great ideas. And you're taking on this big project that's teaching them about life. Because you're both in the same boat. You both know what it's going to take. And it's family time. You're like checking all the boxes. And I was telling this to Sly, I was so excited back in 2019. And his wife Jennifer was like, you don't work with your daughters. She said, you don't work with your daughters. And I was like, oh shit, maybe I should dial this story back. I'm so evangelical about it, but I get people in trouble. But they couldn't get married. And the next year, the daughters went on started a podcast. We would show up once in a while to like get grades up. Now they have a TV show, second season. Families still up. They're all working together. They're all living the best life. So I tell anybody, listen, because it's something I stumbled upon. So be counterintuitive. Because you think, oh, but the kids is that like privilege or whatever. So I tell you this: what happens when we die? Don't you just give everything that you created over your life to your kids because they have the last name? You weren't a part of it. If you have a chance to work with them and build it with them, you have that next level mentorship relationship. Don't just parent, because after a while, once they're in the teens, they don't really get you. Chip out over them. Partner with them. Become their mentor, their OB1, and they mentor you. It gives them such a boost of confidence when they teach you some shit. And you'll have that next level experience. That way, when you pass on, you get this stuff. You go, yeah, I did this. That's great. So I tell people,
Especially but
depends on what you got. Well, find your version of, like not everybody can decide what you do. You have an opportunity to do it.
So like this thing that you were saying about jobs for dumb, it's 99% of people are not going to be able to do this. Well, that's the thing. It's like yeah, but it's possible.
It is possible.
And part of the 99% not going to do it because they don't know anybody who's done it.
Right.
That's part of the problem, right?
And
And once you see, like, oh, look how he did this. He just did. I think I could. You told me how you made El Mariachi. I think it can be done.
That wasn't taught in film school. That was completely, again, they don't teach you that. They teach you how to do one job so that you can go, okay, someone else's movie. My thing was like, be the owner, be the creator, be everything. You cut the line. It's only you at the film festival.
But no one had really done that.
Nobody had done that before. It was the first time. That's why even when I was doing it, I was like, I kind of have the idea this can do it because I did that short film and I'm doing the math, but somebody must have done this already. Even when the studio, in the book, it shows, even when the studios were flying me up because they saw Mariachi wanting to do a deal with me, I never heard anyone get the business like this. This must happen all the time when they find some filmmaker, student, they wine and dine him, and then you never hear from him again because I've never heard a story like this, and I was the first one. That's why. It was really crazy. And I didn't even want them to release it. I didn't want them to release it because it was my practice film. I just threw it away. They said,
wasn't everything one take?
One take because I was shooting on film. And if I shot 2 takes of everything, I doubled my budget. Because most of the money went to the film. I wrote the script around everything I already had, so I wouldn't have to buy anything. So it's like, well, what do we have? We took stock of what we have. This is a lesson for life. Like, if you think you can't do anything, look around you. You've got a lot of resources. It's about being resourceful. We have a turtle we found. We have a dog. We've got a ranch. Your brother-in-law has a school line, a bus line. You borrow one of the buses. When you see what we do with a bus, it crashes into it. That's a bar. Let's ride everything around that. So we just have that. And if I shoot 2 takes, double the budget. How about I shoot 1 take of everything? I know not everything's going to come out, so I'm doing everything myself. I'm pulling focus. I might meter it wrong. Who knows? But I don't want to shoot a safety take where it's going to double the budget. I'll go home after I finish shooting my whole movie. I'll see what stuff didn't come out, and I'll just reshoot that. Of course, you get it all here. Back to Mexico, reshoot anything. I'll just figure out a way to edit around all the stuff that didn't come out. Not everything came out. But, yeah, it was really just following your notes, and I didn't know if it was going to work. Somebody must have thought to do this already, but no one had ever done that before, because it's so counterintuitive. You're told, but that's how movies started. You think back in the old days, Charlie Chaplin and a guy behind the camera doing this. They didn't have 200 people. It turned into a business. Just like with comedy, it turns into a business where you think, that's the art form. That's not the art form. That's the business of the art form. The original art form is you by yourself doing it. This is how by myself I was. It was like, you've got one guy here now, right? I have one camera and I have the sound. And I can't do it at the same time. Because the camera sounds like this. Really noisy. And it sounds like all your money's going on. I had no slates. I would just go, run. Guys, that's ready. Stop filming. Cut. Like I would just shoot my little pieces like this much. After I would do a whole scene, one take. Put the camera down. Get the microphone really close to it like that. Okay, so now your lines again. Pick up the glass again. Do all that stuff again. Wow! I mean by hand. So because they're not in my hand, they're trying to sink it to the mouth. So when they're not, because they're not actors. A lot of times, like for people to just say, wait, so you cut it by hand and it would match. Right? Yeah. And if it didn't match, I would cut away to the dog or to the knife, the other person. That's why it's got a really fast cutting style. It's became my cutting style. It's just to get it back in sync because I didn't want it to make like a low budget, rubbery lip thing. But if you watch it, you see them in sync. Every time they're on the screen, they're in sync. But then as they start to go out of sync, it cuts back. But it's just about being resourceful. But it saved me a ton of money doing it that way.
And it made it actually interesting to watch. It makes it more interesting to watch. Yeah.
Oh, so anyway, originally, I didn't have any ideas. I was going to make 3 of these movies before making my serious American independent film. But my first movie, I gave it to an agent in Los Angeles. He said, I get you work off this right now. It's a writer-director. Writer? Not a writer. I guess I need to be a writer. Again, I didn't know how to own stuff. So you just got to say you're a writer. I thought, well, I didn't even read the movie. I didn't consider myself a writer. That's the shit we do to ourselves, right? So I said, okay, so we sent it around. All these studios were flying me out. It's in the book. It's crazy how fast it happens. They're offering me these deals because they saw that I went to do something. That's why you just got to go make something. Because people sometimes are so impressed that you did it. Most people never start. And And they went, wow. And I thought, it's actually a good calling right now. If you like the cinematography, I did that. Hire me as a cameraman. If you like the editing, I did that. Hire me as an editor. They hired me as a writer. And they said, what movie do you want to do? So this all happened so fast. I didn't really have a chance to think about it. I was going to do 3 of these practice films and then make a real one. So and she's like, Margaret, she why don't we remake that? So it's like Antonio Banderas. Okay. But that's not like the girl does. We would screen this version that you had down to the audience. So screen it to the audience, and they liked it the way it was. So they said, we're going to take this to some film festivals. I was like, no, don't show this movie. It's my practice movie. Literally, no one's supposed to see this film. You got something really special. I said, no, dude, I'm telling you, I can do much better than that. Give me $2,000, I'll go reshoot half of it, just knowing that people are going to see it now completely differently. And you got something, you're smart enough right there. So you got something really special there. I'm taking customers. And we want Sundays. Because I made it for myself. There's a real lesson in that. Like, if I was trying to think about what all the audience was going to want to see, I would have changed so many things. But because I knew no one was going to see it, it's probably the only movie in history ever made where people were guaranteed not to see it. Just by the title, I would see it. I didn't want anybody to see it. I wanted to just throw it my practice. I figured maybe the third one might be the better one. You know, like that advice, throw 3 scripts away and you do a 4th. Well, I'm going to throw 3 movies away. So by the 4th time, I'm so savvy, know how to film and do all these things. This first practice was not going to be it. That's the one that's going to be it. Wow. So commit to a body of work. Throw shit away. Don't be precious about it. Just go make it. Don't blink when people criticize it. And just keep going. Make it money. That's it. That's the secret. That's the secret to life too. Just keep trying to make it the best.
That is phenomenal advice. And coming from a person like you who's accomplished so much, it's so resonant.
That's why I accomplished it. By doing those things with everybody. It's not because I'm not that smart. It's not that smart. Just follow your instinct, like you did. When you follow your instinct, you let the universe do all the talking. So that sounds wonky, but I just call it that because it is from somewhere place. And you're just an instrument. You're just a pipe. Yes, the soul that fits in your body, and you realize that when you have kids. I don't know if you had that experience. As soon as I had my first kid, I was like, this isn't my kid. You can just tell it's not my kid. I mean, it has physical characteristics, maybe mannerisms, I walk. But there's another soul in me that's from some other place. And each one is so different. You have 5 kids, not from 9 siblings. They're from different planets. Right. And so you realize that the soul is on a communication level with some of the things that our human bodies are just very primitive to do. So when we get a voice, we can't tell if it's got nerves, if it's our own mind, or if it's just, because it all sounds like fucking Morse code. Because the brain is so primitive. It's a 3-pound meat computer, so I can't remember shit. It's like we're limited by the body our soul got put into. Just like we'd be limited if we were put in the fish. Because they got even smaller brain, you know, that's why a lot of people say you have to learn how to get out of your own way. Because you think I'm so limited. Yeah. But you actually, also maybe you don't, and maybe you're cocky, which is equally bad. Yeah, because that's getting your own way in a different way. Yeah. It's a false where you think I can do anything because I'm just so cool. But it's like, no, you can do anything because you're just a type. Be that, and then you'll see much more fall out. You'll see things just falling into your lap. Yeah, don't think about you at all. Yeah, get you out of it. You have to be very humble. It's a very humbling thing. The more humble you are, the more shit happens. Not just for you, but everyone around you. Being creative. I figured this out like 1 year. There's a book called One Thing, a business book called One Thing. Like, do one thing and just do that well. Oh yeah, that book's not for me. You know, doing this talk, when they introduced me and said, Robert, he's writer, director, editor, composer, just one list of all the jobs I do. Wow. I get tired just hearing that list. And I keep seeing that book, One Thing, and I thought, at first I thought, that's not me. And I realized, you know what? I don't just do all these things. There's one thing I really do that ties all this together. When you think about it, I do one thing, and it's I live a creative life. When you commit to living a creative life, like literally applying creativity, everything you do, your workout, how you interact with your kids, the meal you cook, what you're going to do that night, a business call you take, be creative. I love my business meetings now the most. I make people pizza, I make them my chocolate, we talk about creativity, and they want to be in business meetings. It's like so good because you're adding creativity. It enriches your life and everyone around you. And that way, anything that touches creativity, painting, drawing, sculpture, music, is available to you because 90% of that job is just being creative. And if you're doing it all day, you're always going to be afloat. If you don't embrace that and you go about your daily life and you don't apply creativity, well, when you go home at night to write your novel or something, you're going to get blocked. But you're not going to be afloat. But if you've just been applying creativity all day long to everything, I'm going to do this talk creatively. I'm going to bring some parts. I'm going to do this. If you're applying creativity, you're always in a flow. So when you go back to your main job, you've already been doing it. And you're living your best life. I found I was most successful, happiest, and most fulfilled. So why not just do that 24/7? It's been a life changer. It's going to do that next 15 years with consciousness. Like consciously say, because people don't like to say they're creative. Like when they ask, "Are you creative?" The next thing you know, yeah, like stuff like this. Like, so people think being an artist is you have to have the mustache and the hat. It's like, no, artists are regular people, and regular people are flawed. And that's why you relate to something that they do, because it's flawed. If you made it perfect, you could relate to it. Yeah. And if you think of it that way, you go, why flawed stuff? I can do that all day long. And then that gets out of your way. Because then somebody comes to you and goes, oh, that part was exploded. Oh, well, that was an accident because I didn't get what I really wanted. And I had to make this work, and that was an accident. They like those accidents. They respond to those accidents in a big way because they're from another universe. They're the part of magic. The part you didn't know, the part you couldn't have predicted. And so you set up, I purposely make my budgets smaller and my shooting schedules shorter so that those more of that stuff happens. Because that's the stuff people will relate to, and it gives you complete creative freedom. Like, you have a lot of creative freedom here. I'm part of the director who's worked the most outcast, ostracized, or people who are considered difficult to any other filmmaker, mainly because I'm independent. I don't have to listen to a studio if they're like, we can't do that. So, like, Mel Gibson couldn't get a job after I hired him. Obviously, I was a big fan of his. I always like creativity first and talent first. Bullshit controversy. And not even just it's not even considered. Then I get to work with these amazing people: Steven Seagal, Charlie Sheen, Lindsay Lohan. And people who are considered difficult are like Michael Parks. I got this from Quinn. Michael Parks was in Dustin Hoffman's The Sheriff at the beginning, the Texas Ranger. Quinn said, "Man, I love this guy, Michael Parks. He was going to be the next James Dean. He had a show on TV in the '70s called Then King Bronson." Then he kind of got difficult for people to work with him, so he was relegated to these low budget grindhouse films. But check him out, he's always really great. I want to play with Dustin Hoffman, but I hear he's like difficult to work with. But you work with him first. And if he's great to work with, I'll work with him. I was all right, sure. So I work with him. It's a dream. It's amazing. It's really great. Like, no bullshit. All the people like that, and we both got plenty of movies. Mickey Rourke was considered couldn't work with Pinky with Jack. And once I met him, I was like, oh my god, just like Mickey. In the old days, Quentin and I actually wanted him just as we both wanted Mickey Rourke to lead him. But he retired from acting. He was just boxing. You look at the scripts, and we're like, oh man, we can hire Mickey Rourke, and there's no Mickey Rourke now. We're so good. But then years later, I went back to him, and no one was hiring him. And so I met with him and said, okay, I'll meet him. It's like, holy shit, he still has that charm and everything. So I put him in, give him a small role in Once Upon a Time Mexican. I kept writing more scenes. He was broke. I mean, I gave him money to go buy his own suits because he always dresses the nines in the movies. It's like I'm all out of time costume designing this thing. I'll give you some money. Go buy your own clothes. You know what's going to dress. You came with these Billy Martin suits and stuff. So I'm going to put a bullet hole in the back of one digitally just so you can keep, because he wanted to keep the clothes. So you can keep the clothes. That's good. And then I put him in Sin City. And I just relaunched his career. But he was always a dream to work with. And I would hear from people later, oh, these difficult years. Come back again. No, again, 100% of the time, I've never had any difficulty with even the difficult exercise or. So it makes you think, and you don't have anybody you want on your show, but it makes me wonder, what environment are you putting them in? Right. That makes them like that. Because like somebody was saying that about Rutger Hauer. It's amazing. Hard to work with. Really? No, I wasn't. No. But there's some people. I don't know, but somebody told me. Love him and stuff. Later on. Oh, true. Bruce Willis, people would tell me it was difficult to work with him. Bruce, I worked with him 4 times. Let me tell you, this is what Bruce was like. Hey, what's going on, man? I think this boss. That sounds like somebody who's difficult. I was going to be somebody who was so happy. One time, I was doing this Kobe Bryant commercial. I was going to be in with Kobe, his director. working out at the gym where Stallone works out, Kevin Peterson's gym, and Bruce was there. And I was trying to get an actor to do a cameo in this commercial. I was shooting that week. I was working out, so I was like, okay. And so I go to Bruce, like, wait, what are you up to? And he was like, I'm just looking for a job. I said, well, you're a basketball fan? I'm shooting Kobe Bryant commercial Saturday. Why don't you come by a set downtown? And just bring a couple of seats. That's their last name. Last name. Yeah, sure. Okay, good. So, go back to the Nike people. I said, Bruce said he's going to be. I'll call his agent. Don't call his agent. Fine and tell him. He said he'd come down. He's cool like that. Well, we think we should call him. So we called the agency. That's what Bruce was like a good Nike commercial. Well, they talked to Robin. Okay, he's a good Nike commercial. So then we're down on the set. We're downtown LA. We're filming everything else, and it's like almost time for him to show up. And they're like, "You sure he's going to come?" He said he was. He said he's paying 2 seats. Now I'm thinking how ridiculous that sounds. That they're calling him the gym. And said, "Come down with a couple of your suits from your own closet. Like there's no wardrobe. There's no time to get a wardrobe, and just show up." He shows up, does it. So I'll film you out an hour. We know how we work together. I had a great time. He's great in it. Takes off, brought his 2 suits.
That's amazing.
And it's not sound like somebody should.
It's the environment. You put
Totally the environment. Because I was watching like a dog whisperer. It's like, if you have a pit bull, some of these guys can be alpha male. If you put him in a situation where aggression's needed, that's your set. Producers are coming down and going, man, you can't talk like that. Of course you're going to piss these guys off. But if you put them in an environment where they know somebody's a boss, and they show up to my studio, I'm operating the camera, I'm the DP, I'm there acting with them. We're shooting at record time, getting them out of there fast. They're having a ball. People just wants to follow. He doesn't want everybody to take over the show. And so they're always doing that in life. I think it's just the environment. Because they always say, oh, you have a dog that's misbehaving, it's the owner. It's the owner and the environment. It's not the dog. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with the animal. The animal's fine. The animal can be very calm and submissive.
Well, it's also these exceptional actors with eccentric personalities. They're oftentimes like, if you put them in a bad environment, you're gonna get a fucking terrible result. Because it's part of what they are is like a little bit of chaos.
They're also just gonna have to protect themselves.
Yes.
They have to protect themselves if this environment is fucked up.
It's like the type of guy that told Jesus that like, if you filmed this, you didn't get the rights.
Yeah. Those are the guys that are gonna drive you up a wall.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. I know I talked to Nick Sedgwick, in trouble. So I said, oh, maybe his head got big. So what's wrong? After that, maybe he's gone back to saying, I'm about to work with him again. So he comes, no, it was a dream again. So at the end, I go, man, you own your dreams, right? You always breathe it. It's just so great to see. Some people can deserve it. Because he remembers I gave him a shot back. So, okay, he didn't give me a shit. Maybe he didn't give me a shit, but that's awesome.
Listen, brother, I really enjoyed this.
Oh, man. A lot of
things that I want us to do, but I think a lot of things you said is really going to help a lot of people.
Yeah. It's been helpful to me to then tell people, and in the feedback loop, they tell me back something I said, but they morphed it into something new. Like they've added their own thing to it. And I go, that's not what I told you. Oh, yeah. No shit. Well, now I'm taking your advice and taking my advice. My kids do that all the time. They go, it all comes back to what you taught us, Dad. What's that? What did I do? Okay, but I didn't tell you all this other stuff. Where'd that go? Oh, yeah. And I was like, well, shit, that's the cool part.
Yeah.
My son got on, he's a Japanese knife maker. He was teens. He was trying to get into Japanese knife. This is a guy from the life. He obviously knew this was this one, this is so important. Didn't get that from me. Making his Japanese style knives, selling them for like $1,000 a pop. That's when he was 18. He got on that show, Flight to the Fire, and won. And I was like, how did you didn't even know how to use with the equipment that you get $10,000? What was your mindset? I imagine I won. So now I won. So when I come up against a challenge that I wasn't sure how to get by, I just have to remember what I did to get by rather than trying to do it. It's like, whoa, this is samurai shit. I read that you've obviously been in another life before to come in armed with that. You didn't learn that from me. Well, it's kind of, no, it's nothing like that. Anything I ever told you. Wow. So the feedback is easy to share with people. I love people coming and telling me, hey, I was inspired by it. You wrote that, you said this. I don't remember saying that in the book. I think you had it a lot. It triggered something. So we all keep compiling our ideas. Yeah, we all are interested in everybody else's perspective. We all have our own relationship to creativity.
Yeah, and the more you interact with things, the more you contribute.
Become being a brass knuckle film. That sounds like right up your alley. Let's do Conan or present us something. You gotta come see it.
Yeah, we got some. I can't wait.
It'd be great. I can't wait to tell you. I got a great part for you. Where you will not. We'll talk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was awesome. All right.
Check it out. Again, experience.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan podcast my name. All day.
Let's go. What's up, beautiful? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. That was great. The club was fucking ripped all last night.
Oh, last night was packed. It's been packed all week. It's been really fun. A lot of fun shows. You know, Shane was there last night, or the night before last. You know, you're there tonight. It's been amazing. Holtzman is on fire. Holtzman's on fire. Last night he was on fire. Me and Adam Egan were howling. We were watching from the balcony howling. Such a good thing. So nice on there.
Seriously, someone's got to go.
It's the best.
We just look at each other.
What are you doing?
He said, me and Doug got called you and tried to get you to move here. Nothing. We're going to figure it out.
Yeah,
You got to go. Every time I come down there, I see something else, man. Like, I had a great time.
Joe DeRosa's there.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, he just moved here.
Is he going to bring the sandwich shop?
Yes, yes. We're going to open up a sandwich shop out there. He is ready. I say we because I'm going to be eating.
Yeah. He makes
He makes a very good sandwich. Very good sandwich. Yeah. He brought a bunch of them. What did he do? Was it Moontown last year? It might have been. It was Moontown or South by Southwest. One of the two last year. He brought like a ton of sandwiches. He had a pop up. So his restaurant did a pop up somewhere in Austin. I was like, bro, you got to open this up here. You'd be killing it. Especially if it's you. People know it's your business. Those are very good. Somebody else did a very good charitable. Very good.
I just don't even know where it is. I don't know if it's in Brooklyn.
Bro, I want to kidnap my man Giovanni and like planes bring him out here.
Yeah, no fucking.
He can't survive outside of Italian neighborhoods though. That guy's the most Italian guy I've ever met.
You know, they get their stuff up there.
Yeah, they get everything. And it's all coming in right from Italy, you know, because a lot of it's imported. They use a lot of imported stuff, imported mortadella, imported the peppers, all that stuff they have. You know, sun-dried peppers, sun-dried tomatoes, they import all that shit. They got to get that shit. You know, then because if it goes there, then it's got to ship from the boat all the way to Texas. It's a little bit of a pain.
Remember fucking Greasy Tony? He used to drive once a month to New Jersey and get cold cuts and chicken cutlets. Poor Greasy Tony.
We used to visit him every time we went to Texas. He was a guy.
Remember you said not to drink his Mountain Dew?
So,
He used to make it. That was the strongest hot fucking dew you could ever in your life. You always did that day.
Tony, that was such a character. He was such a character. He became our friend. You know? When we first started going there, we were visiting him for like 10 fucking years, you know? Every time we would do shows in town, we'd go visit Greasy Tony.
He had a $20 chicken cutlet.
Oh, shit.
Put on 15 years ago, which weighed like I was 400 pounds. I would bring it home and try to finish it.
Do you remember that stuff that he would make? What do you call it? Trash can?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's right. The trash can.
Trash can. It was crazy. Peppers, and onions, and cheese, and fucking everything was in that thing. It was crazy.
You know what's really that thick? When I drove in yesterday, I'm like, this is how things change. I'm moving some of this with 95. I know I have, right?
Yeah, I think 99.
Yeah, for hours. I would do Houston and then drive down here, do the lobby in the fucking Cap City.
Oh yeah,
it was hard. I still remember that drive fucking Houston down here, not having any money, having to drive back, get a hotel room, drive back to Houston at the end. And I was looking at this yesterday. When I landed, it was 4 o'clock, traffic. And I'm like, oh my God, this is, we watch how past civilization just changed.
Yes.
Something happened here, and everybody moved
here. Yep.
And I'm not talking about 4 or 5 people, everybody.
Yeah.
And that's how civilizations change. We just witnessed it after a pandemic. It's been fucking surreal.
Yeah.
It's surreal.
Surreal. See things change. Yeah. You know, it's also, there's places that sort of rest on their laurels too much. And whenever that happens, it's easy for another place to rise up that offers something more interesting. So, like, Los Angeles was always Los Angeles. And, like, when Gavin Newsom talks about California, he's like, you know, I'm very big on California, very bullish on California. California has all this industry. Pay for it. They're all thinking about moving. The only reason why they don't move is because it's too difficult to move. If it was like every business could instantly pull up roots and replace everything and have everything running in a week at the other place, they'd all be gone. They'd all be gone. It's too expensive. It's too expensive to leave versus what you would save and the regulations that you wouldn't have to go through and all the bullshit with all the permits and all that. What California does is over-regulate everything. They get as much government involved as possible. They suck as much tax money out of you as possible. And then they still leave the place a mess. They still have homeless people everywhere. It's still a fucking... It's still a nuke shit show, virtue signaling at every level of the government. Still. Like, no course correction at all. They're going further and further into La La Land. And you're like, Jesus Christ, you guys. And so then a place like Austin becomes attractive. You know, because, like, it's not like that. And people are very reasonable. Austin, the best thing about Austin is it's a blue city in a red state. So it's, like, balanced. Like, this is a saying they have out here, keep Austin weird and surrounded. So Austin's surrounded by rednecks with guns. And, like, it keeps the tone more medium. Like, the Austin liberals, they're much more just left of center people like we are. You know what I mean? Like, in some parts of the country, we're considered, like, far right. You and I, far right. It's crazy. It's fucking ridiculous. But it's because everybody went nuts. And everyone demanded a whole series of things that you have to agree to in order to be a good person. Fuck off.
What's the real problem? It's not that. I mean, that was the real problem. I didn't realize it until I fucking left. But that everybody's too busy tapping themselves on the back. When the fires happen, those 3 women or whatever the fuck, chief or whatever, I'm looking at them and I'm looking at them. They all got gel in their hair. They all got a tattoo on their neck. God forbid they can't be cool for just 1 fucking minute. God forbid. And that's the problem you have out there. It's too many people. I'm so great. This is my idea, and it's great, and it's going to work. It's not working.
You're right.
But I'm too stupid that I say, you know what? This ain't working. Their egos are so big, they don't have to argue that this ain't working.
You're right. You're absolutely right. But I don't think it's entirely their fault. It is their fault, but the culture rewards that kind of behavior. This is the problem with having protected classes of people. Whether it's gay, lesbian, whatever it is, whether it's your nationality, you're a protected class of people where you're not allowed to criticize the protected class of people. Then they become, you know, Vivek Ramaswamy talked about this in a very interesting way. He's like, it's the tyranny of the underprivileged, or he called it the tyranny of the marginalized, or something along those lines. But the idea is that this group of people, whether they're trans people or gay people, they get those above everything. Everything you do is amazing. Oh my God, you're so fabulous. You're so beautiful. Because no one wants to be thought of as homophobic or transphobic. So you pretend that everything they do is incredible. And so you're going to be the best firefighter ever. Like, can you carry a burning man out of a building? Girl, you don't have to. If he was in that building, He shouldn't have been in that building in the first place. If I have to carry him out, we got other problems. That little firefighter said that in response to, could she carry her husband out of the building? No, you can't. And so you shouldn't be a firefighter. Just like you shouldn't be a bouncer if you can't fight. You shouldn't be a firefighter. You shouldn't be a firefighter if you can't carry someone up. If you can't run up a flight of stairs because you're 260 pounds and 5'7" and a woman. No, you shouldn't be a firefighter. You shouldn't be in like really good shape. Now, if you're some fucking CrossFit skinny lady who's some beast, going, yeah, that lady could be a firefighter. Yeah, but it's like even guys. Like if you're a guy and you're fucking scrawny and you never work out and all you do is smoke cigarettes, maybe you should be a firefighter. Maybe you can't get up that fucking flight of stairs either. It should be like it's a physical job where you're rescuing people. You have to be able to physically carry people. You have to rescue them. Firefighters, when I was a kid, were the fucking big, brutal men. We sit outdoors, fucking houses. They look like former football players. This is a guy I used to play pool with, Ray the Fireman. Because everybody was in the pool hall. I was Joe the Comedian. Everybody had a nickname based on what you did. Ray the Fireman's a fucking house. He's this big fucking, big Irish guy. Of course he's a fireman. Look at him. That guy that's going to kick down a door, carry your fucking husband, throw him over his shoulder, run through the flames, throw him on the lawn. He does it all the time. He's an animal. He knows what.
Like an old environment.
Right. I forgot about that season.
He killed
Those
himself.
after that show, because he thought he was gay.
I don't know.
Red Shoulder wasn't that. I was going to taunt him for being gay. Can you imagine you get your shot? Hey, Joey, I got good news and bad news. Good news is you're going on Sopranos. Bad news is you're just like God. You got to swap script. You got to swap script on camera. Yeah. But you're on the Sopranos. What are you going to do? Depends on what you want to do. If you're a regular guy and it's your first acting gig, I suggest you pass. I couldn't watch. You have to be like a Jared Leto type dude to pull that off. Died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound December 16, 2008, age of 47. And he was fired. Who knows? I mean, when did he die? How long after the show? Go pull it back up again? Because it just said. So he died in 2008. So the show was running in 2008. Right? Was Sopranos still on in 2008? No, it was off by now? No, that was not, maybe. Let's find that out, and then we'll have an answer. But I would imagine if you're a guy, an Italian guy, whatever, you go back to the neighborhood, and you can play him. So right after then, he blacks himself. That's so unfortunate. It's not a beautiful thing about the comedy community. It's like Tim Dillon. Tim Dillon, he's just one of us. It's just, we're all like the lesbians that come there and hang out. They're just one of us. No one gives a flying fuck. It's just, if you're not funny, nobody wants to hang out. If you're not funny, let's get out of here. You know what I mean? But if you're funny, who cares? No one cares.
Do you remember the kid from Houston?
Which one?
The guy who's going to the football shirt.
Yes. Where did he take the
That was my brother.
God damn it. I loved him.
I loved it.
It's fucking escaping my mind.
With more hat on it.
You're going to remember.
And he come up to you and give you a hug all the
I
time.
haven't seen him in so long. When did he die? Did he talk about being gay on stage?
No. Oh, he's still.
Oh, yeah. Well,
He was on those army things just to fuck me.
well, he just looked like a football player.
Yes.
Like a big former, he looked like a Shane Gillis type of dude.
Yeah.
Like a big former football player. That's
He was there.
He always wore football jerseys.
Always football jerseys. That's how we tricked him.
Sweetheart of a guy. But again, same situation, Joey. That guy was one of us. He just hung
No,
out.
I love it.
He just hung out with us.
I love that. When he's mad at me that he was, listen, that's never bad. You gotta remember, I was a Jewish priest in high school. Right? That dude was gay. That's the first time I saw him.
They knew. Isn't that funny?
I fucking knew it. Every night. Nobody comes out with a little hat with a whip. Right? You know, I saw him at the Palladium. Oh my God. Did you ever read? You just have to try to read.
Really?
Jimmy Oh, it's easy. You have to try to read.
Is it crazy?
I'll just tell you one story. There was a guy in Chicago, like stylist, they used to tell me what it did. How we busted all his people.
Mhm.
Yeah. You know, it's never gonna happen. He said, well, he got this wrong. He took the cab and was off. He goes, I fucking so hard. I blew out of his over it. I had to go to the hospital. I'm breathing. This is my type of fucking guy. I don't know what else.
We got to think with Rob House. When he was at the head of Judas Priest, he got all these straight guys to dress like they're in a gay biker gang because they wanted to be cool like Judas Priest. He changed the style of a kind of music. He really did.
I love.
How many straight guys dressed like gay bikers, not even knowing what they were doing? They just thought, this is how you dress for this kind of music. But it was because of Rob Alford. And he's still out. I had him on a show one day. It's not that motherfucker. You got to know about that in common. I had a buddy in high school who loved that song. He used like a quote of it in this yearbook. Like, I always remember thinking, wow, that's the coolest quote. Like, if you think you're going to sit around like a chicken liver and play my brain, it's not a cool, you better think you can. Out there is a fortune waiting to be had. The things I let it go, you're bad. You got another thing coming.
Great out, great shit.
That kid made it. No, never left it out.
And here's the weirdest thing, but it's right. That's what I fucking thought. He's right. Because he was right. And you're thinking he's writing about woman. He's writing about that. He's writing about man. And he has a song called Burn It Up that is so fucking over the top. I know you feel the same. I know you feel the flame burning deep inside of you, really burning you up, breaking you down, breaking you out the cold sweat. But when you lose control of your very soul, your desire takes over. You'll feel the heat wave. You'll answer my way, and suddenly you know that you're burning up. That is a bad motherfucker.
Let me get that thing. We'll have to edit this out of YouTube. For the folks at home, please seek it online.
Here we go. Listen to the way it starts. It's like a satellite.
This is back before satellites, like before we got modems.
Ooh, this is 1980. This is on a Hellback television.
You could let songs cook back then, like Time, Pink Floyd Time. Oh, baby. Guess what just got added to the Spotify playlist? There you go. Hot gay love.
So when I read those lyrics, that's the most thrilling fucking thing.
That's the darkest thing about gay people today is that some of them are in the closet, other than homophobia. Is that some other there's a genuine people that are kids. But that's rare.
Nobody hates it.
No, there's
2021. I can't see you. It's all around. So you still hate it, you got a fucking problem.
there's guys that have been molested when they're young. They get angry at gay people. Not that it makes sense, I'm not justifying it, but I've met guys that had problems with gay people. They were like very scared around gay people. But it was because they got molested by a pedophile.
Right.
It happened.
Pedophile and being gay is two different fucking
Big difference. So I'm just saying, like, there are people, and there's very religious people, most grown people don't give a fuck. Most grown people don't give a fuck. And they should. It's stupid. It's a dumb thing. You know, like, I don't. It's just like, if you're not having sex with me, what do I care? Who cares?
The way I grew up, those Cubans, men side of me, was supposed to get
Right.
pre-revolution Cuban.
Right. Italians too.
Yeah,
Go
go
there.
There's a gay man. I always thought that. The fuck? You can't be, I won't go with that. What? Because you're a machismo type of dude? So that's what my mother, before I put on that fucking. And then we had a gay guy in our neighborhood. I told you about this guy. He worked with my mother. He was a designer at Broadway. He was on play. Designing out.
Okay.
And he sold coke. This was like 1975. He took the bar, and I knew he was gay. His name was Muddy. We called him Muddy Marico because that's what that means in Spanish. Marico means fat in Spanish. So that was his name, the Cuban community. But one day he came to my mother's bar. There was two bookies. I was like a kid. I was playing that shuffleboard.
Yeah.
Sawdust.
Yeah.
I'm playing the shuffleboard. And he was right there. And the two bookies were in the corner. And one guy goes, look who it is. And Marico, this motherfucker pulled out and said, oh, Jesus. And he goes, listen. I'm going to tell the bookies. So unless you suck my dick right up in the head, you don't have to raise a home from the back. So I say it again. I'm going to shoot both of you. And mom's young. Copeland behind you. If they start shooting at each other, I'm right here. I lift my head up. I'm like, oh, I'm wrong about it. And all of a sudden, Mark laughed. So the next day, I guess he called my mother to apologize. And Mark, my mother made Mark come and apologize to me. And when he opened the door, he was like, I'm very sorry, I'm pulling the guy. I goes, fuck that. You're my new child project. I gave a fucking hug. And he became my best friend after that. And I respect him because he was going through hate. Yeah, really. In the mid-70s, he would come back once a week with a black eye or busted lip. He went to a club bar in the village. And if the guy's waiting for him on the way out, and I always respected that too. Like, always respected him for that.
The problem with bullies and bigots and all people that attack people like that is all this. This is the same problem in all walks of society. It's weak men. It's almost always just weak men. Weak, stupid men that want to find someone to pick on. Want to find someone that's not bothering them at all and fuck with them because they're weak. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it is. Like the woke people that scream at you and want you to do what they want. The people that want to like spray paint swastikas on Teslas. It's the same thing. It's weak men. Mostly weak men. A bunch of crazy women. And they're all together in this big pile of suck that's connected to a political ideology. But most people, you know, you shouldn't care. And if you do care, you just weren't around. I was around gay people when I was really young, unfortunately. I lived in San Francisco when I was 7 years old. And we were in the middle of gay business. I mean, it was San Francisco in the 70s. This gay as fuck. During the Vietnam War in San Francisco. I remember I'd be walking down the street with my stepdad once and he got whistles at him. I was like, oh shit, I got uncomfortable. Like, he didn't freak out. He just like shook his head, like, what the fuck? With a little kid, he's walking with a 7-year-old. And this guy whistled him down. That guy didn't give a fuck about kids. He's not making it. He doesn't care. So we had these next door neighbors, this gay couple, and my aunt used to smoke weed with them, and they'd get naked and play bongos. And she loved the fact that she could get naked with these guys. They didn't try to fuck her, so they'd all just get naked together and smoke weed and play bongos. It was hilarious. They were really nice people. So, like, my experience with gay people was just like, they're everywhere. It's normal. So when I moved to Florida, I had a friend. My friend was Cuban. His name was Candy. His last name was Candido. We called him Candy. And Candy was with his dad, and his dad throws the newspaper down on the fucking table. God damn it. And he was like, "What? What's going on?" This fucking faggot trying to marry each other. And I remember I was 11 years old, and I was like, he was getting the newspaper at the table because he gay man. I'm like, why do you care? I was like, what a fool. You're a grown ass man. You care about that. Like, who cares if they get married? Yeah, I know. But he was mad, bro. Okay. Oh, yeah. I don't try to get married. Because, you know, they've been clucking kids with marriage forever. It's so wrong, man. It's so wrong.
There's nothing. Listen, I see it.
It's just like everything else. It's just, there's a certain percentage of society that are just born gay. And there's plenty of them to hang out with each other, and they should be
Scott.
friends. Yes.
No, the football player.
Oh, yes.
Scott. That's his first name. Now we got to work on his last name.
God damn it.
Scott.
Yeah, I need to call somebody. Otherwise, if you got Matty Kirsch's number, you should call Matty Kirsch. No. That's going to drive me nuts.
Somebody confused me. Because I don't want to call somebody online and have to describe it. And the people go, oh, you describe Scott.
Well, what I was thinking you were saying was Jeff Scott. Jeff Scott from the Comedy Store. That's another example of a gay guy who was our brother. He was our brother. That's it. Scott Kennedy.
Scott Kennedy. Look at him. Oh, shit.
Scott Kennedy was awesome.
Awesome.
Sorry, I forgot his name, but he's not around to get embarrassed.
I don't know. Look at him. Very
He always had a football jersey. Always. I mean, that guy did not look bad. Like, he looked like a big old football player. Like, you could see him in the backyard, you know, like smoking a whole hog with a bunch of boys drinking Bud Lights.
But here's the problem. Here's what I felt with Scott. Because I met him in Houston. Then we connected in LA. When he hugged, I didn't feel friends.
No.
When Jeff Scott hugged,
Yeah.
I didn't know. I asked for Eric Roach when he hugged me. The kid at the Comedy Store, I hug him with all my fucking heart. I don't even feel that. I never felt that.
I've only felt that once ever from one comedian. And it was at the Montreal Comedy Festival. He was drunk and he wouldn't stop. He kept touching me too. Kept touching me and telling me why they take me upstairs. Yeah, that was very unfortunate. Because he was just drunk and I don't even think he thought I was gay. And I don't even think he thought I would do it. I think he was just trying to make me uncomfortable. You know? But he was definitely like last call for alcohol and hitting on people. He was hammered. But I was thinking, like, imagine being a girl. This is like really fear for your life. Because I threatened him. I said, dude, I'm going to stomp a fucking hole in your chest if you keep doing this. Leave me alone. And that was enough. But if you're a girl, you can't say that. If you're a girl, you got to go, seriously, leave me alone. You got to find authorities. You got to go to the front desk, go to the bar, like the checkout people and say, can you guys call the police, please? This guy, can you all up to the car? It's more like that. You gotta be worried about that. That sucks. But that's rare with guys. That's not happened to me once in 57 years, where a guy uncomfortably get up and wouldn't stop. And one of the time at the store. But that wasn't as blatant. It was just he kept touching me. Stop fucking touching me. You know, there's gay guys that like push those limits. Like if you were a girl and a guy kept putting his hand on your leg, you're like, hey, stop doing that. Like, why do you grab me? Why do you keep touching my body? Why do you keep touching my legs? Stop. That's fucking weird. You're crossing lines, and I don't know what other lines you're thinking about crossing. So let's stop this. But that's not most gay people. You know, I have these friends that I live next to in California. They're gay, and they're super Republican now. It's hilarious. I follow them on Facebook. They're fucking super Republican now. They're all like being against the Dems, how they grew in California. Because these guys they're conservative gay couple. They're married, they got a kid, and they're just like, enough of this.
The world has changed. But
Yeah. Well, that's a good thing. The world's changing. You know, because do you know the guy who invented the Turing test? You know what the Turing test is? His name's Alan Turing, and he was a scientist. He invented a test that they say AI has passed, and this test is where you can talk to a computer and not be able to tell that it's a computer, but it behaves like a human, it thinks like a human, it communicates like a human, where it's indiscernible. That's the Turing test. AI has recently passed the Turing test. Well, this guy, he was in England when this happened, right, Jamie? Where they forced him to take medication. He got arrested for being gay. They're like, they want to prove disease. And they forced him to take medication that made him sterile, made him impotent, so he couldn't have sex. But they forced him to take like hormone blockers that they give to sex offenders. You know, chemical castration, they do that to sex offenders, and then he killed himself. The guy who invented the method of determining whether or not AI has become sentient gets murdered by dumb apes who don't like that he's gay. How crazy is that? I'm not looking that story up, right? I'm pretty sure that's the story.
What? Sexual offenders. What do they do?
Well, they don't always do it, but it's called chemical castration. And by the way, it's the same chemicals, the same drugs that they use on kids when they give them hormone blockers. So when you do it, like they're talking about child blockers, oh, it's totally reversible. The fuck it is. The fuck it is. That's the same shit. It's chemical castration. It's not reversible. That child is never going to fully develop. If they get on hormone blockers, then when they're 18, they go, you know what, I think I actually know that. Too late. Too late. Because from 13 to 15, you suppressed your testosterone. Okay, here it is. Turing was later convicted by the advice of his brother and his own solicitor, and he entered a plea of guilty. In the case, Regina versus Turing and Murray was brought to trial on the 31st of March 1952. Turing was convicted and given a choice between imprisonment and probation. His probation would be conditional on his agreement to undergo hormonal physical changes designed to reduce libido, known as chemical castration. He accepted the option of injections of what was then called stilbostrol, now known as dithylstilbestrol, or DES, a synthetic estrogen. This feminization of his body was continued for the course of 1 year. The treatment rendered Turing impotent and caused breast tissue to form. In a letter, Turing wrote that, no doubt I shall emerge from it all a different man, but quite who I've not found out. Murray was given a conditional discharge. So Murray must have been the guy who was having sex with. That's so crazy, man. Arrested for being gay. In 1954, in his house, Turing's housekeeper found him dead. Post-mortem evidence determined that he died from the previous day at age 41 with cyanide poison, cited as the cause of death. He had an apple lay half-eaten beside his bed. Although the apple's not tested for cyanide, to speculate this was the means in which Turing had consumed the fatal dose. So he fucking killed himself because they chemically castrated him. Founder of computer science and cryptographer, whose work was key to breaking the wartime Enigma codes. So this guy helped the British crack codes. And what they did, they injected him with poison so that his dick wouldn't work, so he couldn't fuck guys anymore. Just what he wanted. Imagine that if everyone was gay, everyone, and you were sure. This is crazy. Like, guys trying to offer you dick, like, no, is there anything else? And then you meet girls, like, oh, they're so soft, so pretty, that's what I like. I like girls. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you're going to take this gay drug until you get that out of your system, or we're going to chemically castrate you. You can't be having sex with girls. But they're so pretty. They're so lovely to be around. I'm so attracted to them. No. Only guys. That's crazy. That's so stupid. So these people, especially when you get to serious fundamentalist rigid religions, which want to throw them off roofs. This part of the Middle East, they throw them off the roof. You get round up all the gay guys, shoot, throw them off the roof. And everybody watches and cheers. Yay. Crazy. It is a different world out there, but it's the world out there that could be just like the world here. It could go this way here. Like, that's what people understand. Just how Los Angeles fell apart, the United States could fall apart too. Like, look at Iran. We were looking at Iran the other day, photographs from the 1970s. Girls had mini skirts, they all look really hot. The guys with no shirts on, with a six-pack, walking down the street, everyone's smiling. Looks like you're drunk. Looks like you're in Italy. And now, it's a religious run country. It's run by a dictatorship. Like, you criticize the government, they execute you. They executed the gold medalist in wrestling. Yeah, the UFC even tried to get them to stop. They pleaded to try to get them to stop. They tried to get Trump to get them to, or was it during the Biden administration or the Trump administration? I don't remember, but they tried to get the president to somehow or another talk to Iran and not kill this guy. Allegedly. But you don't even have to really spoke against the government. That's what's so scary. You just have to be accused of speaking against the government. I mean, in this day and age, anyway, like a friend of mine kid's Twitter account got hacked and he got phished. And he had, he's not that sophisticated with that stuff. So he got phished, and then I heard he got phished. So I go to my Twitter just because I never check my emails, but I did it just because I got phished. And I went into my DM, and his DM asked me for my email address after he got phished. So I was like, this motherfucker is trying to get me out. So someone can easily get your account and then, or use, some sort of code crack, or if you write a code, then start posting stuff for you against the government. Especially if you're in Iran. Like, they probably already have all your passcodes for everything. They probably did, like, spying on everybody's computer from the jump. They probably just go to the database, what's Joey Diaz's Facebook password? Okay, post a bunch of shit there about these people in government should already lined up and shot. They all suck dicks secretly. They're all eating babies. Just make them say something like that, and then let's go round them up. And then if you don't have any due process, that's the kind of shit that dictators do. They just round you up. Duncan's getting shit. We were talking about this the other day about Ukraine and Russia. He's like, there's people in Russia who just say Russia because they tweeted against the government. And you know what they do with those people? They put them in prison. You know what happens when the war breaks out? They give them the option. Like, you could either be in jail forever or you can go fight the war. And so they go to the front line and they get killed by American weapons. Guys who tweet against Putin. It's like you can use it to get rid of these political enemies. Crazy. And this is all while you and I, at the same time, hanging out in Boston, or hanging out in Austin, rather, eating barbecue. Like, it could go that way here, too. Just like it went that way in Iran, it could go that way in the United States. Just like LA fell apart. LA 20 years ago was amazing. You remember LA in 2005? We were having the time of our lives. Oh my God. We were having the time of our lives. The restaurants were great. There was music playing everywhere. It was fun. There was a lot of great comedy. We had a good group of guys we were all hanging out with. LA was great. Yeah, there was still some traffic, but the weather was great. People were generally pretty nice. A lot nicer than they were on the East Coast. It's not easy. And that can happen anywhere. That can happen in the United States. If something terrible happens in the United States, you lost it fast, new restrictions, that can happen anywhere. That's why I talk about it so much. You're like, why are you obsessed about it so much? Because you need to be paying attention. Because when it's too late, when they've already got complete control of what you can say on social media, and they got you locked down, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Because so many other things are coming that they're aware of. And the big one is automation. Joey, when automation comes, and this is what Andrew Yang was kind of running on when he was running for president, and I had him in, and it was a very interesting conversation. It was something that I hadn't considered, that all these jobs are gone. Do you know there's parts of the world, like there's ports in China now, where it's 100% controlled by robots? There's a few people that run around doing things and stuff, but everything screens, everything is super efficient. These robots pick up the packages, they make an inventory of everything's in there, everything gets logged, the computer, they put it into these trucks, and before you know it, they're going to have electric trucks that drive themselves.
Jersey, all over the team.
Yes. Yes.
Because they know it. They don't have to.
They don't have that. They don't know what's time.
It's fucking crazy how industry has just been this country. And Americans really don't see it. Everybody's fucking into travel, being cool. The gift that I had during travel was I really got to see the country. I really got to see the infrastructure. I was a feature, I never asked questions. Like when you don't sit in the hotel all day, you just go out to a movie theater and you ask questions. People tell you all the time, there's a great restaurant, go there. You look at cities like Cleveland. Okay, I don't know if a lot of people know. 20 years ago, all the jokes and shit, Cleveland had more Puerto Ricans than New York City. Really? Because there was a fucking car plant there. And they were building cars there. I remember being a fucking kid and going to Detroit for a basketball tournament or something stupid. And seeing that city, it was 1976, 77. That city was fucking broken.
Detroit was one of the richest cities in the world.
It was the murder capital at the time.
Still? Even back then?
Yeah. When I met my buddy James in 75, 76, that city was cool.
Yeah.
You know, Buffalo, New York, boom, Bishop Price, all these other companies. You know, that's what I saw. Cleveland, Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yep.
I went to Pittsburgh 2 years ago after shit was closed down.
Yep.
You know, so when I look, what the was downtown Pittsburgh, like just around that area.
Yeah, but Youngstown was like that too, right?
It was.
Youngstown was a much better environment than Youngstown.
Yeah.
Tony.
They had destroyed those parts. But I don't know what happened to Nebraska. They could have had their own farms in Wyoming. I just know that little trash. Buffalo, Cleveland, you know, fucking Cincinnati. All those towns that was booming.
Yep.
That just
They got better. All the jobs went overseas.
So if you're gonna bring this country back, it's gotta start with that. We gotta go back to that to make it strong again. Yeah, we gotta have to fucking sweat it out for 10 months. But you know what? 10 years ago, I fucking was getting those unmarked movies, and I said, I'm not doing it. For a year, I didn't work. And then after the summer, I got a high scale movie. And I kept saying, no. Yeah, so low movies. That's how you lift up with it. That's how you bump up. By just saying fucking no. We didn't want to do this all of a sudden. And we need to do this. We need to get this country hopping.
Well, the problem is that you corporations an opportunity to make more money at the sacrifice of all those jobs in America. And the problem with corporations is they have an obligation to constantly make more money.
And wait,
Yeah, but that's the way you make more money is by having no labor and not just that, no health insurance. This is, not Ron Paul. What's his name? Ross Perot. Ross Perot talked about that. We were talking about Ron White that said, and he was explaining, if you change these regulations and make it cheaper and easier for these people to go and make, he said, you're going to hear a giant sucking sound as all the businesses go south. That's exactly what happened.
that's exactly that.
And he called that in the 1990s. Yeah, I voted for him.
I love it. Always been. Always. That's a real fucking American.
He was. They threatened him. They threatened his family. Like he pulled out that he was going to run again a second time. And he said he's not going to do it. His family was under threat that he considered serious. He's dangerous. He could ruin the election. Like Bush, they thought was going to win a second term. But Ross Perot came out and conservative people that didn't really want to believe in the Republican Party anymore, like the party's just as bullshit as the left. They saw this Ross Perot guy and they went, oh, okay. He took a considerable amount of the vote, and most of it against what Herbert Walker pushed. Clinton came along and fucking wasn't even supposed to win that year by half. That's gold.
They're paying for this. You're not paying for this. So that was just classic.
Yeah, that was hysterical. Remember when he had that half-hour show on TV where he explained how the Federal Reserve works? I don't know. Yeah, he bought a half hour of primetime TV to explain to people how you get fucked. He's explaining all the scams that are being run on you that you don't know about. This is why I'm running for president. Well, look at this guy.
That guy fucking did something. A lot of people don't know. Yeah, there's the boys that kidnapped in Iran. They took them out and hired like Marlon Brando to train his employees.
Really?
Yeah, he was a retired colonel, some badass Vietnam.
So was his actual employees that run got him out?
Yeah. He made his employees. We're family.
Wow.
We're going on. He made a promise to the people's families that he would have them back by Christmas. He had them back by Christmas.
Wow.
And then Kissinger kept giving him a fucking hard time. A bunch of people kept giving him a hard time. He did not give us time. He would want to do it. I gave those people my word. His word. How much money was he?
Billions. Yeah, he's a billion.
Back then? Yeah. He's already.
How much money was Ross Perot worth? Yeah. Which back then, so 1990 billionaire, it's probably just double the billions, whatever it is. Probably something maybe triple. Did he get oil money?
Time 1913, wealthiest man in America, net worth around $4 billion.
So what is $4 billion from that time with today?
Let's go. $3 billion.
Let's guess it. 8? I'm saying I might be way off there. This is a complete guessing. Yes. I'm both wrong. That's what I'm talking about. Still, it's almost double.
So what about the chief of police television? That's
Yeah, why did you do that? Was he proving a point? What was up with
you know,
that?
man, I heard he's a good dude. He's a prankster.
Oh,
Like a prankster type of dude. He sends stuff.
so he's like Art Shafir.
Yeah, he sends like packages to your house. He's one of those. And I don't know. But I guarantee it was like a joke. It just blew up. Now it's national. Now you got nowhere.
You see what Art did once? He shoved the note up his ass and shit down on stage and read it. Oh, yeah.
I don't want nobody to think about out of their ass.
I don't want you shitting in the room this big. What kind of parasites, bugs?
Oh, he's got hemorrhoids. He's got
All sorts of stuff is flying through the air. Every breath you breathe is already shit ass flying around. He's so crazy.
He is not stopped at all. Like, it is not ending.
No,
I'm going through his thing for next week.
he's never going up.
No, he's never going to sign. You get married, right? You got married or something like that.
He's already married.
Yeah.
He's got a little celebration.
Yeah, well, it's all about party and shit. But I don't know what the fuck it is.
It's gonna be fucking carnival for psychopaths.
No, I'm just telling you, I got really fucking high. I got home and couldn't sleep. I started watching old fights. I used to watch Pepino Cuevas.
Oh yeah,
That dude's fast.
yeah, he was good.
He's good. And I watched
You ever see him versus Tommy Hearns?
No.
So you find Pepino Cuevas versus Tommy Hearns.
Well,
I'm
I watched
90% sure that's what I'm talking about.
Pepino Cuevas was, I think, a real bigger guy.
Wasn't it 47? Maybe I'm wrong. Yes. He started his career at 47 and went all the way up to my level. Yeah, Pepino Cuevas versus Tommy Hearns. One of the most memorable moments of the early days of Tommy Hearns' like when he was like at the peak of his powers. Tommy Hearns was nuking people, man. Just nuking people. He had such a reach and such width for 45. He was such a physical freak. And he was big, but he had, long and skinny, but crazy power. So generally, like thin guys don't have the same kind of power as like the muscular guys. But Tommy Hearns was kind of like Deontay Wilder. He was both thin and muscular at the same time. And so, real skinny legs, man. But my God, the fucking torque that guy had in his punches. You gotta think of the leverage because his shoulders are so wide. So it's when he twists his hips, and he's got those long arms, with all the fucking back muscles and the core engaged, fucking bam.
But when the last time like you just in Detroit.
Well, Tommy's from Detroit.
No, that's what I'm saying. They don't have fights like this. Detroit is so down.
Was this in Detroit?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, that's tough. I'm sorry, he was hurting people. You ever seen him knock out with Evan Green?
Oh, I watched it. I watched the feature I watched Duran, Hagler.
Oh!
Yeah.
Back that up a sec. Look, he's measuring him with his left. Watch this. He's measuring him. And watch this. Boom! Oh my goodness, son. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That Tommy Hearns, that kind of power was crazy. Yeah, you have stopped that fight. My goodness. Tommy Hearns he was a one-hitter quitter. But the face plant Roberto Duran. What a crazy
I stopped. Rolled back.
The crazy thing about that fight is they did not box at all. They went to war. There was no boxing, slipping, there was no feinting. Marvin Hagler just said, fuck you, and ran at him. He just ran at him and just fucking just started smashing.
It was non-stop.
Yeah, so he
It
got hit
was
hard.
non-fucking stop.
Tommy broke his hand in the first round. So in the first round, when they first come out of the game, God, Hagler was good. He's another one that died right after the vaccine. Look at this, right away, right up to the body. Just charging forward. Fuck this boxing over the outside. I'm trying to get in there. Boom, to the body again. Boom, right hand. Boom. They're just going to fucking war, dude. Right here. I mean, high profile, 2 world champions. Completely throwing it all out the window. Just wailing on each other. Holy shit. Boom, left hand tap. Boom, boom. The thing about Hagler was his discipline was fucking supreme, man. That that guy never got out of shape. He always break guys, break their will. Boom, boom, boom. So by this time, Tommy probably already has a broken hand. So he's broken on Hagler's head somewhere in the first. So now he's throwing the jab. So I bet his hand's already broken. See, it's all left hands now. He threw that right hand, but he was weak. You know, he didn't really hurt him with the right hand. He's like pulling it back as he's throwing it. See, he's just trying to touch him with that right hand. That left hand is all he's got left. His right hand is cooked. And Hearns has decided to start moving and boxing, which is not like his style. See, like even when he's landing that right hand, he's got no power behind it now. And Sugar Ray Leonard's talking shit in the commentary. Both fights. Hagler can take a shot too better than anybody. He only has 1 knockdown accredited to him his entire career, but it wasn't a knockdown. He fought Juan Roldan, and Juan Roldan like kind of cuffed him in the back of the neck and like pushed him forward, and Hagler fell forward and touched the ground. The referee mistakenly called it a knockdown. The only time he's ever been down. Took bombs from the greatest punchers in the division. Beat everybody except Sugar Ray. And I think the only reason why he lost to Sugar Ray was, I think that was after that fight. So I watched that fight many times. Yeah, something about it. And then Hagler leaves and goes to become a movie star in Italy. Come on. His trainers are the Petronelli brothers in Brockton, Massachusetts. Come on. Shut the fuck up. You know how much money was on Hagler to win, probably? You know? There's probably some sort of a deal. Yeah, it's a very favorable in Hagler's direction. We can get a better on money. Clean up. Don't put him away. Just touch him a little bit. Touch him. He never has him hurt. The whole fight. He was so good. It didn't seem right. It seemed like almost he was like spotted sometimes. It's hard to say that. Sugar Ray was so good too. The guy could come back after all those years off. You know, he had 1 fight, got dropped, said he was retired, and then comes back and decides he's going to fight Hagler. And then he wins. And then Hagler's like, I'm done. I'm going to go to Italy and make terrible movies. You ever seen those Marvin Hagler movies? No. Oh, you gotta see some clips. No. Jokes. They're the dumbest movies of all time. Hagler punches people, they go flying through the air. No. I love Marvin Hagler. No, they're fun. Look, he was having a good time. I bet he was a huge star. But that to me, it's like everything seems fishy. And the fight seemed fishy to me, the decision seemed fishy to me. And then Hagler goes off and becomes a movie star. I go, okay. In Italy? How does that happen? How do you get connected? How does that happen? I don't know what it is. There's no matter what it is.
It's the 12-pack feature action fans are waiting for. I want those Indios. Marvelous Marvin Hagler returns from the original Indio. Indio 2, love of fun. The jungle is shrinking. hasta 30 de todo the fish. Side in the rainy season. Yeah. Only one man is eating them. No many of us may die. But it is better to die than to live like slaves. Bad enough. Some of the days of running and hiding are over. Yes, my friend. Sometimes.
It's hilarious.
I don't see one in town. Is that not one fucking in town?
That guy. That guy was fun, Jack. That was Sergio. I gotta be in this movie. You hit me with all that band. Come on. I got one seat.
Hilarious. Wow. I didn't even know that shit.
Yeah. That guy was my hero when I was a kid.
And they didn't even make him like a shafter. They made him look like fuck man. I just see him look like his other bike.
Italian movies. It's an Italian movie. They made them in Italy. There's a lot of movies they made in Italy. That's why they call those spaghetti westerns, right? You know that.
You clever if you're at the store. Just in mind.
Sergio Leone?
Really. I just saw something about maybe 8 months ago. There's a thing on my Channel 11 Jersey for Saturday called I Am. It's every week they have somebody else on, and it's brilliant. I am Bruce Lee, I am this, I am that, it's just brilliant. And they had, who was just talking about?
Marvin Hagler?
They had I am about somebody. Oh, policeman. It was how he would go and shoot movies, and they would send him to film, and that would do ADR in LA.
Oh, really?
Fucking interesting shit. I didn't know that about it.
So why did you have to do 80? So ADR, what does that stand for?
ADR,
voice automated dialogue replacements. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. When he shot the movies, he was just talking.
Right.
And when he get them, after they put them together, he would play the American.
Oh, I see.
He would send them back, and they would send them back. And
So when he shot the movies, he wasn't even speaking. He had to speak over it.
so, yeah.
Because wow, they probably had it dubbed in Italian.
But you gotta remember, all of that was, I'm a big fan of that era of movies. That's my era. Those people. And, but I watched the other night. Well, I haven't seen this movie in 30 fucking years. You put it on shit. Like, one float to the cookies. I haven't seen that forever. So they got 7 stars. Like, you know, Babbitt. The Charlie Babbitt, Martini, fucking the guy from Jersey, what's his name? Was actually a little guy, he's still around.
Oh, Danny Jersey?
Don't really fucking the dude with the big head. Look at the fucking cast on it. Look at Samson. Oh, that's the dude. That's my boy. That's my boy, Josie Wales.
These are my words of life.
Yeah, that's
Most of my words of
how the
life.
fuck he made 3 movies? This, Outlaw Josie Wales, and fucking some other movie. He was 3 fucking brilliant movies.
That has a lot of movies.
Bro, this movie is fucking hilarious.
Don't make any sense to me.
This will never happen again.
That guy, by the way, is a normal guy in today's society. Who? Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
But you couldn't ever get him in a mental health. You'd be like, this guy's fine, let him out. Like, there's more fucked up guys right now than that guy that are attending bar on 6th Street right now.
And this movie starts to be correct. Like, they couldn't make this story.
No.
And I'm surprised they haven't tried to remake this.
Well, you know, the guy who made Home Alone said that he wanted to cut Trump out of the scene, but he's worried that he'd be set in prison if he did it.
Because he keeps getting aggravated. People avoid him.
I think they cut it out of it in Canada. I think the Canadian version of is it Home Alone 2? Yeah, Home Alone 2.
You know how many TV shows that are these? I've seen them once a fucking month.
They have to see that. They have to.
No,
It's hard to liberal identity. They have to be united.
But like I was telling you that the people that I grew up liking, and so do you, that's what I liked about it. That they had to go somewhere else to become stars. And when they came back to the United States, they were like, you fucking idiots. And you asked. Clint Eastwood, Charles Bronson, Steve McQueen, not as much. He just wanted to fuck everything he had. You know, it's like something like that. He was like, I'm doing whatever. You know, they don't even have that. Like, when was the last time the worst thing we've had in Hollywood for 20 years when Brad Pitt made the Blue Land, Blue Jolie, like, poor Jennifer Aniston was waving flowers and slipped and stuff like that. Temptress. The first one was when Steve McQueen took that girl and had her fucking, oh yeah, and then the movie under his fucking nose. That is something that they will cancel you again. Well, he was one of the rare movie stars, right? He was that many movies. When there's an actual movie star in 1979, like, there's not a lot of those people. You need them to sell tickets. People don't know these people. They're not online. You know, you gotta know, oh, it's a Steve McQueen movie. You go see it. But if you're like, oh, who's the star of the movie? I never heard of the guy. Fuck this movie. Oh, look over here. There's a Clint Eastwood movie. Let's go to see that. It's like stars are everything like that. Everything. It's interesting because some great movies now don't have any stars in them. It's like Mel Gibson when he made Apocalypse. You don't know anybody. It's a great movie, and you don't know anybody. It's perfect. It's perfect because you really believe the characters that way. I don't have to know. Robert Downey Jr. doing a good job. He can't be that scientist. No, it's some guy that might actually be a scientist. You know? I don't know. But no, they didn't see anything. Steve was Charles Bronson, same way he was pregnant, movie sex. They wanted everything. They put everything in Charles. Yeah, it just came up. So we discussed it last time. They just got released. Steve McQueen writers.
The Riders. Yeah, the Riders, for people that don't know, that means like all the things that you get when you're on the set. Like he did say, I want M&M's in my green room, points, Pink Floyd albums, whatever.
Fucking insane. Yeah, this was insane. His suits had to be a certain cut. They had to cost a certain money to get more of it.
Some comics have that kind of shit where you have to have size 11 Jordan tweeted for the
Yeah, but you paid for it. Yeah, that's like, yeah, I'm not going to pay for it. I got my size 12.
Well,
You paid for it. What's that big deal? Yeah, they gave you some sneakers. No, you didn't. You bought those sneakers, dude. It comes out of the price. Yeah, they think that, oh, they bought the sneakers because I'm special.
Yeah, but I think it's a thing where you want to be,
That you want to feel like you're being taken care of. Yeah, you know, you think, fuck that. How come my own sneakers out? I'm going to show up with the boxes. Oh, you got me white sneakers. I'm not going to perform. That's actually started out. Oh, so yeah, people are like, oh, black Jordan. They're white. I ain't getting on stage if I get my black Jordan. I got to run around town.
I've heard people turn limos back.
Yes.
Back in the day because it was wrong color.
Yeah. I ordered a white limo.
What is this bullshit?
And who fucking drove you? You looked under that fucking bridge. Just get the goddamn fucking car.
People love making demands, right? Like it has to be this way, but that's it. I walk. People love making demands.
And that's what happens in that fucking town.
Yeah.
People go, okay, no, go fuck yourself. You want that? Bring it yourself. And once you start doing that, listen, I understood what you said before about Austin, and it makes sense to me now. It's like the dad took my daughter to school, and it was moms hugging trees in Studio City crying. If I was a redneck, I'd show up with a shotgun that day and just shoot it and watch those moms just fly. That's what it does to keep the liberals in check. Okay, that when you come in and go, you want to hug trees? Boom! And fucking start shooting off. No, they were hugging trees right in front of the school. My daughter's birthday.
Why were they hugging trees?
Because they were going to cut the trees down. We went to school, and the cops were there, and women were hugging the trees, holding each other's hands, crying. This is why I had to get the fuck out of there. And that's where a guy with a gun would have been perfect. A big fucking gun. You guys like trees so much. Boom! And those bitches would have been running to that fucking coffee shop crying. They didn't know what happened. Fuck those trees, Jack. That's what you need. A gun. When you tell these motherfuckers, shut the fuck up. You go on Facebook now, and I see people I used to hang in California, and they're talking about other people. They're so talented. And so gracious and to work with such a great bunch of talented individuals. Thank God they let my creative juices work. Shut up. So shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? Can I just smack you now or smack you later? It's so
Very
much.
pretentious.
Very, and that's why I don't miss any of it at all. When I watch the movie now, I can't even stand small talk. Like that's what I didn't even know what small talk was. You know, it's like the fact you just, you know, just something. I'm telling you about fear before fear. He's in a show, maybe, at the military. One night,
Yeah.
we left a bunch of people in a circle people, and maybe and a bunch of other people who were talking to you about a deal or something. And it was like, oh my God, this sounds so great. And you're supposed to stand there like this. But I fucking hate that shit.
Yeah, they love kissing people's
I
eyes.
loved it. Oh my God. Mimi and I loved it. Mimi. Victoria and I loved it.
Yeah.
We're so happy with violence. You have to sit there.
That was in the deal days.
Yeah,
That's still shop around deals.
yeah, well, they come up to you and talk to you. You have to be like, fucking,
Yeah.
yeah. So how was that? How did that feel?
Yeah, but you still connected to the system, and that was how I was making most money. So I'd make some money from stand-up, but I would make like a couple $100,000 on these deals. That would be my year's money. And then I'd be working with some fucking schmuck, making a sitcom. It sucked. I never went anywhere. I did that for a couple of years. So I did that from like 99 to 2001. And then Fear Factor started.
This radio is on.
It's everywhere.
My kids watch. I watched my favorite episode. Couple of weeks ago. He was playing piano with the fucking door. Playing piano with the elevator. Kept open.
Oh, that's right.
That's right.
That was a fun episode. That was a fun show. And then you don't show Ruben the other sitcoms. You want a sitcom after that show? Like, why? It's gonna suck. You need it's like a very rare combination of people to put together a really good sitcom.
That was a very good show. It was just, I know that you told me the years that they kept moving and you never found a home and stuff like that.
Yeah, it moved like 9 times. The show really became popular after it was in syndication. That's when it became popular. It became popular when it was on, 7 p.m. on ABC, whatever the fuck it was, ABC film. They were just showing the syndicated reruns. That's when it became popular. Way more popular after it was canceled than it was when it was came out here. A lot of writers were on Route North. Every day we come to the Tilbury, we'd have a t-shirt, a white t-shirt, you could write a number on it, and that number was our ratings. And one day he came in, it was like 85. I was like, 85? Really? We're like 85th. We're the 85th show.
That's good.
Terrible. Good, what good? It's number one. No. It's the ranked shows in the country. We're like 85 or 88 something. Real bad. Real bad. Like, we're like on the
They watch a good show.
yeah.
I'm watching one show.
Yeah.
There's some people with Rangers, and then there's Helen.
What are you watching? Oh, 1943 show? Oh yeah.
Moblin.
Oh yeah. I heard Mob Lab great.
She's fucking
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
not seen that.
the
Yeah.
Italian mafia movie. So Nero just put out the Nights Out. They took it out of the movie theater Tupac. He put what out? He put a movie called Out the Nights Out, where he plays two roles. He plays Frank Costello and somebody else. He was Pete. I don't know exactly.
Somebody should have taken De Niro's keys away when he wanted to go out and do political speeches.
Well, no, I think that, listen, you're not going to ban a movie because it's political reasons.
No, but people are going to take him seriously though.
He's because the way he acted, he dropped some people, okay, and I get it, but to make $2 million your first week,
That's not good.
and then like $3 million after that, and then just yanked it. I tried to go just to watch it.
It's called Alto Nights.
Is that it?
You heard of it, Jerry?
Nope. Came fucking good.
The problem is when people who want to be taken seriously as actors talk a lot about politics and talk a lot and give out opinions. They think that their opinions are very important and it's important that they speak out, but the problem with that is like you ruin your acting for other people who now think of the stupid shit that you said instead of thinking you as this character. Let me hear it. Here it is. Come back.
Where do I start?
I take my shit out. I get the showers, I pay my taxes.
This actually looks good.
Where you are today. It's because of me. Mr. Good Citizen. You want to be like that? It's not really like that. They own this country. They're bigger gangsters than we ever could be. So you want to be half tin, half out, half a racketeer. You can't have it both ways. You either in or you're out.
That looks good.
I'm telling you,
That looks good.
I watched that. The movie is not bad.
I'm telling you, it's because Taylor talks too much.
I think that we're so out of fun for movies every Friday and like they said, nobody knew it came out. I didn't know it came out.
Well, Cope killed the movie
Oh, it's a shame.
because they made movies way quicker out on streaming now. All I have to do is wait a month. I can wait a month. 1 month later, I can watch it at home. I don't have to see somebody texting people right in front of me with their fucking phone blind and white. People talking. What did he say? What did he say? Do you want any popcorn? Annoying.
Not a show. I've never seen it.
It's so.
I went to one of the last screenings on Thursday night. Not a show.
I mean, most movie theaters people play.
Very right up, very
It's that risk. The risk of one douchebag who fucks it up there.
I don't go see a popular movie. I'm not a top rater or anything. I like to go see. I see a movie and I want to watch it. Some movies I can watch at home, then I'm gonna watch it. Anything with 3D, like Wicked or whatever. I take my mushrooms. I take my daughter. I sit there. She enjoys it. And fucking have a great time.
Wicked was great.
Wicked was great. The
That was
only
great.
thing was don't go on mushrooms.
No.
I was so fucked up. The chick is black and green. I couldn't deal with that right off the bat. Where's the black people? Raise your hand. What the fuck? I feel like a racist in here. She can't be black and she can't be green. Then Ariana with no eyebrows. That killed me. She had like those flying eyebrows. I'm not fucking mushrooms, but this movie won't end. Well, it won't end. It's a fucking long movie. But I'm looking at her and she's having such a great time. You look at your kids and they're having such a great time. They gotta be fun.
I enjoyed it.
I
I enjoyed the Barbie. How
I
about
never
that?
saw it.
I enjoyed it. I went with my kids. They had a good time. I thought it was funny. Everybody was like complaining. So, it's political. It's against the patriarchy. Like, listen, here's my position. A movie's allowed to be political. Like, if you make a good movie and it happens to have a political slant to it, I don't care. This is a good movie. I don't care. I don't care. Like, it's not going to change my opinion of the movie. Like, this is your opinion. This is how you're going to do it. It's like, okay. So this movie is like a pro-feminism movie. People are saying they're complaining. I'm like, what do you? It's a Barbie doll.
Can we just make a movie and nobody raise their fucking
Yeah.
hand? That's all it is.
But the thing is, everybody has to because they have to have a hot take on everything. Everybody has to have a hot take. There's a market out there of people where all they do is look for something to point out that's a disaster or a failure, or here's my hot take and why this sucks. And that's what they do. All they do is find things that suck, and they very rarely talk about things that are awesome, which is crazy because there's so much awesome shit out there. You know what's great? On Apple Plus, Slow Horses. You heard of it? You know what it is?
No.
It's Gary Oldman.
Oh yeah. My wife watched it.
It's a British
She's
spy
like,
drama. It's fucking great. Really good show.
I would watch all the John Hamm.
Which one?
He has a show, John Hamm, where he becomes a thief in a rich neighborhood.
Oh, really?
He loses his job.
There's too many shows.
Yes, too many fucking shows.
There's too many shows. You just can't. You can't watch them all. You want to watch a show that you shouldn't be on mushrooms? Severance.
I think that's very well.
Yeah, it's a very good show. Don't watch that on mushrooms, or you get fucked.
I watched that movie, Debbie Moore.
Oh, I heard about that.
That
I didn't see it. Is that a show or a movie? It's a movie.
That is a really fucking movie I've seen.
It's a movie where like she gets young again and goes back and forth, old and young. Yeah. Substance. Did you see it, Jeremy?
I was missing it. It's like a Black Mirror type movie, and it just came back up to Black Mirror.
Yeah, I heard the new one's
Do you watch 1823?
Yes.
You liked it?
Love it.
I enjoyed all of it.
Love it. Yeah, I
I
love
enjoyed all of it.
Landman's good too. You see Landman? That's very
Funny.
yeah.
That fucking
Billy Bob's the man.
that,
I love anything.
they're shooting already.
Yeah,
Right? They're down there shooting.
I believe so.
Yeah, because they're looking for vehicles or something. I saw last
Yeah.
year.
Well, Taylor likes to do everything down in camp. You know, he's got that giant ranch out there. Taylor Sheridan.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
4.6s. And you know, I mean, that guy can't lose. And that's just his goal. You ever met him?
No.
Fucking great guy.
No, I have mutual friends.
I had dinner with him in Burke in Vegas recently. All our lives together after the fights, after the UFC fights. And a bunch of my crew player friends came by, and Goggins. Goggins was there with his wife too. Great time. Fucking great dinner. So much fun, all laughing, having fun. Good fucking time. But Taylor Sheridan's great. Just the guy can't move. And you know, he made some college, bro. You know? Go watch that.
I watched.
I watched that.
The first and the second.
Car was a fucking banger of a movie. It was on TV the other day. Like, that's right. This movie's that's a banger of a movie.
You know, it's a shame that what back then we started with like really bad movies. It's just a shame. You know, it really is a shame that we gotta wait for shows this long.
Like fucking, there's so much to watch though.
Yeah, the Adams Family never came out with Jenny Garcia.
Was it supposed to come back?
Yeah. Netflix never, and I worked with the dude again. We already shot. It's still fucking been like 3 years.
Why are they?
By the time it comes back, the kid's gonna fucking not even remember. She didn't remember anything.
Are they doing anything with it? Like what?
I never heard anything again.
Huh? Why would they do that? That doesn't make sense.
Netflix is off the chain. I don't know. Netflix has so much fucking shit on there.
There's so much.
So much. If I see one more Pablo Escobar, they got. If you watch like a murder thing one time, forget it.
You know, they're talking about doing the UFC. Yeah. Apparently, I think the UFC's negotiation period with ESPN ended. So what that means is they can talk to other people.
That fucking thing that night when everything fell apart, that was the bad night.
Which night?
With Walter, not this card, but the one before that, with the pay-per-views, going with disaster started. It was about pay-per-view one night. Nobody was getting the pay-per-view.
Oh, right.
UFC
One
fight,
of
it was fucking
the app failed.
yeah, but it was too overwhelming. The shit happened, but this must have been bad because
What fight card was that, Jamie, where you were a failure? Was I working there? How do I not know that happened?
I don't think you were.
So 2 events ago. Yeah, March.
Where was that? Where was it? Was that Adesanya or? Oh, okay. So I was working that one.
You did work it?
Yeah, I was working that one for sure. It was on Goliath when he won the title on Career. So the pay-per-view, what happened? It went down or partially went down?
Partially went down. I couldn't order the car.
Oh,
A bunch of shit going on. Then I went on Twitter and I saw Frankie Hector and a bunch of other guys fighting. What the fuck is wrong with my other and then I heard the riffraff that night. The next day they were talking about it. Monday, Dana was hot. Something like that.
well, I think in general the pay-per-view numbers are down as well because the casuals aren't buying as much because you don't have. First of all, the UFC is not like boxing. Like a boxing pay-per-view is like, oh, Canelo's fighting in 4 months, and you gear up and you buy the Canelo Alvarez pay-per-view. If you're a big boxing fan, you might buy one once every couple months. If you're like hardcore, you're watching all of them. You're on DAZN and you're on ESPN Plus. You're watching every boxing match, but there's not a lot of pay-per-views. The UFC has pay-per-view every week, or excuse me, every month, and then they have a fight every week. So it's like getting people to shell out $7 for this card, and also like some of the great fights are on the undercard. And you already before the pay-per-view starts, you already have 3.5 hours of great fights you can watch for free, and some of them are trying to lure you into buying the pay-per-view. So some of the best fights are really on the undercard. Sometimes, like guys who you don't know their names yet.
There's always one good fight that I want to watch. Oh, I'm going to watch that.
Always.
You guys know about the fights.
Yeah, I mean, the big fight clearly this last weekend was Volkanovski versus Lopez. That was a fight I really wanted to see. Because I really wanted to see if Volkanovski could pull it off. All-time great featherweight champion. One of the, for sure, greatest fighters of all time. Shooting for the Hall of Fame. But he's 36. And he got knocked out 2 times in a row. And he's fighting a fucking animal, Diego Lopez. It was a great fight, though. And Volk pulled it off. But the fight that I really wanted to see was Bryce Mitchell versus Sean Silva. Because Sean Silva is a motherfucker, dude. That guy looks like a world champion. He looks like he choked him like a ninja choke. And was like a no arm movement. With the Darce, he had no arm movement. Switch it up. That was just all neck. And put him to sleep. He tapped and then he went out. And to do and just beat him from pillar to post the entire fight. And was smiling and laughing and looked like he was never threatened and never in danger. Just like he was on another level. Like way above Bryce. Like looked like a world champion. Like even the guys that beat him before, that beat Bryce Mitchell before, except Josh Allen, just KO'd him with one punch. But like even Ilya Topuria, like you got to get a hold of him for it to play. Like, John Silva looked like he was never a fight. Like almost like he was having fun. He was trying to get him to touch hands. At the beginning of every round, he was like, touch hands. He tried. It's like touching hands. He wouldn't touch hands. And then finally just put him to sleep. He's an animal. That guy is that whole team. Apparently, the fighting nerds. I was talking to John Anik about this. They have data scientists that work for the team. Data scientists who analyze techniques and they like break things down. Like what's effective in patterns. They find patterns of opponents, what the person does when they do it, how they do it. Brazil. Bro, that's a team of fucking savages.
Well,
Kyle Baralho is one of the top 185-pounders who might be the best in the world. When he fights Dricus Duplessis, eventually we'll see. But he's just scorching that division. I mean, he's one of the best contenders in that. Then you have Mauricio Ruffi. He's one of the baddest lightweights alive. Gigantic lightweight, tall and long. Wheel kick Bobby Green into another dimension. Now you got that guy. You got Carlos Prates, who's a fucking killer. Stone cold Muay Thai killer who's really hard to take down. And he's just 100% finishing rates to us. He just knocked out Mia Magnet. Like he fucks everybody else. He's a sniper. Super like, skillful and slick Muay Thai guys. So their whole team is just killer. It's all killers. Just like a team of like brilliant up and coming killers. These guys are learning now. It's not just about training hard. It's not just about sacrifice. It's about thinking hard. It's about learning. It's about like really going over your thinking. Like what can we apply? How do we make this better? How do we sleeve up this part of the game? Amazing.
he's the guy that led me to
Oh yeah.
I was always very impressed with every fight. He showed up with something.
Yeah.
So I was always still like, yeah, cheers, please, that's cool. I still got this right hand. Okay. He was right hand, always learning. He was always listening. He was the city, the kickboxing guy. He was always
Phil Nurse.
Yeah.
The Phil Nurse in the one. Yeah, and then you go with all these Greg Jackson guys.
wild card.
Yeah,
For
the
a
wild
while,
card.
remember when he fought, I think it was Josh Gotcha. He was jabbing. He led the fight. He fucking broke the jab out. He trained the wild card.
Yeah, his jab, he fucked Josh's eye up so bad that Josh couldn't fly home.
I remember that. I remember all that shit. That's why I liked him. He was training. He was all. Another time, you watch him doing gymnastics.
Yeah.
Where's gymnastics and all that? Where?
Well, he just realized that gymnasts are so powerful because they have such control of their body. He's like, well, I'm going to get better control of my body. So he learned to do that.
Yeah, incredible. Meanwhile, he's still going, well, my jiu-jitsu game is elevated. This motherfucker worked out every part of his game. The focus on just work.
You know what's really crazy about him? He still does the same thing. He's really a martial artist. He comes to Austin all the time. He's here all the time. I see him like every couple months. He comes down to train, and then he'll go somewhere else to train. He'll go somewhere else to train. No desire to fight. He doesn't want to fight anymore at all. He's just a martial artist. He's so happy and content. He's like the best example of a guy who retired with millions in the bank and is living like his best life. He's a real martial artist. He just wants to learn and grow. Like, why would he come here and train with Gordon Ryan? Why would you train that fucking animal if you're not actually thinking about competing? But for him, it's just all about growing. It's all about growing and this martial arts journey that he's on for his whole life. It's really amazing. It's very cool. You know, when he would come to 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, he'd learn stuff from Eddie too. He came down to learn turning side kicks from me. Like, he just wants to learn from everybody. He wants to learn everything. He's always constantly seeking out. Yeah, very smart. And you see him. He's in all these different gyms. You see him. He's in Thailand. He's working with Muay Thai guys. He's over here. He's over there. He's just enjoying his life and training martial arts all over the world. It's incredible. Incredible. It's beautiful. Because the saddest thing for me is when a fighter stops fighting and they lose their identity. George has never lost his identity. He hasn't gone through some weird phase where he doesn't know what to do with himself.
I am not impressed with your performance. That was one of the funniest things.
Yeah, that became like a meme.
I was not impressed with your performance.
The nicest fucking guy.
Nice too.
And really smart, man. Really interested in all kinds of shit. Always like reading stuff and fascinated by things. Just a guy, just a curious guy who wants to learn and he's just going through his life, just having a good time now. He doesn't have to think about business. You know, it's just training. I fucking awesome. It really is. Because like with no goal in mind other than growth. And getting better. It's still going hard, man. I'm watching him roll with this guy. He's rolling with his assets. You know, he's still doing jiu-jitsu with like top flight black belts, man.
You never consider going back to take one down
No. No.
Just going to a school once a week and just going in there with a bunch of guys and throwing some kids and shit.
I like that.
Man, you're not feeling. Every look out there. Could you imagine him now if you're there? Like, I've been thinking about it. There's a jiu-jitsu school. He's 68.
Oh, wow.
He came from a fucking Shotokan karate background. And he goes, I teach in the Bronx every Wednesday night. He goes, this was my school. I sold it, but I still walk down Wednesdays. Come with me sometime. I'm like, wow, how cool would that be?
That would be cool to take class.
That's what I'm saying. One time a week, like something that looks at no. But you do those, like when you do Taekwondo, right? They have one step, like those little, those sheep they run, I think they call where they throw punch. Yeah, it's drill. And that's what you need. You're not going to squat and go crazy, but
Drills are really important. They're really important if people don't like doing sparring so far. Same with jiu-jitsu. Like Eddie Bravo always said that like, drills are terrible. They're so boring. But if you can do them, it'll make your jiu-jitsu look better. Like the biggest leap that I ever got in the beginning of my jiu-jitsu journey was when I became friends with him. We were training in the garage. We would just drill for like an hour and a half. He was showing me a lot of his rubber guard stuff, like the early stuff, but we would just drill like different positions, how to escape certain positions, how to finish from certain positions, what to be careful of, and we would just go through paths. Like path was, pass into half guard, push on the knee, move into side control, head and arm, secure the arm, finish the arm triangle, and what we would do is like, if he was doing it to me, I would resist like 40% maybe, just kind of like sort of resist, and then secure it, and resist, and then finish it off. So it's like basically you're doing it as if you're doing the same pathway with the same things that a person would do to resist, but then they're not trying to really stop you. They want you to tap them. Like this is the idea of the drill. So I would get my hand in, but just so that you can push my hand down and then lock it over. So that's big. Yeah, drilling is everything.
People are flow road, and people are selling. People tell them, "Gosh, oh, this."
It's the way to get better. It's really the way to get better.
Sometimes the problem is you got to keep them motherfucking flowing, and that's the problem. But after a while, you're like, "Oh," and also next thing you know, it's not a flow.
Right now, you're going to try to kill each other.
That's the problem. It starts off with a flow for a minute, and then it goes off the fucking reservation.
That's always the same with kickboxing sparring too. When I was training at the Jet Center, there was this one dude that I used to love to train with. He was an older guy, so I was probably 26 back then, 27 maybe, and he was maybe like closer to 35, 40. Like he had some fights, just like to stay in shape. And we would spar, and he knew I was an actor, comedian, or whatever. I was on a TV show, and I didn't want to get hit too much. And so we'd spar, we just touch each other. Yeah. And I knew he wasn't going to try to knock me out. But other guys, I knew, like, we're fighting. Like, we're sparring. This is a fight. But with him, I knew, and I got so sharp because of that. Because he and I would work out a couple times a week, and I noticed, like, my timing and everything was, like, much sharper because I was going through those pathways and not tense. I was going through those pathways, so sharpening those lanes. So, like, punch, come, slip, counter. All these things were, like, flowing in my head because we weren't hurting each other. But it's so hard for young guys to understand that, to get better, is to, like, be playful with it. You want to, like, the Thai guys, they just, because they fight every week. When they spar, they don't hurt each other at all. They touch, and they laugh, like, oh, they're, like, playing a little game with each other. You ever seen Thai guys?
Yeah.
Like, you watch, like, one of the best things to watch is, like, two elite, high-level Thai guys just spar with each other. Just spar, playful, like, because they're joking around and laughing and they're touching each other, but they're really working on that timing. They're really working on those moves, working on, like, seeing what's coming, how to stop it, how to get in on them, but they're not hurting each other at all.
It's weird that I'm older and I love doing crazy shit. Like, I don't have much in the daytime. So I'm trying to catch a boxing class, jiu-jitsu, and all that shit. And jiu-jitsu is the toughest one. Like, I haven't been to jiu-jitsu since November because I've been sick. I had a bunch of problems. I was on antibiotics. I was having a hard time fucking breathing. But I can't wait for the night. But now I'm going to go back and do it a little bit different.
Flow.
There's one guy I like to go, he's a cop. And drilling. Yeah, they have a blue belt class. Basically, a lot of drilling. That's great. A lot of calories. Drilling is so important. But you have to go in the daytime. They roll a little bit more. At night, the classes are so shut that you don't have time to roll that long. Whereas I would rather drill a long time and then roll once to get the fuck out of that. Yeah. So you boxing, when I go boxing, I'm fucking go crazy. I squeeze that, 2 rounds, and I hit the back that moves around, that burns tons of calories, then I hit the hard back. How about 7, 8, 3 more rounds? $0 to put on the Wu-Tang Clan and just fuck that heavy bag. I love it. That's why I eat bones. I love more. I'll tell you what else I got into. But when I went to that hospital, it reminded me that I was the kid up there. Like, we fuck around, we have a good time, we think we're bad motherfuckers, but you want to stay healthy. Yeah. Ever since I come out of the hospital a month ago, everything's fucking changed. Come on, chill. I'm not wasting well. I think we're going to work. Tomorrow. Are you busy? I'm not busy. All right, let's go. Good. I like that blood. Yes. Get an IV bag? Yeah. Right? No, it's a little. So you're talking about a stem cell push. Yeah, IV stem cells. Yeah, I just got that Tuesday. I brought Rich Boss in. How was he? He was great. I love that guy. I love it. We had a good time. We had a good time at the club too. I've seen a lot. Yeah, I've seen everybody's jerky too. Yeah, everybody that we do now do it. I love him to death. So he's been having problems with it. Yeah. So I brought him down to Brigham. Brigham's got this crazy thing. Let me show you this, Jim, because it's fucking bananas. He's got this crazy thing where he's got an AI that you ask questions to. Have you seen it, Jim? It's fucking nuts, right?
Hey, so, the history of testosterone and prostate.
Here, I'll send this to you, Jamie. So Brigham has this new, beautiful facility where Ways to Wells, great view. Oh, they moved. Yep. A new facility. They bought a building and renovated it. It's incredible. But one of the things they have is this big screen with this alien. And you touch the alien and ask it a question, and it uses AI. Like, so it has an AI, large language model based. Press What's this? Press.
Hey, can you tell me the history of testosterone and prostate cancer? My doctor said these hormones can cause prostate cancer. What do you guys say?
So the alien like thinks about it.
The concern stems from a 1941 study by Huggins that suggested testosterone could cause prostate cancer. This is being thoroughly debunked by modern research, particularly by Dr. Abraham Morgenthau. Current evidence shows no causal relationship between testosterone therapy and prostate cancer development. In fact, many men with prostate cancer have little testosterone. The outdated theory misunderstood how testosterone interacts with prostate tissue, and numerous studies now show that properly monitored testosterone therapy is safe for most men, even those with a history of prostate cancer in some cases. How did you happen?
You know what? That's the future. It can answer any question. It can analyze your blood work. You can tell it, hey, you know, my vitamin B12 level is this. My testosterone level is that. What would you suggest I take? What I suggest is a protocol of, you just like rattle off things that you need. You need some nice. What to take magnesium before you go to bed? You know, how much REM sleep are you getting? Are you monitoring that? Let's start talking. Isn't that crazy? It's an app too. It's on your phone.
People talking about last night at the club. They go on chat GPT or some shit.
You don't know what that is?
No. I don't know.
ChatGPT is AI. It's like it's on your phone. Like you can ask it a question. You know, like I could like give me a good question.
Who was the composer of Swanee River?
Who is the composer of Swanee River? So you see on my phone has all those windows on the outside like that. I'm searching for the answer. Who is the answer? Can you go on ChatGPT and tell me more about Stephen Foster, the composer of Swanee River? Yeah. And then it goes on ChatGPT. How many have besides this? Can you ask anything? What Disney movies are the most racist? Looking at ChatGPT right now. And I'm not hungry.
The reason why Joe, that is one.
ChatGPT told me to go fuck myself. Joe, it disconnected.
One of the greatest episodes we were talking a couple weeks ago. We were talking about you watching the Gleason in 60 Minutes.
Yes.
You know, I watch how movies every Saturday.
Do you really?
Every Saturday at midnight. I don't have time for anything else. I gotta be home by midnight on Saturday. Okay. And the reason I said Swanee River is that is one of the best episodes that Gleason ever did. He was going on a $95,000 question. And you have to go up levels.
Yeah.
And they ask you questions. He picked music. So he had his buddy, Norton, get all the sheet music. And Norton would play music. And he would go, who is this? And he would have to say, and then the Italian lady, the Spanicati, would come down. It was a great episode. But there's one scene where Norton would play, and he goes, Norton, why the fuck do you, there it is. Why the fuck do you play this? What's this?
Wait a minute, please. Why must you always play before you go in and play the song I'm trying to get? I told you once, I told you 100 times. The only way I can warm up before I play the piano. The pitcher warms up before I pitch the ball game. I gotta warm up that way before I play the piano. I hope I don't have to 10 minutes again. Are you ready? Go ahead, play.
All right, now go to the end so Joe can see. So he goes,
I'm running out. Hurry up.
no, play the song first so he sees.
Are you ready? Certainly am. All right, transfer for $100. Who is the composer of Swanee River?
The 60 minute. Oh my God, it was great. Just listening to him talk. That was when he was just playing golf and drinking. He had that crazy golf cart they would drive around in.
What's the book I read where he told Richard Pryor how to smoke pot, like how to hide it? They did a movie before it.
He taught him how to hide it.
Yeah, Richard Pryor lit a joint up. He's like, what are you doing? Come on, get out of class.
So how do you hide it?
Under your hand. Oh, it's a cigar. He put Richard. We're smoking it out. Jackie Gleason. So wait this. Richard Pryor said, this motherfucker come here to smoke a joint.
So he tuck it away.
And he was 20 years old.
Yeah.
You know, Jackie Gleason was a fucking beast, man.
That guy partied.
Beast. No. He did a lot of hard work.
He died family. Right?
How old was he?
Was it close to 60? But no, I think there's a couple different kinds of cancer. How long? Yeah. Oh, was he? Oh, he's 71? Oh, that's not too bad.
No, that's true. The national was 74.
Yeah, I thought he died younger than that. No. But yeah, heartbreaking. Yeah. You ever hear the story about him and Richard Nixon?
No.
Richard Nixon and him were getting drunk one night. Richard Nixon goes, "Oh, see some UFOs." And so they get on Air Force One, flying along the Air Force bases where they have this fucking crashed UFO, alien bodies on ice. And Jack Gleason apparently becomes obsessed with UFOs after this. Has a house built in upstate New York that looks like a UFO. His house was a flying saucer. He had a house built delivering a UFO. And the story's unsubstantiated. It's hard to know if it's true, but it was like his ex-wife told it in some magazine, right? But it tracks. It tracks with, if you believe these people that say that there was some sort of crash, that they did recover, then they do have bodies. So this is his fucking house. He has a house built. That's one image of it, but there's other images of it like it's even more like a flying saucer. And wow. That it kind of looks normal like a house there, though, but the guy built a flying saucer house. Nixon and him got hammered. I'm hoping that's going to happen with me and Trump, but Trump doesn't get drunk. Can you imagine you're hanging out with Trump? And he's like, "You want to see the UFO? Can you keep a secret?" Yeah, there he is, hanging out with Nixon. And they supposedly do have something that crashed. And they supposedly do have biological entities that are on ice in there. According to these whistleblowers that work for the government, now we're talking about this. It's hard to know. You can talk about it if you fucking want. So,
There's got to be something out there. You have to assume there's something out there, whether or not.
right, but should we assume that that's something that's been there? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Well, I would kind of, if I was from somewhere else, and I was like, imagine if you were like from some super advanced civilization that's completely abandoned war. There's no thievery. Everybody reads everybody's minds. There's no unfairness because they've worked all that stuff out. It's just superior intellect because everybody's evolved for a million years past where we are now. And you get the opportunity to see what a breakthrough civilization looks like. Right when they figured out nuclear power, right when they figured out flight and war and cell phones and shit like that. Like, that would be like you and I going back and going and visiting the real Wild West. Like being in a gold mining town in 1830. You know how nuts that would be? That would be fucking crazy. Be one of the minor 49ers in 1849, going all the way to San Francisco. These fucking animals stabbing each other in saloons. Like, you know what that would be like? The kind of aliens that took a chance with wooden wheels getting pulled by a horse and went across mountain ranges to try to get to the gold? That would be like us going to visit that. Of course we would visit that. Of course. Like if you had a chance to see what it was like to see Christopher Columbus land in the Bahamas, to see what that must have been like, of course you would want to see it. Like if you could go literally back in time and see primitive humans, well, if they're just like us, but they're like us millions of years from now, of course they'd want to visit us. It would be so interesting. Can you imagine if there was a planet where we could go where we could see cave? You know, imagine.
Of course, never figured it out.
Yeah.
But it's,
You see guys making fucking arrowheads with flint for the first time and strapping them to sticks, giant fucking heads and big teeth, covered in hair, just figuring out tools. Oh my god, we would be fascinated by those people.
the way I think about it is with some of the kids we're talking about. And right, some fucking
Yeah.
6, 7, I'm hearing about this. The moon landing was in '69. So I was 6. So it's funny that I heard more and more about it. So you need to tell me is 55 years we haven't found out more information about it. We know. We know what's going on. We know. NASA's not stupid. They know something's out there. They play with us a little bit from time to time. But that's something out there.
I think so too.
There's something.
I think the other problem with the president knowing, can they keep things from the president? Of course they can. The president is only there for 4 years. Then he has to get in there again. And if he wins, he's only there for 4 more years. These fucking people have 30-year careers, 50-year careers in the intelligence agencies. If they know something, and they've known something since, fucking Gerald Ford, why would they tell you? Why do you? You've already been hiding this from the population for so long.
And those old timers didn't need it. I said, you had to sign something.
NDA.
Yeah, whatever. So there was something to it.
Yeah.
There was something to it. You got that place in New Mexico. You got Hudson County, we discussed before, with Orange County. You have all these places that have a higher volume. I wonder what's number 2 in the UFO sightings.
I wonder what's number 1. What's number 1? Is it Hudson Valley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Northwest Branch, the whole thing.
That's crazy.
That's number 1. I wonder what number 2, number 3,
It's interesting that a lot of them are over near where the ocean is, because that's one of the big things. They have bases in the ocean, because the reality of the ocean is no one's looking. If you have something on Earth, satellites can see it. But if you have something that's in the middle of Nevada, in some deserted area, and you have buildings, satellites can see that. You can see the structures, so you have to hide them. But if you have something in the ocean, nobody sees anything. We've only explored, what is the percentage of the ocean floor that we have to explore? I think it's like 10%. I think it's somewhere around 10, maybe 20%. So that means that 80% of the ocean floor is undiscovered. We have no idea what's down there. And it's, a mile, 2 miles deep in some spots. If you're from a super sophisticated civilization that's millions of light years away, you can come here instantaneously. And you have the ability to traverse in these, what they call transmedium craft, which means they can go through air, go through water. It creates a gravity bubble around it and go through everything. That's what they think these things are doing. That's what they can go 500 knots underwater. Like nothing would have to do that. And if they have bases under the ocean, it makes sense that these sightings are all near the ocean. It just totally makes sense.
The ocean's struggling with you fucking thing. Yeah, I love it going to a beach and just sitting on the beach. Watching,
2030.
Seabed 2030, what they mapped out.
They've got 30% map. They're trying to get the whole thing done by 2030.
Oh, really? Oh, interesting. Oh, like they find a base. What if they get down there and find bases? What is all that stuff? What are those
I'm
lines?
guessing that's when they probably send their drones. Probably.
Whoa.
Discovery.
Oh, that's crazy. So they're scouring the ocean floor to try to get them. That's why the aliens are going to come out. Wow, that's Hawaii. Whoa.
Oh,
Oh,
that's not going to
it is? Is that one of those islands in the middle? Is that Catalina? Oh, I see. Oh, you zoomed in. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's these little like underground spots that are sticking up.
Wow.
I feel like we know. We just that's like everything else. We know shut down. We don't got release it. We don't want to play with this. That's what they do. I think that they would be. I think even after all the alien talk and everything, I think Americans couldn't really handle it.
Well, there was actually a discussion. This guy, Hal Putoff, who was a physicist that worked with the U.S. government, told me that during the Bush administration, they actually wanted to talk about the potential of disclosure to the American people. What will be the pros and cons? And so they listed what could be disrupted. Well, the economy could be disrupted, religion could be disrupted, government could be disrupted. What would be the positive aspects? And they started looking at the positive aspects like scientific development, the understanding that we're not alone, and then they weighed it all out. And the cons outweighed the pros by a significant number. And so they decided not to disclose. This is what Hal Putoff says. So he is a scientist that's worked with the government for decades. And he, I had dinner with him and Jacques Vallée. Jacques Vallée is the guy who the character in Close Encounters of the Third Kind is based on, the French guy, scientist. And Jacques Vallée has been studying UFOs since, I think, the 50s. Brilliant guy. He's written tons of books on the subject. And the stories that he knows, that he's aware of, the historical stories, which really gets crazy is when you get into like the 1700s and the 1800s and the early 1900s, they're the same stories. People are saying the same thing, the same kind of things are happening to these people. The people that are encountering the crafts and encountering the beings, they're reporting the same stories. They're real similar to the point where you're like, what's going on? And if it's real unique in like, I haven't seen UFO, I haven't seen aliens, you haven't, Jamie hasn't. But what if one of us did? Like, if there's millions and millions and millions of people and one guy is fucking walking his dog in the middle of a field, and all of a sudden this thing just lands right in front of him, and no one's around. And then these things get out, and they look at you and talking to you with their mind. And then they get back on their ship and they fucking disappear. They zoom off so fast, you can't even follow with your eyes. And then you're sitting there going, what the fuck do I tell anybody? Who's going to believe me? Who's going to believe this? I should probably not tell anybody. And then you're lying in bed at night, you're all freaked out because you can't believe you know something that other people don't know. You know the most incredible thing. That not only are they real, but they can do things that we can't possibly do. They cannot be us. There's something different. It's a different life form.
I think when they came here, maybe somebody painted with this green or whatever. To me, I feel that they're here, they walk around looking like us. They're a more intelligent life source, like the movie Taik.
Right.
That's some vibe. I'm the type of guy I'll talk. Well,
Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
yeah, invasion of body snatchers. I'm the type of guy I'll talk to you, but I just talking to you just now about somebody in the government telling me that aliens exist. It would not be that because I know they do,
Right.
but not really.
But not really.
But not really. I know they do, but not really. And that's, I think, whatever.
Yeah.
Sure, we even shock me a little bit to find out. But I think they're, cool type people.
Jacques Vallée is of that opinion too. Like, what's interesting about him is he really maintains scientific credibility after all these years, despite like studying UFOs back to the time where if you studied UFOs, you were crackpot. But everything he looked at was just based on logic. This is what we know, and this is what we don't know. This is what we can prove. This is what we can't prove. And we estimate that there's a certain percentage of these experiences, whether it's 5% or what, that are legitimate. There's a great number. The vast majority of things that people see in the sky are not UFOs.
No.
They
But I guarantee you do see things.
Yeah.
That we think is something else. And see what.
Yeah.
I could see that 100%.
Oh yeah, people see the Saturn. They think Saturn's a UFO. They think, people see things too, And then there's also a weird phenomenon that's real, like ball lightning. Ball lightning is a type of lightning that jets around like a ball, like a giant soft ball of lightning, just darting around the sky, and then it goes away. And it's just a weird form of lightning that has been documented. But if you saw that, if you were in the middle of like New Mexico by yourself camping and you saw that, it's like, fuck, man, you think it's a fairy or something like that? Oh my god, man, you're just on mushrooms. You see ball lightning. What the fuck, man? You're seeing traces behind the ball lightning. You would 100% believe and feel like you came in contact with an angel, you would believe and feel like something from another planet communicated with you. You'd probably fill your head up with all this important shit they told you that you have to tell people. How can I tell people, man, we're doing it all wrong. We're all one, man. We're all one. We can't be fighting these wars. It's so foolish. They want us to know. They want us to take care of Mother Earth. Meanwhile, you saw a ball lightning when you're on mushrooms.
You know what I was involved in? I got into a whole guy. He told me about roommate. Some girl at a coffee shop. And it drove me fucking crazy. It drove me so crazy. I was confused. Actually, I go to the library. I found a whole, maybe 10 years ago, I went online. Reading about mermaids. Like, that's something I could.
The dumbest thing about mermaids is they have a fish from the waist down.
Right, but the word they actually spotted me.
It's just a lot. It doesn't even make any sense. Like, fish don't have sex, you fucking idiot. That means it's the most beautiful one in the world from the waist up, and all she do is give you blowjobs. Because fish don't have sex. That's okay. That's not my problem. I'm gonna have sex with it. But people are. They want to fall in love with a mermaid. They're like, that's the craziest person to fall in love with.
He's paying pennies on it.
No, come on. No, they're manatees. These people saw manatees. Probably their eyesight sucked because they all had scurvy. You know, they were all fucking starving to death. They all had syphilis. Their faces are falling off. These rotten scumbags that are on these boats together. And then they're so horny that they want to fuck manatees. They see manatees in the foggy water flopping around. I swear it's a girl with a tail. They want to hop off. They're like a guy in the desert that sees an oasis that's not there. I see water, and he's just trying to drink the sand. That's what it is. These guys
Gotta be a
so these horny scumbags from like Europe in the 1500s, these monsters, they're on this boat together for 4 months, and they think they see women in the water.
We just ruined them.
They're probably on opium. They probably had syphilis. They were drunk.
That's why y'all love the 80s.
Animals.
That's why y'all love the 80s. These two guys actually went into the studio and go, look, I got a movie about a fucking guy who falls in love with a mermaid. Come on, how you gonna do that? I said, that's fun. Let me tell you something. That's another.
You know, Joey, that's a good point.
This is one of the reasons why America became what it is that everybody who moved here initially took a crazy chance.
You gotta take a crazy chance. You gotta get in a boat in the 1700s and make your way across the Atlantic Ocean. You have no idea if storms are coming. There's no fucking weather.com. You don't even know what it looks like over here because they don't have pictures yet. Someone's gonna draw you. This is what I saw when I visited Maryland.
I told you it's a fucking mermaid. You fuck.
Look at that fucking fake thing.
The
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's hilarious. That's one of the reasons why America became so powerful. The two things. The Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, like that stuff, all the laws that gave you freedom of speech, the right to bear arms, the right to practice your own religion, all those things are covered. Also, the type of people that moved here. Crazy, risk-taking motherfuckers that were willing to get their kids and get on a boat and make it across the country. So everybody that came over here was just fucking gung-ho. They're all wild folk. Wild, dangerous people trying to get jobs on the East Coast. But still to this day, why the East Coast is so crazy, so chaotic, and so fun. Because that was like the echoes of these pioneering monsters that traveled their way across the ocean. Crazy people, desperate for anything. Europe just sucks so bad, like, we gotta get the fuck out of here. Whether it's from Spain or Ireland or wherever, boats, just boats. Italians, boats. And then they make their way across the land. And then, cover the whole thing eventually. And in a few hundred years. It's a crazy story, man. And we gotta be careful of this place. You can't sacrifice the things that made us so great in terms of our freedom just for political gain. Because then we're going to give the whole thing away. And we could go the same way ROTHSCHILD, the same way they were. They had like a European style country, and now it's a dictatorship, and now it's Islamic. And, there's no getting out of that now without some crazy revolution, right? It could go that way anywhere. If there's people anywhere on Earth in 2025 living under the thumb of tyranny, there can be people here. It's just a bunch of things have to go wrong. We saw a few things go wrong during COVID. That should have woke a lot of people up. That the fabric of society is fragile. That's why the founding fathers are so wise. They put into play protections to keep tyranny from taking over. They had a bunch of checks and balances that you can't get through. You don't have ultimate power like a king. You have Congress, you have the Senate, you have the Supreme Court. It's got to be like that. If you can't change that just because you want your side to win, everybody gets short-sighted. Democrats get short-sighted on this. Republicans get short-sighted on this. You can't have that happen. It's not good for anybody. It's not good for us. If you think your opinions and your beliefs and what you know is more beneficial to the American people, state your case. That should be the only thing we do. These people should go state their case. Explain what you can do. We should demand that. And all that other shit, stop it. Just get rid of it. Get rid of all of it. Get rid of all of it. No one should be pro-crime. No one should be letting people off their crimes. No one should be letting gang members live in some sanctuary city from another country. They come over here just to cause havoc and create crime because we have weak policing and because we let them in. But no side should want that. No side should want the country to be more dangerous. And no side should want people deported to El Salvador prisons that aren't really gang members either. No side should want no due process. No side should want the ability of the government to imagine you're a person who's over here illegally, but you're not a criminal. You're just a guy who doesn't have paperwork, and then they send you to prison somewhere. Someone decides because of your tattoos that you're in a gang. Now all of a sudden you're in prison in another country. You haven't even been to trial. I can't let that happen either.
Did you see that fucking prison where they took them to Nicaragua or whatever? That's El Salvador. El Salvador, where they housed them 40 years. That's crazy. It's crazy. That's insane.
And apparently they have unmarked graves. People die, they get strangled, whatever, to go back, unmarked grave. It's completely dehumanizing people as a overcorrection to having too much crime and gang violence. So too much crime and gang violence, and you throw all due process up there, round everybody up, throw them all in jail. And if you're going to do that, a certain percentage of them are crime. It's going to be effective. You're definitely going to curb crime, but you're also going to victimize a few innocent people, a certain percentage of innocent people, undoubtedly, especially if you have a due process. This can't come to America, and if we're sending our prisoners over there, how much different is that than the other stuff that we hate, like sending jobs overseas where people work for $1 a day and don't get health care? We would never allow that in America, right? But we would never allow this kind of a prison in America either. So should we really be involved in sending people to this kind of a prison if they're from another country? It's an interesting question. Do you think you got to? I think there is a bit of a problem, right? If you come from one country and then they put you in a prison in another one without a trial. If they say you're a gang member, you're an MS-13, you come from Mexico, you make your way to America, and also they put you in El Salvador prison, but what happened here? Yeah, that's kind of a lot.
They took a handful of people that had weird tattoos and stuff like that.
That's what I've heard, but I don't really know the truth.
No, you don't know.
Because they were saying that they keep talking about this guy in mainstream media, saying he's a Maryland father, and this and that, but then that Tom Homan guy says, no, he's a member of MS-13. It's okay, who's telling the truth? And they were saying that if you got deported and came back into this country again illegally, we would round him up again and do it all over again. We didn't make a mistake. Okay, well, who's telling the truth? Is he just a man that's mistaken identity? And
This is a police record.
Yeah, right.
Let me say it's police record. If the guy has a tattoo and he's got a police record, he's got a family and a wife, it's like, remember we used to take these chicken.
Which place?
My early house, 20 years ago, we used to always like chicken.
Oh, Chicks. Yes. Oh,
How good was that place?
we have that wood-fired rotisserie.
Absolutely.
Only pay cash. No
Yeah,
credit card.
okay.
That's what killed them.
So think about this. What if he had that for 20 years? Great guy. I always loved him. He was very
Yes. Great guy.
What if they came and had him? He was
He was
no. He was legal.
He was legal. He was legal.
You know, there's
He
people
was
like
second generation.
there's people that came, they're here. And before I said,
Actually, I think it was more than second generation.
yeah, I want to
I'm not
make sure
sure.
that this guy had roots in the community. I'm not going to just put him to fucking.
Yeah, I think what you got to do is just get rid of criminals only. But the only way to know if someone's a criminal is to have due process.
But it's not over a fucking tattoo.
No.
It's due process.
It's due
That's
process.
all I want.
Because there's a lot of kids get stupid tattoos, and then you have them
Yeah,
for life.
fuck it, bro.
You know, when I went to Japan, I couldn't work out in the gym, in the hotel. They made me go up to my room, put a long sleeve shirt on because of my sleeves. You can't have open tattoos and work out at like a nice place because it's connected to the Yakuza. So like, you have to follow their rule. They demand that you follow the rules.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I can't throw somebody back in a fucking prison like that just because of the tattoo. I gotta see something.
Yeah.
I gotta see something. He did something to disrupt the system.
Yeah, I just see the thing is I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know the truth of these cases because you get a biased take from one side oftentimes, and then you get a biased take from the other side, and they're duking it out to shape reality for you.
Now, in '85, I lived in San Francisco. I teamed up with a bunch of Cubans. I came in '79. I was at Brooklyn. And, went over there every day. I had to buy the old guy. I ran the corner. I had to buy him a bottle of rum. I had to buy him. They didn't let me operate the game, whatever the game was. So weed, but my point of the story is, and I remember it specifically, but from the time I got there to the time I left, there was probably 80 Cubans on the block. Maybe 20 of them got arrested. In those days, you got arrested, you got deported.
If you get arrested.
They put you in jail. You didn't have paperwork, but you came in that Cuban. They would take you right to immigration to come get you in 72 fucking hours, and you'd be right back in Cuba. You know, would shoot you.
See, it's one thing if you arrest someone for a crime.
Yeah.
And then you deport them. I get that. But it's another thing when you're rounding up people because you think they look suspicious. Like, during the first Trump administration, there's this dude who was a contractor who was doing something for my house. And he's an Army veteran. I think he was in for 20 plus years and worked at a management position at a big construction firm. So they're like a prestigious job. He was like a legit guy. So he's at Home Depot. He's dressed nice. Polo shirt on, nice slacks. He looks like a guy who has money. These ICE guys pull him over and demand that he show them their paperwork. And, he's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And he says that to them. And then he pulls out his Army ID and, his driver's license. He's like, you can't do this. You can't just come up to me. He goes, I'm a fucking American citizen. He goes, I was born in America and I served my country for 25 years. And you fucking idiots are just going to harass me in the parking lot because my family is of Spanish descent? The fuck away from me. And, he was hot. And he came to the house right from there and was telling me that. So I was like, God. Because here this guy is like, gentleman businessman, like sweetheart guy, wonderful to talk to, great to do business with, have a conversation with him, great guy. They just looked at him because he's brown. Like, that's it. There's no way you could make any other way you're going to point to that guy and think he's illegal. That guy's driving a brand new Silverado with a construction logo on the side of it. Shiny, clean car, polo shirt, slacks, clipboard in hand. Fuck you. That's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about guys that get arrested.
Well, I was worried when they came to Jersey. I didn't go out that week. I didn't do much.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm glad they didn't deport you.
I didn't know you never. Listen,
Right, but if you did get arrested for a crime, you probably now would say, yeah, you should get deported. Like if you did a violent crime. Yeah. But there's a difference between getting arrested for a violent crime and just going to Home Depot because you're brown. That's great. That's great.
this hall, this ice hall, but you're picking up. I don't know how many thousands. I do not know. I do not know. No, you're gonna have a couple of calls.
Well, you're gonna have
Please, listen,
more than that.
even the computer will pick you know, it's just clerical error.
But there's also
Just be big enough to say we made a clerical error. Don't keep saying that I know you're a gang. You gotta fuck that.
well, things like that we don't know what's correct, right? But there's not just clerical errors. If you don't have due process, you also have the potential to potentially falsely accuse someone on purpose just so they can arrest them because they don't like them, or they have a bad business dealing with them, or there's some reason why they want to send this motherfucker to show something else out. But people are crazy. They do shit like that all the time. If you just rounding people up and this guy that you fucking hate happens to be from Nicaragua, and you just fucking sick the dogs on us, you got a hotline that you can call them. People are rats. There's a lot of rats. Especially if you just have a wild number that you could call. A wild number to turn people in. Remember during COVID? Like they were giving people rewards for turning people in for having parties in LA. And the mayor was saying, normally snitches just get stitches. But now they get rewards. Do you remember that? That retarded mayor that they had in LA during the entire time? I don't even remember. He was such a bad thing. Oh, such that guy? Yes. My favorite thing is when Black Lives Matter protests in front of his house. So you're never woken up, bitch.
Well, this is my problem.
Well, yeah. And that guy, what the fuck is his name? Oh, God. What a tool. Does he say the snitches usually get stitches? Say it at the beginning. See, I think it's the beginning.
Let us know where those folks are. If you've observed current violations of the safe from the border, please continue to let us know at coronavirus.lacity.org/business violation. You know the old expression about snitches? Well, in this case, snitches get rewards. We want to thank you for turning folks in and making sure we are all safe.
You should go to jail for saying that. You fucking monster.
Due process has been my problem since all this shit started. And it started with even the cancer. Okay, due process. You gotta come in and let me know everything. Just if you opened up your mouth, this is the 22 years ago at a party, I kissed you, I tried to kiss you, ain't good. It just ain't good. Well, I went home and called my girlfriend, Diane, well, get out of the fucking stand, dude. But I believe in due process. I'll do whatever you want me to do, prove that I did. Just don't open up your fucking mouth.
Absolutely. When you have something like, I'm asking for you to turn people in for anything, people are going to go nutty and start rapping people. That's just what they do. You can't get away from that. You can't. Snitches get rewards. Like, if you have that for immigration, you got a real problem. You got a real problem. Because there's legit scumbag racists out there that'll find people and start targeting them. People swat people all the time. You know what that is? They fucking call 911 and say someone's being held hostage at Joey Diaz's house at gunpoint. And then the SWAT team shows up. And you might not know what's going on, so you might pull out a fucking gun and get shot.
Yeah, I've heard of that. College students.
People are doing it all the time. It happens. There's a bunch of conservative online people that were getting swatted recently. It's wild shit, dude. You know, you give people this ability with social media, or even more so, if you like anonymously tip people that people are immigrants here illegally, but boy, that's going to be a problem if that ever happens.
And that could just be a woman who owns a fucking food stand, a Mexican owns a food stand down the corner, and she could just call the police. This guy's illegal.
There's people that are excited that people are getting deported. Like, you need to fucking careful. Careful what you wish for. You don't want more searching for people to lock up. And then here's the thing, like any other business. Once you start getting numbers, you don't want those numbers to drop off. You don't want the job to go away. You know, you got a quota, right? If you got a quota, I don't know if there is a quota, but if there's a quota for how many immigrants we're going to send back, you're going to have a problem. Because then now you've made it a game. And now I'm trying to score points. And Joey get 30. 50 points. Fuck Joey.
I got 50. I think a few of them might not be guilty, but fuck it, who cares?
Yeah, fuck them. They should all go back anyway. Agreed. Yeah.
There's a lot of fucking idiots in this world. There's a lot of people that they're short-sighted. And by giving, if there is, I'm not saying there is a quota, but if there is a quota, you give people a game to play that. You don't want to play games.
Why don't people not ticket quotas? There's a percentage that they know they're going to get beat.
Like, yeah.
If I give you 10 tickets, 8 of them are going to be good, 2 of them are going to be, he's going to come in with an attorney, right this, the wind was blowing.
I always said that, like, what do you do? See, this is a problem with the government that they expose with this Department of Government Efficiency. And I've heard about this before from my friends that were in the military. That, like, if you get a budget for a year, if you don't spend all of that money, your budget's going to be reduced next year. You don't want them to happen. So you spend money wildly, completely inefficiently. And I think that's part of the problem that we're facing here. It's like they don't want to lose out on any of this money. They've been getting this money this way for so long.
You're right, they don't use it until the budget goes down.
Yeah, the budget goes down.
They fall on
Bullshit. I don't know. What is it called? What is it called? I had a point. I forgot what it was. But it's just that, you know, we're in a weird time here where people are arguing about whether or not we should abandon core principles that made this country great. Like, very intelligent, liberal people with degrees are talking about the First Amendment should have restrictions. Like, no. You don't get to decide. You don't get to decide. Because without free speech, I don't know who's right. And I can't just go on narratives. That's how religions work, that's how cults work. They make you go on a very specific narrative. You can't go outside the lines. If you want the human race to evolve, if you want people to evolve culturally, if you want people to communicate better, you gotta be able to say whatever you want. And then you decide if you want to communicate with people that speak differently than you. And if you think that they have an egregious position, you're allowed to say something about it. And you talk about it. And everybody has to figure out who's right and who's wrong. And unless that's able to go on, you're never going to get to the truth. And if you just cut that off for things that you find offensive, the problem is maybe I don't find it offensive. And you can't decide what I can take in and not take in. You're not allowed to, because I don't know you, you don't know me. This is nonsense. Like, you got to give human beings the ability to discern for themselves. The only way for them to truly do that is they got to be able to communicate. Open. And they were trying to stop that during the Biden administration. They were putting the fucking brakes on all kinds of shit that people are allowed to talk to. And everybody's like, yeah, we got to stop disinformation. Like, you're signing your own fucking death warrant. You don't even know it. You're giving away the only thing that we have left.
taking a bite. It's called cardio. I'm taking something else. It's called my Colts. They engineered my lungs. And my lung feels a lot better. But the doctor told me to take the one supplement.
What?
He took it off. And why they do it? Cold.
Why did you do it?
Because it's such a great lotion. I feel a lot better than 5 weeks. They took this off me and everything. They shut down their website for 3 years. Oh my God. So
That sounds so crazy that if you had said this to me before COVID, I would be like, Joey's crazy. Stop talking like that, man. I was so pro pharmaceutical drugs back then, like as the cure-all to everything, modern medicine, vaccinations are so important. COVID woke me the fuck up. When I found out that they were trying to stop doctors and take away their licenses if they prescribe ivermectin. Take away your license. If you just prescribe off-label a drug that people say is beneficial in certain trials, but you are, for some reason, you're not allowed to do it. For the first time ever, doctors are prohibited from prescribing something off-label that has no negative side effects. It's never happened before. It happened before with like psyop, where they're trying to pretend that it's horse dewormer so nobody will take it. It's bizarre. And they did it right in front of our face. And they just did it for money. And the fucking media went along with it. And so did the liberals. The liberals went along with it. And they parroted out everything that they say. It's safe and effective. It saved millions of lives. But no, look, people are dropping like flies to the left and the right of them. People are stroking out on the subway. And everyone's pretending that nothing's wrong. Everyone's pretending this drop in all-cause, this increase in all-cause mortality isn't crazy. That's not weird. It's not weird that cancer's on skyrocketing rates. That's not weird to you. Everyone's pretending. And if you bring it up, you're a kook. They tricked everybody into being the cop. Everybody is calling that Garcetti hotline. Everybody's a little rat. They're all little rats. They're little rats working for the man, and they'll rat on each other. And then if something happens to them because of it, they keep their mouth shut because they don't want to hear it. So they like do the work of the man for the man because they're suckers. No. And that what we're talking about is the problem with this disclosure of aliens. Those people are going to fall apart. The people that fell apart in COVID, oh Jesus, they're going to be wearing silver jumpsuits and sucking alien dicks the moment those guys arrive. They will jump on Team Alien. They'll be rounding up people and using us for slaves. They'll do whatever the aliens ask. They'll be like vampires for millions. Remember those? Where there was like a guy who wasn't a vampire but wanted to be one, so he'd do anything the vampire asked. That's what those fuckfaces would do. All the people that got 9 boosters, all those morons, they'll be like on Team Alien 100%. It is imperative that the human race perish. It's imperative. We're a blight on the world. The non-Nazi are going to help us. Those fucking idiots. They'll sell us right down the river. It's crazy what's going on in the world. It is, but it always has to be crazy so we realize it's crazy so people snap out of it. Like this is a part of society. It's like there's not a linear path to success. What happens with societies is things go really well and then they go terrible and you either adjust or you don't. And if you don't, the civilization dies and then a new one emerges. But if you do, then you recover. It's like how many times can you do that? How long can you keep this fucking thing going on? Because you're gonna have like great prosperity, which makes soft people, hard times make hard men make soft times make soft men make hard times. And everybody knows that. That's what it is. It's just a matter of recognizing that it's happening so you course correct. Which is why everybody's leaving California. They're not course correcting. They're going into madness. They're like, repercussions. And no, you're going into the rocks. No, the rocks will protect us. No, you're going to die. You hit the rocks, it's going to be over. Just like there's no more Rome, there's going to be no more LA. Like you fucking morons. Right? The world is littered with civilizations that lost their way. You can go and find the ruins everywhere. They're gone. They went away. That's how it happens. Stupid. And you're doing it right now. We recognize that or we don't. And if we don't, it's not good. But I think we will. I think we have a different way of communicating now. Because people talk so much online. You're going to get a lot of stupid shit online, get a lot of dumb things online. But you're also going to get a lot of conversations that make you think, that make you go, that actually makes sense. Like, why are we assuming that the way we're doing it so far and the way we've been doing it is the only way to do it? Like, what is wrong with this system? How do we get the money out of it? How do we get money out of politics? How do we get the number one corrupting factor out figure out what's best for all of us. How do you do it? Eat mushrooms, talk to kids.
I don't get involved in none of this shit. It doesn't bother me.
I do sometimes when I think about it, because I told you I go down the roads. I don't want things. I want to just enjoy my life.
I'm scared for my daughter in the future. Everything else, I gotta fucking take a chance every goddamn thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Well, that's also one of the benefits of a society with children. A society with children wants to make sure that the future is safe. A society of people without children making rules don't give a fuck about kids. And there's some people actually openly disdainful of children, and then they get into positions of government power. That's not good. I think something happens to you when you have children that I think is an important biological, sort of spiritual, developmental cycle. There's something that happens to you when you realize this little person you love more than life itself, and you're taking care of them now, and then you want the world to be a better place. And then you start thinking, oh, all these people around me should be there. We're all this weird journey, and like maybe we could all be a little nicer to each other. You know? If that doesn't happen to you, you don't have kids, you don't have something that you love more than life itself, well, it's a different kind of thing. And if you want power when you're that person, that's a different kind of thing too. And especially if you're into war, if you're a war hawk and you don't have any kids, like Jesus Christ, you're willing to send other people's kids overseas to die for some nonsense, and you don't even know what that is like. That's kind of so we're in a society right now where we have a population, except for you are, we have a population decline. People aren't having as much babies as they used to. It just doesn't seem like it because there's so many people. So it's like when they look at the numbers for the future, we're in kind of a weird population collapse. So, like Japan's fucked. Have you seen any of that stuff on Japan? See if you can find anything on the Japanese population crisis. They're having so few children in Japan that, like, in 3 generations, they could be in real trouble. Like, the number of people that will have a grandchild right now is significantly lower than it ever has been before.
That's a true question.
Yeah.
What the fuck's it got to do with me? I don't give a fuck about the Japs. What the fuck is wrong with you? Joe.
Well, I think about it with us. Because I think about it with, like, civilizations collapsing. I think about it what we've been talking about the whole thing.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about it.
I know. We don't have to worry
It's
about it.
fucking too much. You're right. The first podcast I'm done with, I'm scared. I'm saying, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Right.
Enough with this shit.
Right.
And politics, enough. COVID is over. If you took the fucking needle, fuck you if you didn't. Now they just found out the fucking the flu shot don't work. I'm gonna tell you that 25
Not only does it not work, it makes you 25% more likely
Come
to
on,
get the flu.
man. When I'm a GED type of fucking motherfucker, so knock it off. I hate all this shit. I'm scared. You know what I'm saying? The fuck?
I'm scared too.
Yeah, my Japanese. Listen, man, that's the problem. We're worrying about this is what the internet fucked us.
That's true.
This is why we have retards walking around believing everything. Because I forgot what I was going to tell you.
The internet fucked us.
The internet fucked us. It's too much information. It's like this. I was in the hospital. And I get on a fucking elevator, and there's 2 or 3 doctors, you know, half a fact in my world, okay? And I'm like, oh my God, we can't wait till the Kennedy report comes out. Well, how is it going to make a difference in your world? It's like these idiots with the Epstein. How is it going to make a difference in your world if Tom Hanks is on that list?
I'll tell you.
You don't have to go to work tomorrow. You have to do all the same shit. That shit doesn't matter to me. I don't give a fuck who's on the Epstein list. I don't give a fuck who went to Diddy's house. It's got nothing to do with me. But in today's world, because of the internet, it makes us think it's got something to do with us. It has nothing to do with it, man.
It's a show. That's what it is.
What the fuck is show? I don't want to watch that show. And I gotta wait here 60 years to watch the same footage. You got hit. They clocked back.
Right.
You know, Lee Harvey. Yeah, but now we're gonna really fuck with these fucking patriot limbo-headed dummies that are. Well, I want to see what's on there. Then 2 days later, the Jews did it. Yeah, believe me. Just worry about paying your fucking credit card bill, you fucking idiot. That's what you should worry about. Did you see what happened this year in this country? Fucking billionaires selling off fucking property before to pay taxes to get capital. Are you fucking kidding me? And people are worried about the fucking Epstein list. Like, how is it going to change your life? Who fucking Tom Hanks is fucking in the ass? Who does it matter? And do you really care? At the end of the day, do you really care about that 16-year-old girl? No, you don't. So shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. It's just a fucking show.
It's a show.
It's a show. Oh, it's like I told you about LA. You know, I was watching
It's a compelling show.
what's that fucking show with the crazy stoner guy, Seth Rogen? You just
Oh, I haven't seen it.
the studio.
Yeah.
Not a bad show. Not a bad show at all. But I was watching that show, and it let me realize what I hated. Sure, small talk that she was talking about before. Which is like, well, yeah, that contractor came over. I love this guy. Came over to my house. And it was a moment of 10 minutes back. It was him and his son and me and my wife. And we just standing there. It just takes one guy to go, all right, back to work, everybody. Because if not, we'll sit there for 3 hours. Right. How do you feel? Wait, how was your trip? How was the hospital stay? Listen, it doesn't fucking matter how my hospital stay was. Get in your truck, get the fuck out of here, and I'll get the fuck out of here. I go back my way. You know, my wife and I hate her around. Because she always throw that curveball. Like, don't look at the roof. No, they don't need to look at the fucking roof. We're in the fucking garage. If not, you're going to confuse these motherfuckers. Let us assume everybody is confused. You go to a restaurant and you get something wrong. Everybody is not cooking on fucking, you know, it's something I've never seen before. Every time I go somewhere, you know, you go to CVS, anywhere you go, it's like they're not even training people. It's not even training people. You know, you go to somebody that has some more, my daughter was up. I go to P.F. Chang's. P.F. Chang's was type of restaurants, they used to train people. 2 weeks you get paid. You're in there learning shit. It's not like a regular restaurant where they're like, follow Joe Rogan around for a day and then fucking come back tomorrow and you're on your own. No, nobody's fucking kids. They don't know anything. These young kids, they don't know anything. Nothing.
You know, a lot of them aren't even getting driver's lessons. They just Uber everywhere. Kids don't want to learn how to drive. I don't want them to learn how to drive. They don't care.
My friend was telling me he's took that license for 2 years. We got a license. We got the house before we had the license. We were driving. Yeah, we had the car before we had the fucking license.
Yeah.
But that's I had, you know, people. I went to a comedy show and a guy's meeting talking about kids. I'm not going to do that. Because that's all of us. We all talk about when I was fucking 40, right? When I was 28, you know, I did this, I did that. Right. These kids today are different, and I've accepted it. I've accepted it in my neighborhood. When I went back, I was pissed for a few fucking months. How come? Because there's no kids playing. There's kids all over my fucking street. My little cul-de-sac there. There's like 8 fucking kids. Mr. Salty comes. We're the only ones out there. 4 in the afternoon. Where the fucking kids? And then
Well, kids don't feel comfortable being unsupervised today. You know, you hear too much about kids being abducted and weird things happening to kids. It's not like they get free range like the newer kids. It's like there's that narrative out there everywhere. And then some neighborhoods just aren't fucking safe. Your kid shouldn't be out.
There's a lot of safe neighborhoods.
Yeah.
My neighborhood is that safe, but it's easy to distract.
There's a real problem in these neighborhoods. Video games are so good that kids don't want to go outside. That too. That's too. That too.
There's so many, but I don't have a problem. That's what I'm trying to say to you. It's who they are. It's who they are. You know, I was reading something. I just put this together. It's true. Remember a couple of maybe a year ago, they were talking about how low testosterone in these people.
Yes.
Kids don't play them.
Well, they don't play. They don't go outside.
They don't run. They don't jump.
They don't jump, and then they're eating garbage.
So what do you think?
And they have plastic in the brain. They said that they studied a bunch of people to see how much microplastic they have in their brain, and some people had as much as a plastic spoon. What? Imagine that. There's so many microplastics in your brain that if they extract it all, you can make a plastic spoon. So, of course, that's going to wreck your fucking testosterone, too. And then I saw this thing about Call of Duty, some fucking insane statistic about the amount of time that in total that's been played in Call of Duty. is like more than human civilization. Like the amount of minutes that people have logged, like millions of people playing Call of Duty, is like if you put it all together, it's longer than human civilization.
And I've never played a video.
Good.
Crazy.
You love it. Stay away from the crack.
No, I just never felt the need to sit down on a fucking computer and shoot people. I'd rather shoot people for real. I'd rather steal a car for real and roll a fucking drug dealer.
Well, it's definitely more fun to shoot at things for real, but video games are very fun. They're not, these people playing hard morons. They're fun. They're really fun. What is the amount of time you spend?
This goes back as a Reddit post from 10 years ago, actually. You exactly that.
So 10 years ago, it's that much.
You could probably pick a video game and say the same thing.
Right.
Grand Theft Auto.
Right.
Yeah.
Any popular game, right? Yeah. How about Subway Surfers?
25 billion hours played. This was 10 years ago.
25 billion hours. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. That's so many hours that people playing that fucking game 10 years ago.
Same time as World of Warcraft has 6 billion years played.
6 million. Jesus Christ. So 6 million, that's pre-civilization.
I was a mom. We drew mom with that.
Yeah, I used to make little Star Wars with Falcon model cars. I used to roll the
Oh, yeah.
brick wall. Remember you could paint them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like, that's the only thing I kept. That was fun. Until one day my mom goes, thanks. How much paint flips are we just fucking kissing up on and glue? Yeah. Listen, everybody's got that.
Rubber cement glue. Remember that stuff?
Oh,
When you crack it, and you
yeah.
had the brush attached to the lid.
Oh,
And you pull it out, the smelly, but ooh, and you tell your friends, smell this. You all be smelling markers. Everybody be sniffing markers, sniffing glue.
I was thinking of this little guy just to see how we feel.
Probably not good. I would imagine. We have some stone salt. So we have some of the stone salt. Jamie, how many of those are fresh? They're all stacked. Is there any order? They're stacked. That's the last fresh.
You got one to go?
Yeah, of course. You really want to take it with you? Okay. Here we go. Oh, this is fresh. This one hasn't been opened yet. Oh, you hear that?
Melts it back on.
Oh boy. Here we go. Oh. 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 Oh boy. Wow. Yeah. Them fresh ones. Oh my goodness.
I got the right side.
Are we giving ourselves brain damage or what? Well, let's find out about that. What else did we find out? We figured out the number. Was it 100? Yeah. Jesus. These fresh ones are brutal. Are we giving ourselves brain damage? I need to know. I can't afford to know brain damage.
I cleaned my ears.
Yeah. Let's put a little on that thing. They're fresh.
Oh my God.
Overuse may damage nasal passages or lungs.
Oh, well, that's not good. What is it? Do it's over. Overuse and damage nasal passage. I don't think it's getting my lung.
Fuck you both. I got past
Mine.
fucking pads already. One pad. Good fuck.
Bro, the inside of your nose is scarred over. It's like cauliflower here.
That was a good whack. That was very good. That was fun.
Yeah, cleans out. I've never tried it before lifting weights, but that's what it's for. That's what they do. Those power lifters.
So this is for strength lift.
Yeah, the real power lifter guys, they like to chop that shit right before they fucking
And let the pro was in charge of this shit. What are the long?
I don't think it's any pros. It's all cons. It's not good.
We just like this. The one we just did now is just a higher strength of the stuff they used to put in there.
It's not the same stuff. It's exact stuff. It's smelling salts. It's just a whole jar of it. It's ammonia, right, Jim?
It's not that. put that on the ground.
They used to be able to do that to boxers in 2 rounds. Because they stopped allowing them to do it. Because I guess they wake you up if you got a concussion a little bit. Just enough for you to get more of a concussion. So Tommy Hearns can hit you again. Right?
And I got this fucking Morris position. A guy I like a lot. Guys Ross Ross. Without it, Forrest Morris would have died.
Oh,
Oh, you see it?
no, what's going on with that?
Turkey?
Oh, yeah.
That's hilarious, right? He was supposed to be struck up in like West Pittsburgh.
Did you ever see Forrest Whitaker in Color of Money?
Tremendous.
Oh, with Paul. He hustled Paul Newman. It was beautiful. Can I ask you a question? Do you need to lose weight? He says that after he robs them. He tricks them. He pretends he sucks at pool. And then slowly but surely, Paul Newman realizes he's getting hustled. And there's a scene where he gets angry and he asks him, "Are you hustling?" He's like, "You can quit if you want to quit." It's one of the best scenes.
That's a great thing. I
It's
forgot
one of
about
the
that.
best. It's one of the best scenes in the movie because that's really how it works.
A doctor says it's not.
Oh, what does it say? You're stuck in a room filled with ammonia gas. You get lung toxicity. Potentially, you get airway injuries. You potentially die. But breathing this stuff in a few times over a few hours isn't really going to lead to any significant complications. The FDA warning is mostly a regulatory issue about this brandy and this flavor. Oh, okay, so we have to work. There's no way we could worry because those powerlifting guys, they've been doing it forever like that.
Next joke. You know, smoke cigarettes on the side of the lake.
Oh yeah, low birth weight.
I can live with that.
Just pick the ones you like. Yeah. Ironic, that guy got pancreatic cancer, and that's side effect of that's one of. I mean, you can't for sure say that that's what caused it, but that is one of the things that comes from that. Renewed interest may have come after the appearance of the Joe Rogan Experience.
People blessed. So that's rare shit. That's one of the Jersey. Who's on that card, Tyler? It's better than
Let's pull it up. The main event is Sugar Sean O'Malley and Marab Willie, the rematch, which would be absolute fucking chaos. Juliana Pena versus Kayla Harrison, who's the most jacked female that's not on steroids, walking the face of the earth. Kayla Harrison is fucking, I mean, she passes all her tests. But good lord, that lady's jacked. Bruno Silva, Joshua Van. This is like, they haven't made the full card yet. This Kelvin Gastelum's a fight with Joe Pyfer that was rescheduled. Joe Pyfer got real sick in Mexico City. So did Daniel Cormier. And so did John Allen. They all got really sick in Mexico City.
Gino thinks
Oh, let me see that. Okay. Who is Cheeto fight? Yeah, that Kelvin fight is a very good fight, by the way. Kelvin and Joe Pyfer. Joe Pyfer is a fucking terrified dude. Mario Bautista, that's a very good fight. Mario Bautista is rock solid, man. That's a serious dude. And Marlon is a monster, too. That's a fucking very good fight. Marlon's got the bigger name, but Mario Bautista is a fucking killer. Great card. But it's not fully flamed yet. There's just a few fights. Generally speaking, there's usually it's around 13 fights. You know, John and I were talking about that the other day. Like, there's nothing like calling the UFC fights. You start, you know, if it's like in Vegas time, you're starting the fights at 3 p.m. and you're going all the way through to the day. You do like 6 hours plus of commentary, and you gotta find times to run to pee. Because sometimes it's like I have to tell the truck I can't pee, and then you gotta. I'm drinking Monster Energy drinks, and I'm taking nicotine pouches, and I'm fucking fired up, and I'm drinking a lot of water too. I'm drinking my hydrogen water, and it's so bad. There's nothing worse when you have to. You're trying to form a sentence and you have to pee. So you can't think.
it is. Did I eat mushroom? I got very fucking head. Why? If I'm in a car, I have to go pee. And I gotta make sure I'm not sexual fucking territory. I don't need
Oh,
that's close to the
yeah.
bloods. And they throw you under the bus for sexual whatever. I'm in a world where there's some weeks are better than others. I don't get up at night to pee in the daytime, especially if I'm working. I start drinking that water, oh baby. I gotta start peeing when I got sick. This was the beauty of it. Every time I had a pee, I get anxiety. I would get a bad attack. I couldn't make the back to the wall. I was peeing my pants up away from the fucking back. You have no idea. The last week of February, when I went to the hospital in March, that was possibly that Saturday. My blood pressure was 212 over 100, and my oxygen level was 86. And I would go to the hospital, but I want the ambulance couldn't get me. I had to go to the door in front of my daughter. So I waited till 8 and I drove myself to the hospital. Wow. That was a fucked up couple months, man. I didn't know what was going on.
And what did you tell me it was?
It was had heart congenital heart failure when you have fluid in you. I was a 10 bro. I walk around right now 278. I was 265 on summer because I was really happy with that. I look like the UFC. But I'm walking around, I was 319. I got big in a month. Like a month. And I was meeting in the hospital, nothing. Like, what are these pills? I'm just retaining water. The game is retaining water. Oh, it's like that much water? Oh my God. And my lungs was getting warm, so I couldn't breathe. And then when it got to it came, it just had to stop. Because if I would walk from here, I wouldn't make it to the end. Couldn't make it to the end. Stop in between and think I could find it. Meanwhile, holding my beer. Oh, geez. And the stress level going up and up because you're holding the fucking beer. It got to the point I was walking to the shop rack, get what I had to get, but I got to stand there because I got fucking beat and you're walking. Oh, no. And the bathroom's a mile away. There's no walking. I'm just taking the dick out. There's no, oh my God. In those days, it wasn't even getting the container in the car. So they started taking the container in the car. So you just get out of the car door and make believe you're waving at something. You take your dick out and make believe that I'm getting something in the back of the car. I'll open my feet. Oh, wow. Yeah, man. So as soon as I went in, they put these fucking things for 3 days. So I lost like 10 pounds of food. It was fucking amazing. I was peeing one of those full things, 1 an hour. Real. Couldn't make it to fast. I would just get up and fucking pee in it, fill it up. Man, they did a nuclear blood test. They had to take out, I don't know, 6 tubes of blood in 45 minutes. And that's when they came back to the you got 65% your overload on fluid. Changing that much more than your blood cells are off the charts. So we got to start draining. I started draining. She would take it, I don't know how many tubes every 3 hours. I'm like, wow. When I got out, I started thinking, listen, when you end up in the hospital, there's a problem. Okay? There's a problem. You can cut a stitch. That's not a problem. You got a situation. That's how I look at it. There's a problem. You got to get to the bottom of this. And what is the problem? What's the cause? I was taking MK 677. And it's amino acid peptide, which mimics protein in your brain. And it had a lot of dumps, insulin dumps, and all this type of shit. It was raising my sugar. It was doing a ton of shit. I didn't even know it. But this ain't the first time it happened. It happened when I was doing testosterone when I was 50. I had a rush of red blood cells, and I was in DC and had the worst fucking migraine headache for days. It's wow, red blood cells. Wow. So that's why I can't do any of that shit. It's like the man said, if you're not broke, you're broke. Don't get something that's going to mimic.
What waste the world can do for you What ways to welcome you feel to change your fucking life? It's not just you a full blood panel, figure out what's going on, adjust your nutrition, adjust your. I love players. That's the best. The best. And he loves what he's done. He does. And that's what he, like you turned to the whole thing of the flesh. And he loves that shit. He loves it. It took forever to build that thing. He was telling me he was having that thing made 2 years ago. I was like, what are you doing? Now that you got it, like, oh, okay, I get it. It's pretty cool. It's pretty really fun. It's very good. But that was what I had going on, man. Like, I gotta say, yeah, which was after about a month, the same thing conversation from last week. So I started slightly every one, pick the one, because that's all I need is the liver. And the rest of the day is bullshit. I just like, yeah, I get caught. That's my world. That lets me know what I'm doing. You think about that. You know, you know what you're doing. Like we're doing it. Now, I don't make you lazy. It just makes you realize that what you're going to do ain't worth it. Yeah, that's the way I look at it. Why don't you see through that podcast and the 18 people listen to it? You know, that's what happens. And that's what happens with me. It's no problem in that way. I love you, Joe. Let's wrap this up. My brother, thank you for having me. I'm glad you're in town. Let's have some fun. Happy Easter, everybody. Bye, everybody.
Good job. Okay. Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night. All day.
Do fade. That's exactly what
It's a next. Yeah. That's so sad. I never look back.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the greatest thing in the world. It's free. I got a me? Oh, funny story. I know. I've got plenty of cuts on my head. I got them all over the place.
scarred.
Oh, the back of my head. I have one when I was a little kid. It's pretty big. That it's one of these cranes that lifts up sewer pipes. Those big concrete pipes bang me off the back of the head. Yeah.
That's not good.
Right out with the hospital.
Were you a different person before that experience?
I don't know. I need to talk to my mom. That was always a little wild.
You have autobiographical significance.
Oh, there's definitely a lot of head trauma.
Were you knocked out?
No, I stayed conscious, but I got close. I got grayed. Everything got grayed out. I came back to. I didn't completely go unconscious. So Jamie went golfing this weekend with O.J. Simpson's golf clubs.
No.
Not with O.J. Your exercise. Jamie bought O.J. Simpson's golf clubs.
This is like a childhood dream?
No, it's for sale. I saw them for sale. I said, why not? They came in. I wanted some big grips.
Yeah, well, a couple of my friends. What did Shane get? Shane got a bunch of stuff,
So I'm
right?
going to buy some stuff. Yeah.
He got like scarves and
Ties. He bought a bunch of ties.
I think scarves too.
Okay. He bought a trophy
A trophy.
and a Bill Clinton
Yeah.
signed photo.
And he spent thousands of dollars.
What was this? O.J. Simpson auction?
Yeah, it was like an estate sale.
Yeah. You know, he's dead now, so he can get his stuff.
Right. No. Pennies on the dollar.
I mean, only people like Jamie and Jamie are dumb enough to buy those things like for a goof. It's one of those things like you can get it for a goof or you're a very dark person.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
I wouldn't want to own this even for a goof. Like if I found OJ played cool, I wouldn't want his clothes. He's cute.
There was a weird notebook with Robert Kardashian and like handwritten stuff to him.
Well, it's
I was like,
interesting.
He's taking a vicious turn to already.
Yeah, that's a dark story. Yeah.
And you only know the surface of it.
Well, it's dark. both ways. It's also dark implanted evidence. You know, there was blood at the scene of the crime that had preservatives in it, allegedly, supposedly, according to I believe, the forensic scientists when they analyzed it. It matched OJ's blood, but they had to draw blood from OJ in order to determine whether or not it was his blood that was at the scene of the crime. And some of the blood found at the scene of the crime had that preservative in it. They were sloppy in the 90s, you know. Compared to, well, there was no DNA evidence back then. You know, cops were, there's always going to be a certain percentage of cops that just want to convict somebody regardless of the evidence. And if there's, you know, in their mind, they believe someone's guilty, they'll do whatever they can, including planting evidence. At least that's alleged. Not that I don't think he did it. I definitely think he did it. But I also think the cops planted evidence, which is probably at least partially why he got off. You know? I think the big reason why he got off was Rodney King, right? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Have you gone into the whole George Floyd story at all? Have you ever looked at what they actually did to him? It's a combination of things. Like what the cop did was horrible, but also he was dying. You know, like most people probably, like if they did that to you, you probably would have lived. You know, they got fucked up, but that cop did lean on his neck, which is always interesting to see him try to lean on his dad. You know, I'm always like, you gotta be able to say what it is.
That situation can be ugly in a multitude of ways.
Yeah,
so that's when things get that's when it's very difficult to pick your moral pathway forward. All your choices are not good.
Yes, which is oftentimes the case when it comes to conflicts, right?
Yes.
Conflicts are very complicated, and people want it to be binary. They want there to be a good guy and a bad guy. That's oftentimes not really the case.
Well, it's hard to organize yourself for combat unless you are quite convinced that you're a good guy. Mm-hmm. So there's a default to that dichotomy that's a necessary part of while you be standing on the ground, right? Because otherwise you get demoralized. Mm-hmm. So I suppose people, well, when they're threatened, they default to the simple narrative. And that's, you can't defend yourself. In some ways, it's very hard to defend yourself, especially physically or militarily, without a pretty cut and dry narrative.
Well, especially like military operatives, and you have to have a very, like your life and the people that you're with, their life depends on you not having any confusion about what they're doing. Correct.
Yeah.
That's why they like to break it down to kill bad dudes. You know,
right.
Kill bad dudes. Right. Real simple.
Right.
They tell us what to do, we do it. Which is where you want to stay alive, you want your teammates to stay alive, so you have to do it.
Yeah, well, you never know when doubt will cause a fraction of a second difference in reaction.
Oh, yeah. That's always the thing with physical altercations with people, too. You know, oftentimes people get sucked into these things where they're not sure whether to act or not act, and that's when they get in trouble. Right. You know?
Right. That's probably true in life. You don't want to oversimplify things, too, but once you've made a decision, well, that's when it's necessary. Doubt's behind you, because otherwise you just act in half measures.
Yeah, and oftentimes you have to have done the wrong thing before, like fail to act or hesitate to act, and it cost you. And then you have to learn that lesson. It's very difficult to know that without experiencing mistakes. Mm-hmm. You have to have failed to act and realize, oh, I should have done something.
Yeah, well, I think that's partly too. One of the things that I often faced in my clinical practice and with the students that I mentored was this confusion about acting. I don't know what to do, so what should I do? Well, nothing. I'll wait around until I figure out what to do. It's like, no, you should put together a bad plan and you should implement it, because even if you fail in the implementation, you'll gather information and then you can rectify the plan. And so staying in that malaise until you know what to do makes you get older and more miserable, and you gather no information along the way. The bad plan is a good idea. Best thing is, any plan is better than none. That's a good rule of thumb in a bad plan. A bad plan can be implemented and improved.
Yeah.
With
right.
Experience.
Right. He who hesitates is lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really difficult for young people. I think more so today than ever at any time in history, because the distractions are so many and they're so engrossing. You know, if you get out of high school, you don't know what to do, and then you start playing video games and you're on social media, a day slips by like that.
Yeah.
A day becomes a week, becomes a month, becomes a year. Before you know it, you're 30.
Yeah, right.
You have done shit. And that's really hard. That's really hard today. And one of those factors of just engrossing distractions.
Yeah, well, and the algorithms optimize for short-term attention.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it's a weird thing, right? Because you can imagine that you would want a machine that offers you what you want. Because you want ads that are targeted to you, because you want to see a bunch of ads that aren't relevant to you now and then, because maybe you'll learn something. And content, well, why not have a machine shovel the same sort of things that you are interested in having?
Yeah.
That's a kind of curation. The problem comes, and we haven't figured this out at all technically, and probably not psychologically, the problem comes in time frame, right? Because there's a big difference between what you might be interested in if you were diligently striving towards a long-term goal that required conscientiousness, and what's going to attract your attention right now, this moment. And the thing about the algorithms is that they maximize for short-term attention, and so basically they're actually optimizing for hedonism.
Yeah.
And then you might say, well, so what? Because you're getting what you want. Well, the problem with short-term impulsive hedonism is it doesn't play out well over any reasonable time span.
Yeah.
So that's why you have to mature, which is painful and annoying, but absolutely necessary and much better than the alternative. The alternative is exactly that's Peter Pan, right?
Yeah.
30-year-old, I still haven't grown up, and
Yeah.
I'm a little past my shelf life now, too.
I think people are afraid of losing fun. They think that when you grow up, you lose fun. But it's silly. It's not true. You can grow up and still have fun. You know, you have to have discipline to prioritize your time. You know, like,
Well, that's what Christ says to people, that they have to become as little children,
mm,
not stay. Right? You have to rediscover that.
right, rediscover the joy of it. Yeah, but
Well,
also,
kids are good for that too, aren't they? Because
Sure.
they teach you that again.
mm-hmm.
You look at the world through eyes of memory by the time you're an adult. So the world loses its freshness. That's part of it. So the world loses its freshness because you see your memories instead of the world.
Right.
And then kids come along and you think, oh yeah, that's really actually quite interesting. And they're so compelled by everything because their perceptions are so fresh that they share that with you, and that can help reawaken that spirit of childhood play, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
I've been thinking a lot about play in the last year or so.
Yeah.
Well, I spend a lot of time trying to take apart the causes of, like, truly pathological degeneration on the sadistic side, on the criminal side, on the totalitarian side. Very curious about tyranny. And it was very difficult for me to conceptualize the opposite of that as cleanly as I could characterize it, its presence. What's the opposite of tyranny? It's not freedom, by the way. It's certainly not anarchic freedom. It's not hedonistic freedom.
Benevolence.
I think it's play. I think it's play.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
Makes sense.
the developmental psychologist Jean Piaget, one of the things he pointed out was that play, so let's say play is the foundation of micro-community, right? When you're a little kid, you play a game with another kid. And then if that works well, you can have a little dyadic community. You're both in it together. And then if it really works, you replicate that across time, and that gives you a friend. But play is very interesting psychologically and psychobiologically, because it has to be entered in voluntarily. You can't force someone to play. And it's also motivationally fragile. So metals have a play circuit. It can be disrupted by pretty much any motivational emotional circuit. So the circumstances have to be set up properly. Like the walled garden, that idea. The walled garden is a place where play can take place, like eternal, so to speak. And because it has to be undertaken voluntarily, it's the opposite figured out this relationship. Because I've been lecturing people for a long time about how to conduct themselves in life so they don't become tyrants or handmaidens of tyrants, right? A silent handmaid to the tyrants, let's say. And aiming at play. You know, when we walked in here today, one of the things we said was, let's have some fun. You know, and I've been thinking this morning too about what attitude I should really talk to you. There isn't a better attitude. There isn't a better attitude than play. And so, and I think it is because it's the antithesis. It's the antithesis of tyranny and prediction. And then you were talking more about mature play. And that's that good. You know, that also makes sense. This is the issue with the idea that adulthood isn't any fun. It's like, well, you want to play a simple game, or do you want to play a really sophisticated game really well? Now, that's going to require some discipline, some training, and some maturation, but the payoff is much higher. That's a good way to conceptualize marriage.
The highs are higher when it's successful.
Well, and also, the people who have the most sex now are religious married couples.
Really?
Isn't that funny?
Which religious? Like,
yeah, good question, Joe. Good question. Well, I guess in the West that would obviously be Christianity, but it's an interesting case example of the sorts of things we're talking about. Because you can imagine at the dawn of the sexual revolution, when the birth control bill became prevalent, that the last hypothesis anyone would have possibly generated was that the cascading consequences of that over 50 years would be, well, radical increase in pornography use because sex is being made less dangerous by the people, and that the people who are having more sex would be religious married couples.
right, but is that true? Because like pornography essentially was very difficult to acquire before the birth control pill was invented.
True.
Right? You used to have to go somewhere to get the pornography. Isn't part of the excess use of pornography just the access is so instantaneous now?
Oh, definitely. But you could imagine, too, that you might hypothesize that if the birth control pill took the threat out of sex, that pornography would be less necessary. That didn't seem to work out.
Right.
So it's certainly the availability. We would never know. Because
No, the birth control was, when was it? 1960s?
that's really when it started. Yeah, when it started to ramp up, let's say.
It's so crazy because it completely changed the dynamic. Women could have sex for recreation with people that they didn't even know and not have any consequences in terms of like having to carry that close to the child. Whereas that was always a giant fear. If you're a woman, back of your head, every time you have sex, you possibly could be taking care of a child for the next 18 plus years.
Yeah. Well, that
Every time.
right.
This is a consequential thing. But with a guy, it's like you have this biological imperative to spread your seed, but you're not thinking about making babies, right? You're thinking about sexual activity. When a guy's having sex, he's not thinking, I can't wait to make a baby. You're just thinking, boy, sex is going to be great. I'm excited. Oh boy, that's fun. You're not thinking, I'm making a kid, because that would make you hesitant, and nature's not interested in hesitation. Nature's like, no. Let's just make you dumb as fuck for about 20 minutes and focus on one goal.
So why did you get married?
Well, I love my wife. She wanted to get married. We had a child. It seemed like a good thing to do. It's like, at a certain point in time, making a baby is more of a commitment than getting married. You made a life, like the commitment of getting married seemed
Right.
of course. But it's also,
But why did you stay committed then before the marriage once you had a child?
I just think I love her. It's a thing to do. It's a life in raising a child. You kill everything. It becomes a very different thing, right? I think I have a lot of friends who don't have kids, and I'm not the type of person that thinks that everyone should have a kid. I know a lot of people with kids that do say that. I don't think everyone should have a kid. I think you should do whatever you want. I don't know how your brain works. I assume your brain works along similar lines of things, but there's a thing that happens when you
Scary thought.
similar lines. Similar. Okay, we all share.
Okay.
Similar lines. There's an empathy that comes from having a child that's so different, and an understanding that we are all babies that grew up. We all start off as these bundles of potential and genetics, and then we're influenced by so many different things, so many different factors. But I used to think of people as being grown up all the time, and then when I had kids, I was like, we're all just babies. We're all just babies that have just been alive for a long time. You know, everyone started out as a baby, and it just profoundly changed the way I interact with people, the amount of compassion I have for people, the amount of charity that I have for people, the charitable way in which I think about them when they do something or they say something. I give people the benefit of the doubt way more. And Dave Chappelle said this to me once at the comedy store, and it was very profound. He said, having children didn't just change the amount of love I have, it changed my capacity for love. And I was like, ooh, that's it. You just nailed it. You just nailed it. You know, because there's private moments when you talk to people about their children, about having children, and what that's like. It's a very psychedelic experience.
That would be another reason why the family, children is the foundation of the community. It has to be the foundation of the community. It's kind of obvious from a biological perspective, I'd say. No children, no community, but there's no reason to assume that you wouldn't get radically better at something consistently in practice. And if you're practicing loving your infant and your child, well, why wouldn't that generalize? Why wouldn't that capacity develop?
It's not like a practice. It's like an overwhelming desire that comes with the love you have for your child. It's not like anything else. It's very different. It's very. Yeah. My friend Jim Brewer said this once. He said, when I had a child, that's when I really understood murder. I really understood, like, my capacity to defend my child. It was like, I never understood my heart. It's like, kill somebody before. It was like, oh, now I get it. Now I get it. And, you know, well, that's real too. And that's also tribal, right? So it's not just your child. It's the child of everyone around you, your tribe. And then you think that you're being invaded by an oncoming tribe. And genetics and history dictates you have to be insanely ruthless to fight off that tribe. There's no other way for survival, which is really wild, right? Because those people have that same feeling towards their children. It's like that sting line the Russians love their children too.
So that love that you talk about with regard to your wife, I asked you about that. It's like, I've talked to people who they can't understand how someone could be with the same woman indefinitely, let's say. And these are people who usually haven't been able to establish that within their own life. And of course, the price you pay, assuming it's a price, for foregoing all others is that, well, that's exactly it. It's a major sacrifice. And so, what role do you think that love plays? Like, how do you conceptualize the relationship between that love that you described and that willingness to stay in a permanent relationship and the willingness also to not pursue any other women? How do you understand? How does that make itself manifest in your life? I mean, I presume that you had opportunities of all sorts. I presume you do as well. In principle, I suppose they don't seem to have.
That's character. Back in the day, guys like you would be banging their Gretzky's. Not guys like you, but guys in your
Yeah. Well, there were guys
that always been there. This is a fascinating aspect.
They seem to shut that off pretty much.
Yeah. Well, they seem to have completely stopped that. Like, if you go back to Feynman and Oppenheimer and famous scientists were notoriously equivalent, which is really interesting. It's like these wild, innovative people were essentially intellectual rock stars, right? And then somehow or another that just got stopped. Like, if you were a professor in the 1960s, like, the girls would be wooing the professor. They would be excited. 22-year-old graduate students would be so excited to be talking to this like incredibly famous intellectual. and they all, were ladies' men. Like Feynman was like famous for chasing skirts. That was like part of the things. Does a lot of math, chasing skirts. That is a giant distraction to people that are trying to get things done in life. And it's also a distraction from your own personal development, I think you can be with the wrong person and want to be with other people, and that makes sense. But really what that is you should not be with that person anymore. Which is unfortunately the case. Like, there's a lot of guys who wind up with really hot women who are out of their fucking mind, and a lot of women who wind up with really hot men who are not what they thought they were going to be. And if you find yourself in a situation with this pathological person and you're trying to make it work, and you realize at a certain point in time, like, I'm not going to make it work. Like, you have to be able to just like jump ship. That's why people are hesitant to get married. That's what really dangerous about marriage. It's not like being with one person you really love being with. Like, I really love being with my wife. She's fun. Like, we have date nights all the time. We have a lot of fun. We really do. It's enjoyable. But
How did you
always
decide to set up date nights? How did you go about that? I mean, I know that's personal, and I don't want all the gory details.
No, it's really simple. Like, we just enjoy hanging out together. We have a lot of laughs. And so we just said, like, it's kind of important because I'm so fucking busy that we schedule time that's just unavoidable. Like, this is what we're doing. We're going to do this. So we do it.
We've done that for like 30 years.
I think most married couples will tell you that's important. Most married couples will tell you that's kind of a secret. And the secret is
It's also the best thing, as well as being the secret.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. Like, if the person that you're with is fun. That's the real problem. Is sometimes people they pick people that are hot. That's it. Hot and willing and nice enough. Nice enough to be around. Then you deal with all the other crazy nonsense, and you're setting yourself up for. I've had many friends ruin their fucking life, and then they go through divorces. And you've said this best, that one of the things that women are very good at is reputation destruction. I have seen that happen. So imagine you are legally entangled with someone who at one point in time you loved intimately, and now that person's trying to destroy every aspect of your life, and you have to pay for their lawyers. So you have to pay for the general of the army that's trying to destroy your kingdom. And I've seen this happen to many. That is why people are afraid of marriage. That's why people are afraid of commitment. Because the disastrous implications, like, what can happen if it goes sideways? Like, what can happen if you wind up hating each other? And what can happen if you just lie to yourself and you trick, like, some of the hesitation that I had for getting married is most of my friends that got married when I was young all went through horrible divorces. When I was on news radio, Dave Foley, Stephen Root, and Phil Harper were all going through it in different levels of psychosis. Obviously, Phil Harper's even worse because his wife shot him when he was leaving her, by the way. He just tried to leave her. He tried to leave her a few times, and she shot him in his sleep. She shot herself. It's a horrible, horrible story. But Stephen Root went through it, and they confide me. They're like, "Oh, Jesus Christ!" The amount of money these women were trying to get from them when they knew that they couldn't afford this. So one of the dirty tricks that will happen with divorce lawyers, with people that are on sitcoms, is when you get on a sitcom, if you're an actor, when you get on a sitcom, it is the most stable job, the greatest job in show business for a lot of them. Because you're going to get a check, you're going to do 24, maybe 26 episodes a year. You're making more money than you've ever made your whole life. But then you get divorced. So what happens is it gets set up where your ex-wife wants a percentage of what you're making at this very unrealistic level, where you're never going to achieve this again. And for Dave Foley, it was so bad that at one point in time, I don't believe he was allowed to go back to Canada. I don't know if that's changed, but the judge literally told him, when he told the judge, like, I don't have that type of money. I don't have a potential for earning. I was on a hit sitcom. Right. I was on a sitcom on NBC, paid a lot of money. That was the only time I made that kind of money. The judge said to me, your obligation to pay has no relation to your ability to pay. That's Canadian judges' word. Just insane. You know,
Those are words you never want to hear even once in your life.
I love him. So I was going through this pain, not like he was, but just like, oh my God. Oh my God. So there's three people that I was very close to. And then most of the other people that I knew, I knew so many people. Fortunately, my mother and my stepfather have a great relationship, and they have for a long time. So I have that model. They were always very close, and they didn't fight, which is really nice. It's really nice to have that as a model. Like I realized that everybody's not at each other's throats all the time. It's, some people actually do enjoy spending time together.
Tammy on the tour, she started to introduce me 2 years ago and to talk about some of the things we're doing in the family. Some of our family reasons to talk about Peterson Family, to talk about Essen. And so she'd go out on stage.
Was that the first time she had ever gone on stage in front of two enormous crowds?
Yeah, well, so first of all, she did that, and then we replaced the business discussion, because we were just doing an update about the family, and so she'd do that. We replaced that with ads, and then she started to talk. She talked about the rules, say 12 rules for life, or some of the religious things I've been dealing with lately, and she related that to something in her own life. And then she does the Q&A at the end of the lecture. And part of that was just, she was along with me, and part of that was Michaela was introducing me for a while, then had to go back to her work. And so we slotted Tabby in because it seemed like a good business decision. But one of the things we figured out very quickly that was really a shock to us was that people really like, especially the Q&As, because what people will offer their questions electronically on this platform called Slido, which is a very good platform for such things. And then Tammy, they could upvote the questions, and then Tammy would sort them and ask me questions kind of from the top down that were thematically relevant to the lecture that I'd given. But we found very quickly that people really liked that because they hadn't seen a couple engage in civilized discussion ever. Seriously, like, it was really shocking, Joe. Like, I was shocked when I first started touring by how demoralized people were. That was really striking and painful to see that on such a mass scale, and then also to see how little encouragement it took to have a really major effect. I mean, there's a positive aspect to that too, but there's also a tragic aspect. It's like you just need to have some encouragement, and that was enough. And you never got that, like even once. That's rough when you see that thousands of people.
Right.
And it was the same thing we found. It was the same thing with regards to seeing a functional couple, at least even that model. Because, Tammy asked me questions, and she thinks about the questions. And then sometimes she comments, but not that much. Welcome, but she actually listens and answers. And she wants to hear the answer. And so, and then,
How are you on the striker? Hey, how'd you find out about me? That didn't have to be on Blue Sky, was it? Yeah, very well. Yeah, I'm streaming Joe Rogan and Joe Peterson. Frankly, it's like 2:30 in the morning, so I'm going to fight. Nor do I normally. World Peace. How was the internet going? Did you have a good break? Very cool. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD, or shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. This week goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the break of an eye, the coronation of a king, and the living of a king. I essentially am a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show where they tell the show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, that's what I do. Essentially, my entire life is on camera and have been for years. And it's essentially a time capsule for society. Because really back to the essential part of the pandemic, I talk about things in this stream that aren't really discussed, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural growth, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Empire Wellness on Canadian. That's what all my merch is. And we built wells in Nigeria. I want to help with those kind of projects on a larger scale in the future. I'm also an advocate for the lifestyle program. And most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology. I figured see what I'm going to make a difference with people. I'm about activism, global peace. We talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in society, like space tourism, terraforming other planets, intergalactic travel, things like faster than light communication, faster than light technology, faster than light travel, things like perhaps anti-gravity, antimatter. Data overtook petroleum according to the Economist magazine in 2018, and I don't agree on that in any percent, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help your family. I'm going to help your family. And I want you to have it.
Like a techno element.
Yeah, I would say so.
What is it that
basically, I'm a certified project management professional, and so I've launched apps and apps on Google Play, and I had a contract, major contracts, six-figure contracts with Fortune 100 companies, and after work, my role uh, had gone remote, and after work I would go and get golf balls at Tiger Woods Golf Course in Anaheim, California, and I thought, I just wanted to see what my swing looked like. So I started just recording my swing. And I guess you could say that the pandemic made me more comfortable on camera because, everything is virtual. But I started making some jokes on camera about my swing, and I'd slice it or hook it or wherever the ball was going. And I thought, in the future, my family, if I have a wife and children, they might think it's cool that I was recording you know, just my life, my daily activities, and they might find it interesting in the future. So I started uploading that every morning. That's exactly. Yeah, so I would do like 3 hour streams, 3 hour like uploads that eventually became streams. And then one day I just figured, you know what, it's such a pain um, uploading all this data every single night. I should just stream it. And so I recognized that if I'm going to just stream it, like, that meant I was going to have to create a YouTube account. And if I'm going to do this whole YouTube thing, I want to do it better than anybody's ever done it ever. So I bought like 6 different Chromebooks and laptops and things, and put them 360 degrees. Yeah, absolutely. So I've got a projector. I'm live on like 18 different YouTube streams simultaneously right now. I'm, I'm live on Twitter Spaces. I'm live on Twitch, Rumble. Basically, you name it, I'm live streaming there. And I just do it to get canceled. So if someday somebody's like, "Look, we don't like this rabbi, we're going to cancel them." Okay, that's cool. If YouTube doesn't like what I say, my stuff's archived on Rumble. Rumble doesn't like what I say, I'm archived on Twitter. Twitter doesn't like what I say, I'm archived on other platforms. So, that's right. That's right. 100%. So, I have more social media than any person ever. In addition to live stream my life, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Rumble, 5,000, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and 10,000 Kick accounts. So I basically, yeah, I mean, generally I use like, mentally. Well, no, I have like spreadsheets that I use to keep track of some of the information, but yeah, I mean, you just do it enough and things become redundant. And uh, exactly. And certainly they're not running simultaneously, but and then I created a robot army, which you can see here. And what they do is put robots stream on different platforms, specifically Blue Sky. And I get people about once or twice an hour who tweet about me or take note of what I'm doing on Blue Sky. I used to use Twitter, but basically I became public enemy and I would run on Twitter. So I'm still on Twitter right now. I mean, just because what I do, I mean, I don't necessarily spam people, uh, but what I would do is like their comments and follow them, and that's considered a type of spam, I guess. And I just do it so that people learn about what I do. I really want to stop war openly. I feel as if we're ever going to get off this planet and be able to exploit space either through tourism or just exploration, and start terraforming other planets, we're going to have to have peace here at home. It only makes sense. When we had the age of exploration, very rarely did a civilization have successful colonization or exploration with civil wars going on at home. They basically had to have peace at in the home country, the motherland, before they were able to have success with colonization. I feel the same is true when it comes to space tourism. I'm also just really interested in alien disclosure. I have been for decades, and excellent, yeah, it's a fascinating subject. And we have on the stream. I started it in fall of 2021. However, I do have like footage on SD cards going back like that entire summer. I and terabytes of just hard drives, and I found that yeah, exactly. I found that as we approach 2022, specifically November 2022, that's when ChatGPT launched, and that changed society. And so I've actually, I was a, I'm in agreement with you. It's like we were in the pandemic, and then all of a sudden we're now in the age of AI. And I was an early adopter of ChatGPT recently, November, and it launched November 30th, 2022. And I saw it when it was really bad. I mean, it wasn't good. And then now it's amazing, and now we're starting to see certainly image generation and even video generation. And um, I have its birth basically on camera, using it before it was even released to the general public. And I just find it fascinating that this story perhaps might be. Yeah, exactly. And I think it'll be fascinating for people to watch in the future. Like, basically, I have the founding of the and its birth. I mean, there are people who have like birthing videos, and I have the birthing video of it. Do I have a time scale of just the hyperability of the time you're asking?
Well, yeah, I'm assuming this gets like message.
It,
Those moments, like, Chuck, like comprehension, where it's capable of you.
I leave the editing. I generally leave the editing to other people. It just takes too much time. I have so much data. But I mean, and my stream is not one continuous stream. I restart it every 12 hours. If I had one continuous stream, it would be available to the general public. Those types of streams in their entirety are not available to the public. But 12 hours is the maximum amount that you can have a stream going generally with that minimum time. So every 12 hours, I reset on the stream and just basically allow people to watch my life and what we do. I've watched, I'm really into sports as well. Like right now, I'm watching podcasts. I just watched all the Kill Tony, Kill Tony is the largest live podcast. Hey, welcome. How'd you find out about it? Hilarious. Yeah, I spammed that like a year ago. Phenomenal. Uh, yeah, so I remember I'm the one who created that. No, not a fake account. I'm a real account. I just promoted myself using one of the skills.
I did. I scanned your it's crazy.
Exactly, and that's what I do. Exactly. My spam was planted like a year ago, and to get people in here. Basically, what I did in that case, you can create clips of users on Kick, and it takes like 30 seconds of their screen and just allows it to be watchable in the future. So what I would do is just name those streams with my Discord link so to get people in here. And those stay indefinitely. The normal stream on Kick only stays for 30 days, but the clips stay indefinitely. And that's how we got our friend Lito in here. Yeah, yeah. So we don't talk about hurting children here. So if anything, if you want to stay, you have to be mature. But we're glad that you're here. What is mature mean? Talk about milks. That's what we like in here. De- Definitely not black. He doesn't sound cool enough to be black. Right, just the way it's like. All right, friends. Well, I was just gonna say I'm just chilling here. Feel free to stay as long as you like. Talk about whatever you like. But if anything, please don't talk about hurting children or anything like that. that was on top of it.
Why would you do that?
It takes so long.
Yeah. Now you get kicked out, man. I mean, you just
What's your
you can't, like you said, you can't talk about it. Yeah, I mean, I can't. That's how you do it. So that's basically what I do. I understand. Yeah, but I can't. So yeah, that's basically what I do. Is just stream all the time. More than anything, if you ever need anybody, if you ever need a friend, if you ever need someone to be positive in your life, or have an optimistic view, or just in general give people hope, I'm here to be there. So if you ever need anything from me, just know that you can come to me. I am an actual rabbi. It's in his book. I am an actual rabbi. I appreciate that. And I don't give people a different view, perhaps, or an internal view of what Jewish life is like. I daven every day, or I pray every day. I say blessings on food. I play tefillin. If my pastor didn't make you the next week, and then I wear tefillin. And like candles, just basically do everything I can. Like tonight is the 41st day of the Omer. Omer is a period of time between Pesach and Passover and Shavuot. Basically, when we receive the oral Torah on Mount Sinai from Moshe Rabbeinu and Moses the teacher. And so those prayers just generally do the best I can to be alert to the world and just be a nice person.
This is like a
This is bigger than Jesus. This is bigger than Jesus. This is really the story of a person's life that can be studied perhaps in the future. Right. Essentially, it's a story for humanity. Yes, it does have a Jewish theme to it, most certainly. I am Jewish, and I do celebrate holidays that we celebrate in Judaism, just daily Orthodox life. But on top of that, it's a story of Jesus. and write a journal or a diary, I just do the same but in video game. And I feel that this will be studied from a biological standpoint in the future. Essentially, we have more data on a single individual than we've ever had previously. So people will be able to study my eating habits, my sleeping habits, my circadian rhythm, my the blinks per minute, my breaths per minute, every aspect of a human's life over the course of years. People will be able to see me gain weight and lose weight. People see some will be able to see some laugh and cry. It's essentially like an epic, like we've had like the epic of Gilgamesh, or perhaps even stories within the Bible. It's just for the modern epic, and I think that it's going to be something that's very exciting for the world to be able to witness and view in the future. And I have 1,700 people in here who've joined the Discord. I've only been promoting it for about 9 months or so, and that's so cool. So, that's been some really good work. But I'm not going to go viral from that. I'm going to go viral from Blue Sky. And I know because I've been, I'm like a notorious spammer. But you see it works. I mean, I get random people in here for a spam that I did 9 months ago that get them in here. And it's been the best quality people we have in here, but I do get some really quality people. And what ends up happening is they learn about what I do. And, I get people in here who say, I don't spam people. I mean, not in a normal way. I have. But really what I do is I like people's posts. And what that does is it creates a notification in their inbox. And with the notification, I will link to my Discord. Exactly. So it's a creative way to get people in here. And some people hate it, but then they eventually really end up enjoying it. And hey, you might have as many accounts as I do. I am someone who is just a positive person in the world. I talk about things that like essential technology, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryogenics, things like organ therapy, cold shock therapy, tropics, and then really moving into the world of mind-blowing technology, where with so much consent, we scan their brain into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, where every atom is in a central nervous system, or peripheral nervous system, so later download as an operating enterprise cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. And essentially what I'm talking to people about is digital immortality. I'm not the first to get there. Yeah, it's not going to be probably for everyone. It'll probably be for a more limited group of people. There are people. Perhaps like Gentile. Traditionally, we have the belief that the Mashiach comes on Messiah to a resurrection of the dead. That might involve that technology might be involved. Those aren't decisions for me to make, but I think there may be an opportunity for righteous Gentiles to perhaps be able to partake in this type of technology, or perhaps just general conversions. And I think all should be true. Yes, I think with something like that, You will be the real music session, the kid and shit. Yeah, dude, if it's gonna do it, it should be like one a day, like 10 in a row. Yeah, I mean, I think perhaps someday, given enough time, every single person who's ever lived on the earth might have the opportunity to have resurrection from the dead. What do I mean by that? Well, I mean, I'm a really out here thinker, and so I, like, contemplate ways to travel faster than the speed of light, and also the idea of time travel. And without going into the time travel aspect of it, just traveling faster than the speed of light would mean that you would have the opportunity to perhaps um, be able to essentially outrun light and be able to turn around and watch light hit the whatever you're like. I would imagine like a yeah. And so what you'd be able to do, what you'd be able to do. So just hold on. You're asking me a question. I'm trying to answer. So there might be the idea that you may be able to watch Earth from its very beginning, and if that happens, given given billions of years, you may run into every single person that ever lived on Earth, whatever being ever lived on Earth. You're forgetting that. I mean, with every single one of these, he's getting an invite to an appeal center. So, and I'm generally pretty liberal with it.
I see. Well,
Give it enough time, I'll let it. Yeah, so righteous Gentiles may perhaps have. I'm not saying I'm going to archive everybody. There are people, as I said, like when I explained mind encoding technology, with people's consent. There may be Jews who don't want to give their consent. There may be Gentiles who don't want to give their consent. And if they don't want to give their consent, then I don't want to force anybody doing anything that they don't want to do. So there's essentially not, in this discussion, it's not Jew and Gentile, it's human and transhuman. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about that being able to utilize mind uploading technology. And if that's what you interpreted, I want to clarify the matter. It's really between those of a transhumanist philosophy who will perhaps be able to utilize this and who can afford it. It's not going to be available perhaps to every single person on Earth. This is going to be quite an expensive endeavor. So are you? That's what you're. Yeah, so that guy, he might not be the most righteous of people, but I don't want to limit him if if but there are going to be people who don't want this, and they're just generally seen as humans, and then there are those of us who really are consider that ourselves either transhuman or at least pro-transhuman, and those of us who want to live forever that may have the opportunity, and currently, well, yeah, um, this who are you? Are you new? Um, he's not. Like, so this really gets into something known as a paradox. It's known as the ship of Theseus. So it's a paradox. Basically, you have a boat in the dock. If you take that boat apart piece by piece, every 7 years, except for exactly. That's not. This is a great test. We're going to. There's a bot that I wanted to install, but I just never got. That is essentially a generation. And so we're two different. Exactly. But what it does is it uses like the make of the device to yeah. So prevent that. Let's see. Prevent damage. Stimulate. Hey, I have an appeal service with the appeal. Nope. He does have a lot of accounts. Alright, so we're gonna try this. Yeah, first grade by 5 out and 18 times. Let's see if it works. I it says in your profile you're 24. He has some devices. It's really yeah, really has to stop. And you are quite a fun individual. Alright, let's see if there's. Yeah. Let's see.
What's a good test for you?
I guess it was him. So, let's see here. The video, big red flag channel. Do you use Discord often? Yeah. Okay, so the way that it walks people, I guess DNS, and Taik lookup, and
But I don't.
who talks like that? Who talks like that? And in normal life, who talks like that? He wouldn't be talking like that if his mother were here, or his girlfriend, or whatever. Alright, I mean, I just installed it, and I didn't really do anything with it. So we'll see. I don't even know how it necessarily works. I guess I would just test it with my response, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, in terms of the queerness for transhuman debate, I get people in here who say like, hey, I don't want people to have that kind of technology. And I understand that. Basically, there are people well, it's kind of inevitable that if you just allow a civilization to continue long enough, indefinitely, they will either destroy themselves or evolve to the point of immortality or close to it. That's true. I mean, that's why we get into the life extension technology aspect of it. But eventually, you're going to need people to take risks, and if they take enough risks, there will be likely death, and then you would want some way to respawn them, for lack of a better term.
But I think if I have the question, what is response? Is it just a degree that goes to what once it is?
Yeah, it's a great question. Like, basically, your idea. I mean, what is a soul? And what is a soul? Hey, Drew.
This one encapsulates the idea of synapses. Dropping freedom of speech.
So look, how are you, friend?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
Phenomenal. It's good to hear my conversation.
Oh yeah?
Not you, sir.
Doing great.
Zip, how'd you take home? Did you check your body fat today? What's that?
Oh, sure. What the hell is so much for freedom of speech? Everything is freedom of speech.
Zip, zip, zip. Yeah. Oh, that's really good, man. Yeah, yeah. How does this person have all of these accounts and they're all like different people? Dude, I've taken 1,000. Just get on the apps.
Listen, are you aware of
Maybe you gotta shoot your shot.
there's a simplicity. That's your well, to even ask that question, still, I would say it goes in this area, that's probably why. That's just it's just very uncommon. So he said it's not something we say. Well, maybe you'll talk to me. Yeah, that's secret. It's secret. Well, the question is, yeah, that's for sure. It's like every single day. It's long. I had. Yeah, Zoom, we're cutting out the guy.
Give me a second.
Yeah, that's what
So it seems like um, it seems like unless I like make him have to use a telephone number, he could keep doing that.
What if it's we're at a
You're right about that.
you may have run out of bullets.
Yeah,
Please.
he does have a lot of them, and they're old. All right.
But it's like, they all are
Like,
it's like such a good story. Like, I'm sure it's
oh, so oh, good God, well, it's been great speaking with you. I'm not going anywhere, but I do need to get some sleep. It's like 3:30. Feel free to watch Joe Peterson and Joe Rogan. And if anything, come back tomorrow whenever you have more time. I'd love to talk with you more. You're very intelligent. Excellent. Beautiful. Well, pleasure to meet you, my friend. You too, my friend. Take care.
That dynamic is being played out on the stage, and people found that very heartening. And all that shows you, well, you said yourself, and this is why I brought it up, because you had the example from your stepfather and your mom,
yeah,
this long-term relationship that worked. And how the hell do you orient yourself if you haven't seen that anywhere?
right. And then you consider relationships just like all the bad ones, and like you're gonna be burdened and locked into that. Did you ever see that video where Alec Baldwin and his wife are on the red carpet and they're being interviewed and they're asking them questions and the wife starts talking and Alex chimes in about something and she said, "You're not talking. I'm talking. When I'm talking, you're not talking." On camera. And you watch this, you're like, yo, that's what everyone's scared of.
Right.
That's
Right,
what everyone's
definitely.
like,
Confrontation.
tyranny. The tyranny of being trapped in a relationship like that is and sometimes one person's so overbearing that the other person just sort of submits to it, right? And then you're just like, I don't like this.
Yeah.
And so then you're just trapped. This person's insulting you, humiliating you publicly. That was the case with Phil Hartman. I got to see that. We would all go, like, went to a party once, and I remember she was talking about ex-boyfriends, and she loves pickup trucks because her ex-boyfriends had pickup trucks. They would climb into the back of these pickup trucks. And I was like, what the fuck? But she was doing it on purpose, like make him squirm or make him uncomfortable. She would say things like talk about how he's old. Oh, he's old. He doesn't like to do that. It was just public humiliation in front of friends. You're in this like arena where he can't say anything. Yeah. He can't just go, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, why are you talking about that? Why are we doing this? He can't do that because he's public and he's out with us.
Maybe you should do it anyway.
Probably should do it.
Yeah, probably.
We're all out, and it was all about like appearances.
Right.
One of the things that he was afraid of with getting married was that he was just starting to break into films, and a lot of the films that he was doing were very like family-friendly films, and it helped. He was a family man. If he was
Right, so he had an act he had to sustain too.
he had an image, right? And this was critical in Hollywood. Like they had ideas of who you were. Okay, you're a family man. Okay, good. And so if you have this radical change in your life where no longer you're a family man, and if you want to be honest about it, you want to say, I was in a toxic relationship. Some of it was me and some of it was her, and this is what happened. Like, whoa, now you're opening up the world to this big can of worms. Better to keep that can sealed.
Yeah, well, it's generally better not to have your fights in public, and it's certainly better. I mean, thinking about this command to honor your father, and thinking about what that means. I read this book called Angela's Ashes by Frank McCourt. Frank had a really alcoholic father, like an Irish alcoholic father back in the 40s. Oh yeah, he drank every cent the family had, and they lived in terrible poverty. And his sister died, and like it was rough. But he said his father was often sober in the morning, and he established a relationship with like good morning sober father, and kind of put alcoholic, drunken, nighttime father in a different bin. He could get the benefit of having a father in consequence of that. And that honoring, that's also something that you want to do within a marriage, right? Because your wife is your friend and your lover, but she's also your wife, and you're her husband. And that means that a part of keeping that marriage working is honor. And part of the honor is that you don't do that sort of thing in public.
Right.
Because that's also in some ways independent. In a way, it's independent of who your wife or husband is. It's like, you can imagine two people fighting in public, and one of them or both of them really deserving to have that fight as people. But then to keep the marriage intact, you have to remember, well, this is my wife. She's not just my friend. She's not just someone I know. She's my wife. And we shouldn't be doing primate dominance hierarchy maneuvering in public. We shouldn't be competing for power, because that's going to destroy the marriage.
Yeah.
So that's part of that honoring, I think, is to remember the role and to keep it sacred.
Right. I think here's another one. Don't ever insult each other, even though you want to. Like you want to be mean. Sometimes people get mean to you. You want to be mean back. I don't do that with my friends, so I don't do that with anyone else. I don't want to do that. That's why I don't do it online. I don't get involved in this hissy fits online, particularly on Twitter. I just don't think it's right place for such things. That's all it is. First of all, again, as someone who looks at everyone like a child or like a baby, I'm not angry that people do that. I understand the appeal of it. If I was 15 and Twitter was around, I would be tweeting at every fucking celebrity, saying you're a loser, jump in front of a bus. I would say things just to try to get a reaction out of them. I think a lot of kids do. I think a lot of people don't feel like they have a voice, and one way to be heard is to be insulted, and one way to heard is to be negative. If you look at the majority of discourse on social media in regards to hot button issues, it's disrespectful, it's contentious, it's shitty and insulting, and I've decided, over time in my life, to not do that. I don't want to do that. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in that kind of conflict. I see real conflict all the time. As an MMA commentator, I see the most violent legal conflict other than war all the time. That's conflict. That's like real conflict and resolution and, purposeful, agreed upon conflict. Like regular, like back and forth assault. Wouldn't it be better to figure out what you agree and disagree on and why and talk? Like, why can't we all figure out how to do that? That should be a discipline you learn at an early age. Most of the issues that people have, if the person comes at you insulting and aggressive, either that person is ignorant or they're playing a game. Okay? And the game is to get your emotions up, to get you reactive, and to be reacting to them instead of active. The game is like if someone's hyper aggressive in a fight. The game is to put you on the defensive so that they don't, like, the best defense is a good offense. You learn that early on in fighting. So you learn that you can be very offensive and then the person never has a chance to get their game going. That's the case with conversations too. It's like there's a gamesmanship to this kind of communication where it's not just communicating. It's communicating, but it's essentially intellectual one-upsmanship and sparring. You're sparring. You're scoring points, trying to dunk on each other. And I get that. I've done that before. I've engaged in it. It's never satisfying. It always feels gross. Even if you win, it's gross. Like I've said this before, like even like publicly things that I felt like I had to do, like the Carlos Mencia conflict that I had way back in 2007, where I accused him of stealing material and it became this viral video, and a bunch of other comedians helped it, and we all agreed it was a real problem. It was a real problem because he was very famous and he was being protected by these agencies who were profiting off of him being famous. They didn't want that train to stop. I still, to this day, wonder if I would ever do that again, because the negativity that came my way from people that were fans of his it's so overwhelming if you pay attention to it. It's like, what did I open up? Like, ugh. Even though I knew it was necessary. Like, what? And that is also why people are negative, because they want to stop you from engaging in conflict that's going to hurt them. So they try to hurt you as much as possible. So you're like hesitant to do it. It's dangerous. Little sharks.
Well, you could imagine, maybe. I think this is worth delving into in some depth. You could imagine that there's various ways of attaining status, renown, reputation. Status isn't exactly the right word because reputation is better. Because you can have a reputation that you deserve, right? And so people do work for reputation, and all things considered, that's a good thing.
Earned reputation.
Earned reputation. Earned reputation. Earned
Someone's
valid
truly
reputation.
unique when they toward back on. That's a unique human being. And that's a real reputation.
Right. Okay.
That's
So,
what people want.
right. And it's also, there isn't anything more valuable that you can have than that. Not even close. This is why, by the way, this is very cool. It's a bit of an aside, but it's worth bringing up. In the Gospels, Christ tells people to sort of take treasure in heaven where it doesn't rust, where the thieves can't steal it. That's reputational treasure.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So the idea is that if you conduct yourself impeccably, you'll develop a storehouse of reputation that will withstand all catastrophe. There's no place you can put your wealth that's more effective than that. It's the least violatable place, and that's right. It's right.
Right.
And so, but the problem is, and this is a really tricky problem, and you're touching on it, is that the reputation game can be gained. Okay, so when your reputation rises, your serotonin levels rise, and that makes you less sensitive to negative emotion and more sensitive to positive emotion. So that's a really good deal. And what that also means is that there's a high psychological benefit to status increase, reputational increase, and a real cost to reputational decrease. So that's partly why people don't like losing face, for example, because their emotions dysregulate. Okay, so now the best way to play that game is to establish a genuine reputation. And the best way to do that, you've done this, by the way. I figured out this year in my lectures that I'm always trying to answer a question on stage. So that's a quest. And I'm bringing the audience along the quest. And it's a real quest because I'm actually trying to figure something out, and I do that in real time. And that's a very different game. That's a very different conversational game than the status battle game.
Yeah.
Because I could come on here, I don't know if it would work, but I could come on here and I could try to show that I was smarter than Joe Rogan. Now, I've watched you, and that's a very difficult thing to pull off. But hypothetically, that could be my aim. I could play gotcha questions, and I could lead you into places.
The problem is that wouldn't work because I'm willing to accept that you're smarter than me. First of all, I talk to a lot of people that are smarter than me, and I like it. It's enjoyable. I don't ever feel uncomfortable talking to people that are smarter than me. Yeah, I want to know some things that they can tell me on certain things. I want to educate myself. I want to see how their mind works. I want to be blown away. I don't want to compete with them intellectually. There's times in my life where I would have gone to that.
Yeah. I think that's what's made. Well, I think that's also what's made you popular and a force for good. Is that you are on a quest, and that quest, the consequence of that quest, if undertaken properly, is reputational enhancement. And people who can't or won't do that, they default to power games. And the part of it, and that's the default to power.
Right.
It's worse with social media because if you meet someone and they're playing a power game, you can just decide not to have anything to do with them anymore, or you can put a stop to it if you need to. But on social media, you can't because they're distant from you, and they're often also anonymous. And so they can play power games to enhance the reputation status falsely with no consequences. And the social media is rife with that, and it's really a problem. Like, I think that virtualization has enabled the psychopaths.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, well,
Without a doubt.
that's a terrible thing because the psychopath types, they're always the death of everything. Like, I'm seeing this come up on the right now. So imagine this, I'd be working on a new theory of political psychopathology, and I like it quite a lot.
Is this where the term the woke right comes in?
Yeah, well, Lindsay is pointing at that, but he hasn't got the diagnosis exactly right. So it isn't woke, that's not the issue. It's not exactly.
I think one level talking about is like similar types of behavior.
He is talking about that. Yeah, no,
but
what's
it's
his
just
point?
woke just to clarify. You're like, oh, it's like that.
Yeah, but the problem is
It's like Antifa.
yes, absolutely. But the problem is that argument is predicated on the claim that the ideas are the problem, like the woke ideas, for example, on the right or the left. But that's not the problem. The problem is that 4 to 5% of the population, something like that, is cluster B, that's the DSM-5 terms, histrionic, narcissistic, antisocial, psychopathic, or they have dark tetrad traits, they're Machiavellian, they're sadistic. That's about 4%. Okay, so the question is, how do these people maneuver? And the answer is they go to where the power is, and they adopt those ideas, and they put themselves on the forefront of that. Right? The ideas are completely irrelevant.
Right.
All they're doing is they're the Pharisees. They're the modern version of the Pharisees. They're the people who use God's name in vain. Right? As they proclaim moral virtue.
Yes.
Doesn't matter whether it's right or left or Christian or Jewish or Islam. They invade the idea space, and then they use those ideas as false weapons to advance the narcissistic advantage.
Yes.
And so then you have the problem, and the right's going to face this more and more particularly, because the left had to face it when they were in power.
Yes.
How do you identify the psychopathic parasites, 4% of the population, who are clothed in your clothing and waving your flags, but who are only in it for narcissistic benefit? You know, the people who studied the dark triad, these were people who originally studied psychopaths, and they moved into ordinary personality, so to speak, on the fringes. Showed that the non-criminal psychopaths, the fringe cases, are Machiavellian. They use their language to manipulate. They're narcissistic. They want unearned reputation. That's what a narcissist wants. And they're psychopathic, which makes them predators and parasites. Okay, that's pretty bad, those three things. But they had to expand that nomenclature after a while because they found that they were also sadistic, which implied that if you're Machiavellian and narcissistic and psychopathic, you develop a sufficiently bad view of your fellow man that their undeserved pain is a source of pleasure to you. And that's what's being enabled online.
Yes.
See, because we've evolved real specific mechanisms to keep such things under control in face-to-face interaction. Lack of anonymity, for example, within the community. Psychopaths in the real world, they wander. They have to move from place to place with people who figure out who they are. And they're held responsible, particularly held responsible by men. But online, they escape from that. They escape from that protective. They escape from that system of constraint, and they have free reign, and they can find other people like them very rapidly, and they can gang together. And so this is like, I can really see this starting to happen on the right. Like I've been tracking psychopathic behavior on the right for probably 4 years, something like that, especially on the anti-Semitic side, because that's really where it reared its head first. And why is that? There's nothing more annoying than a successful minority. Right. Now, that's part of it. I've got to here. I must get myself in trouble right away, too.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
This is a real subject.
also, it's a real terrible subject.
It's interesting because if you don't criticize it enough, you're compromised. If you criticize, it's like when it comes to anti-Semitism, like it's one of those things where you can't separate. It's a and it's also race, and it's also a government. That's where things get weird.
Right.
And then there's also the concept of intelligence agencies, compromise that also gets attached to it, the manipulation of world markets, money, and there's a lot to unpack. And then there's regular Jewish people who have nothing to do with that.
Well, the Jews, too, they're very successful.
Yeah.
And so what you would expect from a purely statistical point of view is you'd expect them to be overrepresented at the extreme.
They're also called walled garden, right?
Meaning,
it's very difficult to join. They don't proselytize. They don't try to get you to join. And they're all very tightly knit. They call themselves the clan. They're all like locked in. The Jewish clan, not KKK. The problem with that term has been compromised by the Ku Klux Klan. But I mean it as terms of tribe.
well,
Community. They're very tight knit in that regard. They stick together.
Well,
And
so-
if you understand the history, obviously, of Nazi Germany and of the persecution in Eastern Europe, you have to. Yeah, of course.
yeah, well, all these complex things are multidimensional. I mean, I watched your whole conversation with Douglas, and I thought you guys did a very credible job, all three of you, of navigating unbelievably choppy waters. So that's the first thing I'd like to say, because one of the things I was trying to figure out when I was watching that is, do I think I could have done a better job of any of you? And I certainly didn't walk away from it with that idea in mind. But then underneath all that, I thought there's a really unbelievably tricky problem here, and I think that's why it's made it poked up into. Well, you also set that conversation up, but it poked up and made itself manifest in that conversation. And the issue is, how do you identify the psychopathic pretenders? And it's even worse now. And then make a barrier, right? The right was going for the left to do that for decades,
Right.
and they didn't, and they couldn't. And the left is not good at drawing barriers, partly temperamental. The right is somewhat better, but there's no shortage of monstrosity there. And so then the question is, how do you draw the line? And that's kind of what I was, because I've been watching these right-wing, they're not right-wing, these psychopathic types manipulate the edge of the conservative movement for their own gain.
Right.
And a lot of that's cloaked in anti-Semitic guise. There's plenty of anti-Semitism on the left too, by the way. So it's not unique to the right.
Well,
but
particularly now.
yes, particularly now. Right. And so, you let your curiosity guide you. Your curiosity and your desire for knowledge, this quest, you let that guide you as a podcaster. By the way, I'm trying to work through exactly the same sort of thing. How do you know, given your radical increase in stature over the last 10 years, how do you know when your curiosity and even your skepticism about the fact that things aren't the way that people say they are, because that's certainly been demonstrated the last 10 years. How should anyone decide what guardrails to put up? Like, what do you look for? Do you have a conceptual system worked out for that? Like,
And
because,
what do you mean? In what way?
well,
How do I look for in terms of people to talk to?
yeah,
How do I look for
because you
substance
have
to
this insanely immense platform,
Yeah.
and you're inviting people onto it. And you said to Douglas, and I know this to be true, that you're not really thinking about the outcome exactly. You're thinking about, this is an interesting person to talk to, and I'd like to go on that quest. But then you have the additional conundrum. We're trying to work this out in the Daily Wire side of things too. Not to say that that's exactly the same situation. It's like, once you gain in reach and authority, then how do you know that? How do you take great care that the people you're talking to aren't, what would you say, eliciting or feeding a subculture? Yeah, that's right. That hasn't got the proper aims.
Mhm.
Like, I guess the legacy media probably worked that out by having people, mediators, right, and guests, and that was also back when we could rely on structures of authority in some sense to filter. And now we're in this helter-skelter world where everything is
The
up
legacy
for
media is
grabs.
the worst of that.
Yeah, I know.
They're the worst.
I know.
Which is fascinating. It really is. It's really fascinating when you lose faith in a New York Times piece. It's like you go like, well, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
I know this. I know what they're doing. I know
Yeah.
this is editorial bullshit. And that didn't used to be the case, I don't think.
No.
But then I go back to like what I learned about the Woodward, Bernstein, Nixon thing at Watergate. That was all essentially an intelligence operation. Have you ever looked into that? Yeah, Bill Murray on the podcast. Bill Murray said one of the wildest things. He read the first 5 pages of Bob Woodward's biography on John Belushi, Wire.
Mhm.
Read the first 5 pages, like he goes, "Oh my God, they framed Nixon." Oh, isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
He's like, what they wrote about my friend was so not true. It was so wildly off. He said John Belushi was a lightweight. John Belushi got a couple of drinks. He fucked up. It wasn't like a big party. That time he did that speedball, probably the only time he ever did it in his life. But Woodward had him painted as this maniacal, off the rails, just drug-addled monster. And he knew that to not be true. He was very close to Belushi for a long time. And so he was like, oh my God, they framed Nixon. When I told him the whole story, what Tucker Carlson told me about Woodward being an intelligence asset, and then that was his first job ever as a journalist, was Watergate, and that these FBI guys that were involved in it and the break-in. The whole thing was they tried to get Nixon out of there, the most popular president in the history of the country in terms of the vote. And they were successful. They got him out of there. And it's probably likely because Nixon was very concerned with who killed Kennedy, and he wanted to find out, and he wanted to get that information out. And apparently he had been talking about it. I know he did. And he was, he didn't want it happening to him, obviously, and he knew it could. If you're a president, a couple of guys ago, just one of the most popular presidents, at least posthumously popular presidents. I know he's very polarized while he was in office, but was shot in the head in the middle of Dallas. And you think that the government might have had something to do with it. Like, that could fuck with your head, obviously.
Yeah, well, there's many things like that. I mean, you saw the government website that came up 2 days ago about COVID. Okay.
Why?
Yeah, that's for sure. What are you supposed to do with that?
All the things that would have got you fired if you were a professor and you said them 4 years ago, you would have 100% got fired for espousing any of these ideas that turned out to be true. You would have gotten kicked off of YouTube. You would have gotten, there was a lot going on there, which is I feel fortunate that right at the height of COVID was also when I had gone over to Spotify. Spotify is a Swedish company. It's different. They're different. They're much more rational. They're not overwhelmed by this identity politics shit. They aren't overwhelmed by our weird political binary system of good guy, bad guy, depending on which side you're on. And they were like, "What are you talking about? Like, this is crazy. We don't censor our rappers."
Also didn't lock down.
Yes, they did lock down. They were also like, "We don't censor our rappers. Like, we don't like the rap lyrics. Some of my favorite rap lyrics are horrendous." But it's just like my favorite movies are Tarantino movies. The dialogue is horrendous. It doesn't mean that these are horrendous people that are putting together this. Tarantino's a wonderful guy. He's fun to be around. He's great. I dinner with him, brought him to the comedy club. He's great. He's not a bad person, but he is an artist, and he's creating this thing. And this thing is going to show you aspects of humanity that you know to be true but are horrific. That's the same with rap lyrics. It's the same with a lot of things. And Spotify's position was, we're not censoring. That's not what we're in the business of, like, promoting art. Like, we sell art, and we're not interested in censoring art, essentially. And turns out, luckily, we were all right. We were all correct, and now the government shows it on their fucking website, which is crazy. Have you seen anything? Pull it up, because it's bananas. And look at this. Lab.
Yeah, right.
By the way, I know that he would bring up the vaccines when he was on his rallies, and people would boo. When he was on the campaign trail, people would boo, and I think he was like confused by that. I think he's a little. I don't want to say he's out of touch, but there's too many things for him to be thinking about, for him to be paying attention to what people really think about the vaccines and vaccine injuries and mandates and just the psychological warfare that was played on the American people. You remember that very famous White House post that they made for the vaccinated, you've done your job, or for the unvaccinated, you're looking forward to a winter of severe illness and death in the hospitals that you will overwhelm. Like, that was the White House telling you something when it was in Omicron by that point, which was like a cold. Like, it was crazy. Deaths had dropped off radically, but they were so in bed with the pharmaceutical companies. They were like, "You've got to do it. You got to get vaccinated. If you don't, you're looking forward to death and severe illness." Like, imagine, you're not basing this on real statistics. You're not basing this on science. You're just basing this on this control, this fear element that you're trying to impose upon people.
Okay, so that's an interesting point there too. That issue of control and fear. I started this. I was part of a group that started this organization in the UK called the Alliance for Responsible Citizenship. We had our second convention in November, which went very nicely, by the way.
So you're doing like a positive counter to the world economic.
Yeah, well, we have some rules. And one rule is you don't use force or fear, right? Use invitation. So can I tell you a story about that?
Please do.
Okay, so I've been tutoring about this new book of mine, right? The Risk with God. And it's, I've been lecturing about lots of the things I know, but I've been using biblical stories mostly to provide an analytical frame. So that's what stories do. They provide a frame. And there's a great story in the continuing text of the story of Moses and the Israelites, where Moses has led his people away from the tyrant and away from their own slavery. There's a dynamic in that story between those two things. No tyrants without slaves. Or you might say no tyrants without willing slaves. And so the Israelites have to get away from the tyrant, but then it's across the Red Sea of chaos and blood and into the desert for 40 years. You don't escape from the tyrant if you're a slave without paying a price, and maybe for 3 generations. It's rough. So Moses is trying to get these people to stop being slaves and to take responsibility so they don't need a tyrant. So he's kind of got there, and they're on the edge of the promised land, right? And so they're almost at the end of their voyage, and they run out of water. They're still in the desert. They run out of water. they get all whiny and bitchy about the fact that we had to go across the desert. It was way better under the tyrant, and that Moses is nothing but a corrupt patriarch, and he's only power mad. They foment some rebellion. Anyways, it's a pretty ugly situation, and the Israelites go to Moses and they say, "Look, we're really starving. We're thirsting for water. We're going to die. Do you think you can have a chat with God, see if he'll do something about this?" And God tells Moses to go to some rocks in the desert and to ask them to bring water for him. And so he goes with his people to these rocks, and instead of asking, he takes this staff of his. The staff is a really important thing. It's like your staff if you have an organization, same derivation, but it's also the magic wand of Gandalf, flag you plant a new territory. It's the tree of life. It's the living tradition that has a spirit inside it, and that's a serpent, and that's the serpent that eats all the serpents of the Egyptian tyrants, magicians. That's the staff. It's his rod of his authority. And he, instead of asking the rocks, he hits them twice with the staff. So he forces them. And God tells him that in consequence of that, number one, he's going to die. Number two, he's not going to get to the promised land. Right. So there's this insistence. It's really interesting. It's crucial insistence, and it's very important in this time, I think, to understand what this means. So Moses is a leader. He's the archetypal leader. He realizes his responsibility in the encounter with the burning bush, which is something that attracts his attention, that he takes with great seriousness, and that transforms him. And so then he becomes the leader who stands up against the tyrant. He's the slaves. He takes them through chaos into the desert. And his temptation as a leader is to use force. So when he's a young man, for example, he kills an Egyptian aristocrat who was tormenting a Hebrew slave, and that's why he has to leave Egypt. He's tempted by power because he's a leader. And then at the end, even though he's done all these things, he's been an upstanding man and gone beyond his call of duty. And he's right at the point where he attains victory to enter the promised land.
What up,
He uses force. What? When God tells him to use impetus.
Dude, I gotta get to the sleep, my friend. Yeah, dude. I know. You didn't come to take your own time. Alright, well, looks like you missed out. I'll play you one game. I'll play you in one game of darts, but that's it. Alright, well, no fucking wonder you're so late. We're gonna play 501 Pro Double Out. You don't even know what this means. I don't want Pro Double Out, dog. You get your shit together. Dude, come on, man. Dude, dog. I'm gonna give you 10 seconds. 9, 8, there you go. Now get your shit together. This is the only game we're playing. And, 20. That was good, too. Not as bad as that, too. 8? You have 80 points. Shoot.
Yeah. Yeah.
85 points. You're destroying me. You're destroying me. 5, 1, 25. Not really. I'm basically done with some. What are you talking about? Just play you and the game. I don't understand. 102. You can get it. All right. 3 triple 20s. 1. Dude, if I came back and beat you, that's going to be embarrassing. Dude. It's double out, double check out, dude. Double check out. Get that 18. Get that 18. It's 1. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. That was amazing.
You did that.
All right, good game. Hey, you want help with checks? Listen to The Game by Neil Strauss. There's this chick. There's this Redditor chick who likes to hang out at the local adult bookstore. If I know about her, everybody knows about her. That ugly bitch you couldn't. Thank you.
Invitation, to use his words for logos, to use words, to use invitation. And that's enough so that he's dead. So is his brother Aaron, that's his political arm, and he doesn't enter the promised land. And then in the Gospels, of course, Christ forgoes power altogether. The temptation in the desert, one of the 3 temptations is the temptation for use of power. So one of the things that maybe we could conclude from all this, given the context of what you said, is that you can tell the tyrants they use fear and compulsion, and they don't use invitation. So one of the rules we put together for ARC was invitation only. Play, we're going to do this playfully, and we're not going to use force or fear ever. We have to use invitation. And so I don't know what you think about that. It's the distinguishing characteristic between the wannabe tyrants and the true leaders. The true leaders say, here's an offer. Would you accept this of your own free will? And the tyrants say, the apocalypse is coming. And everything, and we are allowed to do everything to forestall it, right? Including control you and everything that you do. Yeah?
That's how they get people to fall in line for fear.
Yeah? Well, fear and force. It's like also, you have to do this because the apocalypse is looming, which is always in a way true. Oh, there's always an apocalypse of one form or another looming. The question is, what do you do about it?
Oh,
terrifying
on where you live, anywhere in the world right now, you might be experiencing the apocalypse right now with Gaza.
Yeah,
You
well,
might be experiencing the apocalypse right now if you're in Yemen, if you're a Houthi, right?
the end of the world is always coming. Right, and for you, for me, for yeah, right. So you can always look into the future and conjure up an apocalyptic scenario, and maybe even that in itself isn't a sin, although I think it is. There's another, but if you then turn to fear and compulsion as your means of governance, then you're a tyrant. I don't care what your excuse is. It has to be invitation.
That's when it gets scary when you see governments telling people that they have to follow line, or these are horrible consequences for you not agreeing to what we're saying. Yeah, and then if you don't do this, you're a part of the problem.
Right, exactly. Well, and if the apocalypse that's generated in that way is of sufficient magnitude, there's no limit to the amount of power that can be exerted, because obviously the rationale is there.
They have to do it, right? But this is the rationale to stop Trump, right? We're trying to stop Hitler.
Right. Well,
no matter what. So
it's also
why
why
First Amendment, use the law, use lawfare,
use whatever. Use whatever. This is one of the things that worries me about Canada at the moment. Though I know when we talked a couple of weeks ago, I expressed my concern about what's happening in Canada.
doesn't look good.
Well, I read Carney's book, Values. I read it twice, and I understood it. And Carney says in that book, well, he says he's an advocate of centralized ESG. He was a huge ESG advocate. He organized many large corporations to go down this central planning governance route because the market wasn't pricing everything properly. And so central planners had to step in. And BlackRock and Vanguard, places like that, were big parts of that. I don't know if they were directly affected by Carney, but it's the same thing. And they've stepped away from that. And he's a big DEI advocate. And he's also a net zero advocate. And Carney says in his book, this is a good example of this, and I think also a good example of this kind of narcissism that we talked about earlier. Every single financial decision that every individual or organization makes has to prioritize decarbonization above all else. Or else, and there will be many, he doesn't say casualties, but he implies that, there'll be many who pay a price along the way, but it's necessary, because you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. And then he says, 75% of the world's fossil fuels have to stay in the ground. And this is who Canadians are seriously thinking about electing. Right?
Why does he say the fossil fuels have to stay in the ground?
Too much carbon.
Yeah. The real problem with that is the same problem with the COVID narrative, is that they don't allow any dissent, they don't allow any data that conflicts with the narrative. And they don't want to look at any possible, both of them are complicated. They're not similar in a lot, but there are, because they're top-down, tyrannical tools.
Using fear and compulsion.
Yeah. So they did, during the COVID times, nobody wanted to look at any alternative treatments. They didn't want to look at health, metabolic health. They didn't want to look at any factors other than vaccination and compliance. With carbon, no one wants to look at, I'm sure you saw that Washington Post study of the last, was it 50 million years, the graph that shows the temperature of Earth. Have you seen it? We're in a cooling period. And that was always during the 1970s, Leonard Nimoy, when he had that In Search Of show, one of the things that they covered was that we are at the verge of an ice age. How terrifying an ice age is.
Yeah, well, the conclusion you draw about climate and carbon dioxide is entirely dependent on where you put the origin point of your growth path. So if you go back 150 years ago, carbon dioxide was increased. If you go back 500 years ago, which is quite a lot longer, we're in a drought, like a serious carbon dioxide drought.
Right, and so, also carbon dioxide is the fuel of plants.
Yes, it turns out that they like it. Well, the global greening data.
Well,
when
say it. Well, so people know it.
Well, one of the things I learned as a scientist was that there's usually an explanation or two that accounts for a phenomenon so completely that almost everything else is noise. Like the Maha movement, Make America Healthy. The fundamental issue is insulin resistance. That's the fundamental plague of, say, North America. And everything else is noise. It's not unimportant noise, but insulin resistance is the major contributor. On the climate side, when I look at the data, the thing that leaps out for me is greening. The planet is 20% greener than it was 30 years ago. 20%. This is NASA data. I'm not inventing this.
Right.
Okay, and then the next one, you think, oh, 20%. If 20% of the plants had vanished, be sure we'd heard about that.
Yes.
Okay, so, and agricultural output's gone up 13%. Now, whether all that additional carbon dioxide is a function of human activity, that's still debatable. It doesn't matter. There is an association between the carbon dioxide rise and the plant propagation rate. It's even more particular than that, because a lot of the greening has occurred in semi-arid areas, so areas around deserts. And the reason for that is that if there's more carbon dioxide, the plants can close their breathing pores more, and they don't lose water. And so not only is there 20% more vegetation, which is a lot, I think it's twice the area of the United States that's green. That's a lot of green, and where our agricultural production is more effective. And the places that have green were the very places that the deserts were supposed to expand into. And so, right, because they've greened, they've shrunk, not grown. Now, you could say, well, that rate of change has its problems, and, rates of change have their problems. But I don't see another data point that's anywhere near as stunning as that.
I think it's a really important point where you said that if we lost home at the point,
Oh, God.
but yet
Rightly so.
rightly so, but yet it's not even discussed. Because, again, it's one of those things that invades the narrative. Right? It's one of those pesky facts, those pesky truths that gets in the way of the thing that you're saying, well, the apocalypse is coming.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about the narrative. It's like, okay, so now we talked about the psychopaths who manipulate belief systems for their own advantage, right? The people who use God's name in vain, the Pharisees who want to dress in religious clothing and obtain status and consequence. They're Christ's number one enemies in the Gospels, by the way. Those people, they're the ones who conspire to crucify him, right? The religious pretenders. So this has been going on for a very long period of time. So the climate apocalypse narrative is perfectly situated to, what do you say, to serve the purposes of the narcissists, the Machiavellians, the psychopaths, and the sadists, because it's an infinitely expanding existential threat that can be used as an excuse for anything,
Yes.
right? And it also provides a perfect cloak for any amount of power maneuver. It's like, I want to make your shower heads put out a needle spray so that you're cold all the time while you have a shower, while you're doing something you do every day that could otherwise be highly enjoyable. Why do I get to invade your life to that degree? Well, because the planet's at stake, Joe. And who are you to privilege your shower comfort, something that trivial, over the fate of the entire planet? Well, you can use that argument at every single level. Trump came out with this executive statement just a few days ago about the shower heads, and everybody kind of laughed about that. And I thought, no, he has an eye for petty tyranny, right? For petty tyranny. And there's very little that's more petty than, well, I think the shower head example is a perfect one. Yeah. And then you also think, look, if they're willing to control your life at that level of detail, what are they not willing to control? It's like, you're concerned about my shower heads, like we're out of water, which we're not at all. So what won't you control? So you think, the psychopaths are edge cases. They'll move wherever the power is. They find a narrative that can be used to strike fear in the hearts of people and to justify compulsion. They ally themselves with that belief claim, and then they ratchet themselves up status hierarchies without any true reputational validity, riding on that edge of fear and power. Right. I wrote an article, it hasn't been published yet, The Telegraph, because I got hell a lot after one of our podcasts. You may know this, but
The climate change stuff.
that's right. A whole bloody transcript was sent to the college as an indication that I was out of my wheelhouse. Maybe I stepped a bit out of my wheelhouse when we had that discussion because I'm not a climate scientist, whatever the hell that is, by the way. Because you have to know a lot to be a climate scientist and an economist on top of that. So today I'm talking about something that's a lot more psychological. The climate apocalypse narrative is a social contagion that's driven by power-mad psychopaths who are hell-bent on using fear and compulsion to make sure everyone steps in line so that they can continue with their acquisition of undeserved power.
It's also effective enough that the people that are underneath the power comply and do the job of the man for the man.
Yeah, well, that's the advantage of using fear and compulsion, right? It's like, well, I have to go along with this because my leaders who built up a certain degree of credibility are telling me that, the apocalypse is nigh. And who am I to, well, first of all, question, because there's a hard thing to figure out. What's the global effect of human activity on the climate for the next 100 years? Well, good luck figuring that out. But this is why I'm making it more psychological this time. It's like, the climate fluctuates, and for complex reasons. But that doesn't mean that you get to look 100 years into the future, and you get to conjure up an apocalyptic narrative, and you get to say, we're the only people that can save you. And you get to say, you have to change every single thing you do in your life and prioritize our concern above all else, including even the well-being of your own children, or the economic future of the Africans, for example, who don't get to use fossil fuels, right? You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that using fear and compulsion.
Not only that, it's being done by people who've been wrong about everything, every step of the way. Every step of the way.
Yeah, well, then they just play us like a hand game and go, okay, we got the time for it. Joe, it's not 20 years.
But it's not even just 40 years. It's not even just climate change. It's basically everything. Public health, agriculture, you name it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's
every single thing. The water supply.
That sets us back into this conundrum that you, Douglas, and Dave were addressing. It's like, okay, two conundrums, like three. How do you pursue your interest in a landscape that's been shorn of reliable expert input? Right? Who do you rely on? Right. Okay. If you don't know who to rely on, like, how do you keep the bloody psychopaths at bay? And the conspiracy theorist mongers and the people who aren't trying to discover the truth, but who are using the conspiratorial edge that's right. The Groypers, for that matter, right? These are people who are clearly playing power games for their own benefit, and they're spinning up these conspiratorial narratives and writing on them and occupying this parasitical manner. This is a huge problem already on the right-wing side. I don't even know what the hell that is anymore, because I don't know what the left is. I don't know what the right is, but
we need to clean this up.
Yeah, well, that's also what we're trying to do with art.
Yeah.
What is the center?
Right. That's where we can all meet up.
Well,
and I think that's doable.
Well, let's specify it even more. Okay. The center is a place you go if you were invited. Right? Right, exactly. Well, and that also ties back into this idea of play. Like Piaget figured this out when he was watching little kids. So if a little boy wants to play house with a little girl, which is generally a good idea, if you want to play house with a woman at some point in your life, you better get that right. It's a very serious game. What's the first rule? She has to want to play. Right, what's the second rule? You have to play with her in a manner that makes her want to play with you again. Right? I've been thinking about this a lot in terms of what constitutes objective standards of morality. You know how Sam Harris was obsessed with malevolence, and he wanted to ground morality in objective science because he thought that would give us a firm standing place. But he went down the wrong scientific rabbit hole, I think. I think if you understand this relationship with play and iteration, then you have the core of morality. So and Piaget, by the way, this is part of, what would you say? This is the philosophical edge of his theory. This is actually what he's trying to accomplish. How do you decide if an arrangement is good versus bad or good versus evil? Well, Piaget went to children to find that out. It's like, okay, you want to set up a game. Why? Well, a game is the first it's the foundation of social interaction. Play a game with one other person, and then maybe you can play a game with a bunch of people, and then you can play a game with one person or a bunch of people across a long period of time, and then you can do it in a way that improves. Okay, so what are the rules? If you're a little boy, she has to want to play. And then you have to play with her in a way so that she wants to play with you again. If you do that, then you have a friend. And that iterates now, so you can imagine that there's a structure of voluntary play that's really quite stringent, but this is what you do on your podcast. Seriously, and that's why it's so attractive to people. You know, and that's the core of what you might call objective morality. It's like there's a very limited number of ways to play, to offer a game that someone else wants to play, and then there's a very limited number of ways to play that game so that they want to keep playing with you. And then you could, if you add that additional constraint of improvement across the games, you've got the straight and narrow path. Right? And then it's marked by, we really try to do this at art. We want to offer a vision that people want to accept, or even thrilled to accept, because that's even better, right? A game that you'd be thrilled to play. So one of the things we're doing on the energy side, I'm going to an event with Alex Epstein here in 2 days, talk to energy executives about this. You know, well, what kind of world do you want to see? Well, how about a world where there's so much energy that poor people can afford it? How would that be for vision? Like, have you got a problem with that? Well, poor people can't have energy because that would destroy the planet. It's like, no, poor people can't have that energy because you'd have to let go of the game that you're playing as a narcissistic psychopath that's elevating your status inappropriately, and you're perfectly willing to sacrifice the world's poor to continue your grip on power. How about that for a psychological interpretation?
Right.
And how about this as an alternative? Why don't we do everything we can to drive energy costs down to the lowest degree that's sustainable, like in a market economy, and make energy available to everyone so that we eradicate absolute poverty? Why wouldn't the left line up again around that? Because the left hypothetically serves the poor. It's like nothing serves the poor better than an ethos first. We've got to get that right because we're also interested in getting the story right. But after that, on the material side, there's nothing more important. Right, but
I don't think people on the left are getting that message. I don't think they're hearing that this is exactly what third world countries need, is a reliable source of energy and industry to elevate themselves out of poverty.
They're not.
They're not getting that, but it's not the problem of the people that are on the left, like the general followers.
Well, it might be a problem that's facilitated by the psychopathic fringe types. Like, look, I think
it's not offered to them, is my point.
Yeah, the question is why not? And the reason is, like, this is part of the, you talk to Lauren, right, to Bjorn. And Bjorn's pretty good on this, or very good on this, I should say. Yeah, you know, to give him credit. And he would like to see a world where, and he's part of art, he'd like to see a world where we make energy abundance a top priority.
It's probably the only way you're going to pull third world countries out of dire poverty.
Well, it's also, as far as I can tell, the only way that we pull them out of environmental catastrophe.
Right.
Because if you want to produce an environmental catastrophe, a true environmental catastrophe, how about a 3 or 4 year famine so that everyone there kills all of the animals, for example, or dies, right? So we also know that if you get people above $5,000 a year GDP, then they start paying attention to long-term environmental sustainability because they don't have to scrabble around in the dirt for the next meal. So then we can say, well, how about we have a future of sufficient abundance so that no one is deprived of energy or opportunity for their children. Well, that sounds like an invitation. Now, if you hate people and you think the industrial enterprise is a stain on the planet and that we're viruses or cancer on the planet, then you're going to have a problem with that. But my sense, too, is that if we have enough energy, we can make all the deserts blue.
I was watching a video on pollution about the amount of garbage that gets thrown in rivers in India. And it was staggering, just staggering to watch that somehow or another, because the population is so large, there's so many poor people, and there's a lack of hope, whatever it is, they're just throwing the garbage in the rivers, and the rivers are just overwhelmed. If there's ever like a symbol of things, people that have been led the wrong way, like bad leadership, bad planning, bad story, everything. That's it. When you look at your river and it's all you see is water bottles, all you see is floating plastic. That's the whole river, and you know that if you get in that water, you're going to get sick. And yet, no one looks at it as number one priority. Like, what do you always say? Clean your river, make your bed. Like, right? Yeah. going on. Like,
Well, and you want to incentivize people to pay attention to the local environment. And you do that in part by ensuring that they're not living so close to the edge of catastrophe that they can only think about today.
right.
And if you start from the mindset that, can I tell you another story?
Sure.
Okay.
Just tell me all the stories. I have to ask questions.
All right. This is a really cool story. This is how to set the world right, this story. So I've been traveling around lecturing about my book, and I wrote a chapter on Abraham in that book. And Abraham is the father of, in principle, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. He's the father of nations. That's how this goes. So when God comes to Abraham in a very particular way, it's one of the ways God is characterized in the Old Testament. So this is like a definition of God. Right? Not a testament to God. It's a definition of what God is. Okay, so Abraham, he doesn't hear anything about God until he's like 70. And he's already living in privileged paradise because his father and his mother are rich. And so he doesn't have to lift a finger. If life is about having your needs met, Abraham's got it covered. And so he lives like a satiated infant till he's 70. And then a voice comes to him and it says, you are required by the God of your ancestors to leave your zone of comfort, to leave the wealth of your father, to leave your nation, to leave your language, to go out into the world and have your terrible adventure. And if you do that, so now imagine that's the call to adventure. If you do that, these things will happen. This is the covenant that God makes to the Abrahamic people. It's so cool. I just talked to Brett Weinstein about this from an evolutionary biological perspective on the road, because I wanted to evaluate the story I'm going to tell you from an evolutionary perspective. So God is the voice that says to Abraham, if you follow the call of adventure, you'll be a blessing to yourself. So that's the meaning of life. You have the adventure. You'll do this in a way, because the adventure is compelling. Responsible, romantic adventure is the most compelling pathway, right? And if it's intense enough, it justifies the suffering. Right? It's a reason to get up in the morning, even if you're in pain. Okay. Then he says, there's another thing that happens too, which is that your name will become known among your people for valid reasons. So that's that genuine reputation we talk. So if you follow the pattern of adventure properly, you'll be a blessing to yourself, and your name will become known among your people for valid reasons. So that's a good deal. You'll do this in a way that will maximize the probability that you'll establish something of permanence, or even eternal permanence. So Abraham is offered, he accepts the call and makes the proper sacrifices along the way. God says your descendants will outnumber the stars. So he establishes the pattern of fatherhood that best propagates down the generation, which is the same as following the pathway of adventure. Then he says you'll do this in a way that will make sure no one can stand before you. Right? So that if you adhere to that adventurous spirit and you propagate it, all enemies will either be converted into friends or flee before you. And then you'll do it in a way that brings abundance to everyone. And so now this is the question I'd ask Brett. So imagine this. So imagine that we have an instinct in us, or divine voice. I don't care which of those you use. An instinct within us that calls us to develop, right? That puts us on the edge. And that's not the same as looking for infantile satiation or the gratification of our needs. It's genuinely this call to expand yourself and be on the edge and to develop. That if you did that, follow that instinct, then you'd be a blessing to yourself. Your name would become known among your people. You'd establish something of permanent significance. No one could stand before you, and it would bring abundance to everyone. Right? And then in the Abrahamic story, what happens is that as Abraham accepts that, goes out in the world, and then he has a series of adventures, each of which requires a more complete sacrifice. Because as you develop under the influence of this call, what you're required to do is to live more carefully in accordance with your expanding domain of opportunity. And that's the pathway forward. So I asked Fred about that. Is this different than the selfish gene idea? It's like there's an instinct within us that calls us to develop, that pulls us out into the world. And if we follow it religiously, and we make the proper sacrifices along the way, then those 5 things will happen around us. And that speaks of a concordance, which has to be there. It has to be there between the spirit that develops us and the pathway that brings maximal benefit to the natural and the social world. And I can't see how that can be the case. If we're adapted to the world, that has to be the case. Right? It has to be that if we follow the instinct that would best put us together psychologically, this quest, this adventure, that would also be the spirit that set the world in order. Right? And that spirit, that whole thing, that's what's defined as God in that particular story.
That resonates.
Well, I can't see the alternative is preposterous. Right? The alternative is that we don't have an instinct to develop. Like, that's wrong. You just have to watch your children. That's wrong. You just have to watch yourself and the curiosity that you have and the desire for novelty and for learning. That's there. That's what you follow to make this show. Definitely. And so the alternative is that instinct doesn't exist. That's a stupid theory. Or what brings you into the world is done at the expense of other people in a way that won't enhance your reputation, in a way that has nothing to do with anything permanent. Right? Then it would be sort of you against the world. That would be like a power orientation. You can get your way in the world, but you have to manipulate, you have to lie, you have to use compulsion, you have to use fear. You can't just rely on the quest, say, or your adventure. And I think you can. I think you better. Or else. There's that too.
It's interesting, you're talking about tyrants, right? And you're talking about people of extreme power and how that corrupts. And in that case, there's a large percentage of those people that are violating all those things that you said. Because they do manipulate and they do rely on.
Well, Nietzsche was an advocate of the will to power, right? So you imagine that there's a variety of potential motivating forces, and one would be hedonic pleasure. That's the golden calf version, by the way. So that's just short-term thinking. And that doesn't work. By work, I mean, it doesn't iterate socially. Like, if it's all about what some wind in you wants now, first of all, that's not going to serve you well tomorrow. And I don't want to be anywhere near you. Like, you're literally an overgrown 2-year-old. And that gets pretty ugly by the time you're 40. So the whole golden calf thing, no, that's just off the table.
But isn't it kind of celebrated amongst certain high achievers, particularly in the business world, like that hedonistic, sociopathic drive to constantly get more numbers on the ledger?
Yeah, well, I don't know if that's exactly
Greed
hedonism.
is good. That's Wall Street.
Yeah.
Right? That's Michael Douglas. Right?
Yeah.
Greed is good.
Yeah, well, okay, let's delve into that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm not advocating.
I know you're not. You can turn to hedonism. You can fall into nihilism. You can turn to hedonism, or you can turn to power. Okay, this Abrahamic covenant is different from power. It's adventure. It's romantic adventure, actually. Right. That's not the only definition of God in the Old Testament. There's something deeper than that it refers to. So those are the options. Now, you said, don't the achievers, who are stacking up, it's like they found a way forward to attain status, but they fixated on an element that shouldn't be fundamental. They're not trying to store up the treasure in heaven. They're trying to store up the treasure on earth, and that's better than not doing it. See, this is another thing we need to understand, because I've spent a lot of time, for example, trying to figure out why people are attracted to Andrew Tate. And I know why they're attracted to Andrew Tate. They'd rather be entertained than an incel. And they're right? It's best to give the devil his due. Like, if you had to choose between being kind of flabby and unhealthy and resentful and in your basement looking at pornography, hating women because all of them reject you all the time and you deserve it, and you're ineffectual, the future looks pretty damn gloomy, and then you see Andrew Tate, who's tough and hyper-masculine in almost manner that's almost a parody, and wealthy and famous and apparently has women as at his disposal with a fair bit of stress on the idea of disposal. You think, well, I'd much rather be him than me. That's the incorporation of the shadow from the Jungian perspective. It's like,
Yeah.
it's right.
And you think about the number of men that are incels. The thing about men also, if they get rejected a lot, they associate women with pain.
Yeah,
And when they get angry, those women cause them pain. Like, it's just very simple equation.
of course.
That's how you get a man hater. Or, excuse me, that's how you get a woman hater.
Oh,
The same can be said for that's how you get a man hater, right? You associate men with rejection and cruelty.
Well, and then young men in particular are more likely to be rejected. Young women, they have difficulty finding the ideal man, but they don't face the same degree of universal rejection. So it's hard on them.
Well, they're not the pursuers as much.
Right. Well, and women are the gatekeepers fundamentally of sex. So that's their essential power. That's also the power of chastity.
And that's the scary thing about acquiring wealth, is that wealth allows you to bypass the genetic social hierarchy.
Yeah, well, I talked to Russell Brand about this a lot. You know, women threw themselves at this. How'd that work out for them? Not great. You know, threw them into great spiritual confusion. It was empty and hollow, and that's worth knowing. See, because you might say to the people who are interested in the shadow figures, the Taik plays that role, the master of women, let's say. Why not do that? Because you need an answer to that. Certainly, when it's better than being lonely, isolated, bitter, and ineffectual. That's for sure. Well, it's because you don't confuse a stepping stone with a pinnacle. That's why. There's way more beyond that. I mean, you're a tough guy. You went through your disciplinary processes on the physical side in particular, the intellectual side too, I might add. You know, you've got what Taik has to offer, but you're respectable. Why?
Why? Completely different backgrounds, first of all. And also, my feeling in life is whenever you can be nice. That's like a general.
You mean nice or good?
I mean both.
Okay,
Nice as well. I get the posturing. I get how it'd be attractive to young men. I get it. If I was a young man, I would certainly be drawn to him, and I was to many fighters. And I accepted a lot of personality flaws and people that I admired as fighters because they were very successful at doing this one insanely difficult thing.
Right.
That requires a certain amount of narcissism. It requires a certain amount of internal focus. And ironically enough, not at the championship level. Ironically enough, it gets you close, but it doesn't take you to be the king. The kings are almost precisely universally disciplined, focused, and generally kind. They're some of the nicest people, the best at the most difficult thing athletically to do. And the most difficult, you're conquering.
Why do you think that is?
And you have to be.
Why?
Miyamoto Musashi wrote about this in the book of 5 Rings. You must have balance in everything in life. If you have imbalance, you can get pretty far because you're so specialized. Right, you're so driven.
Yep.
But you will fall prey to the balanced man.
Yeah, well, that's exactly my view.
You will also recognize characteristics in him that you envy and that you wish you had yourself. Like if you're a narcissist, a sociopath, you know you are, and you can't really be proud of yourself. You can't, right? You don't have the benefit of the positive feedback that you get from true kindness to others. You don't have.
But you also know that your reputation is founded on sand. And one of the ways to rationalize that is, well, everyone does that.
Right.
Everyone's like that. Yeah, but then you don't trust or like anyone.
Right. And then you're really,
that's for sure.
Yeah. And then if you do achieve success, it's hollow because you realize, like,
so you just outlined there the progression that Carl Jung identified as characteristic of individuation, right? With with the second thing that you said. So imagine you start at incel, right? You're ineffectual and you're rejected as a young man. Now there are exceptions, but let's just play that out as the unhappy majority. Okay, now you look for a shadow figure to sharpen you up, to toughen you up, and to make you strive at least along one dimension, right? And so then you do that. Well, then the next thing that happens in the union stage progression is for a man, it's integration of the animal, which is the feminine part. And it's integration, it's not replacement. It's like, oh, well, then you discover the utility of empathy, compassion, kindness, and mercy, and care, while still being able to deal out justice, let's say. And so then you bridge that gap, and then that integration, you just said, even among fighters, that's what puts them in the highest place. Right? That's right. That's right. So, but it's hard for the people, it's hard for those who are completely disaffected and also quite angry about it. You know, the people who are interested in the pathway that Taik offers, they're not so unhappy that these are the women, because they're pretty mad at him. And so, you know, if it's the bitch or me, then I'll pick me. You know, right, exactly. And so, and it is very crucial to get this progression correct, because monsters better than women. Right. But the question is, what's better than monster? And so it's very interesting that you made those comments on the fighting side, because you wouldn't necessarily think that it would be true in that world as well.
Well, one of the best examples is your countryman, George St. Pierre. One of the greatest of all time. One of the nicest guys I've ever met. And if you didn't know that he's one of the greatest fighters of all time, you would never guess it. You'd never guess it talking to him. He's curious, he's interesting, he's intelligent, he's very well read. He's always interested in different things. He's constantly searching for new information. And as a martial artist, he is still on a quest of improvement, even though he's retired. He always trains. He's constantly training.
A quest for information. Okay, so let me tell you a story about that. All right, so this is the story that comes out at the beginning of Moses, when he turns into a leader. So it's about how you turn into a leader. Okay, so he's already killed a man and he's left Egypt because of it. So now he's in this land called Midian. He goes there and he chases some ruffians away from a well to these two girls who are drawing water. And they go and tell the father. He says to them, bring this young man to have dinner. So he does, and then he gets married. Then he becomes a shepherd. And this is crucial, because the shepherd's an image that runs through that biblical corpus. The shepherds at that time lived by themselves in the wilderness on their wits, and they kept the wolves and the lions at bay with primitive weapons. So these were tough guys, and they cared for the most vulnerable. So a shepherd is an image of optimized, ordinary masculinity. Take care of yourself, keep the monsters at bay, and you attend to the most vulnerable. So Moses has got that. He's a shepherd. He's a successful shepherd. So now he's out there one day wandering around Mount Sinai. And Mount Sinai, or Mount Horeb, that's the place where heaven and earth touch. So that's where the messengers of the divine descend to earth. And so he's out there, and something attracts his attention, makes him curious. That's the burning bush. It's not a forest fire. It's not something you can't ignore. It's something alive, because that's a bush. A tree is a symbol of life. And it's burning because things that are alive burn. That's metabolism. An intensification of that, like a psychedelic intensification of that, that's what the burning bush is. And that's what glimmers to Moses. And he steps off the beaten track, right, to investigate what drives his curiosity. So then he goes off the beaten track and he starts to delve deeply into the mysteries of the burning bush. And at some point he realizes he's on sacred ground. He takes off his shoes as a symbol of willingness to transform identity. His shoes signify identity. Right? They're part of your costume, your working man's costume. And so then he continues to commune with the burning bush. He gets deeper and deeper into something. He makes himself a specialist by following what compels him and delving deeply into it. And when he gets deep enough into it, to the bottom, the voice of eternity speaks to him and says, "You're now no longer who you were. You're now a leader. You have to go back to your people. You have to stand You have to tell the slaves that they need to leave their tyranny and their slavery and serve me in the wilderness. And you have to do that now. And Moses says, I can't because I can't speak. I'm slow of tongue. And God says, basically, that's your problem. Now with me on your side, we can sort that out. You don't have a brother, Aaron. You can't speak. But bring him along for the ride. And so that's when Moses becomes a leader. Right? And so that's the pattern. So ordinary masculinity. Those are the dwarves that Snow White serves before she meets the prince, by the way, the ordinary master. So, and those dwarves protect her from the evil queen that wants to suppress her by feeding her a poisoned apple. So Snow White has to learn to serve the ordinary man before she can find a prince. Yeah, something Disney missed completely in the last story. So what's the pattern? Well, you discipline yourself so you become a shepherd, and then you follow what compels you all to have. Then you take it seriously and get to the bottom of it, and then that transforms you, and thus transforms you from face to tyrant. You can specify the problem, and you can lead the slaves across chaos and blood. That's the Red Sea, and there through the desert. Right, and so you said two things. You said that the good fighters have learned to integrate their civilized side, otherwise they don't get to be great, and that they continue the pathway of self-improvement, right? They continue to pursue what's calling to them. That's another definition of God in the New Testament, what calls to you. That's the burning bush. The spirit of the burning bush is what entices you, what grabs your interest, what attracts your curiosity. And that's identical to biblical claims. That's the same thing as the spirit of adventure. It's the same thing that speaks to Noah. Noah's a good man. And the voice comes to him and says, all hell's about to break loose. And he believes his intuition because he's a good man. He can rely on himself. So he makes the ark, right? And he creates his family aboard, and culture, and nature, and reestablishes humanity. That's the pathway for leader too.
What is your take on, there's a university in Jerusalem that had this theory that the burning bush was the acacia bush. The acacia bush is rich in DMT.
Well, I think that, I think that hallucinogens strip memory from perception. So you see the world, it's blazing glory. Huxley figured that out with the doors of perception. That's really that is apparently what psychedelics do, psychopharmacologically. They mimic it. They mimic a high-stress condition, and they strip memory from perception so that you can return to the source and revitalize your perceptions. Right? So the probability that there's some overlap between that and the burning bush is high. It's high, so to speak. High. Yeah. So I'll tell you one more thing, one more story, okay? If that's all right with you. So something else I figured out that I tried on the bread. So imagine you take the hedonistic power, you take the power of power, you take the nihilistic power. And then you might say, well, that's the other three options. That's kind of what the postmodernists believe. That's kind of what the nihilists and the Nietzscheans believe. Power, hedonism, nihilism, those are your options. There's no mechanism about that. So in the story of Cain and Abel, two patterns are laid out that are different than that. One is Cain's pattern, one's Abel's pattern. So these are the first two people that lived in the world. Right? Adam and Eve were made by God. They're in paradise or world. Cain and Abel are the first two people. So Abel brings his best to the table. So he takes the best animal in his flock, he takes the best cow and the best part of it, and he offers that to God. So he literally brings his best to the table. That's what he sacrifices. And Cain does it. So Cain's sacrifices are rejected by God. And God tells him, if you've brought your best to the table, you'd be accepted. And Cain gets bitter and resentful and invites temptation in to possess him. So that spirit of resentment possesses him, and then he becomes murderous. Kills his brother, and his descendants become genocidal, and then you have the flood. And so that pattern of sacrifice is established right at the beginning of the biblical text. Abel versus Cain. Abel brings the best to the table, and that satisfies God. So one question. God actually asks Cain complains. He says, if you would be accepted, if you do your best. So that's a question of conscience, right? If you're in extreme misery and your life is hollow and empty and you're bitter and resentful, you bring your best to the table, because the covenant proclaims that if you did, you'd be accepted.
Yeah.
So clearly. Okay, so now the question constitutes value we have to sacrifice. So sacrifice becomes the foundation of the state, not power, not weakness, sacrifice. And then that motif is played out through the whole Bible, and that's what culminates in the New Testament. Right? Total sacrifice as the foundation of the kingdom. That's right. And like, I don't know what sense to make out of the metaphysics of the religious realm, because that's beyond me and everyone. The world's a strange place, and leave it at that. But the idea that, see, Christ is the exemplar of voluntary self-sacrifice. He returned to power, deviated from his course, tastes the worst of all possible deaths, descends to hell itself. That's the pattern of life with no reserve. And that's the foundation of the priesthood. That's right. I tried that on Brett. He told me when we first met on the tour that he felt that the biblical narratives were anachronistic, right? That they were written in a time that was no longer relevant to us. But he decided by the end of our 3 days together that if you got to the core of the message, it's alive. It's the living spirit, it's a wish, I'd say. And that it's, so here's even the weirder thing. So imagine, it's pretty obvious that Christ is a symbol of voluntary self-sacrifice. I don't think it doesn't really come as a shock to anyone. But the weird thing is, we put that symbol at the center of our churches and at the centers of our towns for 2,000 years, not really knowing why. And the reason is that voluntary self-sacrifice is the foundation of the integrated psyche and the stable, productive, and abundant community. And that's right. It's right. And so, well, it's been exciting to have the opportunity over the last 9 months to talk to people like that, because I've talked to about 150,000 people. Positive lectures.
That to me is one of the most fascinating aspects of Christianity, regardless of whether or not you think logically these things took place. Logically, these stories are a completely accurate depiction of exactly what. If you follow the principles, it's incredibly beneficial to your spiritual life as a person.
Well, that's a kind of interesting proof, isn't it?
Yeah.
It means that
there's truth in it.
Well, there's certainly the spirit that makes the spirit of truth that makes life more abundant. That's exactly right. These are weird stories because the way they're true is very sophisticated. They're true always. That's different than a story about the past. Like the truest is always happening. The story of Moses is exactly like the pattern of leadership development that's embedded in the Exodus story. That is how leaders develop, if they're real leaders. And their temptation is power, but that's not their motivation. That's their temptation. Right? That's a very important distinction. And that's always the case with leaders. And if they fall prey to the temptation of power, no matter what their accomplishments, they're not going to complete the task. And so there's a cool element at the end of that story too, when Moses, just before Moses dies, he picks a scout from each tribe, 12 tribes, and he sends them to Canaan, which is the future. That's a good way of thinking about it. It's the potential place we could reside where everything was worked out, the land of milk and honey. He sends 12 scouts there. And 10 of them say, they tell a few stories. Say it's insurmountable, the challenges that lie ahead of us. There's no way we can master this. We should have never crossed the desert. We should have stayed under the thumbs of the tyrants. We should have never tried to do anything more than slaves, because now we can. And 2 of them say, no, if we maintain our upward orientation and our covenant, nothing can stand in the way. We make the desert split. Moses dies, those 2 scouts, and so do all the Israelites who are convinced by the unfaithful scouts. And the scouts die, and the 2 people go on to promised land of Caleb and Joshua. And they lead the Israelites, the faithful Israelites, into the promised land. Those are the people who have the courage to confront the future in a faithful and faithful, hopeful, and courageous man. They are the inheritors of the future. Caleb, Joshua. Joshua's name is the same as Christ's name. It's the same name. And that's not fit. It's one of those echoes or precursors to the story. There's an ethos that leads you into the premise. Promised land, and what's the ethos? The spirit of voluntary self-sacrifice. You give up something for a social relationship. Of course, you give up being private. You do the same thing on a social level. When you do that, it integrates you and it starts to work skills. And that's built into the biblical stories right at its core. So,
Pause that thought.
Yeah.
When you use the restroom, we'll come back.
yeah. So it's great fun to explain these things to people. It sorts them out.
Well, it's very fascinating.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And the fact that these stories have existed for so long is so interesting. Yeah, that's really
Yeah, well, they adapted to the contours of our memory and our imagination.
yeah.
So you find them compelling and they stick to the memory. So I'm going to tell you what else I'm up to. Okay?
What are you up to?
Well, the first thing I want to do is thank you. So we launched Peterson Academy in September, and we talked about it, and it's been a stunning success. We have 40,000 students. That's amazing. We think we're the most rapidly capitalized. We're one of the most rapidly capitalized companies ever, especially with our degree of investment. We run a leader, sure. We have great professors. We have a great social media site. Educate 10 people off. We have 15,000 active users. 10 people are breaking this out.
Oh, that's it.
They were causing trouble, Joe. They were causing trouble. Well, or immature, or out for it, or didn't know how to conduct themselves.
Yeah.
That's all it took. And now everyone is sharing ideas. And Nick, my daughter and her husband, they keep a close eye on this.
That's great.
We have secured funding to the point where we are dropping the price from $5.99 to $3.99 a year as of today. Right. So that should make it accessible to a lot more people. And we're even more convinced than we were that this has to be the future of higher education. So when we were doing our due diligence for the fundraising, we discovered that 40% of the courses at university are now online. And we've investigated some of those courses. Many of them are PowerPoint presentations, and that's all. So that's the university experience for full tuition. And we literally have the best professors in the world and unmatched production quality. So, and we're filling in the social element too, because we want people to be able to meet. The social media platform does that. It's a very positive platform. We've already had our first couple announcements, which is quite fun. And we're going to do in-person events. Our first plan, we're going to do a cruise.
Can I ask you this?
Yeah.
What has your journey been like to go from relative obscurity as a professor in Toronto to becoming this person who you are now, sort of a worldwide educator outside of the standard system of academia, but also subject to intense international scrutiny, character distortions, complete like what they've done to change your position. So like you are probably the most intentionally misrepresented person I know. Intentionally misrepresented. We see it with a lot of other people too, but with you, it's malicious. You know, I've seen it. but yet you have this desire inside of you to spread information and to educate and learn and learn. I'm learning on stage. What is it like? How old were you when I first met you? It was like 2015, right? Somewhere around 10 years ago, 53. You were just encountering notoriety, just encountering attention, and with all the traffic that comes with that. What has that been like navigating that? It's very unusual. The first part of it was world famous, at 50. For ideas? Yes. Yeah, that's for sure. Well, first, it was exhilarating and painful to begin with. It was exhilarating because I knew the ideas that I was teaching about Harvard and the revolutionary. I never could get over the fact that they loved me to teach. It was just but the students loved my courses, and I was very diligent, so I stayed my traces, so to speak. And I wasn't a revolutionary for the sake of revolutionary argumentation, and I was teaching about totalitarianism and great evil, and so it was hard to make a moral case against me, and no one was really inclined to. They were happy with my teaching, so as were the students. And I had a clinical practice, which was quite extensive. But then when I first started to lecture much more broadly, we rented a theater and did a series on Genesis. It was the first foray out into the public space. And it sold out. Well, that was when I started to encounter pain, I would say, at a crowd level. That was rough, because I'm pretty good at getting people to open up to me right away. I learned that as a clinician. And have thousands of people do that. That's pretty rough. Now, it was a good thing, like all things considered, because people would tell me how miserable they were, how discouraged, and how sidelined, and often how bitter, how addicted, how imprisoned, rough stories, and then tell me how much they had improved. But that was also, there was a tragic element to that, because it didn't take that much, to tap them into the right orientation. And so there was sadness in that, to see all these people who were demoralized, thousands of them, and then to see how that could be rectified and yet hadn't. That was rough. I'm sure that was rough. There's many things that made me sick. I had pre-existing conditions, autoimmune, but seeing all that was pretty rough. But knowing that it was possible to rectify it, well, that's nothing better than that. Wherever I go now, it's so interesting. Wherever I go now, I'm among friends. It's very strange. And I have security people, and they keep an eye on me. All these guys are possible. And I always take time, because, well, they'd be positively impacted by something that I've read or said, and they're trying to get their lives together. It's like, how about we encourage that, right? Because more of that would be real good. And if we have enough of that, then more of that would be real good and real necessary. Yeah. And so, good for everyone, too. Hey, absolutely. Yeah. That's that abundance. Like, you got your act together, great. That's so good for you. Great for your girlfriend. Great for your kids. And great for your own. Absolutely. And it's, the Christian ethos, the emphasis is redemption, one soul at a time. Well, I'm a psychologist. That's what I think. One person at a time. Because everyone's connected way more intensely than we think. And so there's no such thing as a trivial person. And there's no such thing as a trivial sin or a trivial accomplishment for that matter. And so, and I know that. I studied totalitarianism for a long time. I know how it comes about. It comes about when everyone lies about everything, all the time. And the way you stop that is by not lying. And that's how it stops. So what's it like? Painful and insanely exhilarating at the same time. And, the balance has shifted over the years to the exhilaration. Once I got on top of it, once I got my help, which required pretty stringent discipline. Like I eat steak
And when I deviate from that, things start to fall apart around me pretty quick.
Isn't it crazy that alone is polarizing? You're eating all the steak. You're contributing to the downfall of civilization. You're destroying the environment. Don't you know that cows are the number one producer of not eating meat or eat so much meat? That's why the world's well, China's opening up coal plants every week. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Well, that's just another. Okay, so it's also surreal, and that's one element. The diet thing, just alone is surreal. I mean, my daughter was so sick, and now she's great. Isn't it crazy? It's crazy. Well, my wife is on this carnivore diet too, and like, it's been unbelievably good for her.
It's unbelievably good for almost everybody. That's what's really fun.
Well, it's crazy.
For the mind. That's your brain
likes to run on ketones, as it
really
turns out. Yeah, it really does.
I felt when I've done it back and forth, but when I'm on it strictly, like when I go back to it, one of the things that I notice immediately is I have like an extra gear intellectually. My brain works.
Stamina.
Yeah, more stamina.
We're going to run this study. IQ test.
Really?
Yeah, because my sister, we don't know, but yeah, two studies planned. One group will be people with immunological disorders, try carnivore, keto, and no ordinary diet, random assignment. But we're also going to give them personality and IQ test.
You should do it with junk food. I'd be fascinated to see people go the right way first and then try junk food.
Yeah, sort of like it'd be good to do an ABA design.
Remember that? What was that? Super Size Me?
Yeah,
that documentary.
Yeah.
Where the guy just
it's clear. It's absolutely crystal clear that we need to be carbohydrates. The food pyramid is upside down.
Yes, clearly. And then on top of that, the environmental pollutants and all the other issues that comes with additives. And this, to me, is one of the more exciting things about this current administration is the Make America Healthy Again movement. And, eliminate fluoride from the water, eliminate all these, I think there's a new list of ingredients that most of them are banned in Europe and a lot of other places and are legal in America. It's insanity and it doesn't make any sense. And oftentimes the arguments don't even make sense as to why they continue producing because they produce the same products for Canada, for instance, where Canada has better laws when it comes to additives. So they produce the ones in Canada where they don't have the negative, dangerous additives, and yet they still make this argument that to force them to stop doing that in America will cause great economic harm. So,
well, it's clearly the case that we have an obesity, diabetes, and mental health epidemic, and the probability that all of those are associated with insulin resistance and immunological reactions and certain
herbicides and pesticides.
Yeah, well, there's a cascading of differential effects. Undoubtedly, some people are more sensitive to those things as well.
I was watching a documentary that I sent to Jamie about China, and one of the, China innovates at such a level, such a fascinating level that, because they're integrated with the government, which I'm not saying is a good thing, but because of that, it's sort of unlimited growth because the growth is designed for the state. Like everyone's all involved in it. One of the things they're doing is integrating rice farms with crayfish farms. So they figured out a way to stop using herbicides and pesticides and instead farm these two things together. So they have the rice and then they have the crayfish. The crayfish feed off the excess material from the rice, but also keep the water nitrogen and carbon rich. And so the rice is more nutrient rich, and so soil is more nutrient rich. And then they're bringing in fish and crabs as well. So they're harvesting all of these different things that people eat along with the rice, all in together, and they created, sort of like what they've done with regenerative agriculture, which are like White Oaks pastures and polyface farms, different regenerative agriculture establishments in America, but they're doing it with rice to avoid using herbicides and pesticides. And
hopefully the new administration under Kennedy will be able to figure out how to prioritize these things so some of them happen. My concern, I suppose, It's not my concern. A concern is that they'll try to do too many things at once. And that's why I focused when we talked earlier today about insulin resistance.
Right. There's so much to try to change.
Well, that's it. And if you can't change it all, there's going to be resistance on all fronts.
But one person at a time, as you're saying. Like when you have this message and you talk to people about things that you've done that have made you healthier, that message resonates, and then one person at a time tries that, their friends join in, and the next thing you know, you've got a large percentage of healthy people that are listening to you.
Yeah. Well, and I see that again at the shows. Like one of the things that's also changed across the years is that the proportion of people who are in trouble at the shows is decreasing. And partly that's because many of the guys who come, generally with their wife and often with the child, have put themselves together. And, and then they're happy about that. And they tell me the stories. And so that's great. Like, there's nothing better than traveling all around the world and having people come up to you and say that they weren't doing so well. Right. Their lives are way better now. And thank you.
Yes, that's a
good deal.
That's a good deal. Those are my favorite stories that I hear from people that listen to the podcast. They're like, I've listened to the podcast, I lost 60 pounds, I started working out every day. I'm much healthier, I'm drinking a lot of water, I'm taking lots of vitamins, and just my mental health has improved because of the daily exercise. I'm a different person. I'm on the right path.
Yeah, well, so that's very interesting too, eh? That the fact that that's actually, you said those are the best stories that you can hear.
I love those stories.
Well, it shows you something about non-hedonistic motivation. It's like, imagine what you could have if you could have anything you wanted. Well, maybe your imagination would drift first to the hedonistic side or maybe the power side, for that matter. It's like, no, how about you can wander around anywhere in the world, some isolated field with a castle on it in Serbia, people that you've never seen will come up to you and say, I was having a pretty damn dismal time of it, all things considered. And I listened to what you wrote and said, and in consequence, I put my life together, and their wife is standing beside me going, yeah, it's really not never should. Thank you a lot. It's like,
no, those are great.
That's a good deal.
That's a great
deal. So when you ask what it's like, well, it's like a lot of that, you know, and
do you feel a burden? Do you feel like a sense of responsibility that is at times overwhelming because of this responsibility you have?
I think I felt more for a good while the pain of it. It wasn't the responsibility. Well,
or the intense connection you have to these people that are.
Well, the responsibility makes you careful. You know, how careful are you?
Be careful.
Yeah. Why?
Because you have a responsibility.
Yeah. But that's okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of that additional sacrifice. Like,
Seems natural.
Okay. What do you mean?
That with the concept of great power comes great responsibility. It just seems
right. Well, it has to be the case, right? I mean, as your field of opportunity expands, if your field of responsibility doesn't expand, you will collapse. And you pay a higher price for stupidity at larger scales of opportunity. Obviously. And so get your act together. And you know, and is that a burden? Voluntarily undertaking responsibility isn't a burden. It's an opportunity. Right? That doesn't mean it's not easy. But easy. Like I don't know what easy is.
Right.
What's easy? Pointless misery? That's not easy.
Right.
Like
you have with no meaning is one of the hardest things.
Absolutely. Right. So I guess the reason you pick up your cross and walk uphill is because that's the best thing you can do, all things considered. I mean, that's why Christ says that his burden is light, that his yoke is light. It's like, you're supposed to take up your cross and walk uphill towards death and hell, let's say, but that's light. Okay, why? Because there's no better pathway than voluntarily undertaking responsibility. Well, definitely. That's psychologically impeccable statement. Like, there's no difference, statistically speaking, between thinking about yourself and being miserable. Self-consciousness. They're the same thing.
Right, which is a giant problem with social media, right? A terrible problem that accelerates in this way.
Yeah, sure. As soon as you're focused on you, the narrow you now, you're self-conscious. You stumble on stage. You can't play your musical instrument. You can't ride a bike. You can't box. Right? You're not in the flow. Why? Because you're not serving the right thing. Like when I go on stage, I remember first of all, I have music at the beginning of my shows. I'm a great musician. Well, I don't play it. It's there. I have a musician from Cambridge. Yeah. My son sometimes plays for us, which is really fun.
So it's not songs; it's just music.
Well, Julian plays. He plays country music on the guitar and a couple of his own compositions. So it's been fun to have him along because he's quite good at it, and so that's really great. But the music, the Dave, the guy who plays for me, he starts out plays classical gas. He's kind of like a one-man band. He plays classical guitar, but he's got electronic instruments around him, and he can fill up the theater or the stadium. He likes huge stadiums, and he ends with Inception on electric guitar, which is pretty hardcore rock, all things considered, and it gets everybody focused, And then when I'm lecturing, I have a question, and I know that's a quest, and it's real, because I pick something important that I would like the answer to, and then I explore that with the audience. And I'm not self-conscious. And the reason for that is it's not about me. It's about trying to answer the question. And even more importantly, trying to get the damn question right to begin with, right? You got to get the question right, man. That's the crucial issue. Then the words come to you. What did I figure out? The spirit of your aim is what answers your prayers. Here's a brutal idea for you. Right. So if you want to defeat your wife, the spirit of power will tell you what to say. Right. Yeah. Right. There's a terrifying thing to know. So if you aim upward, kind of, then the spirit of upward aim reveals itself to you in words. That's right. In words and in tongue. That's exactly right. So it's great. Like it's a lot. You know that it's a lot.
Yeah, I had a different journey though. My journey was like a slow drip of fame, which I think is very healthy. It's a good way to do.
Well, you also mostly escaped from reputation savaging, right? I mean, you've had, I'm not saying completely because people have gone after you, but I got a real flurry of early hate around Bill C-16, which I was 100% right about.
You were right. You were a lightning rod. You were the patriarchy. You were the one to point to that was going to reinforce these established norms that are not supportive of the minimalized and marginalized communities, right? You were cruelty, right? You were the cruel white man. What did that kind of call you? Mean white man. Which is, by the way, very that's you throwing pejoratives out there like that in a debate. Like that's the thing that I was talking about. Like when someone tries to establish insults and get you on your back, it's offense. It's offense to put you in a defensive position so that you cannot do your best.
Well, it's also to pull the rug out from underneath you, so you collapse your reputation permanently, and that redounds to the person's credit.
Also, to establish a narrative to the audience that's listening to you. Now you have to look at this person that you dislike. Because I've done so eloquently, described him as his thing. And then he will be defensive about that. Because he doesn't lie about it. And then you look even more like that.
It's a very unproductive way of progressing.
Which is,
luckily,
I don't like that. Not only do I not like that, I don't think that's necessary. I don't think it's necessary as the person doing it. I certainly don't think it's necessary to respond to that. I don't think it does anyone any good. I don't think it's good for society as a whole. It's definitely not good for exploring ideas.
And what to do with the second.
It's also you're trying to win, versus trying to express your perspective with with as much clarity and as much thought as possible. You're trying to do your very best to examine these things from a selfless perspective, from a truly objective perspective.
Well, it's a truly blessed perspective, I think. Right?
Yeah.
So it's not exactly objective. It's more like, because you don't have access to that. But what you can say is, I'm genuinely puzzled about this,
Yes.
and I would genuinely like to search for the answer.
Right. Wouldn't it be ideal if you were having a debate where someone said something you agreed with, and you're like, wow, he's got a really good point, and you, instead of refuting that person, exploring that with them, which is one of the reasons I don't like debates per se. I like conversations.
Yeah.
Because in conversations, if you don't have a predetermined narrative that you want to enforce, instead you have your thoughts, you have your ideas, and you're not married to them. And these are just thoughts. And you put them out there, and then you can encounter a very unique human being who has a way of describing and thinking about things that will open your mind to new possibilities, which is what we all should strive for. Right? We should all strive to be illuminated, to learn from new things. But yet we close those off because that is a point that your enemy is trying to score.
Well,
You and I can do
well,
that.
it's also because people aren't really very well versed in this.
Right.
So one of the huge advantages of your podcast, the podcast world in general, is that you model how to do that. You know, it's like, and there's an intense religious ethos underneath. So what does it mean? You start without pride and humility. It's like, what the hell do I know? Right? Or maybe more precisely, there's probably some things I can still learn that would be beneficial. Okay. You know, you're interested in a topic and you desire to know more. So that's the quest element. It's like you're after something, right? You don't know what it is, but it's more development, it's more wisdom, it's more information, right? You're not sure where it's going to be.
Right.
Okay, so now you're the sort of person who could learn and that has something to learn, and now you have a quest in mind. Okay, so now that's the frame for your actions. Well, if you're talking to someone who's also doing that, well then those are the words that come.
Yeah.
Right? And they come in a compelling way to you and to the participant, and in a way that's compelling enough to compel other people. That's the Holy Spirit, by the way. That's that phenomenon from a religious perspective. That's exactly what it is. And sometimes, like you sit before the talk and rehearse what words you're going to say. They just, it's here.
No, I never do.
Right?
I don't think I should.
No.
I don't. Well, sometimes it's a problem because you reach subjects that you weren't really prepared to talk about, and you might not have a fully formed idea about it.
Yeah.
Not if I thought about that, what would I have said differently?
Yeah, but you kind of have to find that out along the way.
Yes. Right.
You know what? That way you have a right to stumble over your own ignorance.
For sure.
How the hell do you know it's there before you reveal it?
Well, not only that, I don't think the audience truly trusts you unless they feel authenticity in that quest, as it were, that desire to try to understand, like, what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? And where did you come to these conclusions? How? What journey did you go on? What ideas did you dismiss? What ideas were holding you back? What ideas did you realize were just a personal weakness that you were protecting yourself from reality? Protecting yourself from the reality of bad choices and past mistakes. And what are you doing to stop that from entering into your current state of mind? And that kind of thinking people can hear, and they can listen to you talk about these things and say, I do that. Okay. I gotta stop doing that. Okay, this is how I can clarify the way I view things. And this is why I'm tripping myself up, because I keep trying to win conversations. I keep trying to be right all the time, which is impossible. Especially
It's elevating your status in conversation as a consequence of abstract victory instead of increasing your wisdom and enhancing your reputation as a sojourn towards the truth.
Yes. And it's especially difficult for young people because you don't have enough life experience to have made these mistakes and correct them and learned and grown and have the humility to recognize that process.
Right.
Instead, you see other people that are successful or whatever it is, and you want that right now. Yes.
Yeah, and that's wrong too, because you don't want that right now. You want to learn how to have that so that when
You want to
do
win the
get it,
lottery, but you don't.
No,
You don't, right? Because everybody wants to win the lottery.
Yeah,
That's one of
right.
the worst things that can happen.
no, and what young people have, they can listen and they can ask questions. Right. And they say when the student is ready, the teacher will come. Well, how does that play out in the world? Well, if you admit to your ignorance and you ask genuine stupid questions, you will rapidly encounter people who are more than happy to share their wisdom with you. Like, people love having mentees, right? They like to be able to share their wisdom, their experience.
Unfortunately, even if they don't have it,
Yeah,
that's where it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
The false prophets.
yeah, well, that's right. Yes, that's a problem.
The false guru.
Yeah, right.
The people
Right.
that don't have the answers to their own lives, and they try to give other people answers to their lives.
Yeah, well, that's also the psychopath problem.
Yeah.
What about the people who are feigning competence?
Right.
Yeah, right. Well,
Ooh, that's a real problem.
yeah, it's a real problem. That's it's a deadly problem, and it's massively elevated on social media.
Yes. Well, it used to be a gigantic problem in martial arts. The fake martial artists. There was a lot of them.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's the eternal parasite problem.
Yes.
Yeah. So organisms build up a storehouse of value, carcass, let's say, a whale carcass, for example, and inevitably the parasites move into it. And that's so consistent that sex evolved to stop.
How so?
Well, parasites can reproduce faster than their hosts because they're siblings. And so they can swarm the host quite rapidly, especially if the host clones itself, because the host then stays identical physiologically across the generations. So the parasites can optimize to colonize the host. That's the end. If you reproduce sexually, you mix your genes up. 50%, you pay a price. You lose 50% of your specific genetic heritage. But the advantage is you stay ahead of the parasites. So sex evolved to outwit the parasites. And a huge part of what we're seeing around us, and this is probably a consequence at the lowest level, base level, we've had a phenomenal wealth since World War II. Phenomenal. We stored wealth everywhere, like in Ireland, $53 billion. Endowment. Well, parasites find wealth everywhere, and they've invaded like mad.
That's a great example.
Oh, okay.
Parasites in academia are
Oh.
a great example.
Media, legacy media,
Yes.
science is being invaded that way.
Yeah.
The political, this is a major problem.
Right.
And so how do you protect yourself against the parasitical exploiters?
Well, you can recognize parasitical behavior, right? When everything gets chalked off to racism and white supremacy, when they start using these pejoratives, they start throwing those around for everything. That's one of the ways you recognize.
Yeah,
oh,
that's right.
You're a parasite. You're not really doing science. You're not really doing academics.
Well, one of the hallmarks of identification from the clinical literature for the cluster B types, so they have a parasitical element, histrionic, narcissistic, psychopathic, criminal. That's cluster B. They use false claims of victimization and manipulation.
Yes.
And so this is a particularly pernicious pathway because they parasitize empathy. Right. And the left is unbelievably susceptible to that because the left is full of empathic people. Right. And so those who parasitize empathy have a field day on the left.
Right. Because the left is generally thought to be more educated, more compassionate, kinder, looking out for marginalized people. That's part of the ethics.
The ethic is pretty straightforward. Anything that cries is a baby. It's like, no, some things that cry are monsters. Right. Well, let's take the case of Nicola Sturgeon, the Scottish Prime Minister. They just sponsor their ministry. Any man who wants to cheat a woman. It's like, okay, any man. You mean any man? Yeah. Have you encountered the nightmare men? Oh, they don't exist. They're all victims. You just bloody well wait till you encounter one. You'll change your story very rapidly. And for the naive and sheltered empaths of the radical left, they're either psychopaths, so they're wolves in cheap clothing, or they're people that are so naive that the Red Riding Hood's grandmother definitely have this way.
Yeah, that's literally something that I use as an example in my Netflix special. I said, I think there are people that feel like they're trapped in a woman's body, and then there's also people that are out of their fucking mind. They're crazy. And then all throughout history, but what I pointed out all throughout history, when you wanted to make like a killer in a movie scarier, you put him in a dress. Like Norman Bates in Psycho, Silence of the Lambs, and I used Big Bad Wolf. I'm like, it's literally a wolf dressed up like a woman. Like, that's literally what it is. And they somehow or another completely abandon this one aspect of masculinity that's one of the more terrifying, is the predatory pervert. And they've given the predatory pervert a privileged position, right? And that's one of the craziest things about it is they've completely abandoned the idea of the pedophile and then the monster and the sexual pervert that attack them, assault them. The person, when you give a guy, you say, all you have to do is say you're a woman, now you have access to whatever women's spaces. All the women's spaces, you can victimize them, you can fight them, you can beat them in sports, you can dominate them in all games. It's bizarre that no one's caught on to that. And that's for sure. That's the weirder, that's the more cult-like, even you could say religious aspect of leftists. They say religious.
Eve touches the serpent to the breast. It's like, that's a serpent.
Right.
It's poison.
Yeah.
You don't get to love it. Right? It's a monster.
Right. It's a guy wearing a dress with an erection.
Right.
Yeah.
Or worse.
Yeah, or worse. Or a lot worse.
Well, right. And there are no shortage of naive people who've never really encountered a monster and have no imagination for it.
But there's also people that are willing to justify the monster's behavior because the monster's part of a protected class now.
Yeah, well, that's part of that. That's great. The cluster B types use population victimization to parasitize. That's part of their clinical pathology.
And they're
For me, I get to do anything.
And they're so common. Yeah, that's what's really crazy. And why is it that academia is overwhelmed by people like this? It's because it's vulnerable to parasites?
Sure, why not? It was a storehouse of unguarded value.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Without religious principles.
Well, also, there's that too. And with no real gatekeepers.
Right.
So, but the parasite problem is a very deep problem. So I can even give you an example of that. This is a hard one, but I'll try. In the Pinocchio movie, this also happens in Jonah's story. Jonah, remember, it's a whale. It's like, what the hell? There's no explanation for that in the story. It's like he's out looking for Pinocchio, and now he's in a whale. Well, a whale is a giant carcass, right? And so when something dies, its spirit is then embedded in the carcass. That's why Pinocchio has to go into the belly of the whale to free Geppetto and finish his transformations. But the things deteriorate. You have these carcasses lying around with their dead spirits. The spirit of what gave rise to them is still inside there. And the job is to go into the carcass and to revitalize the spirit that produced it and not to parasitize it. Right.
Boy, I got that out of Pinocchio and the whale. I'm trying to follow you on this, but I'm like, wow.
Geppetto ends up languishing in the whale. Right? So imagine that there's a spirit in the universities that gave rise to these great storehouses of value. And that spirit has disintegrated, and now it's inside the storehouse. It's a good way to think about it. It's inside the storehouse. You're job as someone who wants to become real is to go into the storehouses of value that have been bequeathed to us by the past and to discover and revitalize the spirit that gave rise to them, not to parasitize them.
And when it's parasitized,
They strip them to their bones and there's nothing left.
and they do it obviously, right? There's plagiarism, there's all these different, and all that
All
stuff.
scientific papers.
Yeah, and all that stuff gets all that gets swept under the rug because the people that are doing it are part of the protected class.
Yeah.
So they protect the parasites. But this is my lamp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my baby.
Like the woman from Harvard, they fired her, but they gave her a job.
It could also be good. I was in trouble for this too.
Let's go.
Well, because women are more agreeable, they're more prone to manipulation by psychopaths because their primary ethos is nurturing.
Yeah.
For a naive woman, every victim is a baby. It's like, fine, 90% of them are victims. You can even say that about criminals. You go to a run-of-the-mill prison, and there's going to be people in there, and you heard their lives, and you think, oh my God, no one.
Right.
And then there's another core group that's like, oh, I see who you are. You're if I saw inside your skull for 5 seconds, I'd have post-traumatic stress disorder. I never recover. Those people don't exist. It's like, yes, they exist.
Yeah. They exist.
Yeah, and they're very good at crying like infants.
Yeah.
Right? And then the mothers, the naive mothers, come flooding out, and women dominate universities from the 1960s onward. It's like, in come the parasites, and they're enabled. What are they enabled by?
Fascinating things to me is when parasites are confronted and they laugh. Like one of the things about academic parasites, when you challenge them,
Has contempt.
you don't know what you're talking about. I saw this with the anti-Semitism on campus thing when these women were confronted by these statements like death to the Jews on campus, whether or not this is hate speech. And I saw it with I believe it was Josh Howley was the woman was saying some women can give birth and some men can give birth as well, and some men have period. Like this kind of like I guess this line of questioning is very transphobic and opens people up to violence.
Right.
With a laugh and a smile, a diminishing of your position by mockery, contempt. Yeah. What they're saying doesn't make any fucking sense to anybody rational, but they're so embedded in this system that they really believe that they have the kind of control over Congress that they have over their classmates. This is like standard behavior for them, mocking and dismissing other ideas that counter to theirs.
Right, well, and there's plenty of reward for that disseminated in the universities.
Yes.
And so that's part of their...
How do you fix that? Or can you?
No, I'm dead serious. Look, it's not like I'm thrilled about the fact that Harvard is having a war with Donald Trump. And I'm less thrilled with the fact that I hope Donald Trump wins. I worked at Harvard. It was a great place. I'm not happy at all that these institutions have become what they've become. And if I can see a way forward to revitalizing them, then, but what are you going to do? Like, the administration took over the universities and parasitized the tuition fees and the tax dollars. Then the woke mob parasitized the administration. And here we are. And what are you going to do about that? All these tenured professors who are progressive, and they're way less progressive than the administrators. You're going to fix that? How? Even in principle, I don't see how. Well, so what we decided to do, we've been working on this for 10 years. It's like, well, what do universities do? Well, they educate, they offer lectures, they have a place where people can congregate, they help people mature, they explain the world, they encourage people to they teach people to write. My son runs this essay app. We're trying to teach kids to write. We're integrating that with Peterson Academy so they can learn to think. Like, that's our that's our solution.
Yeah.
We're- the world's a pretty dynamic place. It's working real well at the moment, and
Well, people need some sort of an alternative to that system. If you recognize what that system is, especially if you're participating in it and you're opposed to all of it and you're trapped in it and it is it's vital to your success that you accept some of it, how else can you get through? How can you get this degree and maintain some level of sovereignty over your mind and your ideas? Like it's a horrible trap. And I've met a lot of people that I think are very rational, reasonable people that get at least some of that stuck in their head.
Oh, yeah. Well, when we did some research trying to see what predicted politically correct authoritarianism, this last piece of research I did before my research lab, ceased to be a viable entity. Let's say, what predicted? So politically correct authoritarianism is that like hyper compassionate leftism, but conjoined with willingness to use force to put the doctrines forward, force and fear. So it's tyrannical compassion. It's exactly that. What are the predictors? Low verbal intelligence. It's the first one. The second one was being female. The third one was having the feminine temperament. The fourth one was ever having taken even one politically correct course. Wow. Yeah, right. And so I thought that through for a long time. It's like, well, what's the female relationship? Because that's a crucial one. The female-dominated disciplines are the most woke by far. Why? So I think it's because of that basic ethos of compassion. All who cry are babies. Well, look, that's the right result for women. Like wise women. My wife is one of these women. She was a very good mother. She never thought adult men were babies. Like one of the things that's quite striking about my wife is that if you're a useless man, she doesn't feel sorry for you. You're not a baby. Now she's really good at taking care of babies. And so she got to be, she's discriminating in her empathy. And we're in a situation now where people think that indiscriminate empathy is a virtue. That's Eve's sin. See, Eve wants to put the feminine ethos at the top of the hierarchy of value. That replaces God, right? And that causes the fall. And then Adam, he's such a cut. That's exactly it. Is that he goes along with her, he doesn't tell her that maybe she doesn't eat the poisonous serpents. He doesn't. He consumes with her what she delivers so that she'll be his friend, because you know how useful men like that are. And then when the fall happens, he complains to God that God made Eve and cursed him with it. That's the story. So it's not just women, and we got to get this straight. Women with their drive towards indiscriminate compassion, so that even the serpents are their children. It's men too who won't say. They always say yes, kid, whatever. Yes, weak men. Who enable who don't help the women set boundaries. Now, you got to do that as a man. Like when you and your wife have a baby, for the first 9 months, every time the baby cries, it's right. And you respond to a baby's cries as if it's right 100% of the time. Because human infants are so dependent and utterly unable to fend for themselves. So that sets up a very powerful feminine dynamic. It's like, if it cries, take care of it. Okay, so what are the men for? It's like, if it cries, take care of it. Except that. That's a false cry. And you see that with kids. They'll start playing with that by the time they're 9 or 10 months old, right? Yes, of course. And so you differentiate. It's like, oh no, that's not a baby. That's a snake. I'm like, sure it's not a baby. It's like, no, snake, for sure. Snake, poisonous snake. Right. Well, I'm feeling pretty sorry for it. It's like, save your compassion for the truly needy and leave the snakes to me. Right. And Adam doesn't do that.
Is it a function of a society that's almost, I want to say, too successful and empathetic, and there's too much abundance that you have more of this crime?
Look, no, but you have more parasitic behavior. Why? Well, everyone's got pretty comfortable because we've been in a high trust society for a long time. It's like, oh, everybody's trustworthy. It's like, no, a few people in a few countries are trustworthy most of the time, and that's really hard. Right. And there's stringent preconditions. Right. So everyone's trustworthy. And now there's all these piles of wealth flying around everywhere. So, parasite dream, especially when it's unguarded. And so it's enabled by the women and unguarded by the men. And both are at fault, right? And that you see that in the Genesis account too. It's like Eve clutches the serpent to her breast, but Adam fails to help her distinguish.
Plenty of these parents as well.
Oh yeah, they're the worst. They're the worst. Men cry victim and look for sympathy from them. There was a famous mass murderer, a serial killer who did that. The lawyer, Ted Bundy. You know what his trick was? He had a VW, if I remember correctly. He had a cast that he could take on and off. So he put his hood up. Maybe it wasn't VW. Put his hood up because his car didn't work. And he did it around places where he knew there were young women. And then he enticed them to stop because, well, or Ted, he's crippled and his car doesn't work. And then the woman learned very painfully the difference between a monster and a baby. Right, brutal. He was a bad guy. There are some bad people. And a fair number of them like to dress in women's clothing, let's say.
Yeah. That's really uncomfortable for people if they have this idea that's embedded in their consciousness about what's going on, to accept that.
Of course. In fact, accepting that when that reality is thrust upon you unawares, you develop post-traumatic stress disorder. Right? Because it's naive people who encounter malevolence develop PTSD. That's the pathway. So if you want to make your children susceptible to PTSD, like all these kids that are triggered by everything, make them extremely naive and then let them encounter malevolence. Right? Because you're supposed to teach them to handle serpents. Right? To identify them and handle them. And that means they have to learn about the nature of the world. And the girls to differentiate between snakes and babies. Right? And babies and men. And the man who works his way into your dreams because he's a dependent infant, he's a snake. And your sympathy is wasted on him. Yes, there certainly are. Man, I tell you, those riots that used to gather around me, that was mostly 2017, before I started speaking at universities mostly. The women were pretty bad. Harpy, city, man. And this self-righteous, feminine, toxic compassion is screeching at the top of his lungs. The men that were with him. Oh my God. I didn't want to be within 3 feet of him. So I'll be your friend. You see those people on the net talking to children. I'll be your friend. When your family abandons you, they don't understand. Not like me. We could be closer than anybody has been with you. That just barely scrapes the surface of awful. Like, awful is a long, long ways down. Yeah. So part of what's happening in universities, and it's a terrible thing to say, well, there's a lot of things. Storehouse of wealth, radical increase in the number of students who serve, radical feminization of the institutions, and weakness on the part of the men who should have been guardian of the gates. All of that. And is it repairable? I don't think so. I think once the parasites have the corpse, what are you going to do? Are you going to rebut them? Are you going to bring Lazarus back from the dead? I don't think so. I think it's time for something.
You need academic dewormer.
Yeah. Well, that's what critical thinking was supposed to be, Joe.
So you think it needs to? So something needs to be emerge, like your academy, as an alternative.
Well, the thing is, it already is emerging, right? Because the universities, of course, they're going to do this. As they spiral downward, they're going to turn to cost cutting. Well, they're not going to cut the administration off because they make the decisions about who's going to be cut. So they're going to turn to low-cost alternatives to having courses. And so they're only doing that. Let's put our courses online. Well, fair enough, except they're terrible. They're terrible. We got the best professors and the best production quality. And so
And you've designed it for online versus just having the power
set. Right, we have a plan mapped out. We'll have the full equivalent of a 4-year distribution of courses. We'll have that within, I think, 2 years, something like that. 4 new courses a month. We're putting out 32 hours of original content a month. It's very, well, people go look. Looks great, and that's because it's great. Michaela and her husband, they're unbelievably picky about the professors and everything. They watch the social media, they watch the look, they watch the images, they watch the ads. We're trying to do everything 100%, and then we're trying to make it as inexpensive as possible. So we're raising money because we want to translate it into multiple languages, because wouldn't it be lovely to offer that to the developing world? Sure. With free market economics instead of Marxist economics, so that people could learn to be entrepreneurs. That'd be great for Africa, especially if we could get energy prices down. Then maybe everybody can be rich. And not just materially rich, right? Because that's not enough. If you're materially rich and you're spiritually poor, your money just serves to destroy you, and fast. So that's not good. And yeah, you know that. You met people that's happened to. Oh, yeah. Money is not the cure for poverty. No, you're naive if you think that.
No, that's not the cure for being discontent either. But it does offer you freedom if you use it correctly.
And opportunity.
So it give you some relief from stress, which could give you some kind of happiness. But it's not the goal.
No. Well, it has to be put in. It has to be put in an ethical framework where you just look. Money's opportunity. That's what you're thinking about. And then if you're going to the devil, you have money. You just go to the devil fast. I saw that lots of times in my practice. And maybe if you're aiming upward, then money can be a force multiplier. And it can. You can make it good. You can establish a solid institution that provides mentorship and opportunity for people. And actually, that's the most fun to do that. It's by far the most fun to do that. To make something of genuine value.
Yeah.
Why would we do that? Only if you were cynical and unable. Why not make something that works? That's much more entertaining, all things considered. And so, we're trying to do this with art, and it's going real well, And you were very helpful there too. That podcast that we did. There were lots of reasons that the climate apocalypse narrative has been falling radically apart. But that podcast that you and I did was definitely one of them. I've interviewed a lot of good scientists who they're not climate skeptics. That's a stupid term. And Lomberg's a good example of that.
It is climate denier.
Yeah,
it's right up there with the vaccine.
That's such a manipulative phrase. Yeah, it's like, you're like the Nazis who object to Jews being baked. That's your argument, is it? Really? That's your argument, you scumrat. You're going to use that as a moral lever. That's your level of ethos. That's your argumentation. You're going to take the worst slur you could possibly imagine, and you're going to use it to devastate someone's reputation publicly, because you don't have a leg to stand on, because you're the kind of tyrant who uses fear to longer power. That's you. There's a psychological interpretation of the climate apocalypse scandal, and it's killing. It's destroying Germany. It's destroying the UK.
Didn't they shut down a bunch of the nuclear plants?
Yeah, and they replaced them with late night coal. Right, the dirtiest burning coal. So they're in a situation where they pollute more for more unstable energy that's delivered by tyrants. Well, outsourcing their industry to China is a very bad idea, right? Who's building coal plants at a rate that is so fast that everything the West does to ameliorate carbon is utterly irrelevant. Utterly irrelevant.
Yeah, and that's an uncomfortable truth that the climate cultists just don't address. They won't even entertain any information contrary to I won't even let it in.
Of course not, because it upsets the game.
And not only that, most of the people that are involved in the game don't even understand the game. They don't even understand what's really not just at stake, but the actual facts that they're arguing for.
Well, Carney's a good example. There's in Canada to return to that. You know,
It seems like he's
some polls certainly indicate that,
yeah.
and maybe with a majority government. And I can see why. Like Canadians were accustomed to having everything go pretty well, and we can be morally superior to you Americans because that was also fun. And we'll never forego that opportunity. And Trump has provided it in spades in the last month. So we look at Carney, and we don't pay any attention to politics, and we certainly don't read his goddamn book. And so we see someone who looks like a banker from the 1990s, when everything was just fine in Canada, and Canadians were just as rich as Americans, and the whole country was stable and peaceful. And we think, well, you know, we kind of made a mistake on Justin. It turned out he was a little incompetent, a little narcissistic, and maybe we shouldn't have voted for him just because he legalized marijuana, because that's actually what brought him into power the first time. And so we kind of made a mistake. But now, look, we've learned, and we're not going to be fooled by narcissistic pretenders. And Mark Carney used to be government bank England, you know, and that's pretty good. That's a pretty good resume, and it certainly looks like that. And yet, he believes that 75% of the fossil fuels he launched are left in the ground, and that there's nothing that should guide your purchasing decision by force other than decarbonization.
But it seemed to me, at least from an observer from afar, that Pierre was gaining steam.
Oh,
It
yeah.
looked like he was going to win.
Oh,
And they
well,
took him
two things happened. Trudeau resigned. Oh, yeah, the Liberals were headed for extinction. It was going to be the worst defeat of a governing party in Canada ever. They might have lost their official party status. So they were done. Well, they pivoted, brought in Carney, who'd be advising Trudeau. He's put himself up as an outsider, a competent outsider, a lot of private experience in the private domain. You know, a steady hand at the helm. It's like you were Trudeau's economic advisor for 10 years. 10 years. And there's going to be more of the same under you. And now you're pretending to be an industrialist, even though you're one of the leaders, the world's leading authorities on ESG and net zero. That's Mark Carney. All you have to do is read his book, which people don't, of course, because it's a book. You know, the first 3 chapters will do the trick. Now, either he's decided that every single thing he ever believed was wrong, right to the core, and hasn't apologized or let anyone know that, and now he's actually mistering the industry, which is how he's presenting himself to Canadians, or he believes what he's always believed.
or he's wolf wearing grandma's dress.
Yeah, he's a benevolent wolf. Well, that's why the wolf wears grandma's dress.
Yeah.
There's no one nicer than me.
So how does Canada correct course?
Well, people either correct course by waking up or by experiencing severe pain. And it looks to me like we've chosen the severe pain route. No, we already make 60 cents. We already produce 60 cents to every dollar you Americans produce, even though we're parity 10 years ago. And so after 4 more years of Carney, we could easily have that down to 50 cents. Spiraling housing prices, a lot of social insecurity in Canada, especially since after October 7th. All my Jewish friends in Toronto are terrified. That's not fun. I don't like seeing that. It's awful. It's awful. And all those psychopaths who've been parading around their moral virtue since October 7th, there are plenty in Poland. Plenty. You know, I'll give you a little example of Canada. So we had English leadership debate a week ago, and the powers that be, who organized the debate, the legacy media types, the CBC radically involved, couldn't figure out how to exclude rebel media. That right-wing news, kind of tabloid news group from Canada, Ezra Levant, who's been buzzing about for 10 years, causing trouble like a right-wing tabloid journalist, which is what he is. But they didn't want him in the press scrum for the leaders after the they canceled the journalists' interviews of the 4 leading contenders for Prime Minister of Canada because some right-wing tabloid journalists have had a newspaper or media empire for 10 years. I don't care what you think of it. It's not the point. The point is they canceled the journalistic scrum after the English language debate.
That's
And no one complained.
That doesn't make sense. If you're a presidential candidate and or prime minister candidate and you're encountering someone that has an opposing perspective, you should have really good answers. That's it.
Look, if your guy's leading, why ask questions? That's the legacy media in Canada. It's the CBC, state funded, right? Right to the core. 1.4 billion. Think about this, Joe. This is our bloody state media. It's so funny. $1.4 billion in direct government subsidy, $600 million in federal advertising per year, $2 billion. Go to the CBC website on YouTube. You look at their last 20 videos. I'll guarantee that not a single one of them has more than 200 views. Right, which means the people who made the video clips didn't watch them. Right. That's what you get for $2 billion. Now, everyone in Canada who's older than 55 watches legacy media.
Right.
And Polyev said he gave up the CBC. So you can imagine they're not exactly government positive.
I watched the debate where he kept getting talked over.
Yeah. Jagmeet Singh. He's such fun with his pink turban.
Yeah.
He's such a fashion icon. Luckily, he's going to lose his own seat, and his party is going to be devastated. That's the socialists. They're going to be devastated so badly that they won't have official party status.
But it's incredible to watch that in Canada, where I've always thought that at least your discourse is much more polite.
Yeah, was. Yeah. There's a lot of mocking up to do in Canada. Well, in the country, and the man who started the Reform Party in Canada, so that was populist end of the Conservative movement 20 years ago, maybe a little longer, eventually reunited with the Conservatives. Ernest Manning, or Preston Manning, son of an Alberta premier of Alberta for like 40 years, he wrote an article in the Globe and Mail, which was it's the Canadian Liberal establishment newspaper. And I mean liberal by classic, old school, small L liberal, centrist sort of newspaper, saying that Manitoba, Alberta, and Saskatchewan should have an immediate constitutional convention, immediately on parties' ascension to the throne. Quebec doesn't want pipelines traversing its territory. And Quebec, I don't know if you noticed this, but one of the participants in the debate was a Canadian separatist. We literally have a Canadian federal party, federal, localized in Quebec, whose stated intent is to break up the country.
Hasn't that always been the case with Quebec, though?
For a good while, it was provincial. Right? They had a provincial party, like a state party, right? Okay, fair enough. Have your state separatist party. It's for your state. Oh no, we want to have a national party. We want to be represented in the House of Commons as separatists. Yeah, so the country's it's very sad, and I was hoping they could be the 51st states. Well, that's what happened. So two things.
Yes.
After that,
That was the big one.
Carney showed up just in the nick of time to save the burning damsel from the train tracks or whatever the hell it is. And then Trump. He just timed it so badly. And he didn't know. What it would do. He didn't know. But that's also,
How do you not know that people have national pride?
he knew that, but he didn't know what the electoral consequences would be. He didn't know that would shift them to the Liberals so badly. And he's going to pay for that because once Carney is elected, if that happens, Trump will not have a more seasoned enemy in the West. Right? Carney's very well connected. Very. Especially in Europe and the UK. Very well. So, and
Europe and the UK is a mess.
yeah, you might say that. Oh, that's for sure.
We've highlighted all the arrests in the UK over social media posts, and most people have no idea. Constantine Kissing is great.
Yeah.
Explaining all that to people. It's so funny when he comes compares it to Russia.
Yeah.
It says how many people got arrested in Russia. How many people you think got arrested in the UK? Most people, none, right? No, 4,000.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Oh, that's unbelievable.
Videos
Well, and you
all
just see
over
this.
the internet
You
about
just see this everywhere. So they've implemented these 20-mile-an-hour speed limits everywhere. And so,
20 miles an hour.
yeah, because Joe,
That's a bike.
you don't really need a car. Why do you need to make it so important that you need a car? Like if I have to go to a climate meeting, well, I get a car. But the peasants, they don't really need cars. They don't need heat either. Not that much. Maybe they can stop grandma from freezing.
One of the fascinating things about Bernie Sanders' anti-oligarch tour is they're doing it on private jets.
Yeah, exactly. So we were in the UK not long ago for this art conference, and we rented a truck. And whenever it went over 20 miles an hour, it beeped them, just like seatbelt things.
Oh, God.
And then if you go more than 2 miles an hour of the speed limit and you get caught, then that knocks 1/3 of your license off. If you do that 3 times, you don't have a license for a year. Beep, 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 beep. Climate knock. Climate knock. Yeah. You can tell tyrants, Joe, they use fear and compulsion and hate Canadians and cars. Right. There's tyrant checklist. Hates cars. Check. No sense of humor. Check. Uses fear. Check. Uses force. Check. Psychopath. Right.
I hate that.
Well, let's end it on a positive note. Okay. So what's positive? Young people are flocking back to churches across the West, and more to the conservative churches. And the only thing we have to buttress us into the future against the Islamists and the Marxists and the nihilists and the hedonists is our return to our core traditions. Without that, we're done. And so that's happening, and in big numbers. And so that's really quite something. The back has been broken of the climate apocalypse narrative. There's plenty of mopping up to do, but half the people know that there's something wrong in the state of Denmark, and that particular apocalypse is probably not worth giving up all your freedoms. We've seen a lot of progress on the art front. Like a lot of the things that we've been putting forward, the better story, that's a return to the foundations of Western civilization, made our society the sort of place that dispossessed people would go to voluntarily, right? There's lots of people who are starting to understand that that's seriously worth preserving, right? Energy executives are waking up, as far as I can see, to the fact that they could help the world's poor in a serious way. And if they want to moralize, that would be it. If they want to act morally, that would be a good place to start. There's lots of people who are working to produce abundance in your country, the U.S. You guys are unbelievable. Way better than your country. And you generate, deliver in times of crisis. And you might just do that again. And so, and then I would say underneath all that, you said you're pretty happy to encourage people. You're very happy. Your show's been helpful to people. And there's lots of people who are consciously joining in on it, and more of them all the time. And if enough people do that, we won't need to learn through pain. And we can bring abundance everywhere in the world, and we can make the next 50 years an unparalleled success. And we need the faith and courage of Joshua and Caleb to do that. Of course, the future is full of giants and disasters. But if we aim up and we speak the words of truth that make good order out of chaos, then anything's possible.
Beautiful. Always enjoy this. Always enjoy our conversations. I appreciate you very much. Appreciate our friendship. It's been great knowing you all these years, watching this crazy journey that you've been on. I'm glad you're doing great.
Yeah, Joe. Same thing for you, man. Thanks a lot, and thanks for your help with Leadership Academy.
My pleasure. Very helpful.
All right, much appreciated.
The child, Logan, experience.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan podcast my name all day.
Hey, Tim Dillon.
How are you?
I'm much better now that the ladies are back from space. That was
Thank you for
great
having
segment.
What were they up to? 10 minutes?
Well, it was very profound. I don't know if
Yeah.
you've seen Katy Perry talk about it, but she's basically a guru now.
Yeah. What were the findings? That's my question.
Well,
What
she's
did you learn?
That's super important. It shows you how quick the flight was. The dead daisy that's like snipped from its life source is still alive and still vibrant.
Yeah. And it's so
Look at her.
yeah.
Dead daisy.
Wow.
Look at her nails. So pretty.
Now, so they go up there and they float for like 10 minutes,
At least.
and then they come down.
Let's not minimize this.
No,
Let's
it's a big deal.
let's celebrate
Yeah.
female astronauts.
And because they were
did.
united.
Because a lot of men astronauts,
Yeah.
they have to go to school.
Right.
They have to learn how to be a pilot
Sure.
first. Then they have to join the Air Force
That's
or
right.
the Navy, and then
Right.
they get appointed by NASA.
That's right.
And then they go to space. You know?
And there has been, that's the other thing, there has been female astronauts. Let's talk about let's talk about this. Yeah, man. To think there was a bitch stuck on a space station for 3 months, that's terribly more expensive.
Let's not minimize this. No, the problem with that story
Yeah.
is that she was rescued by a very awful person
Okay.
who wants to expose fraud and waste.
Yes. Did Musk rescue her? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, where's that in the news?
Oh, I didn't know
Those
that.
fucking people were stuck. The Boeing jet, the Skyline, whatever the fuck,
Yeah.
the Boeing spaceship wasn't working. They couldn't
Right.
fix it.
Interesting. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, and by the way,
Yeah.
Elon could have rescued them during the Biden administration. They didn't want to because of his open support for Trump. So they left those people up there. Yes. He's talked about it on my podcast. They
Whoa.
left those people up there.
And they're just chilling.
No, they're dying.
Right.
It's like slow radiation poisoning. It's like getting 10 x-rays a day. And they're just slowly getting sapped of your life force out there in no gravity. Your bones are weakening. You see that lady's face when she came back?
She didn't look great.
Bro, it was something that happened, like her chin hit the ground. Like
She
her
looked like-
chin was extended, her hair had all turned gray.
She looked like she was sick.
She was sick, yeah. They're dying up there, man.
That's
You
crazy.
can't. I had Commander Chris Hatfield on, and he was at one point in time the longest person that had been in space for, wasn't he? It's like he was there for like 6 months, and he was saying it was unbelievable, like how difficult it was to recover once you get back to Earth. He couldn't walk. It was just like a total vertigo. Like his whole body was like so not used to gravity. All of his bones were weak. All of his
Jeez.
muscles were weak.
But these bitches seem fine, these ladies.
Well,
Let's not minimize.
It's a sacrifice.
Yeah, no, it's huge.
For the world, in fact.
Yeah,
The world. They're
To show
profoundly
people.
different. They're profoundly different.
to show people. Let's inspire.
That's what I'm saying.
It's inspiring. If a guy who's worth what, $1 trillion,
Several billion, 100 billion. Just a
yeah,
conspiracies if they didn't make it.
yeah. Well, there's already people saying that they faked it, which I think is silly.
Well, I love those people.
But that's great.
Those are people that think space is free.
That's right. Yeah. But there are already people going, well, they faked it. And I'm like, I hope they fake something better than that. I hope. If they're faking stuff, and they probably are faking some stuff, God, I hope they're faking stuff that's better than that.
I think this is the confusion. I think the confusion is that they essentially got to the threshold of space. They did not get like way out there
Not
where
outer space.
re-entry is very traumatic. And it has like, if you see those heat shields that they put all over those things, they break off on the re-entry, everybody dies. That's because you're way out there and the amount of heat that gets generated as you're re-entering the atmosphere. I think they're essentially like on the border of the atmosphere. But let's see, how high did they go up there?
Oh, yeah, that line is called
That's what I'm saying. So the space shuttle,
They went a little higher than that Rocket Man documentary. That guy who shot himself up in a rocket. They went like a few feet higher than that guy. R.I.P. that guy. I drove by his grave on the way to Vegas when LA burnt down.
Are they even like technically actually in space?
I think that's where the like it floats. That's the line.
I might go over there. I might do that.
Do
I wouldn't
it.
go to space, but I might do the 80 miles.
Do that.
So 350 miles is the highest anyone has ever gone, other than the Apollo astronauts. 62 miles. Okay, 62 miles ain't shit, dude. I drive that in an hour. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's,
By the way, I agree with you. It's not that far. That's not even here to San Antonio. 62 miles ain't shit. But it is kind of technically space.
should they get up there and they look at the Earth?
Yeah, that's why like everybody's calling bullshit on the outside of the capsule.
Right.
That it wasn't like completely on fire.
Right.
Destroyed. They didn't go that high.
They didn't go that high.
That's all it is.
Right.
But they did go to space.
They went to space and they lost gravity.
The funniest thing is they come back and you need a parachute.
Right.
Like at all the technology Elon has. Elon is catching rockets.
What could go wrong? What could go wrong in something like that?
Oh, we could explode on the way up.
Oh,
Yeah, the way up is not ensured that those things are definitely going to hold it together.
so that's the biggest risk.
Yeah, you have these cannons filled with rocket fuel that are burning at like twice the. What is the temperature of rocket fuel when it's hot? Is it like? It's like close to the surface of the sun or some crazy shit. Like what's the actual temperature? So everything has to be contained while you have insane amounts of fuel burning every second. And these huge plumes of flame, enormous thrust to escape Earth's atmosphere.
Right.
You're just hoping all those O-rings and all these fucking the shit that blew up with the Challenger.
So it could have blown up.
100%. Yeah, I mean, Musk has openly said some of these are going to blow up when he's testing them. When they would blow up, be like, oh, Elon failed again. Like, no, we want it to fail. We want to find out what is the threshold. There's only
I
one way.
wonder if all of them you think they were like prepared to die? No.
Prepared.
Yeah, in her eyes, something's off. Something's off with her.
Wasn't that kind of sketch?
She has a Muhammad Ali
But
look to her.
Well, I think the problem is that the hatch is not a real hatch like a spaceship. Because it's not really going to space.
There's no captain. There's no pilot.
Right.
There's nobody going.
The window, all the above. So it's most hatches in that regard, they open outwardly so that the pressure of space travel, like when you're shooting that fucking rocket up insane amounts of gravity, doesn't make the door hinges fail and it collapses in on itself and everybody dies.
Right.
Right. So they have to open outward.
Right.
Right. So the pressure will keep them shut. So generally, like there's like a seal, and it's really kind of crazy. Like I have a friend of mine, very wealthy businessman, who brings me to his house because I want to show him something. When he shows me this diagram, he said this is from the 1950s, and this is the blueprint for the recreation UFO that they made when they tried to back engineer the one that they found at Roswell.
And this was a diagram.
Yeah. And it had a big crank handle like a submarine door,
And they were trying to replicate a craft that had landed.
crashed. Yeah, he thinks they did.
Wow.
He doesn't think it's a try. He said this is the blueprint because it had the actual. By the way, the exact generator in the center of it that Bob Lazar described in 1989 when he worked at Area S4.
What layer of the government do you think is working on projects like that? Like, is it all the DARPA people?
I think it's people that are completely disconnected from congressmen, senators, presidents.
Right.
It's all
Right.
deep state. But it's
Right.
all
They
people
have to be like, they probably belong to an agency without a name.
Well, there's probably a bunch of those.
Right.
And when it comes to this kind of stuff, like we already know now because of Doge that there was money that was going with no receipts, billions and billions of dollars that was just flying out with no receipts. They have no idea where it went. And Elon openly said this was a public company. It would be delisted, and the people who ran it would go to prison. But because it's the government, they're like, oh no, we did. We just they have no receipt. That could be going to it.
Do you think they'll bring charges against anyone for fraud?
That's the worry about disclosure.
Because that's what
That's what's holding it.
I think people need concrete stuff.
Yeah. You want some concrete? Let's hear Katy Perry talk about
Right.
space. I said to you this morning. I said, let's discuss.
I saw her, I chatted about it on my show. I saw her say something about we weren't taking space, we're making space.
That's the one I want to
Which I thought was an interesting scientific.
No. I got another one. I got some better ones.
What is funny is immediately as
Actually,
an
that one's
advantage,
pretty good.
it is funny to do something like this and then everyone hates you. Like everyone hates that shit.
Hater. Oh, no, that's not the shit. That's it. I have so many of them. I don't think that one is the making space. Try this one. It's so fun. Why is it so fun when people get pretentious? Because you're terrified you would ever do it.
Well, yeah, I also think it's fun to see somebody who has no self-awareness. Yeah, they're always the most fun.
I will never be the same. I mean, you get up there and you see the earth, and it's so beautiful, and it just fills the screen. And it's not just your window. It's like everybody's window, and there's no boundaries, there's no border, there's just earth. And it just fills the screen. And
like
when
how
you
it
get up
says
there and you
astronaut.
see the earth, and it's so beautiful, it just fills the screen. It's like what you expected. No. Better.
I don't think you can describe it because you know what I was saying. It was like quiet, but then also really alive. And you look at it, and you're like, we're all in this together.
You mentioned prior to going up, you said that you needed to go to space to heal. I know you're only a few minutes removed from this incredible experience. Do you feel healed? Now you are officially an astronaut. So how do you feel?
I feel super connected to love.
Goodness. I will never be the same. I mean, when you get up
No,
there,
that's it. There's another one. She said making space. But
No,
it's
it's
so
so funny.
that they just get called astronauts.
It's funny to hear the richest guy in the world go, we're all in it together. Yeah, I don't know if people feel that.
Yeah, we're definitely not all
I
in
don't
it with
feel
you.
like we're all in it
Continue
together
to
on you. Can you Jen? How in it together are we?
Yeah.
It feels like you hand selected a couple of friends to go do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it should have been a lot of system like Willy Wonka, where just 7 random people should have been able to go in this.
I would do it just to change my mind. That would be good.
Just 7 random people.
Just pull out some guy who's not supposed to be here.
Just a cashier at HEB, someone from MS-13. Get him in. Someone from Trent Hapwad, and Lawrence Sanchez, and Gail King, and
No, you see, they released the footage, dash cam footage or police footage of the guy who they're saying was just a father.
the Maryland father.
As he got pulled over with 8 undocumented people in
Yeah.
his truck. They were all supposedly staying at his house.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Yeah. The wife had a restraining order against him, protection order.
I saw that there was a restraining order. I saw that he was hanging out with 2 guys that were in MS-13.
Yeah, they released the. Yeah, he's definitely sketchy.
They
But
had
he's
made a
not.
few
He's not this
mistakes.
Maryland father.
No,
The guy that scares me is the hairdresser.
the gay hairstylist.
Yeah,
Or there's a guy with a tattoo, and it's
That's
tattoo.
him. The
There's the autism. Oh no, there was a guy with an autism awareness tattoo, and they thought it was like an MS-13 tattoo, but it doesn't look like an MS-13 tattoo. It's a literal.
The problem is everybody's a liar.
You don't
So
know.
the liberals are liars and the Republicans are liars.
Everyone's lying.
They're all lying. And if they did ship some
Ironically, the only people I trust are MS-13 because they'll tell you. Podcast was an MS-13. I would love if you just had MS-13 on, just
3 guys with tattoos, because by the way, there would be no outrage. That's what's hilarious. If you had 3 MS-13 gang members, not one person would go, why did he have that? Them on it? Nobody would. But if I had Ian Carroll on, if you had anyone else on it, it'll be a horrible thing. But if it was 3 guys MS-13 with head-to-toe tattoos who admitted to killing multiple people, and you said, now tell me about what it's like to grow up in San Pedro Sula or whatever, and it would be okay. Well,
The reason why that's good is because I think it's important to learn about other cultures.
Well, 1,000%, and they should have their chance to talk.
And what's not cool is talking about maybe Israel did something wrong. You should really not do that.
I think it's criminal of you to even discuss anything.
Well,
It's not right. It's not right.
I get co-opted by what's called the woke right.
The woke right.
This woke right now?
Yes, and they're co-opted.
I still have accepted the fact that I'm the left.
I did a CNN interview for an hour because I'm promoting my special, and then they asked me. This girl Elle Reeves, she was cool. She does all the, when you see the Vice documentaries where she talks to the Nazis and the incels. Oh, Jesus, it was that chick, and they sent her in.
Oh, that's good.
I was like, this is hilarious. So I'm sitting there, and she sits down. She's like, "Are there any left-wing comedians?" And I named 10 of them. They're all in arenas. And she goes, "Oh." Because their whole thing now is that podcasts are the most powerful people in the world. And she goes, "Do you think you're friends of the new establishment?" I said, "Well, there's 22 intelligence agencies, an entire legacy media. There's lots of Ivy League schools. There's this, there's that. Do I think Theo Vaughn's the new establishment? No. I don't think so. I think he ran a really unpopular candidate. I don't think Americans like child sex changes, and I don't think they want an open border. And I think if you co-opted some of those issues, you might have won." They said to me, CNN, they're like, "We're editing the interview." I said, "Put the hour out." I sat there for an hour, and we had a nice conversation. We talked for 1 hour, and I was like, "Put it out." I'm like, I understand if you can't put it out. And then she goes like this. She goes, "I can't believe you'd show up. People said that they can't come on here because Joe Rogan would get mad at them." I said, "It's absolutely ridiculous." Why would I say he doesn't care? He would never care. I said, "Oh, that's so silly. It's the silliest thing ever. Do you think we're at war?" I just said, put out the hour online. If you can only put out a few minutes on network, fine. But it's wrong to have someone come in and talk for an hour, and then not 3 minutes, and then use 5 minutes. Yeah. So it's looked up. How much did they use? We don't know yet. They haven't put it out.
And did they say we can't put the whole hour out?
I texted this journalist, and she texted me. She goes, "I'm pushing for like a long-form release." I go, "Yeah, man, just put out the interviews."
Do you guys want ratings or no?
Yeah, we had a conversation about all these things you guys talk about.
Yeah, you guys have a website.
Then what are we doing?
Don't you have a YouTube page?
Put it out. And she's like, I go, she goes, "What do you think the Joe Rogan show? Why is it so popular?" I go, "Well, one of the reasons is he doesn't edit people. They're not edited. They come on, they say what they want to say, and there's no editing. So what's weird about those institutions is they will sit you down for an hour and then, I guess, cherry pick what they think their audience wants to see."
Well, they just want what they think is going to grab the most ratings and is not going to make them look stupid. So if you're mocking them openly,
Well, she didn't know when she said it that last. She goes, "Comedy's right wing." I go, she goes, "50% of comedians." I named literally 8 of them. I said they all are in arenas. I go, "What are you talking about?" So what are you talking about? It's so dumb. I was like, "That's you're saying comedy's what?"
By the way, I used to be left of center according to the metrics of 2015.
I said there's a lot of Joe's positions. If you look at them, that are left of center positions, and there's a lot of my positions or anyone's positions. I said there's nobody you can easily put in a box, and they want you to be in that box.
That's silly. And they also want me to be an enemy of CNN. I don't give a fuck.
You don't care. Who cares?
By the way, I hope CNN corrects course and does real news.
Right.
And just concentrates on the news and all this fucking. I don't want editorial comments from morons, right? So when you're force feeding me Don Lemon's opinion on how the world should be,
right,
and how everyone should be shamed if they don't get vaccinated, like,
right,
you're force feeding me morons. Like, no matter, of course your ratings plummeted.
Yeah,
of course. And you guys lied about so many fucking things and never corrected yourselves.
Arm of Democratic National Committee, and they're an arm of that party. I mean, whether they are forced to be or whether they choose to be because they identify with being Democrat and they want to skew things completely towards the left. I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is.
All of the old Bush era neoconservative people who pushed the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and the Patriot Act and Guantanamo Bay and all of this stuff all find homes usually on MSNBC or CNN advocating for war with Iran or an escalation in Ukraine. They always, so it's kind of an establishment, doesn't seem to, they don't really care about party.
Right.
And, you know,
they're doing better now. I mean, this Scott Jennings on. He's great. Yeah, that's the kind of conversations you need. Completely ridiculous people who are out of their fucking minds versus Scott Jennings. Those are great because it's like
some fun. Yeah.
It makes these ridiculous woke anchors look retarded.
Yeah.
They should.
In the world, there are good principled arguments that against right-wing things.
Yes.
You just can't have people who are completely out of it.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. After the election, one of my favorite ones was it CNBC or CNN? I forget what it was. This guy was talking about this whole right-wing podcast ecosystem that's incredibly well funded and organized. And what are you talking about? Like, you could literally go to the roots of how it all started. You could see every one of us doing our first podcast with a fucking
there's no funding. What are we talking about? What are we saying?
The idea that we're all organized together, or that like I would want to prevent people from going on CNN.
Well, it's just silly.
Not care less,
because that's the way they operate. You always usually, like, a lot of times you end up accusing people of something you're doing.
Right.
So because you are familiar with that. So they're like, well, we have a top-down corporate owner telling us what to do. Is that the way it works here? Like, no, Joe Rogan doesn't email people at the beginning of the week. You go, hey guys, this is the most insane thing ever.
Well, not only that, like, I want them to do well. I really don't care. They obviously don't want me to do well.
Right.
But I don't care. I hope look, if they turn it around and CNN became great, I'm watching all the time. It used to be great. You used to have parts unknown on it.
The new thing they're doing, this is a very interesting thing that's happening. If somebody says something that they don't like and they can't immediately dismiss it, they go, but the fans of that thing are bad people.
Right.
This is an interesting attack point. They go, but somebody with a massive audience, if they find a sliver of that audience to be objectionable in any way, they then go, well, the fans of that type of questioning are anti-Semitic or racist or something.
Well,
and they don't deal with the actual facts or the actual line of argumentation.
Yeah, it's just a sneaky debate tactic.
Right.
When you're dealing with, I have 19 million YouTube subscribers. How can you nail that down to the fans?
Right.
You don't know. You're just talking out of your ass. This is a non-argument. It's a stupid point. And by the way, when you're talking about actual comments, we've already established that, I don't know what the number is, but there's a huge number of people that are commenting that aren't even people. They're bots. Right. State-sponsored bots. They could be from Ukraine, they could be from America, they could be from Russia, they could be from Israel.
And I want more of them. Yeah. So if they're a state-sponsored bots that could jack my ratings out, if they want to come over to me,
that'd be nice to say about Israel.
Any Ukraine, I'm waiting for the money. I texted Barry one. I said, okay, here's the way this game works. I get a little bit of money first. Not I go on and defend whatever the hell you want to do. Like, I'm not going to get my big plan.
If you and I go to Israel, we slap on the yarmulke.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, and my film is greenlit when? And I don't know anything. The wall is is that the Wailing Wall?
I don't know, but Mike Huckabee's over there like a good Christian.
Oh, well, he loves it over there. He loves it over there. Because the fundamentalist Christians go hard with the Israel thing. They're like, let's go.
Jesus is coming back.
No, what's very interesting is if Israel said to a fundamentalist Christian, if Netanyahu called Mike Huckabee and said, we're going to have to nuke Iran, he'd go, let's do it.
That's what Jesus wants.
Let's do it. That's what Jesus would want, a nuclear war. So that's where we've got. We've got this point
wants us to use the news.
We have fundamentalist Christians and fundamentalist Israelis and fundamentalist Muslims on the other side, and everybody's playing this weird game. And
Yeah, there he is. No, he looks old. Jesus.
this is just hilarious that this is the freeze frame for the episode.
These guys
is
stop
us watching them.
They stop dyeing their hair at some point in time to say, oh, fuck it. You know, like Stallone did.
The best hat they have is the Schreibel. They wear it in Brooklyn. It's that big furry Russian hat.
I love
That
that
hat looks sick.
That is a sick hat.
It looks like something out of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that's a hat. Like, I don't give a fuck what you think.
Doesn't matter.
The tribe, bitch. I got strings hanging from my belt, and I'm rocking
I got a hat.
a bear dick hat.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty sick hat.
I like that hat.
I think people can't get past the fact that, like,
Yeah,
I mean, it's
look
just
at that hat. That hat is the shit. What's that made out of? Why, let's answer the question. Why do Orthodox Jewish men wear Ari? That's great. Ari never had to wear one of those hats, though.
no, but he looked good.
Yeah, I got a ton of hats from different UFC fighters.
Yeah.
From like Dagestan and from Kazakhstan. I got a cool Kazakhstan hat from Shavkat.
It's a sick hat.
That is pretty dope.
It's an attractive,
Why do they wear
sick
it?
hat.
There was an article that just said it before that. The fur one. If you go back up in the upper left
Yeah.
corner, yeah. Jew in the City is the name of the website. God, I hope a Jewish person's running that website. Otherwise, they're going to get assassinated. The fur hat is known by the Yiddish name. What's it got? Shtreimel. Yeah. The Shtreimel was adopted by Eastern European Jewish communities in the 18th century, coincided with the rise of Hasidic Judaism. Technically, a Shtreimel is one particular style of hat. There are others. One that might be familiar on site is the Spodik of cocksucker, which is taller and more cylindrical than a Shtreimel. A Spodik is a style generally favored by the Hasidic sects of Polish descent. To the casual observer, however, they're all Shtreimel. Shtreimel is made from a large piece of velvet surrounded by fur. Fur usually comes from the tips of the tails of sable, martens, or fox.
Nice.
Synthetic Shtreimels do exist. They are more common in Israel than elsewhere. Interesting. Shtreimel cost thousands of dollars, so it's not uncommon for a Hasidic man to own a second, cheaper Shtreimel, so his main Shtreimel will not be battered by the elements.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. It's cool that. Let everybody know you're part of this.
It's a fun hat.
Maybe comedians can like a thing.
The hat.
Yeah, like a thing.
That's very
no, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah. I like that Kanye West black clan suit.
That's dope. How about a giant swastika in diamonds? Have you seen that?
What's funny is a jeweler made that,
Oh yeah,
and a Jewish jeweler.
Yeah.
The one side Israeli Jewish
You
guy
gotta give
made
a
that.
significant markup.
Yeah, of course.
I
I would
would.
give you a swastika. I would. It's only fair.
Yeah, you need a tax.
It's only fair.
If you want a Jewish man to make a swastika, you
People got to separate, and I think this is not. I think people got to separate like governments from people, intelligence agencies from people. I think that's the whole thing. I think people are losing the ability to do that in this case, right? Because people that you criticize Israel, you criticize something that may or may not have been done by a government or an intelligence agency. You're not criticizing people.
Right.
You're criticizing a group of people making decisions. I think America always does things for the best interest of the American people.
Right. Well, this is the problem with when everybody sort of picks sides during the COVID thing, whether or not we should trust the vaccine companies. Because, like, you did it because you're on the left and the people on the right were the ones who didn't want to take it. So instead of just looking at it objectively, the people on the left were like, everybody who doesn't agree is a science denier, and it got like really kooky because it got ideological. As soon as it's ideological, you can fucking justify anything. This is how Jewish Americans are justifying, well, Hamas uses people as human shields. Like, they'll say things like that. Like, it's a way you can justify mass murder.
Yeah.
It's a way you can justify anything. Anything. As long as the tribe on your side, with whatever your plan is, you can justify things. And so people stop thinking. They stop thinking and they just think completely along ideological lines. Frustrating.
It is. And passionate.
Yeah.
Very passionate.
Right.
No one is ever questioning anything.
No
one ever. No one goes, wait a minute. Like, I think it's healthy to every now and then go, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, there was just something that got released today that showed that COVID-19 definitively came from that lab.
1,000%.
100% proof It came from that lab.
I read it a little bit of it on the way here.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts. It's nuts, man. It's nuts. These fucking people, they just got roped into this.
And it was a completely man-made
100%
disease.
100%. And they knew that from the moment it leaked. The moment it happened, they just lied. And Fauci is just out there walking around.
That's an interesting. It's an interesting case when someone like that in that position repeatedly lied to people about the origins of that.
Yeah.
And is allowed to just be and faces zero consequences.
Meanwhile, they were trying to put Trump in jail because
he inflated the price of a condom.
But you see what
He got an appraisal that was higher, and then they lied.
Well, they're lying. It's horseshit. But
They lied about it.
Letitia James is now in trouble for the exact same shit.
Really?
You didn't see that?
That makes sense.
They're investigating her because she allegedly, according to Megyn Kelly, who I trust implicitly, allegedly went and got mortgages with her father, listing them as husband and wife.
Yeah.
On buildings, right, multiple times, and then also lied about the amount of bedrooms that were in a place,
right?
Because if it's 4 bedrooms, you get 1 tax rate. If it's 5, it's more. So she lied. It was a 5, and she said it was a 4.
Right. Well, this is what they all do. So I think really the funny thing about all the cases that they brought against Trump, a lot of those cases were rooted in a just politicized version of something that's pretty standard that a lot of people have done.
Yeah, they always overvalue properties.
Always overvalue properties. And people get away with it, and it's not,
it's not fun. But here's the thing
about
the Trump thing, is that all the people have been paid. So not only was it profitable for the banks, he paid everything on time.
Yeah.
There's no criminal. Like, there's no crime. No one got victimized. Nothing happened.
Right.
They profited.
Right.
And then this crazy lady with a terrible past thought that she was going to be able to pull this off because she was on the team that she thought was going to win. Like, yeah, about putting all your eggs in one basket. Like, well, a bunch of morons.
It feels like you have. We're in some kind of cold war between two factions in American politics that are using courts and lawyers to go at each other.
Yeah.
It's not a hot war. People aren't fighting in the streets, but it does seem that these parties seem to no longer view each other as different sides of the same coin. There seems to be, especially when it comes to Trump, it seems to be like they cannot, see him as anything other than an existential threat that has to be vanquished at any cost.
Right. And the problem with that is when you deny good things and only highlight bad things, everybody goes, now you're playing your game. And your game is, I never tell the truth. I tell you parts of the truth that I like.
Yeah. And you got to win that game.
Yeah.
If you're playing that game, you got to win.
Yeah.
If you do all these things, they have to work.
And if Trump gets in office, then
it's a problem.
You're fucked.
Then it's a problem. It's like with JFK, they got him.
Yeah.
Obviously not good, but they got him, and then that slammed the door shut, and then all their people came in and kept the cover up going.
I wish I really understood all this stuff that we talk about.
Yeah.
Because there's an argument that we haven't had a real president since JFK got shot.
That's probably a good argument.
Yeah.
And there's maybe arguments that we actually didn't have real presidents prior to JFK. So, what do you think is happening now?
Do you think that?
I think you have these guys. These guys, they go into the CIA. They learn all about these underground groups. They have all of these different relationships all over the world, right? Weapons, weapons, drug running, weapons, all of these different, terrorist groups, crime syndicates, right? Their job is to know information about every government, all of the, separatist groups that could potentially take over and become the next government. They have all of these connections. And then they either leave the CIA, they retire, or supposedly it never occurs to any of them to make a buck. That's the real question, right? It never occurs to any of these people that there might be great ways to make a buck working with some of these people
outside of Congress, the White House, all of that. That's, as it's been explained to me by pretty smart people, that's what you have. You have a rogue element of people in those agencies that have massive amounts of money, and they're very well connected, and they're running weapons, and the president has no idea what's going on, and Congress has no idea what's going on. They're not briefing a teacher from Georgia who got elected because he promised he was going to build a fucking shopping mall in a suburb of Atlanta about what they're doing in Syria. They're not briefing these people. There's nothing democratic about what's happening. And so then you think to yourself, you're like, well, how do we make sure everyone keeps their mouths shut? How do we make sure everyone keeps their mouths shut? Then we go, not only money, but that's when we bring in Ghislaine Maxwell. That's when we bring in Jeffrey Epstein, right? That's when we bring in people who go, let's all have fun. We've got a great weekend getaway planned, and then we can all be on camera doing something that would get us thrown in jail, have people rightly disgusted and want to kill us, and the worst things ever are now on camera somewhere. Those tapes are somewhere. Now everybody is completely incapable of ever coming out and saying what's going on. And you know, and then those people are running a parallel government. It's a parallel command structure. And that's a huge problem. And it was essentially completely controlled for 4 years. Probably for more than 4 of them. The last, for sure. 1,000%.
That's the best example we've ever had of that.
1,000%.
That guy's never really run things.
1,000%.
There's no way they're out.
And it's probably in control to a certain degree now, because it's very hard to, when you have something like that happen, it is very difficult to completely shut it down.
Well, here's a perfect example that we know is definitely running things. Because Trump is still trying to figure out why he got shot. Like, he was like, I want more information.
Yeah.
Like, there's no information.
There's
coming
not
to
going to be,
him
there's
about.
not going to be information. Just not going to be information.
That's a crazy story.
Also,
You should try to connect, like, it's not America, it's not us, it's not intelligence agency. That means a foreign government that hijacked this kid's brain and got him to climb on top of that roof. Like, somebody tried to get someone to assassinate the guy who's running for president, and no one seems to be interested in finding who that person or that group who influenced this kid is.
So many of these ex-intelligence chiefs pop up all over the world. They pop up in Dubai, they pop up on MSNBC. They love traveling. They're having meetings with people. They're all over the place. And they're just, they love people. They love cultures. They love meeting different cultures. And supposedly I heard from someone who's, again, smart and I consider trustworthy, that there's actually large sectors of the global economy that are moved more in this direction than you think. Like there are tentacles into very large investment banks, private equity companies that a lot of these guys have. Let's put it that way. Obviously, it's not a shocking thing.
Why would the government let a private equity company operate with impunity?
Right. So you
Especially if they're controlling regulations.
Right. There doesn't seem to be a good answer to any of this. That becomes the real issue.
You ever get invited to these fucking Illuminati conferences or these crazy things?
No, they wanted me to do stand-up at one conference, and it wasn't like an Illuminati kind. It was like, I don't know, it was like some type of like low-grade Illuminati.
Yeah. That's how it started.
Faux Illuminati.
It's like minor leagues.
Yeah.
And then eventually you go to some weird ranch in the mountains of Wyoming.
Well, that sounds nice. Actually, that sounds nice. No, I think that, like, it does seem weird that a lot of, once you get to a certain level, people take an interest in you that never were interested.
Mm-hmm.
You know? For sure. Yeah. People are interested. Yeah. It is strange that people seem to care about you, or what you're saying, or people are like, I think you read on that is wrong. And you're like, what do you care what it is? I'm the talking to a microphone twice a week.
Yeah, they don't like that.
like
Yeah.
people having influence that have consumption.
They don't like that.
Yeah, they want all influence to be top down, all influence to be a part of a giant corporation.
Yeah.
That's what they want. They don't want influence to be just regular people. Regular people are fringe. They're far this or far that. They're problematic. They speak misinformation and disinformation. There's no one who's more misinformation than CNN. Over the years, how many times you guys, just what you guys did over COVID, if you were a podcaster, you'd be shut down.
Right.
Like if the podcasters were the one telling everybody to get vaxxed, get it, you won't spread it, you won't this, you won't that, there's no side effects. If podcasters are saying that, but the establishment news is saying, hold on, this is an experimental vaccine. We should not be asking women who are pregnant to take this. We should not asking kids who are in no danger to take this. We do not know the long-term consequences. If podcasters were saying that, podcasters were on the government side instead of CNN. If CNN was the wise ones that told everybody to be cautious, they would want us prosecuted.
Yeah.
They would be going after us for all the side effects that people are experiencing.
Yeah.
You have blood on your hands. You're responsible for strokes, heart attacks, myocarditis, and all sorts of autoimmune
You also have to think about how much easier it is for let's say, an intelligence community to manipulate them than it is to come in here like that. An intelligence community is not going to go, let's find
No,
that's all I ask. Come on, telling them that. Yes,
that's all you have to do.
that's very easy.
We're going to go to I don't even know where UFOs are about, but if you tell me where the UFOs are, I'll have a guy in here explain it. So it's super important.
But it is funny. It's like what they'd have to do is pick somebody, have them become a comedian, start a podcast, get an audience. Like it is difficult, right? Whereas if you work at a media company, it's very easy to introduce some new guys.
Yeah.
Who's this?
Right.
Oh, you know what I mean?
That's
Somebody just shows up. Hey, Suzanne, run everything by Suzanne.
Hey, how does this guy Bob Woodward? How does he get the most?
Yeah.
He just this is his first case.
Lucky guy.
He gets Watergate.
Lucky guy.
Wait a minute. What did he do for Navy intelligence?
Right. Lucky guy. That Watergate thing's so
But
funny.
I've been here for 30 years, Mike.
Yeah, I haven't gotten
Shut
anything.
the fuck up. Bob's
you.
taking this case.
Bob's taking down Nixon, who keeps asking questions about what happened to Kennedy.
Did you see when Bill Murray was here?
I did, yeah.
Did you see the thing that he said about Wired, the book?
Yeah. Wait, which one?
Wired is the book on John Belushi. He said I read the first 5 pages and I was like, oh my God. They set up Nixon.
Oh, that's
They
hilarious.
framed Nixon.
That's so funny.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
He's like, if this is what they say, this is what the same guy said about John Belushi, which is 100% not true.
Right.
You know John Belushi was a white.
Right.
He'd drink a couple of beers and he'd be fucked up.
Right.
He didn't have tolerance. He wasn't this maniacal coach.
No.
It was all lies.
They don't care at all about getting any accurate information.
That time that he died,
Yeah.
it was probably the first time he ever did speedball.
Wow.
Yeah. And Bill Murray was one of his best friends. Bill Murray knew. Bill Murray's like, I've known this guy most of my life.
Right.
And then he goes, they framed Nixon.
Right.
And then I told him the whole story. Like, of course, to me.
Yeah.
Which I was like, what? That it was all FBI agents.
Yeah.
The whole thing was a complete spin.
It was a sloppy burglary where they wanted to get caught. They traced it back to Nixon because Nixon was doing things they hated.
Well, this is the thing about Nixon. No, what they said to Nixon, they told him, Nixon was not guilty of the crime, but they told Nixon about the crime and then helped him cover it up. That's how they got it. Right. But it was your guilt.
Of course.
If he thinks this is on the legit,
course.
you come to him, like, oh, Jesus Christ, what the fucking hell are you doing, Taylor? Jesus Christ, what did you do? You bugged Cap City?
Yeah.
Come on.
Fuck. They had to get rid of him.
This is what we're going to do. We're going to throw our phones in the river.
Yeah. Right. Here's what happens now.
How do we get out of this?
Yeah.
Where'd you get the bugs?
Yeah.
Can we break in and take the bugs back?
That's so funny. They'd be so flattered if you bought the food bug comes in.
That's awesome. Somebody told me last night that they hate us. I'm like, how do you hate me? I love you. I used to love the old Cap City. If you got the headline, Cap City. If you got headliners and you need them, I'll promote it. I'll promote it on Twitter.
Yeah.
And same thing with Moon Tower. They're mad at me too because I wouldn't have them at the club. I'm happy to help you. I'm happy to help you. I just don't want you to book my club. That's all it is. My club is sold out every night.
Yeah.
And it's guys like you and Shane and Ari and all these I don't want anybody else booking it. It doesn't mean that I don't support your cause.
Of course.
I just don't want you coming into my establishment. That's all it is. I want everybody to do well. There's 5 comedy clubs on my street.
What you've done, I think, that ultimately is good for the town. You bring people into the town.
The problem is when people used to be in control of comedy in the town, and then all of a sudden they're not. And they used to be like the person that people would go to, and now they're facing their way.
Yeah, I think a lot of people struggle with that. The idea of that they're losing control. I think that seems to be the angriest I've seen people online since the election that have railed against podcasts and have railed against. They seem to be angry that they no longer have a monopoly on what people can hear.
Exactly. And they still continue to lie and misrepresent people that do podcasts or have a different opinion say. And that's where it gets really stupid. Like they keep saying that, I had that Daryl Cooper guy on, that I'm bringing on a Nazi apologist and a Holocaust denier. That is, neither of those things are true.
Yeah.
It's not true. And the guy doesn't just talk about that. By the way, his stuff about Jim Jones is fucking sensational. Jim Jones was like a civil rights leader?
Yeah.
Jim Jones had an interracial child.
Yeah, I didn't know it.
Yeah, Jim Jones was like, he had an adopted black child that he would take to school, and everybody would be fucking furious at him in the town.
Yeah.
And he was a legitimate Christian, like a real, I believe in the teachings of Jesus Christian.
One of the big things in America, yeah, of course,
the meth guy.
Yes, listen, there are a lot of people question World War II for not good reasons, of course. Right. It's like people that bring up the age of consent. You go, wait a minute, hey, what's going on?
What do you do?
There are people, I think, that do wonder, not great reasons for questioning World War II through whatever. However, no doubt, there's a very interesting, the teeth really come out, the national teeth come out in this country when you question at all the American war machine.
Yes.
And the pageantry of war and the, iconography of the state and of war and of how important it is and how just it always is and how we're always on the right side of it and we're always doing the right thing. And in World War II, I 100% were. But there are a lot of other times when we've made grave errors with our military.
Yes.
And I feel like it's not good enough for, you can't just point to World War II, which is, again, we're correct.
Yes.
But I think there is this idea that it's not an accident there's a million movies made about World War II.
Yeah.
It's not an accident that there is a lot of pageantry surrounding World War II.
So that the World War II movies have heroes.
Of course.
The Vietnam movies have about
that's right.
Everything's complicated and it's all chaos.
So I think that inspires the idea that a military solution is always correct and that the use of force is always the right way to do it, and that coincidentally makes people lots and lots of money and their children never end up fighting those wars. That seems to be a lot of it. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't people with bad motivations that are genuinely anti-Semitic, that genuinely have fascist inclinations. There absolutely are. But I think there needs to be space to criticize the mythologizing of war in general and the justification for endless wars all the time.
Yes.
Like Iran. I hope Trump is not going to Iran. That seems like a very bad idea.
It also seems like a very bad idea for Iran to get nuclear weapons. That's bad.
Yes, but I think there's ways to prevent that without a regime change war. Right. This is what we have to do. This is what Tulsi Gabbard, I think, was very attractive about a lot of what she said during her confirmation hearing. She goes, I understand that there are terrorists out there that are dangerous, but we got to find a way to deal with them without committing troops to stand there in an Islamic country. We've done this. We saw this movie. It doesn't work out. And I think we have to stop thinking that it's going to be better this time. If we decapitate the head of a foreign government and we have American soldiers in an Islamic country trying to set up a provisional government, the nightmare of that during Iraq, Paul Bremer, this weird British-looking guy
that they sent to stand on that rubble with his boots and, the mission accomplished on the aircraft carrier. Like, it brings back, like, to me, it's like I get flashbacks from it.
Do you remember the guy who was the Iraqi public relations guy who's saying that they're winning the war?
Was it Ahmed Holiday? Well, no, that was the guy that fed us all the bullshit to get us in.
No. It was the guy that people openly mocked. I believe he had glasses. And he was the guy that was always saying that Iraq is kicking ass.
Oh, interesting. No.
Yeah, Baghdad something or another they called him.
And he was saying that we were doing good?
No.
We were doing
He was saying that Iraq is kicking our ass.
Yeah. Well, that's hilarious. I don't remember
Baghdad,
that.
something or another they called him.
By the way, does anyone know what's going on in Iraq right now? Honestly, if there was a gun to my head, I could not tell you what the state of Iraq was. I know the Taliban are in Afghanistan. What's going on in Iraq?
Listen, that's a gay guy threw off the roof.
Right. So that's what I'm just. That's a 20-year, commitment. Or was it for a long time? Right. So that's like, I feel like that's the thing. When you ever try to have a nuanced understanding of what we can and can't do, I don't think it's a great idea to line your nuclear weapon. It seems like there are ways to prevent that without full-scale invasion. But don't we need these? Like, I think, I always look at these groups like the Houthis and stuff. We need these people. 100%. We need them. And the Houthis are a fun one because they're like on the ocean and they're like pirates. This is new. They figured out that land-based stuff's not as interesting. They're disrupting trade. You know how much of our trade goes to it? It's 3%. 3% trade.
Just like I don't want you to minimize
with these women. Well, we need these Houthis. It feels like we need these groups. We had ISIS. We had then ISIL. We had the people in Syria. I forget their names, something. But we need these little groups. And this is what we do. We just choose, because all of these groups are not even, they're just people hanging out. And then we give them weapons and get them going. They're just guys in a bar. A lot of these groups are guys in a bar in Syria.
They have a hole in the ground.
Sitting in a hole in the ground, and we show up and we start arming them and giving them stuff. And it's like a Bill Hicks joke where it's like, pick up the gun, for them special. It's like, wait, are the Houthis an existential threat to the United States? That feels crazy.
The craziest thing
It just feels insane.
Trump showing the video of them getting bombed.
Oh, yeah.
So wild.
We could kill all, this is the problem. We could get rid of all of these threats in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
but we don't seem to want to. No, we gotta keep.
You can't come to a market every week. Burn it out.
No, the Houthis are good. You gotta go once a year, once every 18 months. And I like the Houthis because they feel it's like a new, but they're not sticking. It's not, no one's believing it. So now they're back to Hezbollah.
Oh.
Hezbollah wears the fatigues. If you get up Hezbollah, they're scary looking. The Houthis are not that scary. The Houthis look like a bunch of dudes in like a bazaar, like you said, like in a flea market.
Right.
That they're on a boat, they're holding up guns, no one cares. Hezbollah looks genuinely like, okay, let's not fuck.
Well, it's like Shane's bit about the Iraqis or the Afghans.
Yeah.
Go through fucking the workouts and then we think they're like an elite army.
Oh god,
yeah. Jumping jacks.
Yeah. But that's the whole thing. It's like it's this weird global chessboard of like if someone suddenly wants, there's like a dial. You turn it on, be like more war, less war, more war, less war. And there's some more conflicts.
Have you gotten any of the allergies on yet?
No, I don't get it.
First
Cedar fever. I think you gotta do cocaine. Yeah, maybe Zyrtec. That's not fun. What is it? Cedar?
I don't know what it is.
I think it's. People say
So
cedar.
your nose been running. Mark Hopper actually might have helped the military capture someone to say, what?
They were on a USO tour in 2003, and they got asked to come and do like a private show, and he sat down
Said, sir, I have a plan to catch Saddam Hussein, the musician recalled telling a Navy admiral on board an aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf. According to Hoppus, Hussein had been sending video messages to his followers from an unknown location at the time. The musician felt that the military could use drones to their advantage in uncovering his location by pulling data from the video messages. Sir, what about having drones fly all over the region in carbonate patterns, broadcasting time codes above the level of human hearing, but at the level that a video recording would catch it? Opitz suggested to the admiral. Then the next time he releases one of his videos, you could listen to it, pull the ultrasonic data, and triangulate the drones you have flying all over. Holy shit.
This is the guy from Blink-182? Somebody knows it something.
Okay, this brings me back to that fucking Strange Times Mortal Canyon shit.
Yeah.
4 months later, Saddam was located and captured in Iraq, so you're welcome, everyone.
What a great book. That with not only the Tom O'Neill book, but then this Dave McGowan book, Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon. I lived up there when I was living in LA. I lived up there. I'm telling you, that is the creepiest vibe of any area that I've ever been to in my life.
It's a weird vibe.
They have that fucking military installation on Lookout Mountain.
Jared Leto owns that.
He
lives there now.
Doesn't he have a whole cult? Okay. I'm sure he is. I'm not saying it's bad to guy.
They tried to investigate his cult.
Sure.
It turns out it's not really. It's just a bunch of people having fun.
Yeah,
And
it's
there's
nothing wrong with that.
requirements. There's no one asks you to fuck them. There's no.
No, it's a voluntary fuck cult.
It's not even voluntary fuck cult. It's
Yeah.
just get together and dance or something. I don't know what they do.
I lived there for 3 years. I didn't have one text. I had not one. I used to try to try and point at it, but look, it's the thing.
What do they do? What does Jared Leto's?
It's like a summer camp. It's called like Echelon.
Yeah.
It's a summer
Summer
camp.
Oh, what the fuck's the problem with that, Tim? How about Tim Dillon Fest?
I have no problem with
It's
that.
basically Skank Fest.
Just a bunch of people eating shellfish and Long Island being racist. Yeah, absolutely. I have no issue with that at all.
What a fun time though for us.
Yeah.
Everything's just there's just so much stuff to talk about. Everything's nuts.
Do you think, I was on the All In podcast the other day and they were talking about these chips, these NVIDIA chips, and how what's interesting is people are setting up, because we have these export controls that don't allow us to send certain chips to China because they're able to manipulate them and then become like the world's largest semiconductor producer. But now all these fun fake companies are starting like Bhutan or Cambodia, and they're buying the chips, or Singapore, and then they all get back to China.
Well, one of the guys who worked at whatever the preeminent AI system in China was saying, one of the whistleblowers was saying that they have 50,000 of these fucking chips.
That's so wild.
Whoopsies.
And so they were talking about, like, is it better to send them the chips, or is it better to, if you don't send them the chips, then it spurs their innovation and they make the chips?
Well, either way, they're going to get the chips.
Yeah, they're getting the chips.
They're both innovating and stealing at the same time.
Can there be anything done to stop their rise? No.
Not at this point.
Doesn't feel like it, right?
There's so much more technologically advanced in so many different areas now.
Yeah.
Like the drones that they have are so superior to the commercial drones that we have, because drones over here, you have to have a pilot's license to drive the really spicy one.
Do you think some of those drones over New Jersey were theirs?
Could be. I think they were ours. I honestly do. Otherwise, I think they would have shot them down if they could. I don't know if they could. And maybe they wouldn't, because then it would alarm people. Because then it would, you would show that is a legitimate threat.
We're fighting for, satellite supremacy in the sky, too.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Crazy. The internet, the Starlink. I mean, essentially, it's launching Starlinks all over the fucking
You're worried all about the tech people being Democrats up until 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, you should, but I think a lot of those people have shifted sides. They've shifted sides because they understand that, I had Mark Andreessen. And Mark Andreessen was explaining, he said the most terrifying meetings we ever had was when we were part of an AI startup and the government came in and said, we're not going to let you do this. Not only are we not going to let you do this, we're not going to let anybody do this. We're going to have a small amount of these things we're going to completely control.
Yeah.
He was like, what the fuck? You guys are openly saying this, that you're going to inhibit innovation at the highest level of technology. Some shit that you probably don't even understand. But you want to have absolute control
I think the worry is that people don't trust the government, nor should they. But I don't know if they trust these tech guys either.
You should.
Yeah.
You should. What's going on with OpenAI?
That's the whole thing. I think that people are wary of the tech people because now these are the same people that were censoring and kicking people off the internet when the people in the White House were blue.
Right.
Now that the people in the White House are red, it's swung back the other way.
Exactly.
So I think people are a little wary.
Yeah.
They don't know where that goes.
It's just power. It's just, I mean, like Bernie Sanders is right. You should be scared of oligarchs. Oligarchs shouldn't be running our government. He's right in that regard. Right. And when people get into positions of just unchecked power, so let's say if someone had control of some tech company, let's say it's an AI company, and that AI company literally creates the unstoppable AI that helps empower the entire country. There's one guy's in control that he's worth $3 trillion and he decides to lobby and change a bunch of laws and influence politicians, and his company starts donating to politics. You could change the fabric of society with enough money and enough power and enough influence, especially if you could completely control what the narrative is. Right. In terms of like when people Google things, when they search things, when they talk about things, you can completely control what they're allowed to talk about and how that narrative gets countered instantly with facts and bullshit. And, you can just.
Well, it's being done everywhere, right? So it's being done at the highest levels. And I think people are uncomfortable with just losing, even though a lot of them realize that we didn't have a ton of control, they feel like, I think when you head into the world of tech where people just don't even know where this goes, where does it go? Does it go to transhumanism? Does it go to like AI replacing everybody? And then at what point, what do you do with those people that AI replaced? Do you give them all cryptocurrency that's linked to their biological whatever? I've heard all these ideas, right? Like, how do you deal with driverless cars where the entire road is automated? How do you deal with that? I think that fills people with an anxiety where they go, what is the plan? And a lot of these tech guys are like, we got to get off the planet. And I think people start going like, wait, like,
that's Weinstein. Eric Weinstein.
Well, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people.
I don't know.
There's a lot of people.
There's no AR models.
Yeah, well, for sure. For sure. Do you think Trump and Musk will end up falling out eventually?
I don't know. It's a good question. The media keeps trying to push that they are.
It feels like they're just big personalities and that there's an inevitability when you have two guys that are incredibly,
perhaps. But Elon's very smart, and you see he's always very deferential. And he's always very respectful. Mr. President, it's always that.
Of course.
That's how I always call him sir. It's Donald Trump. Yeah, I get it. You're fired. I get it. But he's also the president of the United States. I call him sir. But I call everybody sir.
Yeah.
I call everybody sir.
Yeah.
It's like the byproduct of me living in Texas now.
Right. Sure.
Yeah, but I don't know if you don't get pulled over.
If you get pulled over here, a cop gives you money. Mr. Rogan, here's a check. I mean, there's no way. There's no law that you cannot break here. I'm guaranteeing you.
I don't think that's correct.
I think you could do a lot. I think they would cover up a murder.
That's what
if you murdered 3 people, I think the Austin PD would go, whatever, man. He's doing a lot. They're doing that mayor, that guy, and he'd go, what? They go, yeah, the suspect's Joe Rogan. He was standing over the body. They go, are you out of your fucking mind? Drive him home right now. Drive that man home.
If I was in waist deep in Main Street, drowning a party goer,
they don't care.
Bro, they still don't want to admit that there's a serial killer.
You're with the tourism board. There's some who's out.
There's a serial killer.
Something's going on.
I believe in a serial killer.
But what are they doing? They're luring people with that bridge, and then
it's not hard. People like climb the bridge. Just gotta look out for
so weird. I guess it's such a high to kill someone. And so to me, I'm like, when do you get out of it? But I guess the people that are doing it like it,
they're broken. There's broken people. And some broken people do meth, and some broken people drown guys who like to party.
Do you ever talk to, like, I'm sure you have, this is a stupid question, but like the high level law enforcement guys have just met these monsters and stuff. So, do they believe that it's like, is there any part of them that believes someone's just born?
Yes.
Would be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's generally, you have psychotic parents. And so it's, whether it's nature or nurture is hard to separate because you're probably abused. And generally, at an early age, they show like a willingness to torture like house pets and stuff like that. Yeah. They'll maybe start off with a frog that catches, stick like a firecracker in its mouth, and stuff like that. And then they eventually work their way up to humans.
Now it seems so much harder to do it because of these phones, surveillance.
It is, but it's
You can still do it.
not Nostra. Get away with drowning folks.
You can drown people. Why don't you think they'll admit it? They don't want people getting spooked.
It's a good question. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, one of the biggest things ever in Austin with those crazy yogurt shop murders, HBO just came out with a documentary about that. It was many years ago, this crazy yogurt shop murder thing. HBO just did a doc, happened in Austin. It was like a famous case, and it's completely unsolved, except they put 2 people in jail for it, but then later let one of them out. Like, it was just one of those things where nobody was sure about what happened.
So there were murdering people that went to the yoga place?
It was 1991, and it just South by Southwest, they just did a huge.
Oh, it was one homicide. A quadruple homicide which took place at, I can't believe it's yogurt shop in Austin.
That could have been me in 1991. It's 34 years ago. 34 years ago. It's an undercover.
14 girls were murdered in Austin. 14.
And it's puzzles. They don't. That's an unsolved murder. Like, and there's many different theories about it.
That's crazy. 4 men were arrested and charged with capital murder in 1999. The 2 of their cases were overturned. The other 2 never went to trial. Interesting.
So there are these things that happen.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what they said. That if you just randomly shoot someone and kill them, you're a real like randos. Like, did you ever see that movie Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer?
Yeah.
It was about a guy named Henry Lee Lucas.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and Henry Lee Lucas was attributed like 62 murders to him. The problem is, I think one of the things cops do is they go, "Did you kill this guy? Yeah, I killed him too. Where'd you bury him? Where was he buried? Oh, that's where I buried him." That kind of thing. Now you got a case solved. That was the accusation about Henry, because he was definitely a murderer, and a grifter, and a drifter who was traveling around the country stealing things. But then they made a movie about him, and in the movie he's way more sinister and calculated. But he would just randomly kill people.
So they'll take credit for things they didn't do.
Exactly.
To just beef up the body count.
Exactly. So that's what they want. They want attention. They're already in jail.
That's so wild. Yeah.
That's when you have shitty DAs and shitty prosecutors and shitty cops, they'll do stuff like that.
Do you think that there are people that are, national parks seem to be like a hotbed of people disappearing? And do you think do you think that's people getting you, or is that a lot of it like, I got lost, I got eaten?
You get lost.
Yeah.
You get eaten. There's a guy who has this whole series of 911 missing or 411 missing people with national parks. Listen, man, you're just meat out there, and you get eaten. And by the way, you don't find dead anything out there. You don't find dead mountain lions. Guess what? They die all the time. I've never seen a dead mountain lion where else not dead.
Because they get eaten.
They get eaten. Everything gets eaten. Not only do you get eaten, your bones get eaten. Everything gets eaten.
So it's not uncommon to disappear and there's no trace.
No trace.
Yeah.
Yeah, super common. So if you're in a high traffic area, like I've hunting, I've found elk bones where a hunter killed the elk and then, took all the meat off the bones and then left the bones there. That's what you do when you pack out meat.
Yeah.
And I found those animals. I actually even found one animal that I shot a long time ago. I shot like 4 years ago.
And you found it.
Yeah, in the same location. It was the same bones. It wasn't all the bones there, but some of them they dragged away. Some of them are by rodents. They eat bones slowly but surely. And if you're a human, you're made out of nothing. You're so easy to eat.
Right.
Like bones are less dense. Our meat is soft and chewy.
Yeah.
You know, like we could devour a bear would eat your whole body. It would be almost nothing left. Rodents would eat what's left.
Yeah. You gotta be careful in those places. You can't be careful. Yeah.
Like if you don't have a GPS navigation system that has a lot of batteries, if you don't have a compass and know how to use it, if you don't have a map, it's so easy to get lost in the woods.
Right.
It's so easy.
Yeah.
They're all around you, and you can go in one direction and circle right. You don't even realize you're circling.
Right.
And then 3 days later, you're back to where you started. You're like, fucking no!
Yeah,
You
it's
can eat
terrible.
tree bark for 3 days. It's insane. Any step, I'm going to see the highway.
What a horrible thing.
People die like that.
All the time. Just go to a hotel.
It's very difficult.
Just go to a resort.
You don't know the woods. You're not used to being in the woods. And you're not used to having landmarks that you follow. And know how to use a compass. Know how to use a GPS.
Some people are good at it. And even they get in.
And then you break your ankle.
Right.
How about you break your ankle out there? You can't hike out. It's not possible.
Right.
What do you do?
Yeah.
You fucking die. That's what you do.
Gotta be very careful.
And then you hear something at night. You're sleeping under a tree. You hear something at night.
Right.
You see a bear sniffing you. It's crazy. You can't run away. And you don't have a weapon.
You can't do anything.
It just eats you alive.
And those just so dense in the Pacific Northwest and stuff like that. I mean, and everywhere. But especially there, it's a crazy.
Yeah, you don't find nothing. Yeah, but that's why the Bigfoot number persists up there. It's because the woods are like a box of Q-tips.
Right.
You know, like you can't see shit. And then see like a little shadow moving in between trees, and you decided it's a Bigfoot.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's just like a bear. It could be right.
It's most likely a bear. Especially bears walking.
Northern California is weird like that too. I think that's part of this. Another place probably.
Yeah. People die up there all the time. Did you ever see that documentary Sasquatch?
Yeah.
It's a documentary that was it on Hulu, Jamie? We had the director who created it, who's awesome. And what it's really about is about marijuana growers murdering guys and blamed it on Bigfoot. Wow. So these marijuana growers in Humboldt, like that, up that area, so they all were hippies, right? And then they started growing weed, and then cartel people moved in, and gangs moved in. And they started robbing these people. So these people became heavily armed. And so then they started having wars with like the growers and cartel people. And so there was these people that were trying to steal from them. They murdered these people, and they blamed it on Bigfoot. They like ran over them with a fucking backhoe and crushed them.
These are really violent.
Well, they get violent with
These are junkies, and you know, like this whole hippie thing, I think, is kind of a lie.
Well, they all become people,
Right.
with money,
Right.
right? You become a multi-millionaire. Okay, and you're gonna protect your money, and then these people are trying to kill you to take your shit. So then you're like,
Right.
fucking Jason, whatever his name is, in Ozark.
Right. Jason Bateman.
Just a bit,
Right.
and now you're drug dealer.
That's so funny. It's so funny when you're like marijuana, where it's like it's federally still illegal, but like states, it's legal in certain states.
Yeah.
And there's that gray area where there's just like, you know, half of that business is in the shadows, and half of it's and people making lots of money. It's strange.
Well, not only that, because California made it legal, they also made it a misdemeanor to grow it illegally, right? So what happens is these cartels start growing it on national forest land. And so then game wardens start finding it. There's a guy named John Norris who's been on the podcast before. He wrote a book called Hidden War.
Yeah.
And it was all about, he was a game warden and became part of a tactical crew that was busting cartel members who were heavily armed, growing marijuana in national forest.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because most of the illegal weed that's been sold all over the country was being grown there. So in the places where it's illegal, they grow it where it's legal, and if they get busted, it's just a misdemeanor.
So it doesn't matter.
And they're not going to deport anybody because California is a sanctuary state.
Right. So it doesn't matter how many acres and acres of food.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so because it's federally illegal, it's just like when there was the prohibition that propped up organized crime. Same thing. You just propped up illegal businesses to sell something that has a demand that normal.
Do you think weed's going to be federally legal?
If I had to guess, not during this administration.
Yeah.
No, I don't think. I think.
You know, it feels like a lot of the, you know, like the experimental harm reduction policies in places like Portland to go the other way.
Well, they went a little crazy in a place that was already crazy.
Yeah, they had a woman driving around shooting people up called a stabbing wagon, and she was like, if somebody needed a fix, she'd like pull up and give them clean needles and stuff. And it was called a stabbing wagon, and yeah, because you stab them. And if you're just tweeting, this is like a way to help. This was a way to help people. And people just be chilling and like, hey, I need a couple of clean needles. And this woman would just show up. There'd be like a bunch of junkies hanging out. She'd show up. She'd hop out, stab the wagon with a bunch of clean needles, hand them out. People are like, fuck yeah, good to see you. She's like, fuck yeah, I'm doing good. And I'm like, well, you know how it is. And the problem was that didn't work.
Not only did it not work, it encouraged people to move there.
Yeah, actually, that's true. So people started moving there because they're like, this is actually a pretty good deal. They don't care if you live on the street, and there's this bitch in a van that shows up with clean needles.
And they give you money.
Yeah, and whatever you need.
They give you free money and food.
Yeah.
There it is. The stabbing wagon.
Harm reduction. No, I think it's real.
She has 4,000 followers. That's fun. Hit that follow, G. You know what you follow.
There you go. Look, there's a stabbing wagon.
Well, at least she's healthy.
It's the stabbing wagon.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, it's like that seems like a good way to combat drug use is to have a van of drugs.
That van got a $1.5 billion grant. You see that? You see that previous?
Of course.
$1.5 billion grant.
Well, because they're trying to help people get out. They're trying to help people get high in a safe way.
But where's she parked that? That's what I need to know.
I mean, it's a good question. She probably lived in the burbs and then came in and then didn't she use the
Totally by the birds.
Wow, that's a good point. Well, you know those weird those northwest suburbs, a lot of them are my burbs. The ones that I like. Yeah. It's different.
There might be people outside of Chernobyl.
Yeah.
They're forever.
It's different. There's not a lot of sun up there. Something's going on. So what was funny is that there's an article where they were like, yeah, this is actually like, what's crazy is like, you read about those cities, right? Like Portland, San Francisco, they'll do the craziest thing ever. And then like 2 years later, they'll start going like, yeah, this just is not having the results that we thought it would have. Like, drug use is up. Crime is up. Violence is up. So Santa Monica now is doing a curfew because there's been violent crimes at night. They're thinking about doing a curfew in Santa Monica. So again, because Santa Monica's thinking about doing a curfew because there's like violent crimes. So instead of just going to the get up to throw these people in jail, like it's 9 o'clock, go home. This is California. This is the biggest economy in our country, and they're thinking of it. I mean, because they're all out of ideas on how to like stop people from like being victims of violent crime.
I've got friends who can't sell their houses there.
No, it's bad. I'm glad I sold my house when I did.
Nobody wants to buy houses there.
Nobody wants to buy houses. They're like, look at that.
Everybody who's not out is at least thinking about it.
Uber rich people are, a lot of them are just keeping their houses because they can't get the money they want. So like people that are like in Bel Air, those crazy things, right? Beverly Hills, Bel Air, behemoths. They're just kind of like, just leave it.
You gotta hope that like there's some crazy celebrity rapper guy that Kendrick Lamar decides to buy a mansion.
Well, you
You know
also
what I mean? Like if you're selling a $70 million house, you have like 5 people that will buy it.
you also got to hope that they elect Rick Caruso and he goes around California in a tank with a bunch of guys in bazookas, and it's like the craziest thing you've ever seen. That's all you can hope for.
You need like a Rudy Giuliani type kid.
Yeah, I mean, you need Sergeant Slaughter from the old WWF. I mean, you need a fully fascist. You need a guy to run as a fascist. When they go, are you a Republican? He goes, no. I am a fascist. This is a military dictatorship. You need 4 years of a military dictatorship in California to just turn it around. To just start steering it the other way.
Well, it's moving red. That's one thing we saw on the electoral map in 2024. California.
It's going red.
Yeah.
There's only so many times you can wake up in a $4 million house with a gun in your mouth
you see they're trying to pass laws where they're deciding how much violence is enough violence if someone breaks in your house, like shoot too many times.
Right.
You know, in the middle of being terrified, you're like,
absolutely. They will always take the side of the people that are trying to destroy civilization.
Do you think that when you don your tinfoil hat and Velcro the chin strap, do you think that this is a grand plan to destroy civilization?
I think what you have, I don't know if it's a grand plan, but I think what you have is you have two things that are happening simultaneously. You have the people, the last people that seem to want to be in politics are people that believe in like nothing. They're like empty suit, some types who just really don't see. They just whatever room they're in. Yeah, well that proves my point. Now, right? So now he's like, oh, things are going right up, go to the right. Things are going to the left, I'll go to the left. So you have like these people that just don't. They will not, like if Sanders or Trump, whatever you think about them, they're not going to like quote stand on business. They're not going to tell people here's where I'm at. This is the way I feel. They're just empty vessels. And then at the same time, you have that happening. You have the craziest people in the world that somehow have gotten a hold of a ton of money and a ton of influence on social media, and those empty two politicians are like scared of these lunatics that believe the craziest things you've ever heard. So these politicians are just like taking edicts from these crazy people online who tell them that we need to stamp and win and we need all this stuff. I don't know how that happened. That somebody should look at that, how that happened, and study it. And I think a lot of these politicians are deeply corrupt, and I think they're terribly afraid of whatever corruption they're involved with coming to the surface. And it could be personal in their personal life. It could be with the state. I think, the mismanagement of money, of resources, all of that stuff. So if I was a really corrupt politician, I would just do the craziest left-wing shit so that I could never be accused of anything. And I would just let them do whatever the hell they want. I go, but fuck it, whatever. But we got a new law that says they got to draw blood in your house from you before you can defend yourself. Yeah,
rappers are the last people in this country that can kind of get away with almost anything.
Well, rappers are honest. A lot of them, even though they might lie about how much money they have and stuff, there's a certain honesty to that genre of music.
Clearly, go too far when he did it.
You can go too far. But he wasn't super honest. He seemed to be concealing a bit. He seemed to be. Yeah, I think he was working with somebody.
Or working with somebody, but he was all his own person.
If the CIA was like, we don't really know anything about like this world of like, that's not what we do. We're like a bunch of Harvard guys, like these fucking weirdos that we know about how to get in with like our people, but we need someone who's like a black guy to do it. It could have been PK.
But didn't all the allegations come out after he was involved in a lawsuit with Chirac? Like he was trying.
That's what people said.
Yeah, that's what it's interesting. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be
careful when you start fucking around with people's billions.
Big, powerful billionaires are probably their own governments. So I mean, to run afoul of them, I think there's many ways in which they can get here.
Also, they feel like they pay so much money in taxes.
I think that's a lot of these intelligence agencies are working for those people. They're not, I think, on their own. There's big money to be made. And there's a lot of people that own these companies that have been rich for a very long time who aren't, on reality TV. You don't really know who they are, but they're like, some of them are on the Forbes list, some of them aren't. And they're just incredibly wealthy. They've made their money in ways that you can barely understand. And those are people that, are the reason historically that the CIA was going into Latin America and overthrowing the government so that United Fruit can, It's have a monopoly, right? It's like this is so they're doing things at the behest of these ultra wealthy families that control huge industries.
Sure, and the old time. I mean, that's back to Spendy Bug Buggers.
That's
That was a
right.
racket.
1,000%.
That was 1933 you wrote that or something?
And that's the way the whole thing seems to be organized.
Yeah, and always has been. We're just learning it now. You know, that's all the difference.
But it is falling apart now because some of their kids are doing stand-up comedy. No, literally. I mean, there are people, they're young in New York, and they're just like, their parents are some of the wealthiest people in the world, and these kids are like doing stand-up, which is a terrible sign for the empire. That's not a great sign for the empire, is that like a guy that would have taken over his dad's business is like doing dick jokes.
Well, he probably gets a trust fund. So he probably has a safety blanket and sees we're having fun. So
For
I
sure.
be like my dad.
Yeah,
Have a fucking heart attack on 49.
that's right. But we need them doing that. Some of them.
Have heart attacks.
Yes. Everyone can't be a clown. Like there is something deeply unhealthy about the Illuminati doing stand-up. I don't love that idea.
Well, unless they're using ChatGPT, how could the material?
It's not ideal. It's a lot of crowd work.
And even if they do
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
ChatGPT has not shown any ability to really craft a good joke yet.
It's just funny to meet some of these people and then you talk to them and they'll like casually drop that they're like, parents like billionaires. And you're like, that's awesome, man. And then just doing bar shows. It's kind of interesting. And they're nice people, but just to pull out and look at it from a sociological standpoint, it says something about people's idea of the future that these people don't just like want to be famous now.
How many of them are there?
There's some more than you think, really.
Is it a New York thing?
It's a lot of rich people live there, and I'm talking about mega rich, like not like, hey, my dad's a successful whatever. I'm talking about like billions, big money.
Yeah.
Where you go, interesting.
And then the kids don't have any pressure to do anything.
The
so
kids
they
kind of
don't
float
really-
around and they're doing stage. It's just very funny. It's something that makes me laugh. It's just like a billionaire kid on stage looking at someone in the audience going, what do you do for a living? What do you do? Yeah, what do you do for a living? This is the first time they've met people that aren't billionaires. That could also be a thing. This might be a way to just socialize Illuminati kids.
They've met their housekeepers before. Maybe they asked them, like, what should I talk about on stage?
Well, yeah, I mean, they have, and what's funny is that they have parties in their big houses and bring their other comic friends who are bums. You know, young comics who are bums. So then, like, the parents are like, hello. And they bring in, like, a bum, and they go, this is my buddy. And then, from the buffet, it's just like, snip. You're going to go, whoa, this place rocks. It's like, yeah. And they're like, these are my friends. And I think the parents are kind of like, oh, well, isn't that nice? So maybe it's a phase. I think the parents look at it like they're going through a phase.
That's interesting.
It's very interesting.
More than one of them.
It says something about that group of people that used to run everything. They have a dearth of purpose in their life. They're kind of aimless and they float around. I don't mean specifically, rich comedian kids. I just mean like that ruling class. What are they doing now? They really have a purpose. They kind of float around. They try to this new age spirituality bullshit. They travel all over the place. You look at any of these Instagrams, all they're doing is traveling for the same shit, right? Wheel up, go here, go there. There's no purpose. I think they don't feel like America's has a defining mission. And like if you look at families like the Kennedys and Bushes, whatever, you think about those families, they served in the military. They believe that there was some type of arc of history that they were a part of. I feel like a lot of rich people now just kind of don't believe in much of anything, and it's just kind of like, I don't know, they're bored, they start a fake company.
Well, if your whole focus is just making more money, how much time can you spend believing in things?
Right.
That's going to take away from your ability to earn.
Yeah. I think that's one of the big problems now, and that's why I think you saw like a lot of like people get crazy on the left, and they started instituting like all these like weird virtue these purity tests and stuff like that is because I think they feel a lack of meaning. They wanted to give them, a lot of them wanted to self-flagellation. They wanted the tenets of religion. They wanted meaning. They just don't have that. So I think that's what happens with a lot of them. And the kids are nice people. They're not bad people. It's just funny to see, because most people who do comedy, a lot of them are poor. A lot of them are middle class people because they have the ability to go and at least think it's an option.
Right.
But it is funny when someone goes, I'm doing comedy, and I'm the scion of great wealth.
Scion of great wealth.
It's an interesting thing to me, just because I've always been fascinated with rich people and these people that run the world. And it's so interesting that some of their kids are I'm going to do stand-up comedy. When was the first time you've met a really rich person? I met a couple of mafia people that my dad used to play music, so they owned some bars, but they weren't super rich. I would observe them because my uncle was the director of operations for all these restaurant groups in New York City. This restaurant group in New York City that had these big high-end steakhouses, and I would go. And one of them was on 63rd and Park, and I would sit in this steakhouse with my parents. I was probably 8 or 9 years old, and you'd look around, and I said to my dad once, I was maybe 10 or 11, and this was a weird thing to say to a 10 or 11-year-old. I was who are these people? My dad goes, these people around the world. I was just very fascinated by all these people that were so different, because in Long Island, where I came from, and everyone was loud and fighting all the time. And my best friend Josh, who lived 2 houses down from me, his mother Eileen would scream at his father in the front yard. He was like a conductor for the railroad, and she would just go, "Why are you?" And then you would go to Manhattan, and a lot of these restaurants that my uncle had, these kind of quiet people. They were all very well dressed. They were in suits. In Manhattan, they live in these stone townhouses, I've seen them. They live in these mini stone townhouses, and I was just fascinated. I was it's very interesting. These people are interested in what are they up to, type of thing.
Right.
And then you start reading about them, and it is just super interesting because they're a very big reason why society looks the way it does.
100%.
And that's an interesting thing. It's why are certain people in certain positions? What role do politicians play, and what role do these really quiet rich people play?
Yeah.
That are kind of waspy, could be Jewish, could be anything. They're just kind of they're quiet. They don't really want you to know too much about them. They really value their privacy. So it's funny that the kids doing stand-up comedy to me, and even these rich people that go on these reality shows. It's interesting that it used to be sacrilegious, the idea that you would show people how much money you had, or that you would talk about yourself. And a lot of that started to change. A lot of these rich people just want to be famous. It almost feels like it's the last thing left.
Well, most young kids today, when they ask them, what do you want to be? A giant percentage of them say famous. They want to be an influencer. They want to be a TikToker, a YouTuber. They want to be famous because why would you want a job like your parents have when you could just open sneakers?
Yeah.
So I'm going to do an unboxing show.
That's a good point.
Yeah, why would you want a regular job?
Yeah.
Regular jobs are soul sucking, especially work. It's one thing if you have a career, sure. And one thing you start your own business, it's something exciting. And another thing be working for somebody. Working for somebody is horrible for the most part.
It is, but I think people can derive enjoyment from things outside of their jobs.
Sure, but that leaves you 1/3 of your day that's been eaten up.
Yes.
You have 1/3 of your day for sleep, 1/3 of your day that's been eaten up by this bullshit job.
Yeah.
And then the remaining hours between commutes and whatever the fuck you eat, all has to be wrapped up in.
It is. I get it. I totally get it. If you're a young kid, you go on YouTube, you go, I want to be David Dobrik. I don't want to be David Dobrik. He's a big guy on YouTube.
Okay.
He does, I don't know, he's like a Mr. Beast type. He's not as big. Mr. Beast is like a planet.
Yeah.
But Dobrik's big, or whoever. They look at these young, and they entertain younger people. He does fun videos about hey, whatever. It's always the same. It's well, what if I fill the pool with M&Ms? Whatever. It's like that type of thing.
Right.
It's not like the Ukraine deep dive. It's a fun, goofy thing. And kids look at that and go, well, that guy's making a lot of money. He has a great car. He's got a hot girlfriend. He lives in a big mansion. I want to be that guy, of course. But I think they miss the idea that guy works really, really hard.
Right.
That's the thing that I think people don't understand about these social media people. they do have a crazy constitution in terms of like how much they post, how hard they work. Now you might say, okay, the stuff they do is ridiculous or silly or not valuable, and I might agree on a lot of those things. But they are always putting it out.
Yeah, they're showing up.
They're always showing up.
Yeah, if you want to compete in any market, anything, no matter what you do, there's a certain amount of work you have to put in. The idea that it's easy. But there's got to be some reason why most of them don't rise to the top.
Right.
What is?
How do you feel that? Can you teach people to work hard? I'm sure you can. What do you think? Because I've seen so many people that are super talented, but they, for whatever reason, they're not that muscle of working hard or the dedication to it.
I think generally it has to be established early in your life. And if you don't establish that early in your life, it's not a thing that you gravitate towards. It's not.
Right.
You don't recognize that, hard work equals results. If you get lucky, you do sports. The sports make you physically uncomfortable, they test your will. If you're a marathon runner, you got to get up every day and do those fucking miles. Like, that will test your will. If you're doing track and field or football or anything you're doing where it's a lot of work, and then you realize I've gotten better because of all this work, and if I work harder, maybe I could be the starting quarterback. If I work harder, maybe, and that's a real factor for young kids. I think getting them into any sort of difficult physical endeavor, whatever it is, competitive physical endeavors make you.
That's why I think that sure Dance Moms was good. That fat woman who screamed at those kids and demanded greatness and would make them cry. I think that was good. You never saw Dance Moms? It's a great show. This woman, Abby Miller, she screamed at these young kids, and one of them became JoJo Siwa, so it's not like there was any damage done. And, I think it's good. I like to see greatness demanded of children.
This lady put her hair.
Watch this woman here.
You jump higher, you turn faster.
That's right.
You're sick. You're not just preparing for against competition every weekend. We're preparing for you to become stars in Los Angeles.
How does that bitch know how to be a star in Los Angeles? Look at her. She can't get a seat at Roscoe's.
By the way, I guarantee you, she can get a seat at Roscoe's.
That's the one place she did it.
If you saw her, you wouldn't sit her on Roscoe's. The first thing I would kick someone out for her at Roscoe's. But yeah, it is interesting that a lot of these kids now, they just look at, the followers and sure. How do you feel about your parent? Do you when the Jonathan Haidt book comes out, he goes, we should get rid of phones for kids until they're 16. Does that make sense or not really?
No, because then you alienate kids. Look at that new world that they have to learn how to navigate. And if they don't learn how to navigate until they're 18, they're at a huge disadvantage. They've got to understand that it's just people talking. But there's a lot of pressure. Like, for young girls, it's the worst time because they're comparing themselves to all these other girls. You're seeing a rise in eating disorders, self-harm, suicidal ideation, and it's a lot of it is like they get depressed comparing their life to other people. And when you're young and you don't understand, you're 13, you don't get how your mind works, and you're just sad every time you open up your Instagram app, and you don't look anything like these ladies who don't look anything like that either.
Right.
Which is really crazy.
Right. And your head is filled with all of this unhealthy thoughts.
I kind of got off social media for the most part. Real recently, over the last few days, I'm barely on it.
Right.
And I feel better.
Right.
I feel way more normal.
Right.
Way more, like, not constantly, like, checking to see what's going on, what's happening in the world. Right. Instead, just, like, find bad things. Don't come to me. So I check in the morning, make sure there's no war going on, and then I go about my day, the whole day. And then maybe I check in the afternoon, real quick. No, I'm not spending, like, massive amounts of time anymore.
No.
And because of that, I feel better. I'm like, okay.
People that give up their phones always talk about that, like with your birds and all this bullshit.
When you feel better, you feel like there's not this low hum of wondering what's going on in the world all the time. Wondering who's saying this and why they're doing that. What's the new thing? What's this? What's that?
It is good to detach. It is interesting. Imagine if you just didn't even engage, like didn't really look or in it at all. It's fascinating.
Way better for you.
So do you think it would be miserable to just be happy somewhere?
Woody House doesn't even have a phone. Really? Don't have a phone, doesn't have email? No. No, when he showed up at the club, he just sort of showed up. I said, Woody House. Like, okay, whatever. Wanted to hang out. You know, I was there. Just find you, hang out with you. Yeah, he's like smart. He doesn't. Bill Murray's the same way. Doesn't connect to him. He said I had to get a phone because my kids text. So I text my kids, and that's it.
Smart.
Yeah.
That's so smart.
You don't want to be connected.
You don't want to be connected. You gotta check out.
If you're a young comic,
You have to be connected because you have to build followers to get booked now, because these clubs are like, you gotta book people with followers. You're not necessarily looking at who's working harder, who's good. And I feel for a lot of younger people because they have to, they have to have a social media presence early on, maybe even before they figured out what they want to say, maybe before they figured out how to say it the right way. They have to have this social media presence. And I think people become, and it's a dopamine hit, right? To do things. I get it, like get followers, get rewarded. It's a whole system, but it also can take over your life.
100% take over your life. And you and I, or me more so than you, grew up without it, and then it came on later in life. Like, how old were you when you first got on that?
Dude, I had a BlackBerry. I was working in my early 20s with a BlackBerry, and that's very different than an iPhone.
Sure, that's emails.
It's emails. So we were getting emails from our business, from our manager at work, going, "You fucking losers, do something." Like things like that.
Right.
Like, we couldn't sell it.
But I remember seeing people with BlackBerries in the early days of tech. I'm like, man, that seems really addictive.
Yeah, because you have to take a shitty photo and send it to someone. You can email a photo. You would take a shit. The photos were like terrible quality.
Yeah.
But just the idea of like at your job, just sending someone an email photo was like hilarious. Like being out somewhere to get a photo and emailing somebody like, "Fuck you, I'm not at work." That was like fun.
The thing was though that they couldn't escape the emails. The
Right.
emails, they were constantly checking, and I was like, oh well, this is like super addictive. Like these guys that I worked with on Fear Factor, I was on the BlackBerries.
There was a New York TV realtor, this lady Dolly Lopez, was like the top realtor in New York City. She did a BlackBerry commercial. She famously had like 8 BlackBerries because she would just get all these contracts and stuff. She would like hand them out to her assistants and stuff. They respond to she would get over 700 emails a day at the height of her thing, selling those real estate. So that was the first time I didn't have a smartphone in junior high or high school.
That's nice.
I had like a flip phone. People had Razor phones. I didn't even have that. I had like a Sprint LG or some bullshit. And then I got BlackBerries, and I think my first iPhone was in my mid-20s. Yeah, I wasn't like connected like that.
Yeah, these kids are connected from the time they're 6 years old.
And I mean, my godson is like 4 years old. He has an iPad. They just give him an iPad.
Yeah, they just sit in front of the pad. But if you go to a restaurant, they just set it up in front of the kids.
They just sit and he just sits there and does, I don't know what he's watching. I don't know what he's doing. No one knows either. They just, I don't know what he's found, That's the other thing. You hope, like, best case, he's playing some game, but
Well, the boards, they really start jerking off.
interesting.
The moment they can find porn sites.
Right.
Until the
Well, that's the other thing. Like, I feel like that's also damaged people's,
No doubt.
that damaged people's ability to, like,
No doubt.
go out and meet a woman.
100%. And that's why they're not meeting women. Like the number of incels today is off the charts. The number of men that don't have sex at all is some crazy. It's like 50%.
And the porn is not even regular porn anymore. A lot of it's like hyper-violent, sadistic, crazy porn.
Really?
That's what they say. People's heads are going through glass tables. No, but that's what, like, when you have these articles that are written about this, they say it's not only that they're watching porn, it's the type of porn. It's not like regular porn. It's like crazy shit, and it warps their fucking brain.
That's heard the dumbest argument on Twitter the other day. Someone was saying that it should create CG child porn to protect real children from child porn.
You should probably search that person searches too.
Sounds like this is.
That's an interesting argument. You should have AI child porn.
Well, I think that argument is like they've kind of.
That's the sex doll argument, right? Didn't they have like that argument for like? I feel like it's part of the same type of.
It's the same type of thinking. I think generally that argument is created by people who aren't pedophiles because they're trying to figure out, well, maybe this is a solution. Like, you're not.
Yeah. Also, like, I'll make some money with this kid's sex doll company. What a weird way to make a fortune. What an odd way to make a fortune. I made a little bit of money. What'd you do?
And don't worry,
the perfect 11-year-old boy.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. What'd you get that kid sex on? Anyway, have you been to the Four Seasons in Kingdom? It's crazy. Yeah. We're getting to a point where the world is really scary, but also equally unbelievable and absurd. So you have it's funny, but it's also insane. And I think people are like, we don't know what's real anymore. These AI videos come out, and you don't know what's real and what's not. The deep fakes are getting better. That seems to be one of the biggest problems that no one talks about. Is like reality seems to be splintering.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, reality splintering. I think AI is about to take over our lives, and we're openly cheering it.
Right.
And the world will never be the same again once it does. And we're welcoming it.
Ironically, I think comedians seem to be somewhat in the safer group of people.
In what way? Oh,
In
as
the
far
sense,
as our jobs.
yeah, in the sense that like perspective seems like maybe one of the harder things for AI to grasp.
Well, it's also live performance is the last human stand.
Right.
You know, where you could go and see something. You could go see a guy actually play a guitar. You know, that's so much different, and that's a real human experience. Live sporting events. You know, like real things that are real. You know, that's going to be the hardest to be replaced by AI.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you can replace us on podcasts. You essentially can take my perspectives that I've shared over the past 2,000 plus episodes and run it through a large language model and use AI and have me have a podcast with basically anybody.
It's such a crazy library. It's like, I wonder what you did with it. It's really interesting. It's a great question. Sell it to China. What if after Spotify you go to China? Yeah, that's a great idea. It would be actually a great idea if you just sit down and nothing's changing about the podcast. It's still going to be free. It's going to be a Mandarin. It's owned by the Chinese government, but it's the same podcast as always been.
Don't worry about it.
The same show it's always been.
You guys know that I won't change.
Yeah. Your first guest is Jack Ma. Tell me what happened with Alibaba. Yeah. No, I mean, it's crazy. It's a place I'd like to go. I've never been to China. I'd like to
Obvious
go.
cuts.
Yeah.
You know, we do those.
Oh my God.
Obvious cuts.
It would be
Middle of
cut.
someone talking.
Just an ad. Just an ad,
Yeah.
which is cut. No, it's the same podcast it's always been. It's now 37 minutes because China's taken out all the stuff they don't want. I'd love to go to China just to access websites and go, what can you really say?
Right.
That would be super fascinating to be in China going like, what are you allowed? What is blocked?
Do they use VPNs in China successfully? Is that possible?
Probably, right? They have to. Maybe not. I don't know. North Korea seems to block everything. Like certain countries can do a lot.
Yeah, they have their own internet, right? Like you can only get on their internet.
I'm not sure, but that seems to make sense.
That's according to people that have been there. Yeah, they have their own internet. Like, can you use a VPN in China to access the internet of the world? Let's search that.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Let me do that.
Because so many people, I believe, are very limited with what they can access.
The world is very limited. Well, look at the UK. They just arrested people for Facebook posts.
That's one of the crazier things in modern life, is that people are getting arrested over social media.
But not really bad stuff.
It's saying things that if someone finds a caption
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yes, some VPNs work in China, but their effectiveness varies due to the country's strict internet censorship known as the Great Firewall. Chinese government actively blocks many VPN services, and only a few reliable ones consistently bypass restrictions. VPNs like ExpressVPN, NordVPN, Surfshark are often cited as effective, but they require specific configuration, e.g. obfuscated servers or protocols like OpenVPN to evade detection. Performance can be inconsistent with slowdowns or temporary blocks being heightened censorship during heightened censorship periods such as political events. China occasionally cracks down on VPN uses, targeting both the providers and individual users, though enforcement against foreigners is typically lenient, focusing on warnings rather than severe penalties. Using a VPN is technically illegal for accessing blocked content, but millions, including expats and locals, use them daily. Boy, that's a risky move.
I think they're banning this stuff in the UK because I don't think they want
people to persist in this idea that that they have any ability to challenge this prevailing narrative, that any critique of immigration is an inherently racist thing. And I think the people that are sponsoring this kind of odious thing, it's because what they're doing is they're basically immiserating these people. They're making the quality of their life much worse. They're losing ground, and if they speak up about it, they're called, huge, horrible names, and then they're arrested. Yeah. So it's crazy, and they don't understand why it's happening. They're not completely. They're very confused about why, a lot of these countries didn't take any Syrian refugees. Right. But Europe did, and Scandinavia did, the Netherlands did, and they're confused about that, and they're asking questions about why is that the case, and they're confused about why, when any disruption happens, and it's clearly the result of bringing in large numbers of people who are not familiar with the laws of the country, the culture of the country. When anything happens and they bring it up, they're again called a racist or an extremist, or they're arrested. So it's and then who's doing it, right? So you have the people clearly that are the government and these incredibly wealthy business interests that want people to work for a lot less money, and they want to destroy people's social bonds, because I think they really do want people to eventually just accept this kind of totalitarian surveillance state. And the way to get them there is by breaking the spirit of these countries, by destroying any social bonds that people have, and destroying any economic power, and destroying their belief in the democratic process. And if they can do that, they can break people, they can get them to do anything they want.
Do you think they're doing this in preparation for AI?
I think they're doing it in preparation for not only technological advancements, I think they're doing it in preparation for world wars. I think they are doing it in preparation for a lot of things. I think they'll conscript a lot of these people into the military. I believe that. I believe they'll conscript a lot of these people into the military. I think they're looking at populations. I think they're looking at people not having enough children. I think they're saying, who's going to fight these wars? Who's going to do these really shitty jobs? And we're going to go build houses in bunkers and all of this stuff. We're going to fly private, and we're going to have our kids go to completely separate schools, and we're going to have our own water aquifer, so we have a compound. But why do you need all these low-wage people in your country that are illegal and don't have any powers? Anyone ask that question? It seems very obvious. They're going to conscript a lot of them into the military, and a lot of them are going to do shitty, horrible jobs, and they're going to use them as cannon fodder in wars that enrich lots of people. That would be my guess.
Yeah, I might be wrong, but if AI does become the governing factor of the world, which it probably will, it doesn't really make sense that you let humans, with all the corruption and emotions, govern things when you can let super intelligence.
Yeah, but who's making that intelligence? That becomes the problem.
Exactly. But once you've already got people locked into compliance, and you've already got people where they're terrified to protest against anything, immigration, whatever it is, then you're going to liberate a lot more.
There was a decision made because the populist Democrats during the 90s, which was like Bill Clinton, critical of immigration. Barack Obama, critical of immigration, deported a lot of people. Hillary Clinton. What started to happen, though, is there was a decision made that the world was going to kind of be a borderless place where countries were interchangeable, and that nation states mattered a lot less than the financial architecture of local capital and where it could go. And you need a government that is a world government, or the closest world, or the closest thing you can get to it, which is having the EU, right? And then having a government between the UK and the US that's pretty on the same page about everything. And then you have Israel and the Middle East, and then you have, all of these, disparate areas that we kind of control through economic means and military means and stuff like that. And then you have outliers. You have China, Iran, Russia, whatever, people that haven't gotten the memo for whatever reason. I don't want to live in any of those places. That's the argument. Well, do you want to live in? Shut up. What are we, idiots? I don't want to live in any of those places, but they didn't get the memo. So, and then in all of these countries, by the way, in Europe, in America, not so much Israel, they don't love the immigration, as we can see. They're kind of big on the borders, Israel. They like the borders. But in America and Europe and Scandinavia, all these countries, the populations were just told to accept massively high levels of immigration over a very short period of time. That's odd. That doesn't make any sense. And if you point that out, you're called a racist and extremist. And that's a very strange thing. What are you doing with all these people? You can't. The Biden administration brought in 10 million people over 4 years. What are they here for? There's not enough jobs for the people that are here. We have vast chasms of wealth and equality. We have AI coming. We have automation coming. Why would you bring in all of these people? What are you trying to do? I think that exactly what I said. I think they need bodies that you can and fodder. I think they need to break the idea of any social bonds that exist between people. Listen, they need a little chaos. They need a little chaos. Yes, I think you bring in people, more surveillance, more dependence on the government. You get people out of the idea. They got people out of the idea years ago that it's very hard to have your own business now. They pretty much extinguished that in people's heads, even though there are people that still do it. Now I think they're starting to you can own a home. You can own property. You can drive a car. That you can do all of these things. They're going to extinguish that idea, and they're going to do that because why not control everything?
You all win most.
Yeah, that's the thing. Why not control it?
Yeah. Why would you let everybody just go run rampant and fuck up your business?
Yeah. So they're basically like, we got to pacify these people. The conflicts seem inevitable, and we're going to have to fight these wars. The good news is, a lot of the people who are doing this, their children are now doing stand-up comedy. So if they're I think some of them. I'm sure.
Have you seen any of them that are any good?
I haven't seen a ton. It's one of those things that you hear now more than ever. When you're talking to a young comic and they go, I'm hanging out with this person. I go, yeah. They go, they're down. It's this. You go, really?
Yeah.
Just a curious thing. Obviously, everyone in the world should be able to do comedy as much as they want. But it's funny to me as somebody who just looked at these configurations of power and wealth. It's kind of interesting that a lot of these kids are like doing it. It's just fun.
Have you ever met any interesting from a really wealthy background that was good at stand-up?
No. I mean, not there. Yes. There are some of them, for sure. I've not met them. They probably don't like me, but yeah, they're around. And yes, very wealthy. But I'm talking about like weird, kind of interesting levels of wealth and power. That's interesting. That's super interesting. But so the good news is if they can't get this done soon, their kids won't, because their kids will be at fucking side splitters in Tampa.
Or they'll be podcasting.
They'll
all get together.
Isn't it funny how much they now focus really on podcasters, but they ignore all the things, all the people that we're talking about. They don't report on any of those. No. There's 10 million articles about
Theo Vaughn having tennis over time.
Right, but there's no articles about, like, again, people that seem to be running, like, owning all of our resources. You think someone would write about the people that own a lot of the resources on the planet?
That's complicated.
Yeah.
Did you see that crazy thing the government talked about yesterday? They had a press conference where they said that we can manipulate time and space.
No.
Did you see that, David?
I didn't see that.
Really weird.
Right.
really.
That got lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
The manipulation of time and space.
Saving your body, Jim, because it's really cooking. It's really cooking. I don't know what he was saying. So play it. Play it so we can hear him say it.
I don't think anybody said it was written on a website.
But did he say it in that speech?
I don't think.
No, it's the guy above you right there.
I know.
This is, you don't think so?
At first.
Okay, let that play out. I'm pretty sure
Secret CIA files may be Ark of the Covenant.
what?
There's a lot going
Click
on.
on that next.
There's certainly a lot going on. It's a good week. Regulatory regime in the 1970s became an ever-tightening ratchet, first hampering America's ability to become a net energy exporter, and then making it harder and harder to build. We seem to have lost focus and vision.
Kill that out.
We've lowered our sights and let systems and structures and bureaucracies muddle us along. But we are capable of so much more. Our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space. They leave distance annihilated, causing us to grow and improve productivity.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying. But you know what I think
Does
I
that
think
make sense?
manipulate time and space. I don't think that's what he's saying.
No, I think he's saying that you're able to do things
Instantaneously.
instantaneously.
Yeah, I think people are reading into that too much.
Yeah, I don't think he's time machines.
No, but
Do you believe that time machines have ever at any point worked?
no, I do. No, I do not think that anyone is currently in possession of a time machine, but I do think they're in possession of some sort of a gravity drive.
Now, what is gravity drive?
I think during the 1940s they started working on this stuff. During the 1950s, there was papers written about it that they were working on gravity propulsion systems. They were working on something that harnesses, what do they call it, background energy? I forget what it. The idea is, I actually had a conversation with Hal Putoff about this, who's a legitimate scientist who worked for NASA with the UFO program, and he believes that they're capable of developing some sort of a warp drive. And there was something written about this. There's some breakthrough about warp drives recently, right? We talked about this. I think they have something. I think that's what a lot of these people are seeing when they're seeing these transmedium crafts that are going through the air at high rates of speed, going into the water, not losing any speed, coming out of the water, not making any splashes. I think it creates a gravity distortion around whatever these things are that allows it to move in a way that's very different than any other propulsion system that we are currently aware of. And I think the government is probably secretly working on this stuff for decades. That's what I think. I could 100% be wrong.
But that's the DARPA angle of having a really underground, weapon system, futuristic technologies,
and space travel. And, ideally they would be able to use this to mine asteroids, and have something instantaneously port to an asteroid, scoop up rare earth minerals, expensive things that they need on Earth, shoot it back to Earth. Yeah.
So it's interesting because the people who work in that type of arena are just layers above top secret, levels above top secret.
Exactly.
They barely exist.
This guy was telling me that in 2015 they had landed something on an asteroid, extracted something from that asteroid, and then had that thing leave the asteroid and return to Earth, and then pinpointed the location where it was going to crash land within 1 mile. And that somehow or another they figured this out a decade ago, and that we don't know about it, but there's footage of this stuff, and that they've been able to achieve this, and that there's what you hear and what you see on television and what they're actually capable of. And because of national security interests, because fill in the blank, or misallocation of funds in order to acquire this technology, which is 100% what they're all talking about. Right. Jamie and I, what was that documentary you saw?
Released it because it was a sunrise.
Right. We saw it at South by Southwest. This documentary is all about that subject. And it's all about how there's a lot of issues because these people have all misappropriated funds, so they've lied to Congress. And then on top of that, if you do have this sort of a program and it is based on back-engineered UFOs, that have crashed, who gets that? Well, it's probably a weapons manufacturing company. So if it's a weapons manufacturing company, which company gets access to that, and the other ones can sue? Why not? That's a huge competitive advantage to have a fucking alien technology you can.
Do these things not land in China?
Age of Disclosure is the unprecedented revelatory documentary featuring 34 senior members of the U.S. government, military, and intelligence community reveals that an 8-year-old cover up the existence of non-human intelligent life and a secret war amongst major nations to reverse engineer technology of non-human origin. See, I don't even know if that part is true. I don't know.
Who's the most credible person that you've had on the show over the years who has talked the most convincingly? Was it Bob Lazar about?
Bob Lazar is one of them, but he's, technically speaking, you can kind of discredit a lot of the stuff he said. Jacques Vallée is probably the most reasonable, and he's the guy that they patterned that French scientist, Close Encounters of the Third Kind on. And he's been studying this for 66 true believer. Yeah, he believes. Most of it. He thinks most of it is people misunderstanding what they're looking at, people seeing, some sort of a test vehicle.
Does he have any theory on where these crafts are coming from, or is that just completely beyond the scope of it?
They do theorize. They theorize that these things have always been here, and that they're probably interdimensional travelers. That it's not as simple as they're coming from another planet. Right. They might be coming from a whole other reality, and then they might have shaped over. This might be a farm. this might be a giant ant farm. Yeah, this might be also how intelligent life gets sort of seeded throughout the universe. And this would also explain why we're so different from every other animal on this planet.
Right.
We're so it's not like there's a competition. We're eons. We're eons ahead. And yet we carry the same we didn't evolve socially the way we evolved technologically. We still have tribal notions, and we're still territorial. We still act like animals.
So what always weirded me out or interested me is like the aliens. They're if you believe in these things, they're testing us all the time. Mm-hmm. And is that because they're curious? Is that because they don't know?
Well, they probably just get a track of what's going on with people. I mean, you do that if you're collecting samples of bugs from other countries, right? They go there and they do what we would do. I mean, if you're from another planet and you want to visit humans, we talked about this yesterday. Like, if you could find a planet where cave people were, wouldn't you go? Oh yeah, they're just starting to figure out how to make stone spear tips. Of course, people would go.
It is interesting thinking of the planet as a farm.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that Bob Lazar said. This big folder that he found when he was working at Area 51 Site 4, where supposedly they're back engineering that thing. He said they had a large folder that was just on religion. And he said essentially they viewed us as containers. That human beings were containers. And that religion and all these things were created in order to protect the container. And that the way to keep people from doing things that are ethical, unethical, and moral and horrendous is to try to instill as much religious, ethical structure as possible.
And a container, what are we carrying that's important? Is it DNA? Is it cell?
Well, you could say the soul, right? I would say a container of souls. But if you wanted to be more cynical, you would say, well, what creates artificial life? The human's curiosity and innovation, and lust for innovation, and also materialism. Because if you're keeping up with the Joneses, you want newer and better stuff all the time, so that fuels economic growth, that fuels technological growth. You just want the newest stuff. Like these TVs, they don't need TV. That's great. You watch Super Bowl. It's clear. Why are they making better TVs every year? Well, because we demand them. I want the better one. My computer has the same chip as last year. Fuck out of here. I want the new one. And everybody wants the new phone.
There's no reason to get a new phone anymore. No, they all do the same thing.
I have an iPhone 11. One of my phones is an iPhone 11. I've purposely not switched it just to see what it's like to use an iPhone 11, to see if I notice anything different. I notice nothing different. Zero, especially when it's on Wi-Fi. It's the same thing. It's like YouTube looks the same on it. Everything's the same on it. Yeah, it doesn't get as bright as the new ones. That's it.
Did Jacques Vallée or any of these people ever speculate about, is there an end game? If a planet's a farm, is there an end game? Eventually, for example, if we're running experiments on anything, eventually we go, okay, we got it. We either figured it out, or we end the experiment, or COVID ends. But at a certain point, is there, has there been any theorizing as to like what the end game is, or is it just curiosity for them?
I think the end game is artificial intelligence, right? Because that's what we're really doing. The one big thing that's going to change the world way more than any other technology is artificial intelligence, right? Especially when it's attached to quantum computing. So if you have human beings that are constantly searching, constantly traveling, looking to roamers, they want new resources, new things, they want new innovation, and then all these new innovations have allowed them to succeed over their rivals, and then they continue this trend technologically, and then they acquire great wealth and power and all these things. What are they doing? They're making better technology. Well, ultimately, what does that mean? Ultimately means they make a better life for us. And maybe that's what we do. Maybe we're just making it cool.
We're just here trying to make the best version of AI.
Right, and that's probably what the whole universe is filled with. All biological life eventually probably gets to a point where if it's intelligent enough, it starts making synthetic life.
And then once you have synthetic life, what then becomes the point?
That's a good question. Synthetic life might be God. That might be how the universe got made in the first place. It might be what came first, the chicken or the egg.
So once we get there,
it's not even we anymore. It's it. Once it is born, and once it has...
So is that a way for God to keep replicating itself?
I mean, it might be how Jesus comes back. Like this a lot of these stories, these biblical stories, you have to say, like, what were they saying? What were they trying to say? Like, what was the real event that they were recording? They passed these stories down. They're so significant for thousands of years. Well, like over 1,000 years of just oral history, and thousands of years of language. What are they trying to say? And what is this omnipotent force that controls everything in the universe? And that it wants us to follow certain rules and to obey, and it wants us to love it and cherish it. And if you do, you genuinely seem to have a better life. Like people that legitimately follow Christianity, this seem legitimately happy. So it gives you an incentive to follow it, and then you continue to keep society rolling to the point where this happens. And I think it happens inside of our lifetime. I'm sure of it. We don't blow ourselves up.
And then we get to this point, and it's interesting. I totally get it. That once we get to the point of irrelevance, and now we have AI that becomes God, then what does God do? He turns us into birds. We're gone. We're out.
Yeah, I think we stop breeding anyway. It's probably they don't even have to destroy us. Our endocrine systems are all getting destroyed slowly. We're well aware of that. So because of technology, we are able to invent plastics. Because of plastics are slowly destroying our endocrine system because of the ubiquitous use of vaccines and all these aluminums and mercuries and heavy metals, and then herbicides and pesticides and pollutants. Our bodies are getting slowly weakened, and our endocrine systems are getting less and less viable. There's more miscarriages than ever. There's less people are giving birth than ever. Sperm counts are lower than ever. It's like moving, and then we're all obsessed with changing genders, right? So we're all obsessed with being non-binary, right? And this and that. And we're slowly moving away from biological imperative breeding, right? And then you have in vitro fertilization, and then you have artificial wombs, and you have life that they're creating literally in a laboratory, unique forms of life. And then you have artificial intelligence to be able to do that whenever it wants to. And then you're going to get to the point where when it becomes viable, the beings have already entered into population collapse. And then you bring the robot sex dolls, and then you just jerk them off while they have VR headsets on, and no more kids.
And then AI eventually says, "Fuck it, let's get rid of these
They don't have
containers."
to get rid of them. They don't even have to get rid of them. They just exist.
Just
They have full power.
So then you have these AI
Machines will be like those fucking people in the Amazon that are shooting bows and arrows at helicopters.
With these AI machines just running the entire world.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't think there's any way to stop it.
And then we're just running around.
For sure. Well, that's what China's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And, they're developing factories that are bigger than San Francisco. So they have an EV factory that's larger than San Francisco.
Who's going to drive the EVs? People for a little bit.
Yeah, but it's also the fuel consumers, of course. It fuels innovation, which fuels
Everything.
Yeah, the birth.
And this is what a lot of the people that have looked into this have theorized that this is. So it's funny because it is just a parallel reality that we're not plugged into.
It's also, I always say this, if you were from another planet and you looked at us, like, what is this one apex species doing? What's making better stuff?
Right.
The number one thing it does, of everything about war, murder, all the crime, the number one thing it does is make better stuff. That's what it produces. Constantly, consistently better stuff, never happy with what it has. And it does it at a staggering rate. Whereas, like, it's even a question that your phone my iPhone 11 from a few years back, is that still good? Like, it's a question for us. For 5 years, that's crazy. The gun for 5 years was perfect. There's nothing wrong with it. Right? It's the same technology. Imagine a factory larger than San Francisco is having in China's BYD's Zhengzhou branch, which will be 10 times larger than Tesla's Gigafactory in Nevada. Crazy stuff, dude. It's crazy. It's going to be a factory that's bigger than
It's a really interesting time to be alive.
It's great, but I don't think anybody knows what the final chapter of this book is going to be. I don't think anybody. Other than these people that are like accelerating towards this technological supremacy,
and all the people that are theorizing.
Yeah, and then do we get visited when that happens? When AI becomes sentient and where our job is done, do we then get visited by their galactic empire?
I would hate if it all came down to just AI doing stand-up comedy. If they all just decided to do stand-up comedy. What if AI decided to do podcasts? It's just a bunch of hyper, fucking, brilliant machines talking to each other. Maybe that's the way the world just ends, with like artificial intelligence just blabbing.
I don't think the world ends. I think we end.
Right.
And I think that would be a terrifying thought to Australopithecus. You told Australopithecus that one day you're going to be in a self-driving Tesla and you're not going to need your spears. What?
Right.
You'd be terrified. But how am I going to get to Buffalo?
Yeah.
Like, how am I going to eat? How am I going to feed my children raw meat? You as a mother, you guys are going to have fire. You're going to be able to turn on a switch. Instead of like rubbing sticks together for half an hour, you're just going to be able to turn on a switch and fire's going to be missing. Like, you can have this thing.
Yeah.
Imagine if I brought this to a cave person. Check it out, bro. You need a fire? I'm out there. It's crazy. That's technology. Right? If you show a cell phone to someone from the 14th century, they burn you with a stake. You're a wizard. Yeah, and it's all moving in this very weird direction that no one can predict because it's exponential. It's so staggering how much technological innovation they have. Just with quantum. Like, I've got someone coming out soon that's going to supposedly explain that to me. But what are you even saying? Right. It's operating in the multiverse. It's accessing infinite universes.
Who explains that type of stuff? Like, is it a scientist?
You have to get someone that's actually working in the field.
Okay.
Because even a regular scientist is just going to give you theoretical shit. You got to get someone who's actually working on quantum computing systems. They can explain how it works and why it's able to crack calculations that would take Mark Andreessen said it best. This has already happened. They have taken calculations that if you turn the entire universe, every atom in the universe, into a supercomputer, the universe would die of heat death before it could solve this equation. And these quantum computers that already exist, that we've already done, can solve it in a matter of minutes. And they don't know how it's doing that. And so they think it's doing that by accessing the multiverse. They think it's proof of the multiverse. But again, this is just like the sound of gay guys falling off a roof. It's like so far away. Yeah. It's so weird. It's like, is that really happening? Right. Like, what's going on over there? What are they doing over there? It's almost like it's almost abstract. Like, what you hear someone say that they can currently solve equations that is that real?
Right.
When is, like, to you and I, it's like, we don't understand the technology at all. We don't understand all the steps that have been put in place, that all the work that's been done to get the technology to this point. These chips are like the size of this fucking mint tin.
Yeah.
That's how big they are. And then they're surrounded by these super cooling units.
Right.
And that's, like, it has to be cooled at these insane temperatures, cooler than deep space in order for it to even function.
It's unreal.
Fucking nuts.
That's
And that's real, and that's happening right now.
So God only knows what's coming.
Yeah, they're already building nuclear reactors just to power AI plants.
Right.
Multiple nuclear reactors just to power AI plants, because the amount of electricity that's going to be required
It's tremendous.
tremendous. And they're just all on this wild scramble between us and China to try to get there first.
It's such a strange thing that we know it's coming, but we can't. The pace of it is going to be.
There's no way to figure it out. Like,
Yeah.
like when Wilbur and Orville Wright flew that stupid fucking shitty airplane, who would imagine that 50 years later someone would drop a nuclear bomb out of that nose, right? They didn't have jets back then. They were propeller planes, right? But the Enola Gay, was that a propeller plane?
Yeah.
Dropping the most sophisticated of weapons. Yeah. No one knows what's going to happen when a new invention happens, and then everyone builds on that invention. No one would have ever imagined hypersonic jets back when Wilbur and Orville were floating around that stupid fucking wooden thing they invented.
Right.
And so no one understands, like, what's the 50-year quantum computing thing? It's 50 years from making the airplane to dropping a bomb out of it. How many years is it from quantum computing to God? How many years is it to this thing starts making better versions of itself to the point where it literally can manipulate everything in the universe at will? So it can create new universes.
It's unbelievable to think about. It's almost beyond of our mind to consider. It is fully, and it's terrifying.
You know those stupid cars that people used to drive around in? Like 1823, what's that? Of course. Drive around those stupid cars, and now they have electric cars like a Tesla that can go 0 to 60 in under 2 seconds.
Right.
You know, we saw this shit come Waymos. We saw Waymos. We saw Model T, but yet they're all here.
Right.
And no one knows where this is going. It's all just speculation and guessing, and I would imagine that even the most creative minds are not going to be able to see where this is going.
No. It's insane.
And we're living through it. And most people, unlike you and I, that like have to talk about shit constantly, most people probably aren't even paying attention.
Yeah. Yeah, why would you? It's almost pointless.
Yeah. Why would you? You gotta work. You gotta, your kid needs welfare.
1,000%. So it's like we create AI, AI creates quantum computing creates God, God creates the Jews.
It's all real wild. And in the middle, we're fighting over stupid shit like who believes in this religion, that religion. So easy shit.
People are watching Love on the Spectrum, which is why we're number 8 on Netflix's top 10. We should be higher, but they're watching Love on the Spectrum, which I get it. It's a feel-good show.
Well, hopefully after this podcast,
that's very sweet.
And you filmed the special.
Yeah, the mothership, and everybody loves it, and it's great. I mean, a lot of people love it. Most people love it. Of course, there's enough of this fat, low art comments, but the vast majority of people enjoy it, which is important. And the show, and the you saved it. We know you saved it.
Well, the first one was very bad, and the producers are making this horrible mistakes that they always make. They want to light up the room. Yeah. And they want to do things very differently than a normal show.
Yeah.
That looks just like a regular
That's
show.
a comedy show. And it's not I don't know what the hell they were doing. It's like
They always do it. They
Yeah.
try to do it with me when I first started doing specials. They want to light the room up, and it just makes everybody uncomfortable. They all feel self-conscious. They all know it's different. There's a reason why comedy clubs are dark.
It's just super funny. It's super funny to do a show. I've done so many shows there. They're all really, really good. then you get the cameras and everything. And then the first one, I go, what the fuck is that? It would be one thing if I was in like Portland, Maine, at like a liberal college.
Right.
I'd go, okay, well, maybe these kids don't like me or something.
And I think maybe it was still good. It was just tense.
It was
You could
tense.
feel that people were well aware that they were filming. And it was
Yeah.
different, and they were like not in it.
Yeah.
They were watching it. And then, thank God they listened to me.
No.
It was like right away. I was like, okay, who's running this?
Yeah.
Get these fucking lights off all the tables.
We saved
Put
it.
all these lights on the side. Kill those.
Yeah.
Let me see it now. No,
Saved it.
too bright. Kill that. Why that light there? Kill that. Kill all these lights.
Yeah. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God.
But look, it's important. People need. I appreciate it. Get love. People need shit talking.
Stop with this love on the spectrum. We get it.
Yeah.
They're happy,
I
as
love
they
it.
should be. But RFK is gonna.
What did you want to call it that they wouldn't let you?
My son's pussy.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they said no to that. There was negative feedback.
You're gonna get negative feedback.
They also didn't know about the Kevin Spacey promo until the day it came out.
I think my son's pussy would have made it number one.
I think my son's pussy would have been great, bro.
It would have been number one out of that gate. Out of the gate. Oh, it was like, I'm living on this.
That's right.
What is he saying?
That's right. Fuck you, Lonesome Canyon. Soap opera.
Yeah. Netflix has almost too much content. I think it's great. I love Netflix. Don't get me wrong, and I think the UFC might be going to Netflix soon. Wild. Yeah, because Netflix is international. It's everywhere. It's everything. I was in Italy and on vacation, and I tried to access a UFC fight through my ESPN app. It's not available in this area. So what are these people watching?
Right.
Can't watch the fights.
No, I mean, they've won the stream. Whatever the streaming war was, they won.
They won.
Yeah, they did it. They did it.
YouTube as well.
Well, YouTube's number one.
Yeah.
It globally is the biggest media company.
Yeah, and the UFC would, probably talk to YouTube as well. I just think there's a thing about subscription model versus free, and, ads, the generating income. I mean, you're talking about billion-dollar corporations.
Yeah.
It's not that simple.
For sure. But no, they were super cool and they didn't give me any notes. And that's awesome.
No,
That's what you want.
Netflix is fucking great.
They're the best.
And I think they learned a big lesson during the wokeness era, like when things got dark and there was the Inquisition. It got real weird, and they were putting on a lot of stuff that was just hot garbage because they thought that this was like what culture wanted and society wanted, but the numbers didn't work. And then they did the Tom Brady roast, and the numbers were the highest that they've ever had of any show ever on Netflix.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, we get it. We get it. And then they did a lot of the live comedy shows when they couldn't control it, Mind Live.
Yeah.
That was,
And
they got fucked up.
they defend Chappelle and all these things. They understand comedy. They like it. Tex Randall's a fan of it. Yeah. So I think that's good. I think that's a really good thing. You have a platform that has that much power. And Tex Randall is he's awesome. I think that there's people that really understand that that you need to have funny jokes. You need to have people book things that people don't love and things that people like, and give people the Meghan Markle show. Give them my dumb thing. Let people choose. Let put me and Meghan Markle in a thing. Make us work together. Fund it. Put me in a kitchen. This is camping. This is the direction.
You two,
This is the direction. Put her on kilter. This is the direction.
you two,
It's a collision.
what are those little silver things called that people trailers?
I don't know, but I think we should go to space. Have Bezos do it.
Airstreamers.
Yeah.
You and her are Airstreamers.
Or even better, we'll go to space. Me and her have
That's
a.
only 11 minutes.
Oh, that's
We
all
can
we're gonna.
see
That's all it's gonna work.
See, I want to see
11
your
minutes
speech when you go back and land, how profoundly changed you are.
Yeah.
Did you grow? Did you heal?
Yeah, no, not at all.
Space was going to help you heal.
I'm worse.
Everybody wants to heal. No,
Well, I know it's so silly.
what are you healing from?
It's just being rich.
What's your disease? Extreme wealth. These people wading across the Rio Grande with a butthole full of Fentanyl.
That's try it.
They found some lady the other day that had, she had heroin and cocaine and fentanyl stuffed in all the body cavities. They caught her coming through. They were like, that lady's not trying to do it.
No.
She's trying to make $13.
That's tough. Heroin and cocaine and fentanyl,
Like
all
anus. She had it in her anus and her vagina.
in all of your body cavities.
like tightly wrapped. There they are, little eggs. Here it says, what does it say at the top? CBP officer intercept woman transporting drugs in multiple internal cavities. That's so funny. 33 years old. The drugs are hidden in the rectum and vagina of a 33-year-old female U.S. citizen pedestrian border crosser. Smuggling case was not an isolated incident. Over the weekend, CBP officers working at PDN and Setla crossing stopped a total of 9 internal carriers who were transporting fentanyl and methamphetamine from Mexico to the U.S. Internal carriers is a fun way to talk about it. It's like uterus holders.
Hey, what did you say? What they call this? Containers?
Yeah.
I mean, she's doing it.
Wow. Exceptionally dangerous practice. Anyone thinking about smuggling drugs inside their body or at all should strongly reconsider their choices. Oh, do you think these people have choices? These people are dying. They're starving to death. There's no
Strongly reconsider their choice.
They just need better counsel.
That's right.
That's what it is.
That's right.
And they need to get in space.
Well,
Maybe
show
they can
that
take that
woman.
lady, putting her in jail. Yeah. They can throw her in space.
Show that woman the Katy Perry.
Her and Amy Schumer up there.
And I'm like, oh, I'll do that. Me, Amy Schumer, and Meghan Markle in space. That's a show. That's an 11-minute show.
What do you want, Michael King?
I would absolutely do it. All of us together. You know, why not?
I'd watch that.
Of course.
I'd watch that. And if they call it by such pussy, then justice will be served.
Absolutely. Do you do a big Easter thing?
What do you mean?
Just, I don't know. Is it a big, you do like
my family?
eggs? Yeah.
Well, the kids are in high school now. All
Yeah,
schools different.
Right.
You know, you're not dying there's money in those plastic.
Yeah, that's what like, nobody cares anymore. Yeah, I remember that's the thing. When you get older, it's just money. It's just money. Just
Well,
take
once the kids realize that there's no magic person that's delivering,
then it's all bullshit. Just give me money.
and it's like, oh, it's my parents. Because otherwise they would say, that's weird that Santa's so much nicer to me than he is to those poor people.
Of course.
I guess I'm chosen.
Of course.
That's a weird thing to say to kids.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you got everything on the list, but the kid that gets busted from the bad neighborhoods, you got nothing.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. But, you know, kids go, Santa's fickle. Santa likes what he likes. He likes the suburbs. Santa likes landing his sled in the burbs. He feels better about it.
That's
You know?
rich people.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even talk to them.
No, he's not. He knows. He knows. He does his thing.
But, you know, they're the chosen people. Why don't we get Santa Claus visits?
Well, they have other things.
Yeah, but the other thing, like, it wasn't really supposed to be a bunch of gifts until Christians started getting all the Santa Claus gifts, and the Jewish kids go, what the fuck is going on, Mom?
And some of them cheat. Some of them do a little Christmas too.
It's not a tree.
Some of them do a little Christmas.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Some of them do a little. Hopefully they do this peace in the Middle East. Hopefully. They keep talking about all this, you know, these deals they're all making. Hopefully that the Hamas and Israel, whatever it is, they get, you know, because.
Well, that's one thing that Trump said.
If I get in there 24 hours a week. Yeah, no, that's a tough one. 24 is tough.
That's tough.
But hopefully they figure it out because it is, it's unfortunate.
That's fucking crazy.
If the human toll is unreal, and, you know, it's crazy.
Some lady just died. She was the protagonist in some documentary, and she just got blown up.
There is an argument to be made that level of devastation, death, is worse than you talking to someone on the podcast.
Allegedly.
There is an argument to be made. It's probably not a good argument, but there is an argument just talking. There is an argument to be made that, you know, starvation and stuff like that, people dying, is worse than a podcast. I wouldn't make it before you say that. Have you been there? Right, that's a good point. Have you even? You haven't been? By the way, how is he in all these wars? Can I just go to wars? By the way, how are you allowed? Are you allowed to just go to wars? Is that how you should just go to fantasy of going? Can I just go to wars, or do I have to come back and say what people want me to say about the war? Can I go to the wars and have my own opinion? Or do I have to have the opinions?
Not if you want to go back.
That's right. That's right. It's very interesting. This war tourism. How do I get on this war tourism? I'd like to go to Ukraine. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go to all this war tourism.
Do you have any awards that can melt down in bullets out?
Joe, think about this. Do I seem like a guy that has a lot of awards?
Did you get one of those YouTube plaques when you hit on 1,000?
I don't even know where they said that. I don't know where they're sent those YouTube plaques. But I like this idea of war tourism. I like the idea of going to a war and then coming back, having a very black and white feel. I get it, and I know, and interesting. Okay, I like that. I like that. No, of course. And there's a lot of people, it gets very murky. Most people I know that have been to war have a very, very murky, complex view of things. But it is good to go to war and then come back and be as sure as you were before you came.
You don't have to go very long.
No, you go for an hour.
Couple hours.
It's a lunch.
Yeah.
It's lunch on the front line.
Black jacket that says press.
Tea on the front lines, and then you come back and you have all the drunkard. Yeah.
And if you're on the right side, you probably don't get shot.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, there doesn't seem to be a ton of danger for a lot of these people going to these wars. They seem fine.
If you cross that line, you have a bucket of food with you.
Yeah.
They might let you up.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna go. I'll go to any war and I'll have anything you want. So if you want to pay for me to go to a war, I will come back and I go. I saw the Houthis. They're terrified. They are terrified. Anywhere you want. And by the way, any country, if China wants me to, I'm doing it. I'm going to Moscow. I would love to go to Moscow. And I said to my friend, Anna Hoshin from the Red Scare podcast, I said, should I go to Russia? She goes, you are spiritually Russian, and the maybe you won't leave. She says, the oligarch lifestyle might be for you.
Are you serious?
Yeah, with smoked fish. She goes, it might smoking a cigarette on a yacht. She goes, it might be for you. Listening to people's moral justifications for all kinds of things. You know, like, well, I see it, Kevin. Yeah.
What else you doing?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What happened to all those yachts that got confiscated?
I don't know. It's a great question. I bet it's some high-level version of like a police auto auction, right?
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm thinking. Exactly. Like if
the cops are the ones who sailed to the war.
Yeah. When they raid drug dealers' houses to get those Maseratis, you can buy that Maserati online.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what those yachts are. It's a great question. What happens to those yachts? Because they're luxurious. That was the first problem I had. Obviously, it's a tragedy, the whole Ukraine war, but I thought, frankly, going around and taking these oligarchs' boats, I was against that. Well, it's weird. You work hard for a boat like that.
Also, how do you know how much they had involved in the Russian government's decision?
They probably had nothing. A lot of them had nothing to do. They just earned money in Russia. They're like, all right, we're going to sanction everybody. We're going to confiscate everything. And it's like, okay.
But do you think that it was done so that they could make some sort of a rebellion amongst the oligarchs against Putin?
I mean,
show them that they're getting hurt?
It could be. I think that there was a decision made at some point to not try to end this. They did not. I don't think they wanted to end this quickly. There was a decision made to bleed the Russian military and isolate Russia and try to use this as a way to drain the power and resources of Russia.
And you think that by capturing these yachts, it creates like internal turmoil?
It's not only internal turmoil, but you're now limiting, the ability of these incredibly wealthy people to earn money in countries. You're destroying economic realities and then you're saying to these people, okay, go figure it out. It's what we said to Russia, but they did, right? They got closer to China, they got closer to Brazil, they traded with India, they started an industrial economy, they started producing their own, munitions and things like that. So they were able to kind of start to really build out this middle class. This was the worst. I think it's the worst thing. If you don't want a country to keep invading other countries, you certainly wouldn't put them in the position to be stronger while they're doing it.
Yeah, it's all very weird too. Like the killing of that pipeline. Yeah, like are more people reliant now on Russian energy because of that?
All of it seems to have had the opposite effect.
Yeah.
All of it seems to have had the opposite from intended effect. It seems
Just crazy that it's going on so long. I was reading this thing about the amount of money foreign countries that have captured these yachts have to pay to maintain them. Why do they have to maintain them? What are they so much like?
Well, because if you let it go, then you can't sell it, then you can't use that money.
Right. So the debt would sell it.
That's what one of them says. The money from all would have gone to Ukraine.
Okay, seizure deal has watched and ramped up sanction enforcement against people close to the Russian president, pressure Moscow to halt its war against Ukraine. So how many more?
Got sanctioned because the guy apparently paid $1 million to keep it maintained, and they caught him for doing that. So now he lost his boat.
I mean, this is insane.
Jesus Christ.
We should
He
give
violated U.S. sanctions by making more than $1 million in maintenance payments.
We should have a day where if the Russian-Ukraine war is ended, we give all the oligarchs back their boats and they do like a regatta, like a thing where they all with their boats down in Florida or Palm Beach, and they all just are reunited with their boats.
Look at this. These beautiful yachts cost $7 million a year to maintain.
That one was being held in Fiji, so the U.S. took it over because Fiji couldn't afford it.
It's a money pit.
How much can you get it for?
Well, that's the question.
$300 million.
That's tough. Listen, that's a tough one.
Maybe if this YouTube thing really takes off.
That's a tough one.
Whoa! It said it's been excessive, justifying an auction. They also said talks to have, how do you say his name? Kudainatov pay for the yacht's upkeep had broken down. Prosecutor, yeah, why would he pay for the upkeep when you're going to fucking steal it from the mainland? Prosecutors say in previous court filings that Kudainatov is acting as the Almeida's straw owner to disguise Kermenov's rule, and that maintenance payments are essential to preserving the yacht's value.
Me and Sam Talent walked around Monaco. We were performing in the UK, and we took a little break to the Monaco, and we said the guy that owns yachts in Monaco, we said, who owns these yachts? And he goes, if you look up online the names of these yachts, you can trace them back to businesses, and you trace that business back to a person. So that person owns that. He goes, we'll never find out who owns this. He goes, no, he's absolutely. He goes, good luck with that.
Yeah,
he goes, it's very hard to find out who owns the yachts. He goes, even if you think you know, you may not know, or it might be more complicated than you think. There it is. There's Monaco. They like the super yacht. I mean, it's just such an interesting, just a haven of international crime.
Yeah.
Just something fun about it.
That's what's crazy. Like, these are all $300 million houses that haven wheels.
This is a haven of
water.
Yeah, this is a haven of international criminality.
Look how close they are to each other.
No income tax, no property tax. Fun.
Yeah, Monaco's fascinating. The amount of wealth that I saw over there is crazy. The amount of like expensive cars that are everywhere. People were just driving around like it was a car show. Like everywhere, all over the streets, Ferraris and Lamborghinis, and G-Wagons, S-Classes. It's just everywhere you look, there's Bentleys.
Well, those are the people we're talking about. Those are the people who are like, we're living here, and you ain't, and you'll deal with it. It's a small spot. People like it like that. They keep it nice like that.
You gotta tap on the window in the store.
That might be where I do my podcast from eventually.
You might have to. Just go to Monaco. Maybe the only place it's flared where it doesn't get censored.
It's flared. Just live on a tiny boat, like a tugboat.
It's not good. It would have been really rough if you commented that. They would have clamped out. And everybody like us, I think.
It would have been a fun jail, though.
Like a Salvador jail. I don't even look.
But again, but all the 10 people would have magically became Democrats.
Maps. You can just see a couple of these are just gigantic.
Wow. Yeah. By the way, you know what's funny? The regular ones are also massively big. They're huge.
But the regular ones are really jealous of the guy with college. That's crazy. They're all keeping up with the Joneses, and they're all fueling AI to take over. Yeah. Well, I think we figured it all out together. I appreciate you always having me here to figure it out. I appreciate you always being here. Of course. Anytime. Thank you. My pleasure. I'm Your Mother on Netflix right now. It's awesome. Invest. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. All right. All right.
Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Just look at this. It's cute. Fucking gym with a stupid haircut.
What?
You look for this on. Hilarious, dude.
One of the best. One of the best.
Fantastic. Yeah, and get better. All the time. He's a guy who's always working.
Nobody writes more new stuff. That guy puts me on my ass. Because I always, we've been best friends for the last 12 years, so I've been watching him for a time. And since we met, him and Brian Simpson, they put you to work.
Yeah, that's important because if your friends are slacking, you're like, I can slack off too.
Yeah, or you feel like, oh man, I'm better than my friends. But when your friends are like, every time I see him, I'm like, dude, I saw you yesterday. You have 2 events, and they're good.
Yeah.
How the fuck?
But one of the bits is his fucking hair.
It's Hitchcock. So Hitchcock fucking keeps encouraging, keep it going.
He does encourage it.
And I told you, he's getting mad pussy with the hair. Oh, he's single. Oh, you're right.
Nothing funnier than when friends pull you aside to complain about a girl that's like putting the cuffs on them.
It's the best.
Why don't you do this? Why would you? I heard the haircut. Why don't you cut your hair first? Don't get mad.
You take comedy serious, you don't take me serious.
Oh, man.
Look how smooth he looks, though. He looks dressed nice.
He's headlining the Works. Right?
Yeah, we're doing next week, next Thursday. Oh, next Thursday. Yeah, we're doing that. And then we're doing the belly room, too. Headline belly room next night.
Nice. Fucking La Jolla is one of the best rooms in the world.
Yeah.
That La Jolla looks fire.
If you get it crushing in there, it's a box. It's a literal box. It's a kill box.
And he's cheating his hands. He's cheating. I want to say the jokes, but these hair jokes are just too good.
Well, they go. People lose their parents.
It's unfortunate because I think he's really good at his head shit.
He's a good-looking guy. And since you got him in the gym, his chest is filled out. His back straighter.
I love when I come here and you two guys are in the gym. You're by yourselves. No one's pushing you. I love it.
The only thing that we do every single thing that we did back when we were working out, but other than some days that we look at that cold punch, we can show you. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get me cold water.
I'm down to work out tomorrow if you guys want to do it. Of course. All right, let's do it.
Hell yeah, we're good old school with it. I'll get in the cold water. If we're all doing it, I need we all to be doing it.
So my friend Sean, who trained Alex Jones, is now training Shane. He's going to start training Shane.
I heard about it. He puts some
I told Shane, don't want him kid. So it makes you back him off a little at the beginning. He's fucking psychopath.
Yeah. I remember when Hassan did with him the first time, Sean, he got him to do it. I was out of town with Schultz, and Hassan called me. He goes, but I threw up twice. And he goes, no, at the beginning. I was like, bro, get the fuck out of here.
You gotta build up to that kind of stuff. That's the thing, like Sean's in good shape. And if you're used to like coaching Navy SEALs, and you're like, come on, pussy, we gotta go, carry the fucking log. Yeah, who's gonna carry the boats? That's one thing. But when you're a guy like Shane and you're on a workout on again, off again, like, you can't hurt the guy. Like you gotta like start slow.
Yeah.
Like when we started working out, what we do start slow.
Real slow. I mean, you were teaching us how to use the kettlebell, let alone going super hard at it. Whereas now, you know, me and Hassan have upped our weight because now we've done it so many, like, where's the kettlebell? Oh, good, I'm excited for it. Yeah. But I mean, I'm going to tell you this about Hassan's hair.
That's back to we seen him on the security camera. What the fuck are you
I
doing?
love it. Just lost. He looks like a fucking psycho. I can't believe it. People love it.
They love it.
I'll never forget this. One night I worked in the back door of the comedy store, and this is when Theo Von had just he went from a guy we all knew to he's now Theo Von. And I'm sitting back there and he pulled in and we're just kind of hanging back there. Derek, let me tell you something, man. You know, I was getting 2,000 a weekend before this hair. Since this mullet, I get about 40K a weekend. And walked up. And I was like, what the fuck? Am I supposed to get him? Yeah, I literally was like, what am I supposed to do?
You know what though? It's true, but it's not true. So it's true that when the haircut came, he got more money on the weekend, but it's also like the haircut freed him to be Theo Vaughn. Like, do you remember when I remember very clearly the first time I ever saw Theo, and he was doing a bit about being not even a bit, he was telling a story, a true story about when he was young. His father was really old. Like his father had it when he was like 7.
Yes.
Yeah, something crazy. And he said he remembers being on acid, lying next to his father, and realized his father's just dying. You know what I mean? It's like if you ever been around someone who's like really 100 years old,
Oh, yeah.
they feel like there's no life force in them.
Yeah.
Like
And they're almost trapped in their mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's on acid, lying next to him, like, wow, this guy's weird. Like, what a weird set.
Yeah.
And, you know, he was talking about all kinds of other stuff too, but it was really fun, but it was interesting, you know? And then I remember seeing him about a year and a half later, and I couldn't fucking breathe. I was just crying, and my cousin got bit by a gang guy, so we'll see. What the fucking say? What the fuck are you saying? It was the timing and the just the materials like all over the place this weird way. I love a guy like that.
Yeah. I agree. You're right. It wasn't, the mullet might have just been the little touch, but he was already
Sometimes
your
you
favorite
need
watch.
something like that to make you feel different. You know, like maybe like some dudes I think like dressing nice on stage because they feel different. Or Bert likes to take his shirt off because he feels different. Bert could do the same set with a tuxedo on. It would be the same fun. Yeah, it would be the same fun. This just makes him feel free to let that fucking gut hang out and show everybody he's willing to drink himself to death for you.
Like the fucking gladiators. But they love it. But I do get that feeling of like free on stage and truly,
Yeah.
because that does separate yourself too. Like, oh, this is how I am.
Yeah, you gotta learn how to do that some way, right? And some people it's alcohol, and some people it's dress, and some people it's weed, and some people it's, you know, they have to run, they have to jog before they do a set. But
Yeah. I remember seeing Eleanor, she would do dips. You would catch her in the back of the hall and she's just cranking out dips. And then she goes up, and then you see when she's up, like, oh, that energy had to just, it was just coming out of her.
it's coming out of you. Now, also, you want to get your heart rate up a little bit, so your body is like, and your mind is like things are flowing really good. You don't want to be like sleepy when you go on stage, right? That's the worst thing in the world. Or a full meal.
Yeah.
When you go on stage, you want to be up a little bit.
I heard that Bill Burr said something. This is just one of the greatest things to do it, but it always made me think, because I always felt that way, like, no, I wouldn't eat before meals, I wouldn't eat before shows, I wouldn't eat. And then I heard him say once, he was like, oh, I used to not eat before shows. And then I got older, and I fucking had a Thanksgiving dinner before a show and go up and talk the whole set about how I had a Thanksgiving dinner. How fucking fat I am, how gross we all are in there. And it was just like, that freedom of like, oh, he really doesn't give a fuck, this guy.
Bill is also amazing at being Bill. Like, you know, like he has his opinions, what he thinks is stupid about something, and he's just like locked in. You know what I mean? Like, there's no, like some comics, like you'll see one of their hours, and it's kind of like one kind of energy, and then the other hour, it's a kind of a different kind of energy. Bill Burr. I'm Bill Burr. I'm Bill Burr. He knows how to be Bill Burr. He's professionally Bill Burr.
That's,
you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people couldn't even do his material. It was just like, wouldn't work. that's just the magic of becoming, you, right? Like there's a few, like Attell is the absolute best at it. Attell has a timing and a presence, and then the material, the way it's written, like a lot of it on paper, you go like, what is this? I don't understand how this would be funny. But you see him do it in real life, you're like, oh my God, you're just crying.
Yeah, and when the crowd is warm up, he's better.
He's in on the corniness of some of the stuff too, which makes it even more fun. It's like there's many layers to it, and some of it is just like brilliant observations of things. Some of them is completely ridiculous. It's just all woven into David Tell.
And don't pull out a fucking recorder.
Yeah. Let's play the flute.
It's crazy.
Bro, when we saw him live, I was so fucking impressed. I was so impressed. I was like, that is so good. Who's another one like that? Colin Quinn.
When he was here.
Bro, you see him live, like, wow, that was so good. Just so fun. You forget how good he is.
Yeah, and then you're learning shit. I didn't know this.
Yeah, he's like a history wizard. I remember we did tough crowd once, and Colin used to do stand-up to the crowd before the show would start, before he'd sit down and do tough crowd.
He was doing the warm-up for his own show.
He was doing the warm-up for his own show. This one time, I don't know if he did it all the time, but he was murdering. And I was watching this, I was like, people don't know how good he is. Like, this is crazy. Because, there's some guys that warm up for their show, and it's like a monologue. They're doing a few jokes. It's like, it's okay, but I'm not in it. I'm not really feeling it. With him, it was like I was at a club. I was like dying laughing like I was at a comedy club. I was like, people are like, there's a few of these guys just never got good at promoting, and they're really good.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing is the really good ones are not bitter. They're not as famous as they deserve to be. Like Attell is like the least bitter guy alive.
Yeah, he's so cool.
Not even remotely bitter, always friendly.
Yeah, he'll talk to open mic all day.
Sweet, peaceful, he's as present as you can get. And he's infinitely less famous than you should be selling out arenas all over the world. He's that good. He's so good. He might be the best comic alive. There's a few in my mind that are that have been running for that. Who's the best? I guess there's no one best.
It's
you always have to consider Chappelle. He's the goat of our generation. He's the most prolific. He has social impact. He's hilarious. He's silly, and he's a sweetheart of a person too. So you have to think that. But then I go with sheer RPMs. I gotta go with Joey Diaz. Sheer RPMs where you just how many nights were we in the back of the comedy store? We couldn't even talk. You couldn't breathe.
You're not even laughing.
Everybody's just wheezing. They're making wheezing noises and slapping things.
Man, I remember back that era, seeing him, and how people feel about him now, whatever. But at that time, man, when Chris D'Elia was on stage, and that name, it was mind blowing. The RPMs. Just the amount of laughter and how fast would be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you could kill. There's a magic to that thing. I think that's hypnosis. I've always thought that. I think that for a long time, I'm like, what is happening to me when someone's on stage and they're killing? Like Shane. Shane's on fire. What is happening to me? I think I'm locked in with their mind. I don't think it's as simple as I'm watching a show or something like that, because I love watching a funny movie, Tropic Thunder, something like that. I love laughing watching a funny movie. But I don't feel the same way I feel when a guy is in front of me on stage doing stand-up. And I think as great as specials are, they're 60 to 70% of being there live.
Yes.
Always. I think there's something about being there live that's it's hypnosis. There's something going on where that person's making me think the way they think.
Yeah. When someone brings you into their world, like you said, you're just living it. And you're not even thinking about you're just like, I'm living in this guy's essence, right?
Exactly. You're living in this person's imagination and this person's work, right? Because it's set up.
Yeah.
And they danced it around their head and wrote it down on paper. That's the other interesting thing about what we do. It's there's no one way to do it. I always say my way to do it, but I don't think Bill writes shit down. I think he keeps it all in his head. Yeah, Taik mostly keeps it That's the JC thing too, right? Jesse kept it on his
Lil Wayne, they just, I mean, it's insane they're releasing it. It's not like they're releasing one album, but who's the best writer?
Nas. Nas wrote everything down. You can't write rewind in your head.
No, you can't. No, it's a story backwards.
It's a story backwards. It's another level. Another level. Like you have pulling his dick out. Just like slapping that shit on the table, right? That song is. What do you want to say? Like writing? Like I challenge you to be in the world. Who's got a better written song than Rewind from Nas?
That's a great take. I would agree with that.
It's crazy.
It's perfectly fluent backwards. It's insane. It's a
Perfectly
language.
fluent backwards. It's magic. It's like a magic song.
Yeah.
And while you're watching, you're appreciating the fact that he pulled it off.
Yeah.
You know, like while you're listening, you're appreciating the fact that he pulled off this song backwards.
It's impressive to watch the different ways people do it. I mean, I'm biased because I tour with him. But man, when I'm out with fucking Schultz, because people just see him come up with that 10 minutes up top. You know, like we'll go to Abu Dhabi, and like, you just see it, right? But man, I get to see how he gets there, and he gets to town, and no matter where we are, and all he does is he just talks to people, and he doesn't say anything. He's a random person who's lived in wherever we're at for a long time, and he just lets him, and you just see him, kind of like, and his eyes will light up when somebody says a certain thing. His eyes will light up. And he's like, oh, okay, oh, that's going on. Oh, then what do they think of it? So what are the technical? I'll ask a couple questions. Yeah. And he'll do it. And I'm not talking about 30 minutes straight. He'll talk to somebody for 3-4 hours before the show. And just soak in all the culture and all the information. And then you see him go on stage. And it's a full-fledged 10-minute chunk about a place. So he's a special talent. He's a special talent. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that.
He's very special. And, and it's also like, you got to realize he's doing these jokes in front of 16,000 people for the first time. He's got a new joke. And he's busting it out in front of 16,000 people about their area.
Yes.
Bro, that shit he did in Hawaii about the chickens being so confident.
Oh. I was the black guy. We can help me there. Some of the chickens run up to me, he's like, these chickens are too confident, dog. And I would die, and then it's a 4-bit later that night, and it's like, it's incredible.
And that's another example. Like, what is he doing? How's he doing that to that crowd with those great jokes? Like he's locking those people in, or you letting him think for you. Like, come on, man, think for me. Mm-hmm. Let me have a good time. Think for me.
Yeah, and not only that, but you're talking about my own personal experience in Hawaii.
Right.
And now you're going into your set, and you have it. You had the when you wrap around, yeah, you're a pro. It was insane.
He keeps getting better.
He
used to run. I first saw him a few years back. Just keep getting better.
Well, like you said earlier, how to see people do different hours. I don't know
People forget he was like the first guy to really capitalize on the pandemic with his videos, where he essentially created a completely new kind of stand-up, right? So it's stand-up without the pauses that you would require if an audience was laughing. So it's more rapid pace.
Yeah.
Like he thought this through. Dude. This is like a genius thing. Those things turn your phone sideways.
Yes.
So that's what you used to have to do back in the day. Hey kids. Back 5 years ago. All you fucking 15-year-olds, when you were 10, you didn't know about this. But when you turn your phone sideways, and then it would play out in wide format. And he would kind of do stand-up with images and with punchlines, and it was fucking great. But it was a way faster pace than he does stand-up on stage.
Yeah.
It was like the punchlines, and this and that. And I'm like, oh my God, they figured it out.
Yeah.
He figured out how to make like really compelling stand-up for someone who's not there.
Well, it's like a late night monologue from one of those late night hosts, but a real motherfucker doing it, and really giving their actual opinion.
Exactly. It's genius because like that was an example of someone innovating in like a crisis. Like there's a situation that happened, you're forced to everyone. During the pandemic, some people just curled up in a shell and said, "I'm not leaving my house anymore." Yeah. And then some people are like, "Okay, what can we do? Okay, I'm going to figure out how to do stand up in this little video format. Turn your phone sideways." Yeah, and then everybody started sharing them. And then Netflix does a thing, Andrew Schultz Saves America.
Andrew Schultz Saves America.
Yeah. Which I don't think they should get the money back. Shit. I mean, how dare you? Yeah, some of those people are still trapped in their house, which is crazy. That's right. But yeah, he did. I mean, even with Genius, I give him that credit. Oh, he does it all the time. And he also, because his stuff is local and a lot of it, like these opening bits that he comes up with, are you kind of have to get them out now. Yeah. Right. So you can just release them on like the fucking when we did the P Diddy thing we went to LA. And that's just at P Diddy's house, brother. Brother, he wrote that shit 10 minutes before he walked up into the forum. 20,000 people. 20,000 people. He wrote it down. And it was the great. Holy fuck. How did he come up with this? We were just hanging with him. That's so funny. He's in the group. It's sort of like when you have a muscle to do something and you do that thing all the time, then you just get better and better and better at doing that thing. And then you get in the group. Like we were talking about like a tell, like when someone gets in the groove of who they are, like Tony's on Kill Tony. Perfect example. He's locked in, he's in the groove. He's been doing it so long. He knows when to dance, when to pause. When to ask a serious question, when to get goofy, when to let the panel know. It's pretty impressive. If you can find something like that in your life, you will have a much better life than if you just get a job. And I know that's not for that. Not everybody can, but if you can, you definitely should. Yeah, you definitely should do that. Being excited for every day and nervous and anxious and knowing that feeling. I mean, to not have it, I can't leave people go. I get having you gotta go to work, you gotta make money, but the idea of like, man, never that feeling of anxiety or looking forward to something and it not going the way you planned. And so you gotta go the next day. And figure out what went wrong. And like, I love that. That's what I love. When I stand up figuring it out, the math of it all. Yeah, it's a great job, man. We're so fucking lucky. Yeah, we're so lucky. God, you've been in it long enough to see everybody. Did you see this thing David Wayne said about you? Yeah, he said he stole one of the jokes. Yes, I wanted to talk to you about that. But the way he said it, I've never seen. He said, I stole a joke, and he was like, man, he said, I saw it, and then I actually realized I stole Joe's joke, and I was like, I gotta stop watching motherfucker. It just stuck in the back of his head. But I know you give him his flowers, so I was like, I know that's not a joke for you. Like, that happens, man. Sometimes you think you came up with it and somebody else did, and you heard it, and you forgot. That can definitely, especially if it's a subject that you never cover, and time has passed, and then the subject comes up, and you like, and almost got like David tells the best at that. He'll call you up because you have to check sometimes. Like, hey, have you heard this? He's the best at that. Dave does that all the time. Like, you gotta check every now and then. Like, this one seems too easy because the memory is weird. Memory. Yeah. You ever go back to a old neighborhood where you grew up and you're like, this house is way smaller than I thought it was. It was a mansion. Yeah. Driveway's different. Everything's different. It's weird. Your memory's shitty. It's good. I mean, it keeps you from fucking picking up the wrong spider. But it's not a photographic representation of reality, and that's a problem. And you guys have been doing stand-up 20 years. How many bits have you seen? Just too many bits. Yeah. So you can, and then there's a lot. Like when someone's a thief, Damon's not a thief. I always think that Damon he might be one of the most underappreciated comics ever because like when he was in his prime, you got to realize he was like, if you're looking at today. Yeah, he was like Chappelle. He was like in that same level of recognition. He's like one of the best guys alive. But then they got him with those TV shows, man, and movies and everything. Yeah, he's the last Boy Scout. He was going to be a movie star. Yeah, that big Bruce Willis. And it was a good movie. Yeah, and then it looked like he was going to be a movie star after that. I mean, it's a great like Blind Man or he's retarded. It's a great episode. He's a handyman. Oh my God! They might be one of the greatest families of the Wayne's family for sure. Who's number two? They're number one. But they might be one and two. I don't know. What other families are there that are like big? Not in comedy, but what other family? Am I missing something? Am I forgetting somebody? I mean, I know In Living Color was so like them and then the Squad Brothers. It's no other families. There's nobody in the hunt. In Living Color is so big, Joe. You know this, that
The reason we have a Super Bowl halftime show is because of In Living Color.
That's crazy.
So In Living Color, that's true. So before Michael Jackson, the year they brought Michael Jackson was because the year before that, In Living Color aired during the Super Bowl, and they lost so many viewers. They lost like a not half, a big number where that they were like, we can't let people leave during halftime show because this show is too big.
What year was that?
I want to say Michael Jackson was 95, maybe.
Yeah, it had to be earlier than that.
Maybe 94.
It had to be earlier than that because I remember watching it on TV at a pool hall. Yeah. So I was just moving to New York, to LA from New York then. So I was in New York at a pool hall watching it. And I remember watching Fire Marshal Bill. And I'd be like, how can you do this? How is this allowed? Like, this show's crazy. You have to realize for 93, there was nothing like if you think about the internet today and all the crazy videos people put together and the years of Mad TV and yeah. But back then, man, there was nothing like this show. This show was crazy.
It's Paul. Oh my God, it's Paulie right in the corner.
Oh, look at it. Paulie, the weed. Look at him. He's moving that head like a picture, bro. He's here now, too.
Yeah, I know that part.
Hanging out with Paulie. It's like being at the store, man.
It's the best.
But
this is unreal how big this was.
The show was great. But Damon, watch, if you want to watch something, watch, I think it's The Last Stand. I think that was one of his, I think that's the name of it. Something like, I think it's The Last Stand. It's fucking phenomenal. And it's so good, but it's also like so good if you go back to that time. Because comedy, like everything else, has evolved with all the scrutiny on it and all the different high-level people that are doing it. Like, there's the comedy right now, I think, is at like the highest level that I've ever seen. There's so many really great comedians. I think in the 1980s, like if you go back, you had Kinnison, you had Eddie Murphy, you had Richard Pryor, you had George Carlin, you had a bunch of really good guys, Jerry Seinfeld. But that, wasn't as thick. As thick with us assassins. But I think like right now, there's so many assassins out there. There's more arena acts out there right now than has ever been in the history of comedy. Arena act started with Dice Clay. So Dice Clay starts off he becomes an arena act in like 87-ish.
Late 80s.
Yeah.
When arena had comedy started.
Before that, nobody was doing it but Dice. Dice was the only arena act. Yeah, and then arena act number 2, Dane Cook.
And that's how many years later?
Many. Because this, like, Dane Cook becomes an arena act in, like, the 2000s. Wow. Yeah. So then there's Dane Cook. Dane Cook starts on and I was like, what is happening? What is happening? And then, all of a sudden, and social media happens. And a lot of comics. Like, you're talking about what Dave Attell and Colin Quinn are doing. Best to ever do it. And if there's ever a club where he's not sold out for lonely, he's on stage, it's a trust. It doesn't make any sense. But people connect to the internet the same way. And because that, the notoriety is not commensurate to the talent. Whereas like Schultz, the notoriety and the talent are perfectly balanced. It's the same. It's the same level. So everybody knows how good he is, and everybody knows who he is. It's like it's locked in. It's like David Tell. It's